Hello friends, this is Odds, and I am joined by my lovely stream. We're recording this live, and throughout the next few hours, I will be playing every killer with builds that are very basic, that are easy to get, even if you have no other stuff unlocked, and giving you some tips along the way. You can use the timestamps that you'll find in the description to skip to whichever one you're most interested in, or watch the whole thing. Even if you are a relatively experienced player, I'm sure you'll learn at least something. A little bit of background. I am mostly a killer main. I have a little over 11,000 hours in the game, and I have been playing this game for a very long time. I'm not perfect at all the killers, but I should have a decent grasp to get you started on each of them. So I will be giving you some very quick pointers as to why you should or should not play this killer early on, and what builds to use, and some basic add-on tips and all of that. And we'll play a game as well. Obviously, we'll do it on my account against pretty tough opponents, so it might be a bit difficult, but you know, you get the deal. Let's get started with the Trapper. Thanks so much, guys, for the subbies. So with Trapper, this killer is okay for beginners. He's very basic, has the normal stats that most other killers have. Normal terror radius, normal height, normal speed, yada yada. The only thing you'll find as you get better and better at this killer is that your opponents will get smarter, and placing traps will be harder. They will call it out, and if you do it in obvious spots, they'll start to avoid them, so you'll have to play a bit more brute force. But he's okay. As long as you keep that in mind, that he's going to get harder, that's fine. His perks are not extremely valuable to unlock, but they're not too bad. Unnerving Presence is okay for Doctor and skill check builds. Other than that, not amazing. And Brutal Strength and Agitation are like small buff perks that are really not bad to have, especially Agitation. It does work quite well with other builds, so it's an okay character to get started with. If you don't really know what you're doing with add-ons, you can never go wrong with add-ons that make you place traps faster. And you can also not go wrong with add-ons to carry more traps. You could even bring this add-on that lets you step on your own traps without getting stuck, and that would be okay as well. We'll have a very basic build with his own perk Agitation. Easier to hook in basement, which is really good for us. And also hook in areas that we've already trapped, or areas that are easy to trap around. Whispers will let us know when people are next to us. It will be our little cue to get out of a certain area if there's no one there, or to know that we shouldn't place any more traps because there's people watching us. But also just helps to get rid of pallets a little bit. And know it obviously is a bit of an endgame thing, which is nice. Don't forget that Trapper can trap exit gates and stuff, so his endgame is a little bit better than some other killers. Let's get started. Right, as we head into the Trapper game, one thing to keep in mind, there are two extremes that will hurt you if you swing to either of them. The extreme number one of setting up a bunch of traps at the start and not focusing on chases at all can backfire. If you have one survivor that starts following you, they will disarm all of your traps, or better yet, they'll call them out and then none of them will work. You don't want to set up for a very, very long time. Most of the times, even with the best add-ons, you don't have time to, and the chance you will lose will make things very difficult. That being said, if you don't set up at all, you are losing the only time in the game, potentially, where survivors aren't seeing you. It's very possible that many of your games, throughout the whole match after the first chase, you are always seen by survivors. So what I recommend is that you set up just a little bit at the start, and that should be enough. Now, it's very important that you keep in mind that, okay, let's do this one here, for example, that traps are unfortunately quite visible, and that they're not super easy to conceal. If a survivor is looking, they're gonna see it. One piece of advice is to put them on the edges of loops, like I just do here, and then when you chase survivors, they will run into them. You can also be a little bit more annoying. If you think that someone is seeing you, there's nothing wrong with putting it on a pallet like this. Notice that I put it on the edge of a pallet and not right underneath it. If you put it right underneath it, the problem will be that survivors can simply drop the pallet and then vault over it, and they'll be able to do that, and it's not very good. Knowing where basement is also super, super huge. I see that Whispers now is on. I don't think there was anyone right on me, but I've set up enough to the point where I can now comfortably chase someone. If I get a free hit, I'll take it, but I will look for opportunities to pick up more traps. Now, much like playing killers like Huntress, you ideally do not want to chase people without a trap on your hands. If you have a trap on your hands, you can do things like this, where you... Well, that was really clumsy from Blight. You can do things like this, where you put a trap on the loop, on the pallet, and then the survivor has to either leave or stay, and then they obviously cannot do that. I'm gonna use agitation to put someone in the basement, which is super, super good. It's okay if you don't hook them in the back. It's not super important. And now I can do this really dirty thing where I'm gonna lock down all exits to the basement. One outside, maybe like this. One is out of in the window, and now that leaves only one gap. I see Mech in the distance. That I'm gonna leave open on purpose to see if I can trap them into it. I'm gonna pretend, look inside the side, that I don't know where she is, even though I'm pretty sure... Oh, that's nasty. Well, she's dodged us somehow. I'm gonna reset this trap real quick. When you set up a trap, by the way, until you step out, you have a bit of immunity. I'm not gonna bother hitting them. I'm gonna put this right here, and now these guys are in trouble. I'm gonna hit her. He needs a few seconds to disarm this. And that's why you don't put the trap underneath the pallet. If I put it under the pallet, then this guy would have been safe. Now, one thing you'll notice that I do is that if a survivor steps on a trap, I normally hit them. I hit them. I'm not gonna do basement just to make it a bit easier for them. I normally hit them. I don't grab them. If you grab them, a few things can go wrong. I mean, you can do it for the achievement, but a few things can go wrong. If they escape from the trap at that moment, you will instead pick up the trap accidentally. And they can also be flashy safe, and they can be pallet stun, and all of these things. And then the trap remains open, so that's not so good. So you generally want to hit them out of the trap, and then pick it up and reset it, or, you know, or just reopen it on the ground, and that's maybe okay. Am I stupid? Yeah, I think I am. Where'd she go? Shut up. How do you lose her? The hell? I think she... Yeah, hold up. So that's quite important. Most of the time, you know, you will see that experienced trapper players do not try to cover the entire map with traps, especially the obvious ones. If you have a trap that only is going to work when you chase a survivor into a loop, that's okay if it's a bit far away, but most of your traps need to follow two rules. Number one, they need to be close to each other. If they're close to each other, the chances of one survivor stepping on it, and then another survivor coming for the help stepping on it, and then you chasing them from one trap into another, all of those things multiply, and it's really, really, really good. And the other thing is that they need to be close to you. When a survivor steps on a trap, they can be theoretically out of that trap very, very, very quickly. I'm gonna use this chance to pick up and pretend I don't know there's a survivor right here. So traps close to each other and close to you is a good thing. Another thing you can do is pretend to set up a trap, and this often makes survivors think that you're gonna commit, and then they start running away, and then you chase them. Every time you chase a survivor, every single time, you want to try to think, okay, can I kind of like corral them, shepherd them like a shepherd dog into the area of the map that's close to basement, or that's close to the area that I've trapped? And that's the general idea with Trapper. You're trying to get people close to there. Notice that I use agitation to hook this person close to the other person on the hook, so I can pressure them here. And I have plenty of traps here, so this is perfect. This guy ran into a bad spot. Did he? No. Okay, let's chase you then. So this might be one of the classic moments where, you know, I'm not gonna chase from the right, I'm gonna chase from the left. Why? So that she goes to the right, and then... Bang. Okay, I'm gonna hit her, okay. You can also press space to grab them. If you think they have endurance or something, or somehow they healed up, then you can just grab them. And that's fine as well. And, you know, that trap I picked up because we're never going to use this trap again, right? I'm breaking this pallet. No one's going to loot me here anymore. So I just break it and take it with me and have it in the next chase. Can you explain the chance to break free? Yeah, when you go in a trap, you have like a 1 in 4 chance to escape, 25%. And then it gets bigger, it gets bigger, it gets bigger until on the 6th attempt, you are guaranteed to escape. However, if another survivor comes and rescues you, it's guaranteed and it's really, really quick. So in that situation, you don't want to do, you know, it's almost immediate. For that reason, if you're really, really far away, traps are unreliable and you don't necessarily want to do that. Another trick that's really useful, by the way, whenever you set up a trap down, even if you don't commit to the animation, the trapper's hitbox goes back a little bit. Nice try. And that allows you to avoid a stun. So if I know someone's gonna set up drop a pallet on me, I haven't done it this match, but I'll try to show you. I can either start setting a trap or fake setting a trap, and it's like having enduring. It's pretty good. I'm gonna see if I can force it on this girl. Well, she's going for the window here. I'll just trap it because she's next to an exit gate. Near the end game, by the way, if you're confident, you can also set traps near. All right. In this match, I've been using every trapper on the map, and that's a luxury because, honestly, let's be completely real. You're not gonna have a chance to do that in many of the maps that are much bigger. So watch out with that. Okay, okay. I think this might be a chance. I'll show you. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. You see that? In that situation, 100% I would have been stunned. But because I did that, it avoids the stun. And I could have committed to putting it down if I really, really had to. She doesn't go for Shaq, sadly. Okay. Wow. I'm sorry, chat. Am I stupid? I think I am. Well, that was a bit of a blunder. You should have had a Adrenaline on the hit anyway. This girl's not that on hook, so she shouldn't be my target. No one's on the know it, but I'm gonna chase her just in case, okay? I'll mind game this so that she steps on the trap. Oh, she doesn't. That's fine. Okay, that's good. But yeah, normally if you get someone in basement like I did earlier, do not play nice and just hook them in basement again, and they're in a really tough spot. With this add-on, you also have the real advantage of being able to walk through your own traps, which is obviously really, really good. You can sometimes also place traps in really silly spots like this between the exit gates and the hook, because it might catch some people off guard. But here I'm starting to run out of options a little bit. I have Know It and I'm right next to it, so they can't really do it. I'll be surprised if they don't just leave, honestly. But, I mean, I can try to see if I can do something. Now, what else is important about Trapper? Build-wise, it's really important that you unlock perks that passively slow down the game for you without you having to go kick gens. I mean, if you have perks to kick gen as well, that's not too bad. But I recommend that you prioritize going for Corrupt Intervention from Plague, Deadlock from Pinhead, No Way Out from Trickster can be okay. Like, perks like this would really, really help out a lot. Oof. I'll hit so that she's disabled on the ground. And yeah, no, they're not coming for this. Nah, they're letting her go, thanks to Know It. But yeah, in situations like that, you could even trap exit gates, and yeah. Anyway, when you set a survivor on the hook, do not always trap next to them like this. I mean, this one can work because people come around corners and they step on it. Even if there's no grass, and a lot of maps have very little grass, try to think from the survivor point of view and where they are in the map. And if you, don't be afraid to put traps around corners, even if there's nothing. They work very, very often because survivors are not expecting them there. And other than that, what are we missing out, chat? What are we missing out? You'll need to keep in mind that certain things can highlight your traps, like survivor maps, survivors on communication. The Trapper has a lot of weaknesses, sadly. But he's also been buffed recently a little bit. Every time you set up a trap, you get a minor speed boost for a few seconds. That can be enhanced by add-ons. Some of these add-ons are also pretty mean. It's a killer that's great to start with, but, you know, you'll need to get more and more creative as you get better. If it feels like it's something fun for you, then continue to play Trapper. If it feels more like a chore than anything else, maybe it's time to switch to another killer. Whatever you learn on Trapper will be very useful on a lot of other killers, so your time on him will not be wasted. Alright, next up is Wraith. Wraith has one bad thing about him, which is his perks. His perks are really not great. This is a tracking perk that oftentimes hurts more than it helps because it makes the scratch marks close to the ground and they're not visible from afar. Shadowborn, I mean, it will be reworked at some point, but right now it only gives you wider field of view. Maybe you like it, maybe you don't. And Bloodhound is a tracking perk that's not incredible. So these perks overall are pretty bad. However, everything else about this killer is pretty amazing. He uses basic perks really well. He uses perks from other characters really well. He has a wide variety of viable builds. He has a low learning floor. It's easy to pick him up. But at the same time, you can play him on a very high level and he is very, very consistent. He is probably the best killer to start with. And you could literally play Wraith for your entire career until you have 10,000 hours and still be learning things. So he is fantastic. I do recommend that you run some of his better perks. Sloppy Butcher is great. He also has an add-on that has a similar effect called Blind Warrior White. So make sure you don't run these two add-ons together. Otherwise, you know, they don't really stack. As for add-ons, you literally cannot go wrong with higher uncloaking speed and faster speed. You can't go wrong with any of these. There's 3 of each color. but there's also quite a few other things that are fun, so feel free to experiment. We'll have a bit of info, which also helps in the endgame. Know it for the endgame. Sloppy Butcher is amazing on any stealth killer for obvious reasons, since you can ambush them during heals. And Spies from the Shadows is great, although, if you can, you could replace this by a Nurse's Calling when you unlock that from the Nurse. And you would have already a pretty solid build, but he can use so many things. And he's a lot more straightforward than some of the other killers, so let's get onto it. Alright, so as we load into a match, you need to understand that the Wraith has two modes, okay? The cloaked and uncloaked mode. When you're uncloaked, you are a basic killer with essentially no power. You move at the normal speed, have a normal terror radius, normal lunge, normal height, normal everything. So Wraith, by definition, is a basic M1 killer type. We say M1 because he has to do basic attacks. Mouse 1, click, left click. But the nice thing is that when you're a cloak, you become stealthy, you move much, much faster, and you can use the speed to catch survivors off guard and ambush them. You can use it to body block them. You can use it in a variety of ways just to go around the map and find them. At the start of the game, you start cloaked, so you immediately want to see the further few gens and do a little bit of a sweep around them. You're so fast that you can actually go and check. Now, the general idea with these add-ons is that we're going to get really close to someone. Ideally, body block them. Yeah, this is ideal. See? This girl is boxed in, and I can go AFK and have a cup of coffee, and she will never be able to avoid that. And sometimes you want to cloak and then uncloak behind them as well. Simple as this. And then you can lunge. Ooh, damn, my bad. One little thing that I did forget to mention is that in the moment where you transition... I'm trying to trick her into leaving. Okay, that's good. In the moment when you come out of cloak, you have a little speed boost that is very significant. I think I'll eat this pallet. Yeah, that's very good. And during that speed boost, you can lunge and you will get a really nasty attack. Oh, really? I'm sorry. I heard her and I thought she was inside. Oops, that's my bad. What the hell is that? This is two jungle gyms back to back. I'm going to pretend to uncloak. Then I'll just break it. Some add-ons can give you speed boost during uncloaking, but that's fine. Okay, this is nasty. She's not looking behind her, so I'm just gonna come here. See if she makes a mistake. This time, I'm not gonna swing crazily. Without the best add-ons, it is a bit riskier. That's really good from them, because this girl was about to go down, and this delays it quite a bit. I'm happy to break this. Now, I've gotten 3 really amazing pallets from this girl, which is awesome. But one mistake that you can do with this killer really easily is to overcommit to chases, and I think I'm about to make that mistake. Yeah, that's a shame. I could have maybe body blocked that, but then she would have had other things. Let's let this girl unfortunately walk away with a heal and just pressure elsewhere. I'm so sorry. Where'd you go, buddy? You will have a lot more success on this killer by not committing to long chases. Although I've made a bit of a gamble where I generally think that some of the pallets they're missing are really gonna hurt. But I need to make that hurt. Ideally, now we catch these 2 guys healing and we injure them again really quickly. I'm gonna go for you. I would have been much better. I'm gonna take it. I don't care. I would have been much better off, chat, approaching from the right so that she didn't have a pallet to run to. Map knowledge is super important. But even without a lot of map knowledge, you can sometimes just know. Like, okay, they have shack to this side, of course. I don't make that with this yellow add-ons, do I? Damn, that's a shame. Jesus Christ, this girl plays so simple, but it's gonna be me. I need to leave her. I need to leave her. I need to trust that they're not gonna make it, and we should be fine here. Alright. No worries. What am I stuck on? Let's cloak. Give this a kick because I think they might not touch it for a bit. Oh my lord, that destroys me actually. Let's go. And this is where Nurse's Calling or any kind of tracking could be really helpful to catch people a little bit off guard. This is helpful as well. Never mind. This is a complete red flag. But yeah, what are some of the things that you will commonly do with this killer? Body block. This is super important. Nice. Okay, that was a bit wonky. I know it was a bit hard to follow. But you need to use your speed to beat survivors to the one pallet, the one window that they need to get to. One thing that you'll realize with windows is that if you block it even partially, survivors do not get to vault it. Even if your body is only taken... Alright, that guy is injured and he seems like an easy target, but I think I want to go for the healthy girls. Oh, shame. I can't let this gen go as well. Yeah. Please don't have Sunburst. Okay. That should be a normal hit. Right. I want to kind of cause a bit of miscommunication. Let them think that I'm chasing her and then come back to this. This is fine. Okay. Nancy, this time, wasn't in time to take the hit here. We will take this free hits, quote unquote, as much as we can. And now we have everyone injured, and this is an amazing place to be in. We're gonna hook, we're gonna kick that, and then we're gonna see if we find Sheva or Fang. It's hard to say who is my priority here, but let's go. Well, Fang ran into me, so... Actually, let me cancel that. This is fine because we opened this. Can I body block the pallet here from her? I can. I body block it, and now she doesn't make that, I think. By a little bit, but it worked out. This is really, really good now. We hook. We see some skill checks or notifications over there. We'll probably go on that gen, which is really in the open. And yeah, you don't necessarily need to cloak every time. One thing that happens when you cloak is that you technically don't start chase. You see? No chase music, right? This means... I should make that. This means that you don't build blood loss, which makes you go faster over time. And if a survivor keeps vaulting the same window over and over, it doesn't count as, you know, the survivor abusing the window, so the window will never be blocked. So watch out, because there are some places where a survivor could vault you immediately, like infinitely, and it would never... Oh, damn. You guys took some risks. It would never block, so be aware that that's a thing. Alright, I think survivors now are probably going to rely on their maybe ability to get the last gen done. And we're probably going to see Fang run for this rescue because she's the only one that can, so... Where do you think I should go? Should I go kick this maybe? I think I'll kick it since I'm so close. Oh, there's Fang. Let's begin to uncloak a bit early. One thing that I can really not talk about enough is that sometimes with your speed, it really makes a difference. I'm gonna chase actually, because he cannot touch this girl. I mean, I could be eating an adrenaline for all I know, but... this is forcing, ideally, if the last gen's not done, this is forcing... the other girl to come. Yeah, there she is. She needs to unhook. Okay, let's go. Is he dead? Yes. There you go. Also keep in mind that obviously while you're cloaked you cannot pick up, and there's a few other things you cannot do, so... Where's Fang? Has she been crawling this whole time? She has. Thank you, spies. Alright, this should be good. I think she's dead on hook now. It would be really nice for me to go and check visually on the other gens. I think because I actually want to be between all the gens, I will hook here in the middle and go check on that one. That's where Nancy was coming from. It's I guarantee you they're trying to finish that gen. I do have Noid, so I will expect the possibility to try to finish it. Here, the pallet is gone, but I could try to body block the window. She beat me to the window, no problem. I body block it now a little bit. Listen, you don't need to be right in front of the window or anything like that. If you take up like 10% of it or 20% of it, that is more than enough for them not to be able to block, to vault it from your side. So even that is really good. And the better your add-ons, the faster you are, the more consistent you are at body blocking like that. But yeah, big mistake in this match. Committed to a big chase, which we were kind of doing at the start. Luckily, it paid off. But sometimes the survivors are really, really good. It's going to be hard. And they can have things like that Nancy, where they heal themselves passively, and it's quite nasty. Your best friend to help you avoid long chases is to identify which survivors are aware and careful. Maybe they have some perk to know you're coming. And stay away from them. Chase the people that are clueless. Chase the people that are vulnerable. And hopefully, you know, you're going around the map enough. Okay, so we check on two gens that are nothing, and this one has a bit of progress. We can go back here. Here, I come from the left to immediately start uncloaking from this point. If I see that the survivor doesn't go for the window, then I maybe cancel and get a bit close. If the survivor has a sprint burst and they start running away, I don't need to uncloak. I cancel it, and then I chase them, and then I'm uncloaking right behind them. With uncloaking speed add-ons, you have this really nice thing where you can uncloak right behind a survivor and then swing, and you'll hit them 99% of the time. So that's quite good. The gens are really, really far, and for most of the killers, this would honestly be a horrible thing, but for Wraith, it's honestly quite okay. Yeah. This is fine. One thing that survivors can also do, by the way, is force you... It's a bit advanced and you're not going to see it a lot. But if you stay cloaked on a pallet, survivors will keep vaulting it and you won't be able to break it because they keep vaulting it, right? So don't be afraid to just get rid of them. But you need to be efficient in everything else you do. What are some other things worth noting about Wraith? He is quiet, but, you know, you do still make some noises. Nice, very nice. She might get an adrenaline in a second if... Jesus Christ, man. Oh, Blight. Sorry. I'm just a bit slow today. What else? What's there? Chat, am I forgetting anything? Anything that's super important? Honestly, this killer is one of the easiest ones to get going with and one of the easiest ones to master. So if there's a killer where I've already covered everything, this might just be it, honestly. If there's a simple killer out there, Wraith is it. So that's why I generally think that he's an amazing pick for beginners. Flashlights? No. Flashlights used to be able to burn this killer, but that feature has been removed. So if you played him a long time ago, don't worry, that doesn't work. She had Deliverance, which allows her to unhook herself. And this girl has... Let's check where she went. Okay, that one. And this girl had Adrenaline, which makes it really fast. Now, I could take 3 kills and be happy with that, but I am a sweaty shithead, so I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to use my speed to go to the gate that I saw her run towards. And she's going to get very, 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 very close. But I think I get her. If she's next to the gate, I'm going to go on her right and try to body block her path. Wait. She didn't go for it. Okay, wait. You're waiting. Ah, you're waiting. Yeah, imagine that gate was 99. I would come here and uncloak from this angle to try to make it harder. Does that make sense? You always want to uncloak from the angle that prevents a survivor, ideally, from reaching or going around you. And if they're in the open, you can just cloak to catch up, and your speed will overwhelm them. Normally, you move at 115. They move at 100, maybe a bit faster with some perks. And with cloak, you move at 150. So you're basically more than triplicating the speed that you have increased, you know, going to them. So that's really good. And it's so amazing that the Wraith has like so many add-ons that are super simple and easy to work. So that's really nice as well. On the maps that have breakable walls at the start of the map, at the start of the match, don't hesitate to break them. If they're next to windows like this, like in Saloon and stuff, if they're next to a window, don't hesitate to break them, because it takes just a second. And yeah, you really can't go wrong. Even with a very basic build, I did not feel like this match was super stacked against me, and I bet these survivors had some good stuff. I mean, some decent stuff, yeah. So yeah, highly, highly recommend him. So GG's, well played. Okay, phew. Moving on to the next one. Noid, of course. I'm showcasing a basic build for beginners. Yeah, says the person that runs the most out-of-pocket meta stuff on Survivor. Oh well. You'll always... This is a complete side thing. It has nothing to do with this match, but never think that you're doing anything wrong. If you're not going out of your way to make other people miserable and you're just doing your thing, you'll still have people complain about your playstyle. It's best to ignore it, especially when you're a beginner, because it means so little. Let's move on to the next one. Alright, moving on, we arrive at the Hillbilly, and in some ways, he's kind of the opposite as Wraith. He does have some pretty great perks to unlock. Enduring is a perk that makes you recover from being stunned from a pallet, and it is a great perk for beginners because it simplifies playing around pallets a lot, and it takes some of the fear away from them, which is really positive. And Tinkerer might be one of the best easy to access perks in the game. It lets you know when a gen is being done and gives you a bit of stealth so that you can approach it, maybe interrupt it. Even if you don't do anything about it, it's still really good info. Lightborn, I mean, it's not that great, but it prevents you from being blinded from flashlights, which can be okay, and if you are anxious about that, it's always a good perk to have. However, this killer, despite being pretty strong, is very, very tricky. He is a normal movement speed killer that has all the normal same movement speeds as Wraith, Out of Cloak, and Trapper, and so on. So in that regard, he's completely fine, but his Shinso is one of the most demanding, tricky, and finicky powers in the game that can insta-down people, but is also really, really difficult to use. For that reason, I don't recommend that you super mega invest yourself in this killer and then feel really bad if it's difficult, okay? Only play him if you like it. And understand that he's quite hard, okay? If you do master him, that being said, you are incredible, and that skill will come in clutch for other killers. Now, add-ons that you cannot go wrong with. I mean, the add-ons to avoid overheating are fine, but you don't need them. Do not use the add-on for this one. This is a meme. Add-ons to recover faster from being stunned are fine. Like these two. These are okay. You're going to be bumping a lot, so it's fine. Add-ons to have better turning, especially the yellow one, which has no downside, is completely fine as well. The engravings make the saw a bit more fast, but also unwieldy. I don't recommend them for beginners. There's a lot of add-ons that sound useless, and they are indeed useless. Don't run them. So something like this is something that you could run on every match, and it would be great for a beginner. Let's also put some blood points on, shall we? There we go. As for perks, we'll use Tinkerer for info, Whispers to gather info, Enduring so that we're not afraid of pallets, and there's not a lot of other great perks available, so we'll be using Know It. But later down the line, this killer is really good at using general slowdown and information perks, so you can always upgrade them. That being said, he's pretty straightforward, so let's just queue up and we'll talk about it. Actually, before you do that, very important, go on your settings. This is really important. Go on settings, go on controls, and then go on killer controls and make sure that your sensitivity on controller is all the way up. Even if you play on mouse and keyboard, for some reason, unless they changed it recently, having a higher controller sensitivity makes the curbing of his chainsaw a bit more straightforward. So it comes sharper. So that's a really good thing that you actually want to do before you even start playing him, and it doesn't hurt you with other killers. So you make sure that you do that, and now let's queue into the game. One thing that is also worth mentioning, me personally, I like to bind, this is only on controller, on PC, I like to bind turn right and turn left with Q and E, which is, you know, left and right of the forward movement key W. I like to use these for curbs, and you might like it as well. So if you're on PC, try it out, I guess. But it's completely optional, you know, yada, yada, yada. Right, so as we queue up to the game, little note, much like Trapper and Wraith, this killer is a normal killer. So you can completely ignore the chainsaw and play him normally and learn the basics. And then slowly use the chainsaw where it feels appropriate, okay? Do not try to use the chainsaw all the time, especially as a beginner. It's completely fine. Your chainsaw charges out for a few seconds, and then it makes you go forward really, really quickly. And the first way to use that is with mobility. I want to go to the other end of the map where survivors spawn, so I just go like this. Whispers is on. I mean, I already see maybe where I want to go. Whispers is on, so someone's nearby. There you go. And I can, like, you can legitimately just play this game using this killer like this. This is spin burst, so now they're gonna beat me to a place where I generally don't want to be. And that's unfortunate, but that's really good. Oh no, this is gonna be one of these guys. Alright, happy to take the hit. And probably, I'm just gonna leave. I'm probably gonna leave and go for one of the gens in the middle. I'm using the chainsaw again. The chainsaw can overheat if you use it a lot, but don't worry, it happens really rarely, so it's not like a common occurrence. All right, ideally, you can even try to finish on someone, and if you hit them with a chainsaw, they will die, but it is quite difficult. Oh wow, quite nice from him actually. Tinkerer is on. I would leave and go there, but I know it's in Shag, so I know that I'm gonna eat dirt. All right, I'm gonna use chainsaw in this one situation to catch up, just because I am quite comfortable here. And we're probably gonna hear another Tinkerer in a second, sadly, but I'll do my best. This is a tough map. Later on, we'll talk about how you can use the chainsaw in chase, but it is quite difficult. You can also use it to break pallets. Oh, that was smash hit. That was really good from him. So he has a perk that allows him to... I'm gonna fake it. A huge part of using the chainsaw, no joke, is to make the survivor think that you're using it to break a pallet and then just canceling it briefly. But I don't think the survivors are stupid at all. So that's the kind of stuff that... I'll fake it by feathering it, which is to like tap it, tap it, tap it. I don't make that, sadly. And I need to leave this. This map just has rough angles. That should have been a break, but you needed a little better angle. Alright, chat, I need to go. I need to go. I need to go. He still has a really strong pallet and a really strong window. Maybe 2 pallets. I need to go. We haven't heard of the Tinkerer yet, but these gens are gonna get done. Oh, this survivor was pretty... Oh, hold up. There were 2 of them. Alright. All right, Chad. I'm just gonna be completely honest with you. This is gonna be a very difficult example. I don't think these 2 hours are gonna play dumb and allow me to chainsaw them from the back. This guy has sprint burst, of course. So, but yeah, one massive thing that you'll need to be doing as a Billy is to punish survivors that you catch in the open. I'm gonna break this. And I do recommend that you look slightly down and follow their feet, because that's the closest thing to their actual hitbox. Here I'm gonna fake this. That work. He's gonna obviously take the window, so I can't use my chainsaw. Do I use it here? I've already lost this game, man. Do I use it here to just catch up a little bit? Sure. Oh, very nice. Maybe the yellow boot add-on allow me to turn just enough to be able to hit him. But it's okay. You're not meant to hit people at the end of that. You have very low turning on your chainsaw, so they will more often than not dodge you. But if you get a hit, that's awesome, you know? If not, just end next to them and try to get a hit afterwards. Unfortunately, if you bump into something, and I can demonstrate what that looks like. I mean, actually, you've already seen me bump. It is a much slower process. Alright, there's another sprint burst, I think. Let's follow it up. However, there's another thing you can do with Billy, which is to... Ah, dude, that was so good. Which is to curve. For the first 0.7 seconds of your chainsaw, you have a much higher chance... Oh, that's a hit, but... Never mind, not even. You see that little 90-degree turn or so that I could do? That's something that you can do only at the start. These demons, man. That you can only do at the start. I've lost this game. That gen's about to pop as well. You can only do it at the start of your chainsaw. Afterwards, you obviously move pretty slowly. And they're not doing this one. And the point of this is to use it around loops that are a little bit straight. For example, if you want to get someone here, you can do this, right? And then turn, bang. And that can let you catch people around certain tiles and common straight buildings and structures. Okay, I'm gonna body block. This is an important part of it. I can't even explain what went wrong there. But yeah, what I tried to do there, I mean, I was a bit far, so it wasn't easy, is what some people would call a back reb. A back reb is when you use your chainsaw right literally behind a survivor. Oh my god, no, I messed that up. Right behind a survivor. He has a window there. I can't get him. I'm gonna try it. That's bad. Oh man, sprinters next to a window, I'm sorry, I'm complaining more than giving you tips, and I really apologize, but like, these people just are not making enough mistakes. I'll give you a piece of advice for back ribs that helped me a lot, although you might have to find the, you know, whichever one works best for you. When you're right there, I did that because he was next to a pallet. When you're right behind a survivor, look a little bit down to follow their feet, which is the closest thing to their actual hitbox. Rev up your chainsaw and leave it 99, like this. You know, you tap it, leave it close to 99. And the thing that you're looking to do is to look at the bar and use your peripheral vision, the blurry part of your vision, to look at the survivor, okay? Because the survivor will try to move left to right, left to right, left to right to avoid you. So what you want to do is look at the 99 bar, and when the survivor is more or less lined up, when the survivor is more or less lined up with it, I think they have hope. Oh my lord, dude. Ugh. When the survivor is more or less lined up, you should be able to hear them. Now, I'm sorry, I've made some mistakes, and the survivors are genuine demons, so it's gonna be very difficult for me to showcase that, but if they give me at least 1 or 2 more chases, I'll try to show you what I mean. Noid clutch? There's no point, Chad. There's no point. I have Noid because it's my backup, but that's not what you should be playing this killer for, even though there's absolutely no shame. So no, I'm not going to use the Noid unless I really have to. I'll try to show you what a proper back rep looks like. Can I do that? Nah. Maybe I'll use Noid just to catch him, and maybe I can have a chance to... no, that's just not it. Chance to go for someone else. Okay, problem. You see that little cord? That little rope? There's a lot of places like that, sadly. Oh wow, no, he's out even with Noid. I think this guy does have hope. Oh, Jesus. There's a lot of situations like that, sadly. This is a really sad match. I genuinely apologize, but maybe, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is a bit tricky, chat, because I'm moving at like 92% when I'm holding my chin, so maybe a bit more would know it, but he's moving so fast. So this was going to be really tough. I'll go into a private game very, very briefly and walk you through just a very, very couple basics, because I think this game was a bit lacking. No worries, we'll do that in a minute. All right, since that earlier game with real players went a bit fast and I really didn't have a lot of time to talk about some things that I think are important, let's talk about some of them. Your saw allows you to break pallets and breakable walls, and one extremely efficient way to end the saw, if you're not aiming to hit someone, is to break a breakable wall that you want to remove. That one on the shack, for example, is pretty good. So I could be coming from across the map with a chainsaw, right? And then end it like this. And now the map is permanently easier. And this is really, really good as well. Say there's a pallet drop somewhere like this, and I want to end the chainsaw right here. That's also a really, really good idea. If a survivor drops a pallet right on top of you, the difference between breaking it with spacebar and breaking it with a saw is negligible. Normally, if the survivor's already down, or if you don't really care, or if it's one of these pallets that is really, really safe, like say the shack pallet is really safe, right? So if they drop this pallet right on me, I'm just gonna break it with my legs, no problem. However, if it's a pallet that's a little bit less safe, let's say this pallet's drop, you don't need to use your saw on it. You can start it, and then when the survivor goes away, you can kind of follow them. And then if they try to loop you, you can do the curve like this and maybe hit them, right? When you are actively playing around the pallet, you can also do what I tried to show you in that match, which is called the feathering. To like you just tap it close and leave it at like 10%. And from the survivor point of view, it looks like you're about to use it, but then you can just cancel it by letting it fly off and then just go for a normal hit, or even a chainsaw if you're in a really good spot for it. And I'm gonna find maybe one of the bots and show you what the back reps look like. Survivors will typically be aware of how long it takes for you to use your chainsaw. Here, for example, it's a really good idea to do this. There you go. Watch out, because if you don't hit these things head on, sometimes you can get stuck like I did earlier. And some maps have just really bad collisions, right? So here's a survivor. With enduring, by the way, here's a perfect example of, okay, this is a bot. It's not gonna act like a human, but a human will make this mistake of leaving. So, oh, never mind. Okay. This is not very realistic, because a survivor here is faster than you. You wouldn't catch them doing something so stupid, right? But let's see if we catch them somewhere else. Here is a bit of a 50-50, right? Where you can do this. That's great. And as I mentioned, when you are right behind someone, you want to look a little bit to the ground so that it's harder for them to spin you. And look at the bar and keep it like this. And when you see them in front of you, bang. And that should help quite a bit. And that is almost all there is to Billy in really, really broad strokes. Are we missing anything, chat? Are we missing anything? I think that's about it. Just know that using your chainsaw for zoning, for mobility, for pallet breaking and mind games is as important as using it for insta downs. And sometimes if you go for an insta down and end up getting nothing, that can be really cruel and difficult to recover from. But if you get a hit and go for someone else, it will be completely fine. So yeah, curves are what make Billy really interesting at high level. At high level, you have people that go and do things like, you know, bam, like that. And there are some places, some maps, where the collisions are kind of good for Billy and he can kind of slide. So some cars, for example, they have like floaty collisions and you can like glide along them, right? Without necessarily bumping into them. And it's really, really awesome. But it's something that comes with experience. Okay, let's do a back rub if we can. This guy has nothing next to him. So we look at his feet, and bam. We bump into nothing. Wow, that's actually really, really impressive. They do a dodge when they detect the M2 coming. That's the idea. Even though this guy had a pallet and he might have stunned me with it. That's kind of what I expected him to. Hold on. Dude, even the bots are juicing me up to that. Another thing to do with enduring, by the way, that you can do with any killer is hit a survivor on a pallet like that. And not against bots, but against real survivors, what you're gonna find is that... There you go. I'm not sure I make it. I did. That was a bit of a curve around this thing. What you're gonna find is that sometimes you stun them and you end up on the same side of the pallet as them, and when they try to vault back, you can hit them, you get stunned, and then you recover and hit them when they're sliding the pallet. So Enduring is a really nice perk for any beginner killer. And yeah, don't forget to use your chainsaw to follow the Tinkerers as well. They will hear the chainsaw, you're not completely silent, but this is pretty good. I personally use Q and E here. Oh, look at that, that's really sharp as well. I personally use Q and E. Okay. There you go, something like that. That's a back rub. Watch out, survivors will go into lockers sometimes. If they go into a locker, what you do is like, oh, you don't bump into it. You let the perk cool off, and then you open it or grab them coming out, okay? Just don't be baited. Don't forget that survivors can do that sometimes. And there's a few other things, but that's pretty much it. Thank you, Beth. You're very kind.
Looker after of our girlfriend and all-round lovely guy.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to our next killer. Next up is the Nurse. The Nurse is arguably the strongest killer in the game, and she is free, so you could start playing with the strongest killer in the game on your very first match if you wanted to. That being said, she's not the strongest when you're a beginner. She is a very unique killer. Things that you learn as Nurse do not translate to other killers. Nearly any of them. Very few of them. She's not like the other killers that we cover. She doesn't have normal speed. In fact, she is a unique killer with very slow speed that actually is slower than survivors unless she's using her power. And for that reason, I recommend that you try Nurse as a bit of a novelty, but do not only play Nurse, especially as a beginner. Two things might happen. Number one, it will be very difficult and punishing. And number two, even if you somehow are gifted and learn her very quickly, you'll find that when you play other killers, now you are useless because you haven't learned the basics. The Nurse has the power to teleport around the map, and this gives her mobility, gives her ability to check stuff, ignore verticality. It lets her ignore pallets, windows, loops, things that you need to learn for like 95% of other killers. So she comes with a big warning. That being said, if you want to play her, it's not impossibly difficult. We'll be using her own perk to track people that are healing. Thana is not a great perk, let's be honest, but it slows down the game a little bit. And Whispers and Bitter Murmur are just info perks. This killer does very well with passive slowdown and active slowdown and information perks. That's her bread and butter. So you'll be getting some of those down the line. We have a builds page if you want to check it out, but yeah. As for add-ons, some people like to use the Blade Flannel, which shows you where the Nurse will appear. This can be okay for beginners. You will eventually want to take it off. Other add-ons that are very beginner-friendly are the Wooden Horse, which takes some penalty from missing. And there's another add-on similar to that as well, the Boy Treasure. Basically, with these add-ons, you are being punished less for using your power wrong, so it's completely fine. Later on, you'll want to use add-ons to have extra range or mangled on hit or stuff like that, but these are good add-ons to begin. Yeah, there's not a lot more to talk about. Just let's queue up and I'll walk you through the basics of her. Right, so taking it off where we left off, what did we talk about? We said that this killer is very slow, and you'll notice that if you move normally, you're not going to cover the map at an acceptable rate. You need to use your power for mobility. And the most important thing is where you blink needs to be a good spot that allows you to see well. This is a good spot. Look, we already saw someone because it's on top of a hill, and I also hear someone on this end, right? You have two blinks. The second one... I'm sorry, am I stupid? The second one has a limited time to be charged, so it's not going to go as far. Oh, we see someone in the distance. But you can still use it. Oh, very nice from her. She ran back into me. That's a common strat. You can still use it to try to correct. Ideally, you want to wait until you have both your blinks on. And you want to use your first blink to get really close. Nice. Bolting into a Nurse is also kind of common. Watch out. And then use the second one to correct yourself, okay? I go there. I would say that's a mistake. Oh, yeah, that's a big mistake. It was a mistake from her part to go into the window, because anything that locks you into an animation, like vaulting or dropping something, is always going to leave you in one spot, and Nurse can react really quickly. However, I also made my own mistake, right? When she vaulted the window, she was right on this spot. And look, there's a hay bale here. There's no space. When you teleport, you do not have space on top of the survivor. So the game, seeing this hay bale here, saw that I tried to teleport there and was like, nope, you don't have spot, so my teleport cancelled, and I ended up being here. And then she bolted back and I grabbed her, which was a stroke of luck. So you do not have the ability to teleport on top of a survivor. When you have autos like this, by the way, it's amazing. That was a bit bad. If you swing at the end of a power usage, you do have a longer recovery, keep in mind. So if you know you're gonna miss, and it's like 100% you're gonna miss, you don't need to try. Here, I know it's my first one, so it's fine. If you hit them on your first blink, your second one is ready right away, pretty much. Oh, that was really smart. Ooh, really good. We missed by a little bit, though. Well played. Notice that survivors will run you not necessarily on pallets or jungle gyms or whatever that are really safe. They will instead run you. Nice, good job. Let's wait. There's literally no reason not to. What else you gonna do? Yeah, right. We grab her. Instead, they'll run you around corners and behind obstacles. The main idea when a survivor goes behind an obstacle, if it's a very small one like that one, you can sometimes be patient and see if they run back into you. But the main idea when a survivor goes around a corner is not to try to predict where they are. Here, I don't try to predict where they are. Look, perfect example. There, let's go back in time. When I see Claudette go by the corner, I don't try to like teleport there. I instead go to the corner and see if she comes back, which luckily she did. Oh, nice shot from Dwight. And then I hit her. And if she doesn't come back, it's fine because I'll at least see where she's going next. And maybe I can be patient and go for a follow-up or whatever. So that's always nice. Generally speaking, the number one most important tip when using your power is if a survivor gets behind a corner, you teleport to the last place you saw them at. Oh, calm spirit. Doesn't make noise when falling down. Nurse is also very good at holding gens and areas that are not necessarily good for other killers because they're too vertical. So hills, things like that are always good for her. You can defend buildings. And needless to say, you're also very good. Thank you very much, friends from Proteus, for the trade. You're also very good. Let me check here. At tunneling people off hook and being super aggressive because teamwork is really, really hard. So, I mean, if you're struggling and you want to play a bit more cutthroat, do not hesitate to remember who has been unhooked and who has not been hooked at all, and just go for them. For example, this guy, he used balance landing to make distance. That's really smart. This guy I haven't hooked at all, so if I wanted to win the game, I wouldn't be chasing him. I would probably be kind of waiting for this lorry to become free. Oh, I see that shadow. That was really good. You guys saw that as well, right? And now almost everyone is injured. That Dwight is going to go from the back of the hill. My guess is that the Dwight is going to be there in 3 seconds. Oh, he actually went from the front. That's fine. All right. He has balanced landing, but he's exhausted, obviously. And what I could do, honestly, slug him. Like, I might literally want to chase this girl and kill her off. Oh, yeah. That's fine. Because if she dies, then I can worry about that guy later. Now, it's important, as I said, do not teleport right on top of the survivor through a window like that. She might have decisive strike. She didn't. Because you will be blocked. Like, the game will not let you go there. And as I mentioned earlier, it took me a long, long time to realize why sometimes my blinks didn't actually go through. Another piece of advice. This is pretty minor, honestly. I'll pick him up, I guess. The nurse cannot blink through the edges of the map. Auto reading perks obviously are really good on her, as you can see. If this map was a bit smaller, they would be in trouble. So even though I can go through, for example, this hay bale, let's do it. This edge of the map, look. I can't go through it, even if there's empty space behind it. Even if it's like an edge of the map that protrudes, you cannot go through that. And in some maps, it's quite noticeable, and you might be wondering, huh? Why did that happen? Hello. You can also look down, like I did just here. Oh, wow, that was a miss, huh? If you look down, after you charge your blink a lot, you will still have a long animation, but it will be ending close to you. When a survivor, there you go. When a survivor runs next to a wall, you generally want to teleport a little bit to the opposite side of the wall. Oh, okay, hold up. Let's fully charge this one. Needless to say, the longer you charge a blink, the further you go. And you'll develop a muscle memory of how long you need to charge it, and it will come with time. And you also develop a muscle memory of how long you can charge the second one. For example, this is a fully charged one. That's fully charged pretty much. Much more than that and I would have gone into fatigue, right? Oh, they're doing really well, these guys. They have the last one nearly done. I'm gonna teleport there because she did an animation. Oh, nice! That was really good. I didn't want to hit right away because she might have had that hard. So there, what I did is I teleported right here so that if she went out, I would see her. And if she went here, I would see her as well. Does that make sense? I tried to teleport to a location that would give me the best visibility. The worst thing you can do with Nurse, I mean, that gen's nearly done. I need to go there. Is teleport somewhere where you end up against a wall and you cannot make a good decision. So think of every blink as a step towards having better and better information. And if survivors see that you see them, they are more likely to panic as well and yada, 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 yada. Wait. Oh, he used balance landing off that little thing. Ah, he didn't go back. Well done, dude. He held forward there super well. He's dead on hook, so this could be a decent chase for us if we got down him quickly. So here, he's running against a... Oh, really smart. Yeah, I knew he would run back. It's really a blessing that he's so easy to see with his clothes as well. So that's nice. Here, let's be patient a little bit, because this is a jungle gym and there's a lot of walls. No need to use my power yet. No need to use my power yet. I can look through the gaps. Maybe charge it now. Okay. I am a bit to the left, as I said earlier. Oh, damn. That was so good from him. He went to the one direction I didn't expect him to. That was great. If he lasts a little bit longer, he might have adrenaline and really help his team. I'm gonna teleport here. Nice, so... Okay, so what I did there is a bit more advanced. But good survivors, they look at you, and based on the direction that you're facing, they will adjust and do things based on that. So the idea there is that I made him think that that I was going a certain way where I really was not. There was a survivor here. I'd love to find them. Oh, did I flush them out? Yeah, but I don't think I catch them before the gate, sadly. Unfortunately, that's not gonna be like a... Like something that you... Wait, did she mess up? I think she messed up. I waited a little bit for a dead heart, but I don't think this girl had it. We just let her go. What was I talking about? I forgot. Yeah, like newer survivors, if you pay attention to their face, they might not even do the thing where they look behind them. Maybe they're not even looking at you. But if you notice that the survivors that you're playing are quite advanced, so for example here, I might charge up a blink, and while I charge it, I look to the left. And from the survivor point of view, right, they're looking with a third-person camera like this. They see me charge to the left, and they think that I'm gonna go there, so they run back into me. So I do this. And then I fake it and end up here, and they run into me, and then I hit them, and then I kill them. That is a really, really important one. Claudette is a champ and is giving us a bit of time to explain. By the way, you can go to basement by blinking into it. Oh, hold up. Where's the basement entrance? Oh, I'm sorry. If the map is really open, you can also do the reverse to go out, which is really useful. But unfortunately, if there's some obstacles, it's not gonna work. But you can do something like this, by the way. Oh, can I? Oh my god, dude. I swear, dude, they've put so much stuff on the maps. It's actually a lot harder. We know there's an empty spot there. This should work. You know what? Just take a minute to get out normally. I feel like this hasn't worked in a while. Am I stupid, chat? There you go. You can do things like that, by the way. Aiming up or down helps a little bit. So right now, I would go all the way to Claudette, right? But if I look to the ground, then I'll be on myself. And if I look to Claudette and I looked a bit up, then I might be able to go on a second floor, for example. This is something where the Plate Flannel beginner add-on is actually pretty good. So you could use it and literally play against bots and hold your power to see how it behaves. What are some other things to consider about Nurse? Builds. You'll want to unlock perks that slow down the game passively without much effort. Corrupt Intervention, Ruin, Pain Resonance. All of those perks are good. All of the more active ones are fine as well. And out-of-reading perks like Nowhere to Hide, Barbecue and Chili, Lethal Pursuer are all excellent on her. Hold up. There's a way to kick a survivor, I guess. Can you charge your power and uppercut the survivors? No, unfortunately not. Hold up. There's a way to kick them, I think. Chat, in this little meantime, is there anything else we forgot? Why can't you sometimes go through walls? Edge of the map walls like this, you cannot go through easily. Like, for example, this one right here, I cannot go through, as I explained earlier. If a survivor or an obstacle is on the other side, like if I try to be on top of something like this, the game might be like, oh, there's no space, so it won't let you. And sometimes you don't charge your blink enough, right? So for example, I can go to the exit gate here, which is pretty crazy, right? But if I don't charge it enough, then the game's like, nah, there's nothing there. You didn't even charge it far enough. What else? Is she harder on console? Yeah, she is definitely harder on console. Did that kick her a bit? It should, after I do this. There you go. GG's, Claudette. Yeah, that's the very basics of it. It really helps to practice with bots or practice with a friend. Once you develop that muscle memory, she becomes a very different killer. That being said, let me reiterate, this killer is extremely unique. Almost everything you learn as her will be useful on her and her alone, and you will have tough games where your knowledge as nurse doesn't help you on other killers, you know? So keep that in mind and don't go too far down the rabbit hole of playing only nurse. All right, time for the next one. Yeah, before we move on, actually, someone had a question about when to use the second blink for navigation. I would say, generally speaking, if you don't know what you're doing, use one blink for navigation, and that's fine, okay, to get it on the map. If the second blink puts you on a spot where you can get great information, or the first blink was so bad that you kind of need one to get back on track, it's okay to use the second one. If you know where you're going and you need to be somewhere, it's okay to use the second one as well. But obviously keep in mind survivors hear you and they react and they'll get away. I think that's a good baseline to aim for. Okay, next up is the Huntress. The Huntress is an amazing free killer to start with. She's really fun and also pretty strong. She has a great mix of not being super hard to understand. Her power is actually one of the, look at that, one of the briefest, shortest power descriptions in the entire game. There's a bit of complexity, but we'll get into that. And she is very friendly when it comes to high skill ceiling. You could learn and play this killer alone for thousands of hours and still be learning things. Much like Wraith, unfortunately, her perks are really meh. Beast of Prey is not good at all. Don't be fooled by the extra BP. Territorial Imperative is not great. Hunter's Lullaby is okay, but it's nothing crazy. So her perks are terrible. You don't want to play her for her perks. In fact, there's not really a lot of free perks that work very well on her. So you'll want to get passive slowdown from other perks like Ruin, Corrupt Intervention, and so on. Check out the builds segment if you want to find more information about that. But she's still fun to play. She does have a little bit of similarities with Nurse, that in the sense that she's fairly unique. If you play this killer, you will learn how to play this killer, but she doesn't move at the normal speed of the regular killers. She has a small terror radius, but a unique singing lullaby that survivors hear, so she can't really stealth anywhere, at least not too effectively. So she's very unique, and everything you learn with Hunters will not always translate perfectly. It's not as bad as Nurse, but you also need to learn how to use her power. If you don't use her power, she is a slightly slower trapper, and that's not a good thing. So yeah, we're gonna try to use her own lullaby perk that makes skill checks a bit harder. We'll bring through the hunt to make that harder to cleanse, and then a bit of info and a bit of info. As for add-ons, she has a lot of amazing add-ons, and almost all of them are fine. You can't really go wrong with almost any of them. Watch out with the wind-up add-ons, because it's really easy to get used to them, and then when you take them off, it can really throw you off. Add-ons to have extra hatchets, you can never go wrong with. Add-ons to have a shorter cooldown after a shot, you can never go wrong with. So I'm going to be using some of those. There are even some lower rarity cooldown add-ons as well. So that's the basics of what to expect when playing Huntress. Let's load into a game and talk about her a bit more. All right, so before we go ahead, let's talk a bit about her ammo. The Huntress by default starts with 5 or a bit more depending on add-ons hatchets. These hatchets are the main source of your damage. Sometimes you can finish up a chase with only 1 or none, but the idea is that you generally want to plan your chases around them. If you finish a chase and you have none, reload. If you finish a chase and you still have most of your hatchets, well, maybe you can go into the next one. If you have only 1, probably reload. So you want to make sure that you chase people with hatchets, okay? If a survivor is really close to you, it's pretty intuitive that you would want to hit them with a basic attack, and sometimes you will have to. But there's another thing that you can do with hatchets, okay? Not just use them from a distance, you can also use them from up close, because there are some advantages to doing that. That was a bit bad from me, Chad. She also didn't have fall off sound, so I think she had balance landing there. Okay. Maybe if I was super brave there. Let's leave her and go for someone that will be on this gen 100%. Yeah, let's go here. That's a sprint burst from that girl. You see how that girl was... Alright, so that's a super common thing where a survivor drops a pallet, and if you're fast enough, they're kind of screwed. That's a really common one. Oh yeah, there's the sprint burst. Oh, damn, hitbox a little bit unforgiving there, but that would have been really good for us. No worries, but she does have a pallet here that we want to avoid eating. This girl will go down, I think. I hold up my hatchet because I'm not sure where she's going. Patience, patience, patience. Very important, don't walk through the pallet. Wait it out. It's like there is currently nothing on this killer that forces you to use your hatchet immediately. In fact, you can almost make a correlation. I'm going to reload because it's right here. That the best huntresses often wait the longest when holding their hatchets. And it is true. You can be very, very patient and survivors are likely to make a mistake. If you use a crosshair, that can also make it a little bit easier. And keep in mind that the survivor hitbox is a little bit behind their model. It's almost best if you aim at their butt and aim a bit low, unless you have to hit over some obstacle, obviously. Rather than aiming at their head, because it doesn't... Their head is often forward, especially... I'm gonna try. That's unlucky. It's unlucky that this girl who heads off the hook is right next to me. Oh, please don't disconnect. Christ. That's fine. Anyway, do we leave the bot there? Do we hook them? Guess we'll go hook them since we're right there. That's everybody here as well. Yeah, the survivor hitbox is a little bit behind them, especially when they're injured and they're leaning forward. So try to visualize that and go for that. If I have any examples of where the hitbox is and I can show them to you during this match, I will try to point that out. Right. So what can you do with hatchets? With hatchets, you can press M2 and it will be released immediately and it will have a very short speed. One of the reasons why holding the hatchet is a good idea, oh, nice shot, is because the more you hold it, up until it goes shling and it does that little sound effect, the faster it goes and the straighter that it flies. So when it hears the shling, I'm gonna pretend I'm breaking that and maybe she'll make the mistake of coming down this way. This is a bit of map knowledge, not particular to or anything. Just hit her like that and it's completely fine. Now, unfortunately, this map is a little bit unique, and some very common things we're not going to be able to see, but I'll try to showcase them later or tell you about them, and you can just imagine it. Hey, dude, they also have throwing hatchets, dude. This is unfair, man. That's my job. Little gaps like that, by the way, are absolutely usable. For example, if they drop this pallet, you can, since you are below it, you can hit through the space beneath it. And the more you watch good Huntress players, the more you'll realize how this can be done. Okay, I'm gonna reload. This is a bot. It has no feelings, so I'm just gonna chase it a little bit, okay? I didn't hit that bot on purpose because I want to showcase a particular trick that is the bread and butter of playing Huntress and getting downs quickly. So when you get really close to a bot... nah, this is not gonna happen. When you get really close to a survivor, you might still benefit from using your power instead of hitting them with your basic attack. And the reason why is because your power has a much shorter cooldown. So if you do a basic attack, they get a speed boost, you get slowed down, they make a lot of distance, yada yada. But if you throw a hatchet, you can sometimes immediately throw another hatchet. Oh, Jesus, that was really good. Not in this case, because that clavet obviously dropped. Nice job. You can immediately follow it up with a basic attack or with another hatchet, so... That's obviously really, really good. I haven't really showed you an example of that yet, but... Oh, my bad there. That was really good, though. That goes really solid. This is a ninja survivor? No, this is the bot. Okay, I'll try, chat, but they've just got some balance here. I don't think they're gonna let me get really, really close to them. Oh, you're joking. Oh, the server crashed. You know what? I wanted to show you some of the common things that need to be done in some of the common type of tiles, so like shack and stuff. So I think this is fine. We'll just play the rest of the match with some bots, and that will be probably better. Right, so we're playing against some bots in a map of my own choosing, just to show you a few things that are really, really common, right? So, around Shack, it's as simple as when you chase a survivor, you chase them in this direction, like counterclockwise. And when you come around this corner, if you see the survivor at the door, you typically have a guaranteed hit. You don't prep your hatchet yet, you follow them, and here you start to do it. And you aim at you start to do this and until you see this. And you are very, very, very patient. And at this point, they'll want to take one or the other. And you are patient, patient, patient. You could even body block and then cancel if you want to, if they're injured, and just hit them. Oh, I forgot to say this, but if you place the attack button instead of releasing M2, you can cancel it. That's fine too. That's super important. Now, sorry, I don't know why that startled me. Now, one very important thing when hitting survivors that are about to vault a pallet or a window is that if they have an item, the item disappears, right? So if I'm chasing this Quentin into a window or something, let's imagine that he's going for that window. I look at his item, like I look at it, and when I see that the item disappears, then I know 100% that he has pressed space and he's not going to be able to dodge this, right? Oh, wow. Did he stay here and walk? You sure did. There! That was a situation where he was super close to the window. There's no way I could have readied up a hatchet. So in that situation, it's totally fine to just do a basic attack. Okay, this bot did something that is super common, right? This is a TL wall, which is also a really common tile. Normally, for most killers, survivors would loop you this way and go for the window, right? They're not going to do that against Hunters because they know that if they try that, they will eat a hatchet in the back. So survivors will typically use alternative routes to try to play, and you don't necessarily need to do like this and this and try to... Sometimes if you're close enough, you can just M1 them down. You can also try to aim in a place and be patient and see where they commit, and whenever they make the mistake of vaulting into you, then you're very patient and then you release that. We have 6 hatchets. Let's say we hook that guy. We don't need to reload, obviously. Let's go for someone else. Keep in mind, you have a very big lullaby. They will hear you coming, so you cannot really afford to be slow and sloppy. You need to move with purpose, okay? Now, I'm going to show you what I meant earlier by hitting someone from close up with a hatchet. I mean, he's going to play around this pallet. Nice try. Bots are really devilish, by the way. But they're also very bad at pallets. They never fake it. They always take it, you know? In the open, they're hard. Here, I'm gonna aim up. Doesn't take the window. He takes the pallet. If it wasn't for that gen, he was probably dead. But the gen protects him there, so... And here, he's a bot. He's gonna play this perfectly, so... In a situation like this, if you're struggling and you're not super experienced, you probably want to be like, okay, I'll break the pallet. No biggie. Absolutely no shame in doing that. What are some other things that you want to do? Okay, the most important one that I haven't talked about yet. We could talk about tiles in 2 types. The ones that you can shoot over and the ones that you cannot shoot over. If you're chasing a survivor around this tile, this is deadly for them. All you need to do is just be a bit patient, be a bit patient, be a bit patient, and bang, you get them. 100%. It's on you to get them. But there are some other loops that are not like that, okay? That are very tall. These are loops that you cannot shoot over. And they're so short that you don't even have a straight place, right? Like on that place right there, you have some straight places where you can hold your hatchet and the survivor has to dodge, dodge, dodge. But here, you're so slow that you cannot really do that. If you do this, they literally beat you around the corner. So around pallets like this, short loops that are round, the best thing you can do is chase through it. Do not chase in this direction, because if they stun you with the pallet, then they go through the map, right? Chase in the other direction, so that if they stun you with the pallet, now they're against the edge of the map. This is a very basic thing, right? But the mistake that you can do in this tiles against better survivors especially is that you go around the loop, okay. Oh, they're gonna drop the pallet, Oh, they don't drop the pallet, okay. All right, they're gonna drop the pallet, guys. They're dropping the pallet, Oh, they didn't drop the pallet. I'm losing bloodlust. I'm not getting faster because I'm missing attacks. All right, again, and then you'll be here forever. You will be here until the end of time. If survivor is really panicky and you know they're gonna drop it, then by all means, feel free to anticipate it and hit them. If not, just get rid of these pallets. Just get rid of them, go through them. Many times survivors will be greedy and you'll just hit them normally and it will be completely fine. And you need to find the balance of using your hatchet and your power. As you can see, when you hold your thing, it becomes a little bit more straight. So especially with the crosshair, it's really, really nice to do that. I mean, in this situation, honestly, I'm going to show you what I meant earlier. Because she's so cornered, right? Look, instead of M1ing her, I'm going to do this. I am a little bit down to look at her feet. And then look at this. Bang, you're out of the melee range, okay? That's the idea. Or you can do double tap. The idea is that if I had, instead of done that, M1 her, I would have had a lengthy recovery, she would have had a big speed boost, and you don't get it. So if you have enough ammo and it's not a terrible idea, do that. If the survivor's out of the injured, M1. If you somehow have a lot going on and you want to keep your hatchet, because you only have one, it's fine. You can... Chat, stop distracting me. You can maybe do an M1 if you don't mind the slower follow-up to keep your last hatchet. Let's get rid of a few of them. Hold up. When you are in chase and you only have one hatchet, by the way, you need to be very careful. Now I only have one hatchet, right? I need to be very careful because I'm in a very dangerous spot, right? If I chase someone healthy and I hit them with my hatchet, I don't have a power. So in this situation, I'm going to try to go for more mind games. I'm going to try to like, well, not against bots, but you know what I mean. I'm going to try to go for more mind games to hit them with my basic attack and then try to finish them with my hatchet. Because what happens is, if I use my hatchet, then I'm going to be useless for a long time, right? Now I'm used to. So yeah, keep that in mind. Try to be aware of your ammo. And there you go. We talked a lot about this killer, but it's honestly a lot simpler than we made it out to be. All right. Next up is the Shape, aka Myers. He is a very basic killer, moves at the same speed, well, after a while, as Trapper and so on, normal lunge for the most part. So he's a great killer to learn the basics with. And he's also pretty stealthy, so you'll find that it's a little bit easier to catch survivors off guard, and your chases start a little bit more favorably than killers with a big terror radius. He has a smaller one, right? He's not the strongest character in the game by any stretch. I think he's one of the weakest, but he does have a few add-ons that make him either very strong, very unpredictable, or a little bit of both. We're not going to be going for those gimmicky add-ons, even though that's most of the fun of playing Myers. We're going to play some of the more solid ones. If you don't know what add-ons to do or which ones to avoid, the add-ons to stalk faster, there's about 3 or 4 of them, are always good. The add-on to have a smaller terror radius in tier 2 is always good. And I would avoid the add-ons that extend the duration of your tier 3. Unless you want to go with this one. This one can be a bit more worth it. The add-on to see the auras of people that you stalk is also okay. There's 2 of them. Not this one right here, but the Mirror Shard and the Reflective Fragment. These ones are okay for beginners as well. With Myers, you definitely want to have a lot of slowdown perks because you start out being stealthy and slow, and you need to spend a bit of time powering up your tier, and that takes time. Unfortunately, we don't have any of these perks base kits, so I'll be running a very, very straightforward build. We have a bit of info, a bit of slowdown, and 2 aggressive perks from him that honestly work better on other killers. I would immediately replace some of these perks with what Pop Goes the Weasel, or Corrupt Intervention, or Deadlock, as soon as I got some of those strong slowdown perks. But that's about it. It's a fun killer to play. It's a fun killer to dabble a bit in. It doesn't have a very big skill ceiling. There's not a lot to learn about him. So let's just get started, I guess. All right. So while we loading to the game, let's talk about his different tiers and what makes him. Oh, this is really messed up. This is really messed up. Let's talk about what makes him a bit special, okay? So Myers comes in 3 tiers. The first one is temporary and only starts at the beginning. It's the tier 1. In this tier, he's undetectable. He has no terror radius. He's very sneaky, cannot be seen by perks. They might hear your breathing coming, but he is pretty sneaky. You could even get a grab of a gen if you're a bit lucky. Then he gets to tier 2, which is his normal. In this tier, he has a smaller terror radius, that's half the other killers, a little bit faster window vault as well, and then he can reach the temporary tier 3 where he insta-downs, has an even faster vault and an even bigger lunge. He can like hit you from further. Unfortunately, yeah, that's no good. So our first idea right now is to try to hide ourselves and make it somewhere where we can stalk someone from afar, maybe working on a gen. Fortunately, it is a bit tough. It's good. You might be like, oh, you could have hit that. You are 100% right. But your priority as this killer is to get to tier 2. Because good survivors, they're not going to be caught off guard by the silly, gimmicky stealth. So I'm just gonna stalk. Survivors have a limited stock amount that you can stalk them for. So it cannot go forever. I'm gonna try a basic mind game here. See if it works. Nice. I'm gonna hit her now. This is my obsession. So thanks to my little spider perk, I can just leave her and I'll have my tier 3 99. 99 in your tier 3 is the basic idea behind Myers, okay? This means that if I catch someone healthy in a bad spot, I can pop it on them and instantly down them. When you stalk, by the way, you don't have collision, so watch out, they could go behind you. As a general rule, I recommend... Okay, I think I can do it. As a general rule, I recommend that you look a little bit... If they're very close to you, I recommend that you look a little bit down below at their feet. There's like a minimum distance to stalk survivors, and if they are too close, you might not get a stalk, but if you look down, that minimum distance is like reduced. Okay, so we popped the tier 3, we insta down, now we have about a minute left. I'm gonna see if I can use it. Oh, I might be able to. Oh, that's great. Oh, I make that, I think so. Ooh, hold up. She's panicking and going through the back. Let's see if I can make this 30 seconds, I think. Who knows? Maybe she runs into me. I think we're starting to buy more than we can chew here. Let's go. Let's destroy this boon and just get this. This boon, by the way. Oh, I know what's going on. Nah, this kill's gonna escape, Chad. This kill's gonna escape. Oh, she messed up. Oh, okay. I thought they had a build to be able to. Yeah, this is fine. I don't think she can do this. I mean, she can, but. Oh, she doesn't go down, of course. My tier 3 ended. Yeah, they send us to a map and they have a Sabo build, and if they go down in buildings, it's gonna be tough. So this is a bit of a problem, chat. I do think that if I pick that girl up from the ground, I will not be able to hook her. But yeah, I'm gonna try, and we'll see what happens. Just because I opened this. Oof, please don't Sabo that one. They do give me to it, sadly. And she's fast as well. Oh, lucky. Oh, that's unfortunate, chat, but that's okay. If a survivor is locked in a situation like this, get stalk on them. If you can't get a hit and they're in a bad spot, get stalk on them. What the hell are you doing? A low loop like this, another ideal place to get stalk. Be careful though, because sometimes you need a survivor to like pop your tier 3, right? I don't want this girl to be too red. If I fully suck all of the stalking points out of her, what's gonna happen is that later, if I'm 99, I won't be able to use her to pop my tier 3, so I won't be able to do what I'm about to do now. See, looking down helps a bit. Alright, this is super risky as well, but I'm gonna try. So it's important, if you can, to avoid stalking survivors. Also, you will have many situations where two survivors are together, and it might seem very tempting to stalk both of them at once. If you've played Ghostface, stalking multiple people is awesome. But this killer is not good at doing that. If you stalk two people, you stalk at the same speed, and it splits between them. So normally, it's a much better idea to actually get a hit on them, or get a pallet or whatever, and then stalk them a little bit. Oh, this is awful. I can't hook this girl. And they're just gonna outweight the tier 3. I also kind of camp it. Wait, they're all here. Get this pallet out of them. There's no pallet here. She's gonna call out that I'm chasing her. This draws this girl out. I'm sorry, but they're forcing my hand. I cannot do anything else. I'm gonna sit here until that girl hits stage 2, probably. Whereabouts? Oh no. Okay, this situation, she got reassured, of course. Yeah, I don't want to fully stalk her. That girl can unhook herself in a second, probably, because I've been, quote-unquote, camping her for so long. If she picks up, this is actually a good thing for me, because it means I can actually... This girl is really wide, which means I haven't really... I cannot get that girl. I just cannot, so... Make her drop it, maybe. Get my next tier 3. You can get about 6 or 7, depending on add-ons. They should have dropped this. I'll get play with your food in a second. Which makes me a bit faster. What do I do, chat? I have 2 hooks despite all of this, man. I think I make that. Oh, that was really good from her. Dang, I lost my play with your food from missing there. Unlucky. Oh, too bad. I probably gotta go. My bad. This girl's been stalked very generously. I don't really know what to do with her. I really don't know. I'll try to mind game this, see if it works. She's gone. I think I get this down though, unless she had a perk. She hasn't been hooked, so I don't need to worry about anything. In a situation where survivors have sabo, by the way, basement is really powerful. They can never sabotage it. It's always there. And yeah, you know how it works. The reason why they might have wanted to make basement spawn here is so that the main building is really safe. So make sure you don't chase the main building in this map. But that's completely beyond the point of Myers. With Myers, as I said, you really benefit from slowdown perks, but also anything that allows you to know where survivors are so that you can get the most out of your tier 3. His add-ons are also really complex, so I recommend, that's one hook on everybody. I recommend that you watch my add-on guide or any other add-on guide that you trust so that you know which ones to avoid and why some of them are good, but only sometimes and with some builds. Anything else, chat? Anything else? Anything else? What else do we need to talk about? Come on. That's a shame. Okay. If a survivor body blocks, by the way, imagine that Claudette somehow wants to prevent me from getting the other girl. You can stalk and try to move through them because you have no collision. Unfortunately, if you stalk someone actively, you're very slow. So you could even look up and stalk to go a bit faster. But yeah, if you get a little bit through them, that's enough. And then you can stop and then you'll be able to go all the way. You're not even dead on hook, even though you were on that hook for a minute and a half. That's crazy, dudes. I'm gonna look down for the reason let's fake that. I popped it a bit early there. But with my big... Oh, no, I got auto him, I think. Get it to drop it. The skill's insane, okay. There you go. Use the big lunge to get it down. So Mech has... I cannot really camp this person. And I honestly don't know if I can even use my tier 3 to get someone else. You ideally want to get the down immediately after popping it and be very, very patient. And you can even go a bit out of your way to farm, play with your food stacks a little bit. So you're fast and you can get more value out of the 60 seconds. Can I catch someone a bit off guard here? I could swear I heard someone. This girl will be on her second. This loop is way too good. I cannot really be here. This girl left early. They're all injured except Meg. They have no pallet. Oh, dude, Meg was doing that gen. Oh, Christ. Help me. What am I gonna do? This girl is on her second, I think. You see the item disappearing? That's what I told you about Huntress earlier. Life and Bastion's being gone. This is tough, guys. This is tough. I'm gonna let her drop that. Okay, even better. I see her aura. That's my yellow add-on, by the way. It's kind of useful. Helps a little bit. Notice that I 99 it as much as I can. And now we have that ready. Just in case I try to be greedy here. I'm going to play around this gen because I think they are a bit greedy around it. And they might make a mistake. And I'm not too far from the other gens I need to defend. But the only girl I can kill here is Kate, sadly. Everyone else is just... And even her might be difficult with all the saboing. So I'm going to 99 that a bit more. Tap it. One massive important thing that I completely neglected to mention. The stalk speed depends on the distance. The closer you are, the better. The further, up to like 40 meters, it gets slower. Do not stalk people from really far if they're making distance. If they're unaware of you and somehow they're being stupid, then yeah, by all means, go ahead. But you need to be super smart, okay? And not do that. This is terrible, man. This is terrible. I think that what they're gonna do is just throw the people that are less risky at this gen and hide Kate. So what I need to do is just stall a little bit until I find Kate. But if I down her there, it's gonna mean nothing. Yeah, they're being healed here, I think. No, she's on her own. Oh, I got stuck. Please, no. That's terrible, chat. That girl's healthy. I leave her. And this isn't enough. Damn. I need to find Kate. There's no way to win this otherwise. There's no point. Oh, there's Kate. I just need to play around this really well. Okay, she's dead. And if we play this well, we can kill someone else That girl dropped down, so I don't need to worry about being stunned behind me. They will sabo, though. Keep in mind, they use offerings that all match, so this is a full team, and they all... We can't expect them to be acting independently. They're gonna be one mine, you know, if that makes sense. All right, so they pop that gen, and we have about 45 seconds left by judging by the tier... by the power. So, what can we do with that time? They had a Dren. They're going for a gate, maybe. I have no idea. All I know is that I can never chase in the main. Where do I go, chat? Where do I go? I also have no blood food. I'm gonna swing up, make it look like I'm dropping it. She's not stupid. She's just gonna outweigh this. Oh, well, she miscalculated. She's dead. Mind you, I want to hook somewhere nasty where it's hard for them to get her. I'm gonna be happy with 2 kills and just hook right here, where I know they're very unlikely to be saboing. And in this situation, I would just trade with anyone that comes. And even though they can delay the unhook, I don't think they can really stop this. So, and Mech is also might even give me a final tier 3 or something. So this is fine. What are some of the things to consider with Myers? Basically, anytime a survivor is in a bad spot, let's say they're cornered, right? Cornered. You get stuck, you 99 it. Don't fully stalk them for the reasons we mentioned, and then you get a hit if necessary. So anytime when survivors are being inefficient, you want to take care of that by getting a bit of stock out of them. Do not be afraid to pop your tier 3 early. Many times you will have a 99 and someone will be in the open, you'll be like, no, just normal attack and save it. Nah, get your first down. You already start at a deficit. You are very, very slow. At the beginning, you are not a threat. You cannot chase as a tier 1 Myers because you move slower than normal. And you have basically no lunge. Oh, wow, dude, that was actually insanely well done by them. Holy. So those 2 girls are protected for a long time. I need to go for you. They have 99 they have 99 the gate. They haven't opened it, so if it comes to worse, I can take care of that. But I need to block it, bro. Bro, this is actually so difficult. Oh, they could go for the other one as well. Poof. They will go for the other one as well. That girl is fully stocked. I cannot do this. Yeah, it's over. I've lost this game. Well done, dudes. She's red. Yeah, no, I can't do that. I mean, what I can do is maybe body block this. No, I can't. GG's, they got me. Hold on. GG's. Yeah, no, well earned. Anyway, what could I have done there better, honestly? No, I think it was hard. Especially with the perks we've got, sadly. Yeah, Celebrity Food is gone because it didn't do anything after we kill her, and Sedva's Flash also sadly didn't really work out very well. You could have been nurse. Chat, going forward, we're not gonna try to discourage people, okay? For anyone watching, keep in mind that all of the matches that you're gonna see today are against basically some of the best survivors that the game can throw at you with the current matchmaking. And this will show in their items, in their perks, in their playstyle. That's not what you're gonna see, at least for a long time, so please don't be discouraged by that. And people in the chat, please keep that in mind and don't be bad sports, okay? That being said, did we forget anything essential about Myers? Don't forget, you have a very small terror radius that is 60 meters. If you have information perks, you will be catching people off guard a lot. So do not have the same mindset as you have with a normal killer, and certainly not the same as you would have with Huntress or other killers that generally have no stealth. That's about it for Myers, and his death mostly comes from the add-ons, as I explained. Let's move on to the next one. All right, moving on, we arrive at Hag. Hag is deceptively unique. If you look at her, I'm so sorry about that. All right, almost lost my mind, lost my trail of thought. Hag is deceptively unique in some ways and should be approached very carefully. She's not quite as unique as Nurse, but she does have a similar quality to her, where if you learn how to play as her, you don't necessarily learn how to play other killers, and the other way around. Now, she does have an add-on that does increase her movement speed to be normal and basically removes the utility from teleporting to her traps. So if you want to play Hack for some kind of archive or challenge and you don't want to learn a new killer, literally put this add-on on. You don't need anything else. You could put this, for example, and you can run any build with these things, and she's basically a small, like a normal killer that's a little bit speedier and a little bit stealthier, and that's completely fine. Nothing wrong with that. However, we're going to talk about the normal Hack and how to learn her. Funnily enough, Hack does have some really great perks. They're great on her. and they're great on other people. You could run Devour as well. I personally think this one will do a bit more damage on beginners. Sloppy is great on her. Noid is great on her. And if you unlock some other slowdown, passive slowdown perks, you have an amazing build on Hag already. As for add-ons, avoid the add-ons that increase the range of the traps. This is actually a little bit counterintuitive, but they make it worse. They make it less precise. You can never go wrong with add-ons that increase the speed at which you set them. There's 3 of them. And you can never go wrong with add-ons, even the low rarity ones, that increase the range from which you can teleport. You also cannot go wrong with add-ons that show you the auto of people that trigger them. There's 2 of them. These add-ons are generally great. And as I said, you put them on, you forget that you have them. So the thing with Hag is that similar to Huntress, you do not want to chase people normally. She has a slower speed by default. And what you want to do is corral them into your traps. You have 10 traps that you can set around the map. If you set too many, they'll start to disappear in order that you set them. And much like Trapper, you will try to corral people into those traps. At the start of the game, you're going to treat it like a chess match where you, or maybe the Japanese, what's it called, shogi? It's like basically a chess match where you rearrange your pieces. And you don't necessarily want to get into a chase very quickly. Even if you get into a chase, you don't necessarily want to commit to that chase for a long time. You want to set traps around a perimeter, and we'll talk about what are the best places to do so. And then watch survivors run into them and make mistakes, and then be defensive around the gens, people on the hook, and areas that you're defending. That's pretty much it. Let's get into it. Right, so as we load into the game, we need to be aware that the hack has a limited amount of time and number of traps to set down. Every trap that you set down, it's not a big deal if it's not great, but you want to make each of them as good as possible. You generally want to put them in the most high traffic areas. It is a little bit hard to know what is a high traffic area, but generally around the middle of the map is a good idea. You don't want to put them too close to each other. That's really important because they are less likely to work unless you're defending something really importantly. Now, I could put a trap on this loop right on the pallet, right? But if I put it here, I'm doing 2 things at once. I'm protecting this loop and also this hook, which maybe later down the line, I will put someone on. Thinking ahead like that is good. This protects a loop, it protects a totem, it protects a window. It's not too bad. Here I see someone, but I'm happy to just leave them. I'll put this here to protect the totem a little bit, protect this loop, everything. I am a little bit on the edges, which is not ideal. Let's try to put... Oh, sorry, that scared the heck out of me. Let's try to put something around the main buildings. Yeah, around main buildings, almost always you're going to catch someone. And if there's a spot where survivors drop from, look, this will catch people dropping from that window and also looping around this building, so it's perfect. Let's not worry too much about the people up there. Let's put another one here. When a survivor triggers a trap, hello, you will be able to teleport to it if you're in range. And also, oh wow. Okay. You will be looking directly, at the direction of the survivor that triggered the trap. Not the direction of the survivor that's closest, like this Cheryl, but the one that triggered it. So keep that in mind, okay? Someone triggered that trap, but I don't actually care. I think this down is more important now. Let's get it. Ah, yeah. So just as I said earlier, we ended up trapping someone here, right? And the really nice thing about this trap is that if there was a bit of... What the hell was that? They might not even know that it's there, because they're not seeing me place it. So maybe they think it's safe to go, but it's not. Yeah, trapping around the middle is always good. The most important thing is to try to find places that intersect, or let's teleport. Oh, she's killing herself on the hook. Oh dear lord. I teleport, I reset the trap. That's fine. They find one of my totems. Hello. Yeah, I feel you, man. Let's down this girl. I'm sorry. Some people are a bit childish, and when the game doesn't go their way, please don't do that. Let me actually go for someone else. They will decide that they don't want to play the game anymore. Well, I'm sorry. It's not my responsibility. We'll get it done. So yeah, try to find places where one trap can do multiple things, right? For example, if this shack was next to some other structure, let's say this had a pallet, putting one here is great. Narrow spaces like this are also great because the survivor cannot avoid the trap. You cannot go through here. The only thing they can do is crouch. Do you guys see that there's like a little circle around the trap? Do you see that little particle effect? That tells you the range of the trap. Survivors don't see that part. Don't worry. It's only for you to know. While you are breaking stuff and recovering from animations, watch out. You cannot teleport, but at any other time you can as long as you're within range. If multiple traps trigger at the same time, be careful. Because you could teleport to the wrong one. if you want to teleport to one specifically, let's say 2 of them trigger at the same time, look at the one that you want to teleport, press left control, and you'll go to that one. I feel like this match is just a bit unnatural, you know? It's hard to explain. Hag is an incredible user of basement. I don't think this needs to be explained too much, because you can put a trap down below by the hook and a trap... what the hell do I do with you? And a trap at the top of the stairs, and it's gonna be super difficult. And you could defend it from relatively far as well. One thing that you could do as well that many high-level hacks do is bind the teleport to a very accessible key. If you're on console, I don't know what that would be. If you're on PC, you could do mouse wheel down. I have it on left control, and I just spam it a little bit with my finger. But, you know, if you spam the teleport, especially as someone's about to step on a trap, you will instantly teleport to them. But we don't have any here. Let's put this here, or fake it, actually. No, she's gonna... Alright, don't ask. One thing you can do in Chase to try to force a survivor out and hopefully into another place is just put a trap here. And you be a bit patient, okay? Just because you have a trap doesn't mean you immediately need to teleport. Sometimes when they trigger it... Look, I'm gonna give you an example. I could down her, right? That would be better. In that situation, I can wait, and if she vaults back, then I teleport, and then I hit her. So you be very patient when playing around traps. You don't necessarily want to teleport right away. One effect that traps have when a survivor triggers them is that if they're not looking at them, the camera snaps onto it. So you can actually use traps to kind of mess with survivors. Let's say, this is a bit more difficult unless you're in indoor maps, right? But how would I give you an example of this? Wow, we're at 1 gen. Okay, so I spammed that as quickly as I could. Let's do a little fake. Nice. Oh, he's in trouble, I think. Oh, nice shot from him, actually. That was a bad idea. What was he thinking? Oh, well, whatever. Let's put another one here. I should break the pallet, but whatever. Yeah, you can put traps that are a little bit out of the way, just enough for a survivor to trigger them, but not necessarily right in the middle, right? I'll put it's typically a good idea to put 1 trap next to the hook in front of it, and then don't put 20 more, right? Because that way, when they walk by it, their camera will swing really aggressively. And you can use that in some indoors. It's a bit of a trick. Now, one thing that I mentioned earlier that I didn't really go into detail is why you shouldn't put multiple traps really close to each other. The problem with putting multiple traps next to each other is that if survivors... First of all, you're wasting multiple traps to do the job of just 1. And maybe the situation doesn't call for it. Maybe just 1 is fine. If it's something really important, maybe you can, right? But the problem is that... let's say that I put a trap right here, and then another one like immediately right here. Oh, hi. The survivors will trigger 1, then I will teleport, I will hit them. Nice balance landing. And by the time they trigger the second one, I can't even teleport to it because I'm recovering from the animation, right? So I teleport, I hit them, but then they break the second one, and the second one is pointless because I'm already in the I'm drinking blood animation. So that's why you want to space them out a little bit to cover more map. It's a bit hard to explain, but it's a bit... Some people have great intuition, and you don't even need it to be explained to them. Say that girl running to the other trap while I do this. Like, I would not be able to teleport during this about 3-second short animation. So you don't want to do that. What are some other considerations? What will happen if you get stalked? Sometimes good survivors will notice that you're a hag early on. Maybe you won't have a great setup at the start, right? And they will follow you and trigger all your traps or disarm them quietly. This is really annoying, and it can be very debilitating, and it's one of the reasons why people struggle to play hag. I'm going to teach you a couple things to... Nice. To do to kind of avoid this. If you notice that, you can disengage and use your small terror radius and put things between you and survivors to set traps in places that they don't see and eventually outsmart them. Another thing you can do is find a place that has no pallets or anything near. Let's say here there's absolutely nothing, right? Let's imagine there's nothing. And then when they trigger it, you teleport, but you don't immediately swing because you can miss. If they trigger it on purpose, you can miss. And then you slowly get to them, injure them. And if you have Sloppy Butcher, an anti-healing perk like that, they're not going to be able to do it for long. Or they'll make a mistake and then the whole team will fall with them. Now, many maps have second floors, and platforms, and so on. As a general rule, you don't necessarily want to trap upstairs. Trapping upstairs takes a lot of time. You need to come, do this, blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't always work. But if you trap downstairs, especially on the spots where people will jump because there's a hole or a gap or whatever, this is better. It takes less time. People going upstairs will eventually have to drop into them. People not going upstairs will be around. They'll get hit by it. So normally in buildings like that, trap on the downstairs only. Don't bother putting a lot of it upstairs unless there's like a gen you really want to defend. Should you put traps next to every gen? No, don't do that. That's predictable. It's much better to put traps in places, in between places. If you notice that there's like one part of the map because it's really narrow or whatever, that's like where everyone goes through, that's so good. You will get so many hits when people are going from point A to point B to rescue someone and they have no idea that there was a trap there. Also near the end game, if you have the perk Know It, which I do, it's not a bad idea to trap the exit gates, because then you can instantly down people. I think David's on that one, but we're not going to be greedy. We'll let him go. It's really, really good. With add-ons that allow you to teleport from even further, then this perk is really scary. That being said, these add-ons can sometimes enable a slightly problematic playstyle, which is to put traps everywhere. You don't want to have traps everywhere on the map. I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter. It's the end of the game, right? But generally speaking, you want to stick to one area and try to push survivors into that area. If you find yourself in a map big enough, if you have traps everywhere and they trigger and you're too far, it's kind of pointless. So try to be a bit territorial, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. We'll say GG, well played. As a general rule, at the start of the match, it is an okay idea to use those first few seconds where survivors maybe don't see you to go a little bit into the middle, put a trap or two that are really, really critical, and then recede back into the edge of the map, away from where survivors are, and start trapping other critical places closer to the edges. Use that little bit of time at the start where they don't know it's a hack to set up some good stuff. If you lose a gen or two for your setup, that is completely fine, and often allowing you to set up is their actual downfall. So do not be afraid to lose gens. And as I said, this killer is a little bit complex, so treat her like a unique thing and don't play her expecting to do really well with your knowledge from other killers. That's about it. Let's go to the next one. Alright, so next up we reach the Doctor. The Doctor is a basic killer that moves with the normal speed, normal launch, normal terror radius, average height, same as Trapper pretty much. So you can play him as a beginner and transition from and into other killers fairly easily. That being said, his add-ons are very complex, his power has a lot of layers, the timing is really tricky, thank you Moop. And all of these things do make him a little bit hard to master. But playing him against beginners especially is fine, because he's also hard to play against. His perks are also pretty okay. Overwhelming Presence, honestly, skip it. But Monitor is fine on many semi-stealth killers, and Overcharge is a fine perk, especially for beginners. Makes gens a little bit harder. We'll be using some of them. His add-ons. You can never go wrong with add-ons that extend your range, pretty much. There's 3 of them. And if you don't know what to do add-on-wise, the Discipline add-ons are good. The Discipline add-ons make it so it's a little bit harder for survivors to know exactly where you are, because the red stain disappears and so on. And more importantly, when you shock a survivor directly with your power, they get the effect sooner, which means you can use it in loops a bit more aggressively. What you need to know is that survivors, once they get hit, they gain madness, and this madness has a lot of little different effects. Most important one is that when they're in madness tier 3, they can't do gens and they can't use items and they have to snap out, so it wastes their time. Also, when they gain madness, they scream, so you can find them. He's good at finding them for that reason. Let's queue up. Keep in mind the Doctor has 2 ways to shock survivors. The Blast is a terror radius wide effect, okay? His terror radius, which is normally 32 meters, will hit everyone in it unless someone's in a locker. That's the one way to avoid it, or on the ground. And that will hit them with 1 madness point. So they'll go from 0 to 1 madness. 1 madness is unavoidable, by the way. Once they're in 1 madness, they can never go back to 0. And if you shock them with your shock, which comes out of your hands like Palpatine, that does half a point. So either you blast them with your big terror radius, or you shock them twice, and that makes them go to madness. Generally speaking, driving madness across the team up is a good thing. It just makes them scream and be revealed, and overall just slows them down. So that's a good thing. And in some instances, it has like deeper strategic uses as well. But we'll probably talk about that. He's a very straightforward character. Let's just get into it when it comes to playing him. All right, so as we head into the game, the early game of Doctor is always very similar. Since you have a big tier radius, what you're going to be looking to do is go more or less towards the middle of the map, maybe a little bit further. Try to, if there's like a corner, try to corral survivors that typically spawn on the opposite end from you, and then use your blast to give them madness, find out where you are, and if one of them is in a particularly bad spot, that's what you're going to do. Chase that one guy. This is a pretty small map, so it should be pretty easy. Now, we do have the perk Whispers, which is not a bad perk for beginners. This perk has the same detection as my terror radius, so if it's on, then I know it's going to hit at least one person, maybe more. Let's try it here. If it's off, then I would never do it. I hit 3 people. Are they all there? Yeah, it seems like it. That's really good. So now they all have madness. And the idea behind shocking survivors is that not only do they gain madness, they also have a completely new effect called Pacify. It's like a neutralizing effect, okay? I'm gonna hit them a bit. It has like a little bit of a cone shape in front of me. So that survivor cannot do a lot of things. Oh shit, Lithe, well done. When a survivor has been shocked by that direct hit, not the blast, but the shock, they are unable to do anything for 2.5 seconds. They cannot use items, they cannot use perks for the most part. I'm gonna fake it here. Oh, maybe not. Oh, one more time, I think. That should be a hit now. Oh, there you go. That was a bit, that needs to be explained. It's a bit complicated. But basically, I want to make sure I'm getting a hit here. I'm gonna blast him because there's multiple people here. So this girl is a madness, kind of use her flashlight, for example. By looking at the HUD, you can see all 4 survivors. Pause the video if you want to. Dwight is in tier 0. Kate was in tier 2. Junjin is in tier... Kate tier 1, Junjin tier 2. Which is a bit more vertical and intense. And then Ada is in tier 3, which is the big one that cannot be dodged easily. Oh, there's someone there. I'll put them in basement, why not? Yeah, you see illusory doctors as well, based on their madness. Anyway. My perks, they're the same perks we've been using on almost everybody else. Oh my god. She was still there. I think this is a hit. I don't need to use my power here. Right? Yeah, let's go. Someone finish a gen and they'll come for this rescue. Let's make it difficult, shall we? Yeah. Alright. This will get it. Like, now everyone is injured except one survivor. And that one survivor will have to come here. And I can even do this just to find out if she's coming. Oh, I think that was Kate. Oh, they're in trouble. They're in trouble. They can only help one person. I could body block this even. Play this really nasty around basement. Let's break this. The ability to just find people randomly with your power is really, really good. Because sometimes there's one person that's dead on hook and that you know has to be here. There's this girl. I'm gonna hit her again. This will guarantee that that person hits stage 2 in the basement. So sorry, that's a bit of camping. But I'm sure they'll forgive me. I can now chase this girl. I will fake this shock. Doesn't matter, she drops it. I was too far. If you shock a survivor, there's a bit of a delay and also lag, just normal ping. So if you shock a survivor right as they reach a pallet, guess what? They can still drop it. If you have the discipline add-ons, there's less delay, so it's better. But you need to shock a survivor when they're not too far. Because if they're too far, I mean, what are you doing? You're not catching up. And also, if they're too close, you can just hit them normally, right? So you need to find a really difficult in between. Keep in mind that while you do this, you also slow yourself down. So, and you lose Bloodlust, which is the passive ability to grow faster and faster. Let's hit this gen again. If they miss a skill check, they lose a lot of progress. The skill checks are harder on Doctor. With each tier of madness, they become a little bit trickier. She cannot vault that. Well, now she can, but no, she couldn't earlier. Let's fake it. Go this way. Oh, that's a big mistake. I think I can just hit her, honestly. I don't think I need to shock her. Yeah. Oh, can I? Yep. Oh, I'm right. The red stain behind her is an effect of my discipline add-on. But it's something that other add-ons can do as well. Discipline 1, 2, 3, and the king as well. But that's not default. But default, the more madness a survivor has, the harder the skill checks become. They start to go in reverse and appear randomly on the screen. A bit in tier 1 and a bit more in tier 2. And in tier 3, obviously not, because they can't do anything. Now, if I chase this girl, that would be really good for me, because she's dead on hook. Okay, she wants to vault this, right? I'm gonna fake it. Oh, she slow vaulted it. Oh, she has balance or something. Yeah, chasing this girl would be the best for me, because, well, guess what? She's dead on hook. But I'll just come here and make the other person a bit more involved, shall we? You can also shock people if they're going for an unhook to delay the unhook. Oh. Yeah. I mean, whatever. Sure. I'll take it. Now we have multiple people that unhook, I think. But yeah, the hardest part to explain about Doctor is when you should and should not shock people. It is super easy to shock people too little and not have enough power to actually keep up in chase. That's bad. And it's almost easier to shock people too often and then just get nothing. If they are with discipline, they don't hear my terror radius. Oh, yeah. It's the side effect of being in tier 3. She should have found a safer spot where she can see me better. With discipline, what was I talking about before this chat? I forgot. Yeah, with good pathing, if survivors run tiles expertly, and you don't, even if you do sometimes, they will be very hard to catch. Every time you slow yourself down, they just keep their distance or even make new distance. Sometimes I will fake it, by the way. If you notice that you're not gonna be in time to get a shock, they will see you and hear it. So if I know that I'm not gonna make this, they even let me do this. Right, so let's break that down. That's a common trick that you can do in Shack, right? I'll go back and explain it. In this situation, I purposefully delayed my shock. I hit her like this, then I immediately vaulted. She dropped the pallet, but because she got hit, she couldn't vault back. So what's she gonna do? Eat up a stick up her nose. So yeah, that's a tech that one Doctor main came up with some time ago, Dredge tech, and we still call it that to this day. Anyway, that girl, she's still in Madness tier 3. Is she really struggling with this? She got healed by someone else. So you can't really heal yourself in Madness tier 3 unless you have, I don't know, like inner healing or something. So yeah, 3 people that don't hook, so I think we can take our pick. As long as we don't chase Dwight, we should be fine. And even if we do chase Dwight, we might be fine. I'm gonna do this, because I don't know what pallets we have. You see that they run in a funny way? That's because Madness animations are a bit different. Don't overthink it. With Overcharge, especially against beginners, especially with Doctor, it's really good to just kick gens. Okay, here I can just do this, and it doesn't matter that she beats me to the pallet. This is a perfect example of a really easy tile, where if you're at the pallet, they're screwed. They can't do anything there. She can't drop it. Those 2.5 seconds, she cannot drop it. You just need to aim it a bit well, make sure you don't miss. She's dead now. Let's kick this. Alright, they have a perk to stun us. That's fine. We get points for flashlight evasion, even though we did not evade that at all, but whatever. Hello. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you aim down, don't worry, your power still goes up. Oh, she made a mess up. So you can do this, and your power doesn't go into the air. Actually, that's not true. Your power can go a bit into the air. Yeah, if you're elevated... I mean, this is super situational, but if you're elevated... You see how it hits in the air? That will still hit. It's the same as a... It's like a little carpet hitbox. It will hit hitboxes of survivors just fine. It doesn't need to hit their feet. It can hit their head. It's super situational, but I guess it could help you in some situations. Alright, chat. So what are some strategical uses for Madness tier 3? Let's talk about them. Let's say that I'm chasing a survivor who I suspect has a really strong medkit. Or something like that. And I noticed that he's in tier 2. Let's say Dwight is the culprit. I might want to shock him or blast him to put him in tier 3, and then he cannot use his medkit until the chase is over, because he has to get rid of that madness, right? You can also, if everyone is on the ground and there's only one survivor left, you can also put them in Madness tier 3, and they cannot pick up anyone from the ground. It's really cruel. Now, chat, I'm gonna blast, alright? And let's see if we find someone. Am I stupid? Why didn't I see him? Huh? Why didn't I see the bubble? Okay, let me ask you a question. If... spell it up. Oh, we got rid of it. If I blasted and Whispers was on and I didn't find anyone, why would that be? What could be some of the causes of you blasting within Whispers range and Whispers being on, but then no one screaming? Why could that be the case? Locker? Okay, that's the most important one. Yes. If you blast and no one screams, they could be in a locker. If they're on the hook, they also don't scream. If they're on the ground, they also don't scream. If they're dead, obviously they also don't scream. If your terror radius is very small, let's say I have Tinkerer, it removes my terror radius. Then my terror radius is 0 and my power will hit 0. It's literally 0. It's not gonna hit anyone. Okay, let's find out now. There she is. So anything that makes your terror radius small or non-existent will also make this power a bit less good. That's why Monitor and Abuse, unless you make a whole build around it, might not be very good on Doctor, or it could backfire. Conversely, the opposite is true. If the terror radius is bigger, and there's a few add-ons named Calm that do that, then your power is easier to hit, to detect people with. Obliviousness is an exception, though. If you have Plaything and they're oblivious, don't worry, it still works. It's a bit strange, but it still works. So don't worry about having oblivious or whatever. He's watching TV the wrong way. Let's go find Hatch, buddy. Yeah, Jump Scare Doctor is fun. You put double Calm add-ons and then Monitor and Abuse, and he has like a 12 or 14 meter terror radius. It's kind of like a Myers. It's really fun. Doctor has a lot of variability to him in terms of builds, and that's kind of good. Did we forget anything important, chat? Yeah, I recommend that you find people playing Doctor at a decent level and look at how they chase survivors and how they use this. He can... That right there, believe it or not, is something you can do. Sorry, Dwight, I did that to showcase. If you see a survivor next to the hatch, you can shock them and they cannot take it. They can't do anything. So you can go and close it in their face and then kill them. But I just wanted to showcase that. We're going to give him the exit guide. You can also interrupt people doing totems and rescues and a lot of other critical things. And if you have range add-ons, then it's even better, right? So yeah, anything else yet that we're forgetting? Yeah, that's about it. That's about it for Doctor. Hopefully you find a lot of joy in playing him. Just know that you should be constantly rewatching your gameplay and analyzing when you shock people in chase. If you shock them and they still drop the pallet and they get away, you need to run discipline, or you need to start shocking them earlier, or maybe just get rid of the pallet, man. Just play around there, you know? Or make the pallet drop. In a lot of maps, if you make a pallet drop and it's kind of cornered, you can then shock the survivor. And okay, they vault, well, now they're stuck on this side. So if it's one of these maps that spawn on like the edges of a map, let's say there's a pallet here, just step back, shock them, and then whichever side they're on, you go and hit them, they can't do anything about it. So in those places, Doctor is super good. In indoor maps, that happens quite frequently. Thank you, Dwight, for the patience. You're very kind. Thank you. You mentioned Pallet Illusion? No, because that's an add-on effect, and it's not base kit. But yeah, this killer has a lot of add-ons, and I highly recommend that you watch my guide or any other add-on tier list that explains them. That will probably make it a lot easier. I will say GG's. Well played, everybody. And thank you very much, Mariska, for the 12 years of subbing. Alright, we move on to the next killer. Alright, next killer is the Cannibal, aka Bubba. In some ways, this killer can be perceived in two ways. You can play him in a way that's really high, technical, mechanically demanding, high skill ceiling, a bit like Billy. But you can also use his chainsaw in a much simpler way, and in some areas, you could argue that he's an easier Billy with some decent perks to unlock as well. Let's talk about his perks real quick. Knockout is a perk that makes people on the ground not being able to be seen by other people. It works when you hit them with a basic attack. It's okay on killers that do basic attack. It's not very good on him. You can put it on. It's okay on Hag. It's okay on a few killers like that. Barbecue is great. When you hook someone, you see people from afar. This allows you to know who to chase next. And I feel the need to sneeze real bad right now. And Franklin's Demise is a perk that also works with basic attacks, makes them lose their items. It's really good on a few killers. So if you see a lot of medkits, can be one of the best perks you can bring. So it's not too bad to unlock him for these. Now, we'll talk about a little bit of everything, but just so you guys know, we're going to be playing him in the easier way, okay? When you become better with Cannibal, you will need to basically learn how to play with his best add-ons, which can be something like Award Chili and, you know, Double Chili or Chili and Speed. You'll need to play around this, and you will most certainly need a perk to block windows. Bamboozle is the most popular from the Clown. In fact, with the Clown, you also get Pop, which is a fine perk on him. So you could have something like this, right? Not with Ruin, but you know what I mean. So this would be good, because if a survivor plays around a window, you can block it. If they play it on a pallet, you can break it with your Chainsaw. So you kind of prepare for all scenarios. Sadly, as a beginner, you're not going to have access to that. So don't be too afraid of using your Chainsaw less and using more of a tool of pressure rather than something that you need to use every single chase. We'll get into it now. All right, one thing that I didn't mention is that other than his Chainsaw, this killer is perfectly normal and average. Normal height, normal terror radius, normal swing. So if you play him after playing Trapper, or you switch to another killer that's similar after playing him, a lot of the same skills will apply, and you can do the same mind games, the same playstyle, so that's great. Basically, what you're looking forward to do as this killer is to catch people in the open, away from windows, away from pallets, away from any place that might have some nasty obstacles, and then use your Chainsaw to down them. The crazy thing about this Chainsaw is that it's very easy to control. It doesn't go as fast or as far as Hillbilly. It has a limit, but you can down multiple people, which makes it really interesting and very easy to defend people. You can also use it ahead of time when you reach a breakable wall that you want to break to very quickly get rid of it. Similar to Billy, if a pallet is up in front of you, you can just break it. You can just break it with your normal spacebar, but at the same time, Whispers is off, there's no one here. But at the same time, you can use your Chainsaw to try to zone people out a little bit. Someone is like right here somewhere, or right here. I'll take the M1 here. Actually, she had balanced. I'm surprised she didn't use that earlier. Yeah, I do have a lot of perks that only work with basic attacks here, Sloppy Butcher and Franklin's, which is sad. Normally, you want to build for slowdown and, as I said, for perks that block windows, like Bamboozle. But, you know, you're not going to have access to those for a little while, so it's no biggie. Enduring can also be okay, or Tinkerer. Oh, Tinkerer is so good. Catch people with your Chainsaw off guard a little bit, it's always good. Don't feel bad about faking your Chainsaw. And then just... that was super tight, dang. I need to break this, but maybe later. Let's follow this girl up. Hello. Yeah, worst thing you can do, by the way, is try to use your Chainsaw always, and then end up getting nothing. It's better to maybe get the M1 if you have to. This killer is really good at defending. I think she'll break that. I'll swing. Unlucky. This killer is really good at defending areas, and if you hook someone next to a gen, it will create a lot of pressure because survivors cannot dive bomb and do risky things in front of you for the obvious reasons that I'm sure you're all familiar with. I'm so sorry. You just climb up. I saw someone out of place here, and I did lose them completely. So ideally, you could also run perks like Discordance or whatever. Whispers is off. And you want to interrupt multiple people. This is important for almost every killer. But certain killers can get away with injuring people quickly and then slowly ambushing them. Like, for example, Wraith. We did a lot of that with Wraith earlier. This killer is not good at that. You want to interrupt people. That's just balance landing on this kill as well. Interrupt people and try to down them in really problematic areas rather than chase them in a corner where nothing's gonna happen. This kill, unfortunately, he does have a pallet. I will fake it. And just eat it. I respect the pallet a little bit because I don't want to get hit. I'm going to wait for my charges and now go, and she might be dead here. That was super close. Yes, come Spirit. Alright, so let's talk about the Chainsaw and its charges. The charges, think of it like each charge is basically about 2 seconds worth of using your Chainsaw. So when you fully rev your saw, you go for about 2 seconds and you consume 1 charge. But then, if you feel like you want to go further, as long as you don't bump into anything, you can press the same button, tap it, and then it goes for a little while, and then tap it again until you're out of charges. Normally it's 3, but with some items it can change. You can have 1 more and so on. So I'll use my Chancellor right now. No, I'll fake it. This girl's injured. Right, so I go, I press it again, I go, I press it again, and I bump into something because I was stupid. When you bump into something, you go into a tantrum, and it's really, really slow. It's more forgiving than Baba for steering, but it's a lot slower, so watch out. When a situation like that, a survivor is injured, you typically don't want to do that. Now I'm going to give you a piece of advice, okay? Some people that are really committed to this killer, they learn the timing just naturally with, what's it called? Muscle memory and just memorization and even looking at the swing counts. I'm going to tell you a piece of advice to remember when to swing that is maybe a bit simpler. Damn, dude, I have Bloodluster, but I'm not sure I make that. I do. Oh, basement, by the way, is also a really strong aspect of this killer. I don't need to explain why very much. If you manage to get down there and you camp the top, it can't really get down and you could threaten to down multiple people. Oh, the living presence. That was fine. Oh, but what was I talking about? Yes. Basically, you press the M2 whenever you see the red bar past the number. So look at the number. You see how it goes the number? Now. Now. More or less. You can even do it a bit tighter than that. But if you look at the number of charges, that's more or less the moment when you have to press it. If you take any longer than that, the chainsaw sweep will end. Can I show you what that looks like without throwing this game completely? Maybe not. We have... Oh, this one here. Yeah, they might let her be there for a while. These 3-gen is actually really good for us. We even have a 4th one. Did they just started this one? Yeah. Let's fake this a bit. Oh, I don't think that was good, Chad. Was that live or something? Okay, so that girl there did a mistake and pays a heavy price for it. But she could have stunned the pilot. It's okay if you could stun. But if you 100% know that they're gonna drop a pilot, you can stay back a little bit, okay? The hardest thing about this killer, by far, is getting used to the really good add-ons that extend the chase a lot. Oh. Oh, she's giving me gifts! I'm so sorry! Oh, she was being nice, I think. I'll let her be for a second. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, the hardest thing by far... Am I stupid? Yeah, I guess. Is getting used to the add-ons that extend the charges and using your chainsaw super mega aggressively from a distance, right? The really good bobbers, they'll use their chainsaw from this distance and catch up to a survivor. Even if a survivor has sprint burst, you catch up to them, even without add-ons sometimes if they're in the open. So let's get rid of it. And much like Billy, you can also fake doing this and then go out and sometimes catch a survivor a bit off guard. In this situation, it didn't work because this girl is really aware, but you know, just so you know. This situation, I'm gonna fake it. Oh, but then she stunned me really well. Damn, this girl's really solid. Obviously, you might not want to chase someone this good. There you go. It's a bit less predictable to them if I'm driving my chainsaw, so it may be a little bit better. Okay, so what I tried to do here, chat, very important, is body block it, right? I tried to stay here so that if she stepped too far, then she couldn't vault the pallet, same as Wraith, right? And then I use my chainsaw and follow and eventually down her. Unfortunately, she either connection or I didn't step in fast enough. I couldn't manage to body block it. But that's another thing you need to do really, really often. You don't need necessarily to run Bamboozle to play around windows, but it really does help. Anyway, this might be a goodbye party, but yeah, we covered the very basics. Is there anything else that's super important? Okay, sometimes if you bump into something, you can save yourself by, look at this, breaking a pallet with your tantrum. Your tantrum does work against down pallets and so on. Many times, a survivor will go into a locker when you're hitting by them. If you haven't used your chainsaw yet, you can just cancel it and then pull them out. And if they go into the locker, you can also bump into it, and it's pretty hard. The average survivor doesn't know how to time it, because, you know, you'll bump into the locker, you start to go crazy, and then they won't have a good time to come out, and you'll catch them one way or another. But ideally, see that situation coming and just play around it, okay? Bumping into it should be your last resort. If you see it coming, you don't need to play into it. Let's put this off, no one's near me. What else? Oh, what is this? Worth chatting about, chat? Are we forgetting anything super important? The more charges you use, the longer the stun on the tantrum and so on. So if you only need one charge, don't be afraid to use only one. Yeah, as I said, it's really important to hook people in the right places and to not go on very long chases where after you down a survivor, you are very far away. Unlike Billy, you have no mobility whatsoever. You're very, very slow for the most part. So the worst thing that can happen to you and the most common way you're gonna lose a game is you chase Feng Min in a corner of the map. Alright, you down her, you hook her. Takes you 20 minutes to go back to the gens, they all pop. So you want to be picky about how you chase people and try to stay within an area. And if you have to hit someone and let them go and then go back, that's fine. That right about summarizes this killer. Face camping does not work anymore. Okay, so there are two sides to camping. Since this killer is so good at defending an area and he can hit multiple people, it's really obvious that if you stay by a hook, they're not going to be able to rescue. If it's before the endgame and you do this for 1 second, that can be okay. If you do it for a long time, the survivor will unhook themselves and you cannot hit them easily with the chainsaw. They have like a protective spell on them, basically. So don't do that before endgame. Maybe for a little bit if they're about to die, sure, but don't do that. After the endgame, do whatever you want. If you have no other objectives and all the survivors are getting out and you get one guy on the hook, why the hell wouldn't you kill them? Yeah, just camp them if you want. Up to them if they want to risk it. Probably they'll fail, but it's their problem, right? That about summarizes, Bubba. Are we forgetting anything super important? Yeah, practice with bots, practice with friends. And very, very important, do not mindlessly chase around the loop and break it with your chainsaw. Do the basic thing where you chase into the loop so that when the survivor drops the pallet, they are corralled to the edge of the map and you're not giving them the direction that makes them have an easier time escaping into the next loop. But that's pretty common sense. Oh yeah, the charges, when they come back, you hear a little mechanical sound. That is a good point. Yeah, after you bump, you lose all of them so that you won't be able to use a chainsaw for very long. And that's about it about Bubba. Hopefully you have a lot of fun. He's pretty accessible and it does get a lot harder when you want to do really nasty things with his chainsaw. Keep in mind that his chainsaw gets faster as you go. That's why when you start chasing, you're like, ooh, I'm not catching up, but then it ramps up in speed very dramatically. That's why the add-ons that extended are just generally pretty good for that. Moving on to the next one. Next up is Freddy, aka the Nightmare. He's a pretty straightforward killer that is honestly more complicated for the survivors than it is for you. He's a normal killer, has normal speed, normal swing, normal everything. However, has a few quirks. He's a bit shorter than almost every other killer that we've seen so far. So you can actually use this to your advantage. It's not particularly loud. So you can actually hide behind loops and do some plays that make survivors hesitate more so than other killers. That's good. Also, survivors have a passive thing called the microsleep, where every minute or so they fall asleep and they stay asleep until they miss a skill check or they get woken up by someone else or they do some little side quest. When they are asleep, they glow blue for you and they do not hear your terror radios. Instead, they hear an alternative little la 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 la, like little lullaby. That doesn't apply any terror radius perks or anything, and you cannot remove it. But it also is not directional, so you don't really know where the killer is or how close they are. So it is a mini stealth power. The most important thing about this killer is that he can teleport to generators. Normally, what you're looking to do, you cannot do it at the start, and obviously you cannot do it at the end because there's no gens left. But in between the game, throughout the matches, every time you down a survivor, you hook them as quickly as you can, and then you teleport to the gen that you think is being done. Ideally, you will unlock perks like Fluent Tremors, Barbecue and Chile, Tinkerer, which is easy to unlock, to tell you which gens are being done so that you can go to the ones that need attention. If not, you can just try to guess it. And you will keep doing that. Sometimes you can even chase and teleport mid-chase to confuse survivors. It's a bit risky, but it can work. That is the most important ability of Freddy. But then he has a second ability, and it changes depending on add-ons. His default ability secondary is the snares. They are pools of blood that you leave on the ground, and if a survivor is asleep and they walk by it, they go, ah, and they get slowed down quite a bit, 15%, if I remember correctly. So that's pretty good, and you can use it in loops, and I'll show you how. However, if you find that too complicated, there are 3 add-ons, these 2 are some of them, that replace, you don't need to stack them, that replace your pools of blood by fake pallets. Dream pallets. If a survivor is asleep, they see pallets that are not real that you can place around the map. It's even simpler, but it falls off quite heavily. The better survivors, they don't really care so much for this. If you want to go for add-ons that will never fail you, the 2 blindness-inducing add-ons are pretty good. And they work great. They're pretty good for their rarities. The add-ons to make them lose more progress to the skill checks are okay. The add-ons to get your power faster are not super strong, but they're okay as well. So I'll be running some of those. His perks are okay. Remember Me makes the endgame a lot slower, except for the Obsession, but you need to hit the Obsession a few times. Not bad. Lot Warden can trap people in the endgame. Not bad. No, it goes well with both of those. Not bad. And Sloppy will be the only way of slowdown we have. Ideally, though, you want to go for Gen Info perks and also Gen Regression perks, so you can kick a Gen and do more damage with, say, Pop Goes the Weasel. That would be your ideal build on Freddy. This build are not going to be super good, and we might struggle a little bit, but you'll see what we do. Now, it's very important to realize that survivors have a HUD, and you can see whether or not they're asleep. There's like a little dreamy cloud around them. If they're not asleep, none of your powers work. The snares are not going to work, the fake pallets are not going to be visible, and your teleporting recovers slower. So ideally, you want them to be asleep as often as possible. If they miss a skill check, they wake up, they can wake each other up, and there's also some clocks around the map that they'll try and get. So careful. Also, if you hit a survivor, they fall asleep as well. But not if they come off the hook. So you need to be very careful who you chase, because there might be people that, depending on where you run them, you are literally a killer without a power. But we're going to try our best to avoid that, okay? Let's do it. And we'll try to use intuition to know where to teleport. Let's wait until we get into the game. Alright, so unfortunately, this killer has one iridescent pink add-on that makes everyone start asleep, but we're not running that. So everyone starts awake. And no joke, for the first few seconds, it's not even a bad idea if I just try to hit anyone. Anyone that will give me a hit so I can put them asleep would be good. And if I can just stall and waste their time until everyone begins to fall asleep, that's okay as well. I put some snares on some choke points. This map has a few places where they don't work. You have a limit to how many you can place, but it's so fast that you might as well do it in some choke points. Why not, right? But don't put them everywhere because they run out and then they start to override each other, similar to how hack works. Oh, dear lord. This is a decent map for us, I'd say. With Remember Me, we also want to target the Obsession. If we kill her by the end of the game, everyone will be slow at gates, and the Obsession who's immune will be dead. So Nancy will be a bit of our target, which is very in-lore friendly. One thing... Oh, there she is. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I thought 100% she was going here. I'll put this snare here, because she might fall asleep in a few seconds. Fake it. Oh, she took it. Now she's asleep, chat. You can tell because she's blue and the HUD glows different, right? After another hit, I'm gonna fake using my power. Oh, nice job, honestly. That was a bit clumsy of me. I'm giving her a window there. Okay. I was afraid she would bolt into this, but she's not on the same page as I am. I'll injure this girl. Yeah, after we hit Nancy 4 times, that would be... Wait, I think I saw her blood in the corner. I did, but she's gone. You can also, by the way, there's almost no downside to faking a teleport. Nice. This was an example of a teleport. Since I saw that they were going there, I tried to get ahead of them. That's the rarest type of teleport, and now it's on cooldown, so I can't use it anymore for a while. But that's okay. That is the hardest and riskiest, but I mean, as you can see, you can do it. Survivors, if they are smart, they made a mistake there. They made a big blunder. Oh, good play. Body block it a bit. All right. If they are smart, they actually can hear your teleport. They hear a little whoosh, whoosh sound. So they could kind of see it coming. So this is not a super 100% consistent. But yeah, if you're not going to use the teleport for a few seconds, and here I'm not because I'm pretty sure that everyone's just coming for the rescue. One thing that you can do is fake a teleport. You know, you look at a gen that you think has people, you do this, you don't slow down when you do this, and then you just cancel. If you want to make it more convincing, you cancel a bit later. She's gonna drop it. She's a bit slow. I break it, no problem. Because she walked into the snare, right? You can set snares through windows as well, like that, but not through walls, not anymore. So that's nice. And you use them in chase. Remember, only if a survivor is asleep or if you think they're about to fall asleep within a few seconds. What was that? I also like to start using my M2 because it looks like I'm moving my arms and it looks like a hit. So if I walk to a pallet and I want the survivor to think that I'm swinging and I want them to panic and drop it, I will start an M2 and then just cancel it. Like, don't even do it. Like this. And then don't. If you already have it fully this, you can also press M1 and it cancels it as well, like the attacking button. Similar to Huntress, I suppose. Oh, let's break this, I guess. You can still snare through walls. Okay, chat, let's try it. No, I cannot. I cannot. I cannot. But okay. Sorry to call you a liar, but hey, lady, you okay? Oh, it wasn't worth it, I don't think. Maybe live and yeah, no. Okay, what's the matter, dude? I think the Suarez are giving up a little. In their maps are hard, I guess. Anyway, yeah. With pallets, the power is not that different. You do a similar thing. Just try to put pallets near the middle and places where people will run you. You don't need to put places in the edges of the map. No one will run you there. And if they do, it doesn't matter if there's a fake pallet, they're gonna die anyway. But yeah, one of the nice things that can happen when you fake a teleport is that you make the Suave run into you. Or better yet, they get off the gen and they get a skill check and they miss it and now it's minus 10%. So you should be constantly looking to fake teleports. The only downside of a fake teleport, like this, is that, look at my cooldown, okay? Look at my cooldown, Chad. You see how I lose like 10% of it? Now I have like about 10 seconds or, not even that. About 5 or 6 seconds where I can't use it. So don't spam it too much if you might need it in like a few seconds. I think I got you here, sadly. Alright, so Nancy is now on her dead hook. She's dead next time we get her. And I have a fully powered out Remember Me. Remember Me will add 6 seconds to each gate. So it's 4 times 6, 24 seconds. Normal gate is 20. So this makes it more than double the time. That's amazing. Especially with the other really scary endgame perks. I'm gonna fake that. No. So that's really good. Normally you want to go to gens that are far, but I know that one was really progress. So I'm just gonna go there just in case. You never know. As you can imagine, since there's no... I'm gonna put this in a... This is like a choke spot, right? They cannot dodge this thing. So that means that if they need to go to the gen or away from it, maybe in a pinch I can slow them down. Alright. Yeah. Oh, hello. Alright, I'm gonna try to keep everyone injured. Oh, so that rescuing here is really difficult. Strange. I'm just gonna swing. Yeah, she's hesitating at every pallet, so I just swing here. I'll pick up, but this is a bit risky. Yeah. Nancy, listen, man, I don't mean to tell you how to play this game, but if you complain about tunneling, I'm generally gonna be upset myself, man. Unlucky. She has a fat decisive or something. She's feeling way too confident. Now keep in mind there's a problem here, chat. Other than the decisive that I'm about to eat. So decisive. She was awake. Right, so my trap there didn't work, so keep that in mind, obviously. I'll put one through the window. Now she'll probably go on the outside, which maybe is a bit less optimal, and we catch her, ideally. This is a dead heart, maybe? Look for the item to disappear. Okay, when the item disappears, that means she pressed space, so I can swing there safely. Sorry, I'm gonna kill you, man. I don't know what you expected. I think we played nice enough. Bye. Anyway, I heard footsteps to my left. Hold up, there's someone here. Unless that was my own. I guess that was my own. Let's teleport to that gen. Because if they're not... one thing you could do, by the way, if you have a gen that only has one spot, you can put a snare on the spot where they need to do the gen, and anyone falling asleep, anyone awake, they don't see it. And anyone asleep, they immediately trigger it. If they fall asleep mid-gen, that's a shame. For them. Alright, I have Noid, which allows me to insta. That girl had a Dren or a Spin Burst or something. I'm gonna see if I can chase her, because they might be really confused here. They have a strong pallet. Okay, now they're dead. Now I have nothing to teleport to, but I have a strong feeling that Ada was here. Let's check. This is a huge choke. So I'll put it here. Oh, if the game lets me, I'll put it there. You never know, it could give me info. She's awake though, so she wouldn't trigger it. Oh, remember me is really slow. Yeah, let's start hooking actually. Might actually be to our benefit. It's kind of risky. If I find her, I win. If I don't find her, maybe I lose. Is there anything else that's worth talking about for Freddy? She was dead. Awesome. Oh, they missed a skill check or something? Oh, this is perfect. I'm gonna down her. Wait, they got my Noid. Oh, I didn't... is that what happened? Oh, that's nice. That completely flew over my head. Well, this is fine. Neither of them are the obsession. If one of the obsessions... if the obsession was alive, okay, we know she went there thanks to the snare we put. That was a nasty, nasty one. Well done. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go for Talita because she's absolutely 100% cornered. And remember, she's asleep. She doesn't hear terror radios. She doesn't know how close I am. What is she gonna do? Leave this place? She can. This exit gate takes forever to open. And the other kill is not the obsession either, so it also takes forever for her to open. Now, question. Can I use Blood Warden here? No. Answer. I think I hear her behind me. Yeah, we don't even need to, I think. If there was an obsession, I would chase the obsession so that the non-obsession are slow on the gates. You guys understand how that works, right? They're immune. That's fine. What do I want to do? Honestly. We can't really camp her for 2 minutes. She could have some... She could 7-hook, by the way, with some perks. I think we leave her. Somehow I don't feel like she's next to the other gate. But that's a very subjective feeling. I guess we can go check. It doesn't hurt to try. Yeah, they're nowhere near. Yikes. My bad. I mean, I could have camped there because there's no anti-camping in the endgame, mind you, but... Oh, this is good. They don't have that gate 99, nowhere near. I'm sorry. Anti-camping perks don't really work in the endgame. Now you guys are screwed. Do I do this? Nah, yeah. I'm sorry. I want to give her a chance to escape, but at the same time, if I hook her, it's just gonna be the same problem over and over. Let's just chase her. Alright. This map is just a bit tough. I'll put this here. This doesn't slow them down or anything enough to get a hit. It's more like, oh, when the pallet comes down, then maybe you'll be a bit slower and maybe you'll make a... Maybe I'll be able to catch you or something, you know? Okay, this should be a stun. Oh, they should have maybe considered stunning me. That was a dead hard. I ignored it. Now we go free. Alright, a bit ugly, not the most elegant, but it'll do. Lower than value. What would happen now, chat, is that I could leave this girl and she could open the gate and then I could hook the other girl and Blood Warden blocks the exit gates for a while. But that's not gonna happen. This girl would just get a hatch or something, so I guess we can't really show it. I could open the gate myself, but I mean, then they can just wait. Then what? Yeah, it's a bit weird. I'm playing in a very boring way for them because they're on the ground for a long time, but I mean, I don't see another way to make this not this way. Chat, please, you've been listening to me talk about Freddy for a while. Is there anything I missed that you think is worth mentioning? Anything at all? I mean, the skill is fairly simple, honestly. I think you don't even have that many... There's not that much depth to it. Oh, dear. He's a nice hat. Yeah. He's an okay killer to learn, I think. He's an okay killer to learn. He's great against beginners, great against intermediates, and only really begins to suffer against some of the better teams when you don't have a lot of perks and the maps are a bit and your power just works half the time. You know? But even then, he's still playable. Survivors might be confused. Yeah. When you chase a survivor that is not awake, that has been falling asleep, they don't know the exact direction. That's why we call the Rebecca, I think, or the Nancy at the start of the game. That's part of it. But when they are awake, they hear your terror radio same as any other killer, so they're just gonna know where you are. So think of that, you're kind of like a hybrid killer. Oh, hi Gabriel. I'm sorry, I can't get into that kind of debate right now. Let's see what our friends had. All right. Ah, that's completely fair. Yeah, you're just fun to see some firecrackers. GG's. Yeah. Is there anything that counters you a lot? Anything that you need to look out for? Yeah, adrenaline is a really common perk. In fact, all 4 of these people have it. It heals you, it gives you a speed boost, and against this killer in particular, it also wakes you up, which is particularly cruel. Something to look out for. But other than that, you'll be fine. Let's move on to the next one. Alright, next up is the pig. The pig is a bit like Freddy in that she's a little bit shorter than normal and can actually be somewhat hidden behind certain loops, making it a little bit easier for you to mind game and get hits because survivors don't see you. But other than that, she has the standard terror radius, the standard speed, standard everything. This is a good thing. It means that you can play Trapper or Wraith and then play Pig, and she's gonna play very, very similarly. Thank you, Watch. Very similar to those killers. And if you then play other killers that are also average, she will be easy to transition to and from. So that's nice. She's not the strongest, but has a lot of abilities, and if you use them all correctly, she's actually one of the deadlier killers for like average players, right? So, what do we talk about first? Let's talk about the simpler part of her power, her crouching. You can press left control to crouch. This makes her move very, very slowly. You don't want to crouch around the map, unlike Wraith, which moves silently and faster. The crouching on pick makes her silent, but also very, very slow. You can use it when you know that someone is in an area and you want to sneak up to them, or if you have a really good idea that you'll find multiple people. You can uncrouch to go back to normal, or do an ambush, which sends you flying, pretty much, and you can hit at the end of it. That ambush can be used in chase pretty effectively, and if you have an add-on like the combat straps to crouch and crouch faster, it can be even easier. So that's great. I recommend that you use your power to crouch only when you have information perks that really let you know, and not too much, not too often. And use it in chase when it makes sense. But the real power of the pig is not the crouch and the ambush that you can do out of crouch. It's the traps that you put on survivors. When a survivor is down, you have 4 traps by default, more with certain add-ons. Add-ons to bring more traps, there's 2 of them, are always good. So, or to make the search longer, they're always good. You can't go wrong with this, so feel free to do that. When you put a trap on a survivor, they need to remove it by doing certain mini games. At that point, if you chase that survivor, it's not very efficient. I mean, you'll kill that guy for sure, but it's not very efficient. So you generally want to chase other people unless it's the end of the game. And then that survivor has to do some mini games to remove it. If they don't remove it and a gen is completed, the trap activates and it has a 2.5 minute timer that you can read about here. And that will eventually kill the survivor. So they have to remove it. And that's the best part about the pig. She can slow down the game by forcing people to do these mini games and put them in bad spots that they don't necessarily want to be, and have to choose between healing and doing the trap. And with some add-ons in some maps, it can generally get kills for free. So that's pretty big. But we're probably not going to see that because we're going to play with a more chill build. Her endgame can be okay. We're going to bring Noid for that. Surveillance is a perk that makes gens that are regressing white. It goes extremely well with perks like Search, perks like Paintress, or Ruin. Paintress is this one, or Ruin. Because every time they let go of a gen, it will literally start glowing white. These perks are awesome, and I recommend you get them as soon as possible, because they go really well with Surveillance on this killer and any other, really. We don't have that, because we're using only the basic perks, so we'll have Make Your Choice, which is not the best. It doesn't work with an ambush, but it's alright. Let's queue up and talk about the early game and all the decisions we'll be making. Alright, so before we begin, let me address someone that, thank you Greg, that was asking the chat. Why shouldn't you crouch to just find people? Isn't that a good idea? It does seem like a good idea, but you have a problem. When you crouch, your field of view is very small. You don't see very well, but survivors, they might see you from a distance. So if I crouch right now and I start walking there and someone sees me and they call me out and they start to go away from me, I could be losing gens really, really quickly. Now I heard that there are some birds in this area. So maybe it's worth it coming here? Let's listen. No one on that gen. This is a waste of my time. Let's do it a bit longer and then I'll stand up. This gen is literally at nothing. This is bad. I mean, we did find someone. It's not too bad. She's playing around this window. This is a good place and probably a very difficult first chase. If I don't get something out of her, I'm leaving. I'll fake this so that she's on the pallet and she has to drop it. She didn't want to drop it because it's a valuable pallet. She'll try to spin me here. Yeah. I'm gonna do something really stupid, chat. I don't think this works. Yeah, I think she's waiting well. But maybe she doesn't see through the gaps very well. Nah, this girl's smart. She's waiting at the right place. I need to go. I need to go. I need to go. Worth a shot. Worth a 3-second deviation from our plan, but not anymore. She's in a good place, especially with resilience or whatever. We could be there forever. You want to get your first down a little bit before the first gen pops, ideally, because then the first person will have an active trap and they will not be able to ignore it. They need to drop this. They don't wanna. Oh, what was that? So yeah, we try to find our luck elsewhere, ideally. Surveillance, the perk on the left, also has a side effect that it makes the repair sounds on the gens a bit louder. So it's a little bit easier to tell when someone's on a gen, even from a bit further away. Oh, I might be super lucky here. I think this is a down. Right, so very important, press M2 as quickly as possible. And if the gen pops during the animation, don't worry, that trap is still on. It will still be on. Now, the trap does not run while a survivor is on the hook, or while they're on the ground, or even if you're chasing them. So if you chase them, you're actually doing them a bit of a favor sometimes because they have less pressure. The timer's not going, it's paused. But if you're not chasing them and they're fine, then yeah, the trap will be red on the HUD, and that will let you know that, yeah, that person's in trouble. You don't know the time, but they see it, and it's typically 2.5 minutes. That person screaming is because of Make Your Choice, which is our little perk. Oh, sorry. My mouse is getting stuck. And we could go for the guy, but... Oh, this is a perfect place. Hold up. I'm gonna get really close so he drops it. Nah, I think the Survivors is smart. Or... Alright, I can use my power here. Oh... This is one of the few places... A pallet that is this... Like... I don't know how to explain it. Like, walled around. This is one of the few places where your power is actually really decent. You know what? I'm gonna crouch. This is a bit creative. It could backfire. Maybe we catch him, chat. Maybe we catch him with Bloodlust. I think we catch him. Yeah! Okay, lucky us. We put another trap on him. Should you always put a trap down? Jill has already gotten rid of hers, but she spent this whole time doing no gens. That's good. Yeah, normally, yeah, put a trap down. Don't put a trap down on someone if they are already going to die. If this guy was on his third hook, save it for someone else. But generally speaking, there are some situations where you might have a giga brain idea of what to do, but generally speaking, just put a trap on whoever. I'm gonna kick this, but I don't think it's a great idea. I'll do it just for the tracking. I see. That girl's still injured from the beginning. She might have resilience. Maybe. She has a medkit. I can assume that she is... That is a medkit? No, it's a flashlight. Yeah, maybe she doesn't have a method to heal. Survivors have to do a random amount of searches, but they always add up to 12 in total. So even though it's RNG, it's kind of fixed RNG. And there's 5 boxes, and they only need to search 4 at most. Either 1, 2, 3, or 4. This means that even if you camp one, it's not gonna work. Oh, she ran away. Damn. Oh man, she actually outplayed the heck out of me there, chat. On a really bad pallet too. Well, then she made up for it. Right, so the girl that screamed, I think, is Skate. That gen is still regressing. He hasn't turned yellow, probably because they're healing. That trap of Steve, is it on or is it off, Chad? It's off because it's white or gray. You don't see it right? She's not even looking. I'm gonna try something stupid. Oh, that almost works. I think she'll drop it though. She doesn't drop it. You're crazy. You're crazy. You're dead on hook now. Drop it, lady. That hard. Oh. Did we see her use other perks? Should I put a trap on this girl? You could make the argument that maybe if we're playing super efficient, we could not and then try to put a trap on someone else and then try to tunnel this girl. Let's be honest, the game could be over in 3 seconds for all we know. Put traps on people. Especially when you have 5 of them, thanks to my green add-on. Put traps on people. You know, what might happen is that this girl has to do boxes in a precarious, unsafe area, and then I just down her for free. Or waste her time for free. Or she is too scared to do it because she's dead on hook, so blah, blah, blah. This is no longer white. They've been touching it. They didn't catch it, but it glows yellow when they touch it. I think they're camping on the pallet now. Oh, nice. I'll take it. We don't want mistake from him. Oh, So yeah, if you have amazing information perks or a certain add-on that reveals auras, it can be quite okay to crouch a lot more than I'm doing. But I do think that the pig is primarily a basic attack killer. You're not going to do any miracles. Even the better pig players know that they have to get to a particular place before they start using their power. So much like Doctor, do not overcomplicate it. He's not looking behind. He's doing this. Oh, I thought that might work. All right. Kate, by the way, is the make your choice target. We've been ignoring make your choice, but that's fine, I think. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Good stuff. If I down this guy... Wait, you're insta-deadable for the next 20 seconds. Oh, you're in trouble, lady. You make that window? Oh, I don't think you make it. There you go. Perfect. It's okay. We could have also grabbed her out of the thingy. Should I put a trap on her? Yeah, absolutely. I forgot. Is that a big deal, chat? No. I mean, be careful. You could be flashy saved or pallet saved or something. One thing to remember, it's a very small tip, but it can be helpful. When you put a trap on a survivor, you move them slightly. So if you down a survivor on a pallet, one cheeky thing that you can do is step a little bit out of it, put the trap, then step a little bit out of it still, then press space, and you kind of like move the survivor a few inches, enough to maybe make it harder for them to pallet stun you. So Jill now has an active trap, and we're at the point where she needs to be searching. Normally, survivors search the boxes where they go down. Where did we down her? Around there, right? So right now, no joke, I might actually just pick the few traps that are... She removed one. That's her. That's her. There's no reason someone would be on the edges of the map other than Jill removing a trap. So that Jill, I'm pretty sure we're going to see... Yeah, we're going to pick the blood up at some point. There she is. Do you see how we can deduce where people are? And this girl has spent the whole game doing nothing. She went down, she did a trap, she went down, she did a trap. And then she did a, you know, she did another box and bang. You know. Wait, putting a trap on a person that's dead is great for blood points, chat. If you're very confident that you've outed the winning, that is a mistake. That is a, I was just explaining. I'm sorry. I think I got a bit carried away by the narrative. Okay, sorry. That was a waste of a trap. Traps are really powerful in the endgame because if you chase a guy with a trap, like what is he gonna do? Shake you off? They can't. So it's really, really strong and really, really useful to hang on to them. But here we are. I'm pretty sure I heard the Steve. Yeah. Let's go through here so we don't lose sight of him. We have 30 seconds to make your choice. Or we might be able to insta on him. If they do the last 2 gens also, that works, but... Oh, dang. Where is he? Oh, there he is! He's got a really strong window. We play around it. Don't have life, please. I got him. Nice. Wow, make your choice has actually been really good. You'll find that make your choice is... I would put a trap on him if I had to. If I had one. And make your choice is hard in maps that have a lot of stuff because you don't see who's who. And also in indoor maps because you're not even far enough from the hook for it to trigger. But hey, hopefully we're proving something. Anyway. Let's check on the gens maybe a bit. We have gens that are really not that far from each other. This is good. And that girl has an active trap. She can go for the rescue, but I don't think she will. If I get you injured, you guys are in trouble. Go right back to the hook, beat him to it. Or not. Sometimes you can be super cheeky, by the way. Oh, this is a chance to use power. Left, right, left, right. Wow. I didn't even think that would hit, chat. Holy. So you see that when you're at a pallet, you can play it a little bit in a special way, right? I can sit here for a second. He's not going to get anti-camping because I haven't been here so long. And this girl is probably just... Yeah, she did a box, which means that she's probably far away. I'm going to check the far away boxes. If she was near, she would have snatched that rescue, I'm sure. I think she's probably in the mindset of, let's get the hatch. Which maybe is fair. Yeah, that guy's dying. Hello. Do we just chase you off? Yeah, I think I will. Sorry about that. I think all of our perks did a lot here. I even got to show you some of the places where you can use the power pretty realistically. But what's going to happen many times, chat? I'm just going to swing. With Sloppy Butcher, picking up from the ground is a bit slower, keep in mind. What's going to happen many times is that you go to a loop. I'll try to show you while the game is ending. And you crouch, and the survivor literally goes, okay, you slow yourself down a lot when you crouch, so I'm just going to run away. You also don't see very well when you crouch, right? So that guy stayed in the loop, but what he could have done is literally start running away. And that is a bit problematic, because you don't even see them run away sometimes. So one thing you might generally have to do sometimes is go to a loop. If they pre-load the pallet, just break it. And then you go, oh, damn, they left. So what you do is you crouch, and then you just uncrouch and you follow them. And then go to the next one. And you might do it again, uncrouch, and then you follow them. And eventually maybe they run into an edge of the map where they can't really do much. And Nina made me some tea. Thank you so much. That will help with our throat. Very sweet of you, love. Thank you.
You alright?
Yeah, feeling better. Thanks, love. Super helpful. You're the best. And we didn't talk about booping the snoot. Nina, you want to give some tips about that?
Yeah, if you the snoot, guaranteed you live. Just so you guys know.
Boop the snoot if you're the survivors. They weren't very happy, but that's alright. That will happen often sometimes. Moving on to the next one. Oh yeah, my viewers reminded me of a fairly obvious thing that it's not really obvious at all. If a survivor has a trap in the endgame, 2 things might happen. If you place it after the last gen has been completed, there's no more gens to be completed, and the trap will be off. It will literally do nothing. Maybe if you have one of the add-ons that inflicts some status effect, it will inflict that status effect. But other than that, it will do nothing. Not very good. However, if you put it before the last gen is done, and then the gen pops and it's the end game, that is really lethal. They cannot go through the exit gates. The exit gates have like a little line in the middle where if they go through it willingly themselves, either on the ground or running or walking or crouching for that matter, they will die. It will automatically set off. So they need to find the hatch. That's why it's so hard to play against the pig in the end game. But now we move on for real to the next killer. Okay, following that up, we have the clown. The clown is an amazing 3rd or 2nd or 4th killer to pick up. He has the normal stats of like 32-meter terror radius, normal height, normal speed, normal launch, yada yada. So he's very easy to play and transition to and from other normal killers that are not super unique. That's great. And some of the best things that he brings is his perks. Coulrophobia is an okay perk that makes healing around you really difficult for survivors. It's not bad, situational. Popcos the Weasel is one of the best perks in the game. Whenever you hook someone, the next time you kick a gen, that gen will lose a chunk of progress, and it's really, really mean. And Bamboozle is also a situational perk, but it's a godsend for a lot of killers like Billy or Cannibal. With this perk, you can go through a window, you block it, and survivors cannot use it repeatedly, which forces them to play more into pallets, which forces them into places where your power is maybe more powerful. So it's not the absolute most necessary on him, but it's good on many killers. And it's good to have. So for that reason alone, easy to play. Difficult to master though, and great perks. I think he's a great pick. Now, Clown has 2 powers in one. He throws bottles, okay? The purple bottles, which are the default, slow down survivors by minus 15%. That's a huge deal. He can also switch to the yellow bottles, which speed him up, or the survivors if they inhale the yellow gas, by 10%. Now, you might think, wait a minute. Purple slows down by minus 15, and yellow speeds up by 10? Isn't the purple better? The answer is yes. However, the depth and skill ceiling of Clown comes from the fact that you can eventually start to use both of them. And when you use both of them, they're slow, you're fast, and it's a really, really deadly combination. The weakness of the Clown, of course, is that he's kind of... it doesn't have any particular mobility from going to point A to point B in a map. And he doesn't have any crazy ability to teleport or inflict damage from across the map. So his presence is quite limited to one place. You need to be very picky with your chases and make them really, really short. We're going to do our best to do that. And I'll walk you a little bit more around that. By default, the Clown has 4 bottles. You have a few add-ons that give you extras. Those are always good. And if you want to go for a simple add-on, the faster reload is also good as well. There's a couple add-ons to reload faster. The extra hindered is also never bad. So yeah, you can read one of our guides for that, or do your own research, or find your own thing, but those ones I mentioned you cannot go wrong with. Avoid the add-ons that affect the yellow bottles, because they're a bit hard to use. This one, for example, is bad. The better ones that affect the yellow bottles are good, but they're a bit more complex. You'll get there. The insta-down add-on can be a bit of a crutch. I think you put it on, you rely on it, you miss all your bottles. It's not great for learning. I don't recommend it, unless you really know what you're doing. The auto-reading add-ons, though, are good as well. So those you could run no problem. But yeah, that's a small summary. Now let's play the game. All right. As I mentioned earlier, there are 2 powers to the Clown. And sometimes you might be tempted to use the yellow bottles in an unorthodox way. Like, for example, throw them ahead of you so that you go faster on the map. This is almost never worth it. You get a bit of speed boost, but in the grand scheme of things, thank you, Asteras, it's not that big of a deal. And you lose a bottle, which means that you need to reload them faster and sooner, and that might actually hurt you during a chase. So you need to play this a bit like Huntress, okay? You can reload anywhere on the spot by doing a little animation, but you still want to be mindful of your bottles, because sometimes being in a chase without any bottles left means the difference between you get a hit or they drop a pallet and they're safe forever, and that's not good. So we're gonna play like a normal killer. Going to the further gens, blah blah blah, nothing really special going on here. I'm trying to catch someone as quickly as possible. If I can choose, I'll go for people that are in small loops that I can outplay easily with my bottles, and avoid people in strong areas. Okay, I can already tell you, I'm gonna hold this. Holding a bottle has no downside. Do I need a bottle to get this hit? The answer is no. Hitting a survivor right after you hit them with a bottle has almost no effect. So, do yourself a favor. I'm gonna aim. That hits there. Perfect. She slows her down. That's bad, chat. That's bad. That bottle's not good. I'm gonna put one there. I'm gonna put a yellow one on me. And I'm gonna do... This is a bit more advanced, but... Right, so... Yeah, so that girl, unfortunately... Maybe my add-ons are not so big of a deal. Unfortunately, that girl still managed to... That's so unlucky, man. To make it through that window. And you saw that I threw a bottle there that wasn't very good. That's alright. Still above me. There's like 2 people above me, dude. They have no fear whatsoever. Let's see if we can make that backfire horribly. Nope, they finish it. They don't care. She's not even looking behind her. Damn. Oh my god, what are the chances that that happens? We'll get the people injured, chat. It's fine. Let's get an injure here. Similar to how we talked about the Cannibal, this killer really benefits from chasing multiple people at once. And I was gonna tell you that you want to pressure multiple people at once, but I also think that this girl's gonna give me a free down. So I'm just gonna take it. Oh, damn, that was good from her, though. I'm gonna swing. Oh, unlucky. Unfortunate. We need to go. Yeah, that's not hard enough. Let's reload. This isn't good. We don't chase this anymore. We try to go for the group of people that are injured and sitting on a gen. At least one of those people, that was probably two, is injured. So let's go and see if we can stop it. Make sure that you have the right bottle type by checking on the bottom. It's really awful to throw the one that you don't want. There, I'm just gonna... Ah, dude, this isn't good. I'm gonna tell you a little secret, okay? Even though survivors are slowed down a lot, there's one problem. Yeah, there's one problem. There's one problem. They still vault pallets at the same speed. That's so good, dude. Oh my lord, this team. So for that reason, pallets are really hard to outplay. I can... Dude, I don't even make that in time. I need to leave chat. These people are playing really well. And that guy could have a strong medkit and stiptic or whatever. I really can't risk it. Windows are different, however. If you slow them down, their speed is so bad that they are basically coded to never be able to fast vault a window. So they'll vault a window really slowly at a lower speed, and that's okay. I'm just making sure I make it here. But pallets, they can fast vault pallets even when completely affected by the slowdown. So pallets, you need to play a bit smarter and do tricks like the one we did earlier, which I'll explain again because that happened a bit fast, don't worry. This will be a pop, which is going to do more damage. You see that there's a lot of smoke. From the survivor or the killer point of view, that's how you know it worked. I could have maybe saved it for this one if I knew, but I couldn't know. I'm going to put this on the right and then go on the left, and she's kind of... I mean, she's doing a smart thing, chat. She's kind of wasting my time. This is good, though, because it seems like they're busy, so I might be able to go hooker and then pop that gen. You only get one pop, and it does more damage, the more progress the gen is, so... It's ideal if we hit it. Wait, hold up, this is a free down. Alright, do not pick her up. Use the pop first. Risk that she might get rescued. Doesn't matter. And do this. I'm also going to put a yellow bottle here. Oh, I'm going to swing then. I'm going to use the yellow bottle to go for Gabriel, who's probably here. Right. Now they can rescue, but it's not going to be so easy. She wants to body block. I don't care about her. I'll swing. Nice, perfect. If I had one more bottle, I'm going to do a mind game here with my camera. Good. Watch out, because she could have that hard. I mean, anything could happen. You're kidding, dude. That guy was so quiet. Now, one really nice thing is that everyone is injured. No one can come and take hits. I'm gonna hope they don't have mate for this. If they have mate for this, the Gabriel can heal that girl for, like, super clutch. And then tank a hit. Please don't have mate for this. He doesn't. Okay, good. Now we take them both to basement. And even if they rescue, it's a sticky situation for them. Having two people in basement is always good. I will not use the pop now because time is of the essence. But then when I come out, I can. I mean, this is probably pretty obvious, but... On top of making survivors slow down, the bottles also blur their vision, which can make them make more mistakes at small loops, and also make them scream, unless they have Come Spirit. So you can, no joke, if you're kind of defending an area, you can just put a bottle here and just be around the area, and they shouldn't be able to go through it without obviously giving themselves away. So that's an idea. We could play this really dirty. There's an example. Now, okay. That's fine. When a survivor is hit by a bottle, by the way, they... Off the record. They become immune if you hit them. So do not do this thing where you go to a survivor, you hit them with a bottle, and then you M1 them. If you see me do that, it's because I'm afraid that they're going to beam me to a pallet or a window, and obviously I want to guarantee that the hit will happen, right? But if I can get the hit without a bottle, I get the hit without a bottle, ideally. You know, because otherwise you run the risk of running out of bottles sooner, and when you hit them, the bottle effect dissipates almost immediately. Also, be careful with yellow bottles, because survivors also benefit from all of their effects, so they'll also become 10% faster. Now, as I showed you earlier, in a loop like this, one amazing, easy, simple trick that you can do on a loop is to put a yellow bottle on the middle of the pallet, and then one on the furthest point. Then you run them, they run into it, they roll the wrong way, then you double back and you get them. That's the basic... The hell are you doing, buddy? Laggy? Oh, here. Yeah, I guess he is wondering where his teammates is. Hey, teammates, here. Wait, can I still down the Fang? What do you think? No. I can make her go home with a hit, though. This guy has deliverance, probably. So, I know he couldn't hook himself. I'm not gonna camp him or anything like that. Anyway, this girl's dead. She might have some perks to delay that, though. That gen's not very progressed. Okay. There's the deliverance. Okay. What do we do, chat? What do we do? Get close and listen. See if she has off the record, and then we'll know. This isn't good, but I mean, if the loop was smaller, I could maybe play around it. I'm gonna put a yellow bottle. Oh, she had... she had, Blight. That's fine. Maybe we catch up. Yeah, I think we do. Off the record. This is the point where if we have a giant, this is gonna get a bit out of hand. But we do have to people that on hook, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah, that's true. That's true. With some add-ons, maybe that basic advice can be different. That's true. With the purple one in particular. Oh, I think she's dead, chat. Yeah, that hard? No, you can't have it. You're out of the dip one. Sorry, I need to kill you, lady. Decisive has just been too long, so it doesn't matter. The other person that's on hook, I think, is Fang, right? So we go for her. I think so. Yeah. Would be ideal now to find a gem with progress to pop it. This isn't it. This isn't it. That one there is probably it. Yeah. I'm so desperate, chat, to get there in time. I'm actually going to use a yellow bottle for mobility. So I think they might finish it in my face. Yellow bottles activate after a little while, so cannot, unfortunately, throw them at your feet. You need to think ahead of them. Let's see, the Dead Heart, maybe? Another thing that's really interesting with Clown is that when a survivor is affected by the bottle, their animation of coughing sometimes overrides other animations. So you might not even hear them scream if they're vaulting when they get hit by a bottle. If you're in doubt about what happened, don't forget to just check the top right to see if you got the points for the hit. And yeah, don't forget that the animations are a bit weird. I think the gens are under control. Okay, everyone's dead on hook save for Kate, methinks, and I'm not even sure. It might be Kate, actually, that's dead on hook, because let's be honest, she wasn't the one that came for the rescue, it was Fang, and she would have... Wait, I heard that drop. What was that? Oh, sorry, you used to be able to bypass that, my bad. Anyway, let's not reload yet, but maybe I should be. Yeah. This guy wants to be chased because he also has off the record or whatever. I'm sorry, and I don't want to play around all of these perks if that's okay. You started walking here, or what happened? Bro, I'm so lost. This gen has progress, but not all on. I think it's you that's that on hook, if I had to remember. If I had to guess. Okay. Oh, thanks so much for the raid, whoever friend that was. I messed that up. There, thanks so much. Yeah, one thing worth talking about, looking up and down, this killer has a strange arc, and the more you charge a bottle, look. You see how it glows? When it glows, it means it's fully charged. You throw it in a straighter line. It's very similar to Huntress, if you've played as her, which I'm sure many of you have. So that will help you a tiny bit. Damn, this loop is actually godlike against Clown. I cannot do anything. I need to go. Unless she decides to leave it. I'll break it now. Adrenaline on both of them? No, only on Gabriel. Alright, cool. This is bad, chat. I need to wrap this up ASAP. Fuck. I need to reload. Oh well. Having no it here doesn't help very much. Wait, where is she? I'm leaving her, chat. Oh, never mind. I can't leave her. Or can I? Yeah, I can. Make sure he doesn't beat me to the window. No, wait, time. And if the other girl messed up a little bit, maybe we get her, but nothing to promise here. That guy's dead. It's just gonna be hard to get 3 kills here. Maybe we should be happy with 2. Yeah, we saw the bird. I think she's going for the other gate. I think they're playing it safe. That's completely fair. But yeah, we should have been a bit smarter with how we handled that. Where'd you go, buddy? Huh? Sorry, what? Oh, okay. Alright, now I need to risk. Unfortunately. Oh, thank goodness. Certain perks being in play. Alright. just found a hook, so I think it's dead. I just wanted to see if I could corral the other girl, but I think she hugged the edge of the map. Right. We have left some things unexplained. Some things that were actually a little bit hard to talk about in the middle of the match. But I'll go into a private game and show you some very basic ideas, okay? Some things are really going to blow your mind and help you a lot in your average game. We'll say GG's to these folks. Hold on. But yeah, let me skip to that part so that you see what I mean. Right, so we're playing against some bots. In the meantime, let's talk about some important things. Yellow bottles and purple bottles cancel each other out. And if a survivor is affected by a slowdown... look, I'll try to show you. Yeah, it makes the purple ones go away. If a survivor is steps into the yellow one, that's really bad. They get a massive speed boost and they get cured from the purple. So that's something you want to avoid. If you already know where you're going to toss it, you can throw it ahead of time. I'm going to show you a trick on Shack that is super, super good. If someone's playing your own Shack, one thing you can do, let's say they're on door, right? One thing you can do is throw a yellow bottle at the pallet side, and then throw a purple bottle on the door. And now if you go from this direction, you get speed boost, and they run into the Shack, they get hit by this, and then they go to the pallet or the window, and you hit them. They get slowed down, you get sped up, they have to leave the Shack. If this is on the corner, you're guaranteed a hit, unless they have some amazing perk in play. That's really, really good. Also, we were talking a little bit about aiming. There's a few effects you can do. The bottle is in reality a bunch of orbs, and if you aim really high, let's say a tall object, look at this. They spread out a lot. Do you kind of see them? This can be useful. If, for example, you're trying to cover an entire area, you could aim a little bit higher. Oh, I don't know. What would be a good example? Like, for example, if I want to block this path, right? And I'm a little bit worried. I mean, if I throw it there, there might be a gap here. And you never know. Solaris could use that gap. If you aim a little bit higher, though, let's wait for this to go away. That will almost certainly never happen. Just look at that. It spreads out. Or does it? Yeah, it does. Now, does that mean that aiming extremely high is super good? No. Like, if you aim extremely high, well, you're gonna miss, number one. You have a different problem now. The orbs are so separated that there's gaps between them. So you want to find a good middle ground. Now, let's talk about the most common type of loop. The most common type of loop is something like this, right? The filler ones. Little pallet, a short side, a long side. Like, if the survivor's on the short side, what they need to do here is drop the pallet early. If the survivor's on the short side, they're screwed. All you need to do is throw it there, go from that side. Maybe they step on it, and now you go the other way. Now they have to do the whole thing back. You get the hit. This is super easy. You barely need to think about it. On the long side, you need to be precise, okay? You don't want to put the bottle right here. Why wouldn't you want to put the bottle right here? Very simple. If you put the bottle here, and then you chase a survivor, the survivor gets slowed down, but by the time they get slowed down, they just drop the pallet. Or vault it if it's down. Not good. You want to put it on the apex, on like the furthest point possible. What is the furthest point possible? Let's say there's a pallet right here. The furthest point possible would be right there. And a really common idea that you've seen me do in that game is to make the step on the gas and take advantage of the fact that it lasts a little while to then make them go around it. So say we're playing around this pallet, I put a thing there, then I chase them, they step on it, I chase them, then I switch directions, and now they have to go all the way back. And that helps a ton. So yeah. And if a loop is particularly strong, I don't know, let's imagine this one. Again, you can set up a yellow bottle, and then throw a purple, let them down, bam, you will catch them 100%. And that's the do's and don'ts of playing clown. Oh yeah, very good, Claudia, very good. There's one thing we didn't mention, chat. If you hit a survivor directly with a bottle, this doesn't do anything. Doesn't really have any major effect, except for one add-on. But it interrupts them. That means that if you see someone unhooking right in front of you, maybe doing a totem right in front of you, you could, if you're very skilled, fully charge your bottle or almost fully charge your bottle, aim down a little bit, and then toss it at them. If you hit them on the body, they'll need to start over again. That could be useful. So yeah, that's it. Sorry, bots. Yeah. Let's move on to the next one. All right, friends, this is the Spirit. This killer comes with a bit of a warning. She is a little bit tricky to play. Are her perks amazing? Spirit Fury is a good pair with Enduring. Makes her a very simple, effective combo for any build. Most killers. Haunted Ground is a mean hex perk to let you insta-down. Works well with other hexes. Rancor is a bit of a mean endgame perk to insta-down the Obsession. Not too bad. These perks, none of them are super necessary. The problem with Spirit is that she's a little bit unique, okay? Similar to Nurse... sorry. Or Spirit. Similar to Nurse or Hag, the Spirit is her own beast. She has lower speed than the average killer, a smaller terror radius. If you don't have the default hair, which I recommend you immediately undo as quickly as possible, she's actually on the short side, so that's okay as well. But she is slow and you need to use her power. This is a very unique power, and learning it is its own thing, separate from almost any other killer in the game, to the point where if you come from other killers, you will be a complete beginner on her. And if you switch from her to other killers, you're not necessarily going to translate a lot of your skills that you've picked up with her. Play her if you like her, but don't play just her unless you really know what you're doing, because playing other killers will feel really, really difficult afterwards. That being said, I would highly, highly, highly recommend, if you're going to play this killer, if you have a friend that also owns the DLC, ask to play against them. This killer has a lot of visual effects and cues and things that are really impossible for you to understand how they look like for the survivor side unless you've been there. And if you don't know what they see and what they hear, it's very hard for you to know what you're supposed to do. This killer has a passive ability that is almost exclusive to her and no other killer really has, which is the passive phasing. When she's not using her power, she will occasionally flicker and disappear and become invisible for like small, brief moments. And this means that just moving normally, you don't really see this from the killer point of view. Just moving normally makes you hard to see sometimes, and that alone can be quite messed up. But her real ability is her haunting. What is it called again? Yamaoka's haunting. Yamaoka's haunting allows her to stay in place and charge it up and then move very fast. She lives in a different world during that time. Her body is left behind and she can move very fast anywhere. Survivors don't really see her. They can only hear her approximate location and you can appear right on top of them. Think of it like a nurse, but the teleport has more control and you decide when. The catch is that you don't see survivors during this time, so you have to guess where they are based on their sound, their cues, and all of that stuff. Builds. Anti-healing is powerful on her, insta-down of any kind is powerful on her, and info is okay to know what you're doing, even though you have a smaller terror radius. We don't have any great info perks, but I mean, these two will do. Activation speed add-ons, there's 2 of them, are always good. Recovery add-ons, there's 3 of them, are always good. So you really can't go wrong with those, or speed add-ons. Yeah. There's a few more gimmicky purple-green add-ons that you don't need to experiment with until you are a bit more familiar. Let's get into it. A good point from someone? Maybe we can use Rancor. Yeah. I mean, it's a bit overkill with no one escapes death. But it is a little bit scary, isn't it? And it goes well with Bitter Murmur since we'll see everyone. Yeah, sure, let's switch to that. Also, when you use your power, you leave your body behind. That body is a husk. Your real body is where you're standing, right? You'll appear where you're standing. But that body still has a hitbox, so survivors cannot go through it. That's a thing to remember. It doesn't come into play a lot. Survivors typically run away from you. They don't try to go into your body. Thank God. But that's a thing to remember. And you don't see the survivors. You don't see their items. You don't see auras. The only thing you see is scratch marks. You don't see blood. You see scratch marks and other visual cues like dust and particles. So that will be super, super important. This killer is a massive, massive chase killer. You can use her power for mobility as well, but then it goes into a long cooldown. So you use it for mobility attack, but you want to keep it primarily for the chases. For that reason, you need to be very precise with them. And it's not a bad idea, don't hurt your ears, to bring up the volume a little bit. You need to hear very, very carefully. There's a lot of things that can make survivors quiet or quieter. Yeah, you need to be careful and you need to listen to their footsteps. And you're going to be super familiar when you play a lot of Spirit with all the different kind of sounds they make. When they evolve, they do When they do footsteps, they have a certain sound and so on. This map is interesting for us. Okay. So let's look at the further gens and try to go there. We have a smaller terror radius, so we already found someone. I'm not going to use my power because, like, even if I'm on top of them, what am I going to do? I don't even know where they are, right? So now that I see someone, I could. Do they have life? Yeah, let's confirm that they have life before we start using our power. She's not looking behind me. I'm going to look for the scratch marks now. Follow scratch marks. You guys could hear that clearly, right? Unfortunately, I missed somehow. But it doesn't matter. Hit her. Sloppy. She has a medkit. We could leave her and go for someone else. But she seems like a bit clumsy. Now she's injured, and it's gonna be a lot easier to find out where she is. Yeah. Now, one thing, that was super short, and she was perfectly audible, so that was super nice. But many times you will chase survivors that are healthy, that are quiet, that have some perk to make them stealthy, and you will lose them at some point. What you need to do when you lose them, as a general idea, is to stop using your power. And maybe they'll be sitting and crouching, because they are quieter when they crouch. And then you'll get the hit, and that's awesome. And if not, well, you try to learn what went wrong and try to apply it for the next chase. Does that make sense? Let's chase. Okay, so what happened there is I tried to respect the pallet because I thought she would drop it. But she was very smart and didn't drop it. And I'm in trouble now. Hide the red light a bit. I think this could be a down already. Keep in mind, though, I'm 110 killer. I'm a bit slower than normal. She had life. Don't worry, we outspeed her. Oh, she went left. Ah, fake it. She takes the window. She doesn't. We're 110 killer. So when I'm out of power, I'm not going to be able to get the hits that I would get with Trapper. You know, maybe you will sometimes because the passive phasing messes with them. But you need to realize that you're not very good out of power. Now, why shouldn't I use my power for mobility? Why shouldn't I? Let's do that. See what happens. Meow, meow. I mean, if you need to go to a gem very urgently, you absolutely can. But we have a problem, chat. Oh, distortion on some people, I think. Where are the gems? Oh. We have a problem. Now I don't have a power for 15 or so seconds. Maybe a bit less with add-ons. So basically, if you use your power too much, you'll have the problem that you don't have it in chase when you need it. But this wasn't the case now. Damn, that was a nasty hit. I heard the footsteps, but they were rather quiet. I would like to kick this, but I don't want to lose track on this guy. I think I can follow him easily. Wait. I'm sorry, what? Am I stupid? What? She went into basement? She went into basement? Okay, dude, that is 100% the most creative thing I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, no, you win. You win the game. Oh my god. Okay, that wasn't a path I was expecting, so it was an option there, but I didn't even consider it. Well, thank goodness. Or let it be. That girl clearly has something going on. But yeah, see, now I don't have my power. And they don't have a will to live. Alright, fine, whatever. Alright, sorry guys, we just can't have normal games sometimes. It's a bit difficult to chase around gens and things that are noisy. Oh, that was really good. Nice, excellent, dead hard. That took some massive prediction. She can hear roughly where I am. And that is a double-edged sword. I'll try to explain why. Because what you can do is use power. Oh, yeah, I forgot to say, but when the spirit is charging up her power, she looks like she's standing still. So sometimes you can just stand still and survivors will run into you, which is hilarious. There are some subtle cues if you pay attention, but it's not really easy, so she messed up. But yeah, one thing you can do, right? Imagine that this girl is on this pallet. You can use your power and then go left. Ooh, I'm left. And then she vaults and then come right and bam, you know? So you can use the sound that they hear against them. And that's really, really important. And I think there was another piece of advice that was on the tip of my tongue. I forgot what it was. Yeah, what was it? Damn it. I forgot. Shouldn't you use your power for mobility? Yes, but use it in short bursts, chat. Like this. I got a bit of mobility out of that. And I got my power right where I'm going to need it. Right? Right when I'm going to need it. I mean, I'm sorry, lady, but like, what the hell am I supposed to do? I just can't find anyone else. Where's your friend? Oh. Okay, yeah, I'll find you then. I mean, I'm a 2-gent. I'm sorry, I don't think I can play this fair. Oh, she was faster than I thought. My bad. Maybe Lithe or something? I think she's dead here. Nice. Yeah, I'll take the hit on the rescuer. Wait, where are they? Oh, what? Oh, my bad. Ah, sure, whatever. But yeah, I'm sorry, we're playing this kind of bad. Wait, actually. Oh, wow. This guy was so smart. I'm sorry, but if you hover around the person on the pallet, what am I gonna do? I'll go through it. Maybe she doesn't expect it. That was another dead hot. Bro, that's actually insane. Oh my god. Yeah, you have a massive swing when coming out of your power, by the way. It's very similar to Wraith when uncloaking, but a lot more in your control because it doesn't have any delay or anything like that. But I'm sure that's pretty obvious. What are we talking about else? What else are we neglecting, chat? There's like one piece of advice that I think is really important that I'm forgetting about. Okay, this one is very simple. You need to be proactive during your cooldowns. I think you went up, didn't you? If my power is on cooldown because I used it to get a hit, during that cooldown, don't mind game anything. Like, if it's obvious that a survivor is just gonna beat you to a pallet, no joke, during the cooldown, you can just use that time to just break a pallet, you know? And chase, yeah, they are above. Oh, I wasn't wrong. Hold up, I'll use my power to surprise them maybe. You can hear breathing sometimes. Oh, what the hell? Guess they've been walking. Sorry, girl, I generally don't mean to camp you or do anything nasty, but... Oh, nice. Well done. I think this should be a hit. Nice. Where's she going first? Oh, she's in trouble. I think I get her. Let's follow the blood now. Not the blood, but the scratch marks. Ah, unlucky. I think she made it if she spammed it. Yeah. Power is the same sound above or same level. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean exactly. They do hear you directionally, but they might not realize on which vertical plane you are, no. And if you're so close, most survivors, if you haven't been spotted, they might just think, oh, I'm fine. Like, she's on someone else, you know? Alright, anyway. It's Talita, dude. Wow, I was right on top of her. Nice. Alright, I tried to chase her. I think she's the best survivor in this group. Yeah, they're back on gens, man. Alright, Steve, you sure you want to finish that gen? If he finishes it, I can worry him. That's so silly, man. I have Rancor, so the obsession is moriable. They don't even know about my Noid. So it's gonna be nasty. I saw a bitter murmur where they are, so we'll try it. This is fun. Anyway. I'll check there. Don't hear anyone on the totem. Oh, damn, dude. Dude, checking on the totem cost us. Oh, I'm gonna stand still. She's being careful, sadly. Sorry, chat, that might be one kill and that's it. Sadly. I still have a feeling. We've covered almost everything, but I still have a feeling we're forgetting something super important. And I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have a moment later where I remember what it is. Are they here at all? No? No, they're all fine. Yeah, I'm sorry. I tried to be a bit merciful and not tunnel a person out, but it backfired horribly, that's for sure. Directional audio? Now, we've explained that. I don't think that's a huge deal. But yeah, sometimes you can generally use your power and stand still and move very slightly just to catch them. As a general rule, especially the more of a beginner that you are, I would recommend that you use your power in short bursts because it's easier to get feedback. If you use it in short bursts, it's easier to see if you're right, if you're wrong, how much, you know, if you use your whole power, you play very good. Thanks. It's very sweet. Oh, okay, so what are some of the things that can make survivors quiet? A very common perk named Off the Record makes them completely quiet when they get off the hook. Iron Will is less common, but it makes them quieter. Going into lockers, crouching, or just being far away will obviously make them quieter and quieter. Some people think Strider, a perk from Nurse, making survivors louder is a good idea. I vehemently disagree with that. I think Strider will make it much harder for you to actually tell where survivors are. Meow, meow, meow. What do we have for Steve? Well, we didn't chase him at all almost throughout the entire game, so. That's so funny. They didn't know about it. Blocking pallets using husk? Yeah, you can put your husk on a pallet. But as I said, most of the time, survivors, they don't loop into the pallet. They go away because they know they can't play. But yeah, you could use your husk as a body blocking tool if you want to, by putting it in the middle of a pallet. Yeah, it's a killer that will definitely get a lot better with practice, but I think we might have just covered all the important stuff. I'll tell you some very basic notions of what you could go for an upgrade. If you're, because maybe the best thing you need as a spirit is a good build. And the one we're running is definitely not the best right now. So Sloppy is a great perk. You can keep this perk. It's amazing. Know it? I mean, it's a great perk. You could probably get Corrupt Intervention from the Plague, and this already would be an amazing build. Maybe some other cute perk that you like. With Barbecue, for example, you could already find people after hooking someone. Maybe you got Chucky, and Friends Till the End is also amazing for that. You got nothing else? I mean, it's a bit crude, but Tinkerer could tell you where gens are being done. When you are in stealth mode by Tinkerer or some other perk or whatever, if you use your power, they hear you from afar. So, sadly, it's not, you're not like fast and stealthy. They will hear a little whoosh getting sound, louder and louder in sound. So they don't work very well with her, but they're still okay. It still would be great info. So that alone would already get you. Nurses obviously pairs really well with her small terror radios on Sloppy Butcher. So this could be an amazing build with only one purchased character and mostly other free stuff. But yeah, have a lot of fun with Spirit. She's really strong, so be patient with her. She's also quite unique. Moving on. Alright, so coming up is the Legion. An amazing killer to pick up shortly after starting the game. He or she, there's a bunch of them. They are a basic killer with all the normal attributes. Normal speed, normal terror radius, a little bit shorter than some killers like Trapper. I would say the perks are a mixed bag. Mad Grit is a bit of a meme perk that can sometimes come in clutch, but it's pretty bad. Iron Maiden is super niche. Discordance, though, it's great. Getting this perk is useful on almost every killer. Pretty good. But yeah, the perks are not very good other than Discordance. However, you put a few perks from other killers, and this killer could be disgusting good super, super quick. For example, if you have Clown, you could have Pop and Bamboozle. Discordance for info, Thana from Nurse, slow down a little bit as well. Awesome. Let's say you have Ghostface instead. Yeah, this killer is so easy to customize. You could have Thrilling Tremors to find people doing gens, and then this perk to help you with that, and even this could be good as well. Like, you could have such good builds, but let's assume that you got nothing else going on, and you just have basic perks. This is fine. His best perk, Discordance, to find people, bit of info, endgame clutch. I mean, it doesn't apply with his basic attack, with his special attack, but it's fine. And then add-ons. The Mischief List is an incredible add-on. You can never go wrong with this. Just makes your power last longer. Who doesn't want that? And this add-on makes you recover very fast when you misuse it, which I think for a beginner is quite useful. So this is a set of add-ons that you could start with very, very safely. You also cannot go wrong with Bigger Lunge, even though it's a bit special. And the add-on that gives you power when you get stunned is arguably even better. Yeah, you could run this as well, especially with Enduring. But I digress. This killer is pretty good. He has a really easy time getting injuries. Injuries are almost unavoidable. And after that, he's a normal killer, which doesn't sound super exciting. But it is still pretty nice. And against beginners and intermediates, it's a really, really strong killer. Let's get into it. Once a survivor is injured, for the most part, you don't have a power. You need to stop using your power. And then you chase them and play normally like any other killer. However, before the survivor gets injured, this killer has a lot going for them. They get their knife up. They go into what's called the Feral Frenzy. And then they can slash people and move very, very fast. Every time you slash someone, two things will happen. For each person that you keep stabbing, you will injure them, put them in deep wound, which makes it harder to heal. And they can't use medkits or anything like that. And they need to slowly get rid of it if you don't chase them. If you chase them, it pauses. And you also get faster and faster. And once you hit your first victim, you will hear people around you. Anyone in your terror radius, which jumps up to... yeah, apologies. As I was saying, every time you hit a survivor, your power gauge refills. So basically, you're like a springboard. You hit one, you hit the other, you hit the other, and unless they split up very effectively, you will end up hitting all of them. Every time you hit someone, you also hear people around you that are not in deep wound, so that it's easier to find them and hit them as well. Ideally, you want to injure 1 or 2 survivors to really get started. In a best case scenario, you can hit 4 survivors. If one of them mends, you can hit them again. If they're in mending status, you don't want to hit them twice. That's a bad idea. And then if you hit 4, then your 5th hit will insta-down no matter what. So if you manage to hit people 1, 2, 3, 4, then you can hit the same guy twice with the 5th, and they'll go down, which is awesome. But doesn't happen super often against really good survivors. So our idea is to get a few people injured, try to catch a group of them ideally before they can split up. Not always easy, depending on the map and their perks. And get a lot of people injured. A couple would be good. All of them would be awesome. Let's do that. Oh, it's a indoor map. Well, we're going there. All right, so we're heading into a map, and this map has multiple floors, and it's a little bit challenging. I might want to be on the top one, because it's easy to go from top to bottom, but it's not easy to go from bottom to top. So my idea is to catch people in a corner where they're all together. I know they often spawn on the exit gates, and the exit gates are always opposite from one another. I spawn next to one, so they must be here. Let's see if we find them. Oh, it seems like I might be completely off. We have our own unique terror. I'm gonna hit her. Heartbeats where? Alright, are they too close? Let's find out. This guy's too far. I do have add-ons to last longer. Actually, I'm gonna go this way. I think she's messing it up. Yeah, she's messing it up. That's a hit. Unfortunately, this person's above, and I can't hit them. So what do I do, chat? That person's too far. I'm not gonna hit them. Are they too far? I mean, they're not moving, so maybe I will. Unfortunate, that was a bit of a sprint burst. You can outlast and outspeed a sprint burst, by the way. But if you're at the end of your thing, not too much. Alright. That was fine. We get a good pallet out of the way. Now, those people that I hit have to mend, and they've been wasting time. And I know that the fourth guy was... Oh, hey, they're right here. Well, that's cute. I don't make that, sadly. I'll break it. Try to zone her. Do I make that in time? I'll break it. We don't have any tools to play around this. Hi. That's good enough. Alright, so that was a middle of the road case. We didn't get everyone injured. This map is hard with multiple floors. But we also got 2 people injured. And if we had gotten a third, that would have been pretty good. For basic efficiency, the best thing to do with this killer is to injure 1, injure 2. And when you injure the third, leave the third and go back to 1 and 2. Why? Number 1, maybe they're mending in a bad spot. That's always good. Oh, wait. They're there. So yeah, you might catch them in a bad spot. And better yet, the person that you go for, if they've already mended, they've wasted 10 minutes. I mean, 10 seconds of their time or so. And that way, the person that you leave now has to waste that time as well. Does that make sense? Basically, you want people... use power. Oh, did I forget to mention that during Frenzy, you can vault pallets and windows? Alright, that's fine. We got lots of power. We hit her. Do I hear a strong heartbeat? Oh, 2 people together? That's a big, big yes. Let's go. If we hit one, the other one will surely follow. That was a sprint burst, but it's okay, I think. That was another sprint burst. No, it's the same one. Let's hit you. This person, I'm pretty sure, will not be able to avoid the hit. I'm gonna go for you, actually. I'll be fine, chat. I bolted. I'm fine. That's the 4th person, chat. If I hit this guy, you know what happens. He's trapped in there. In this map, it's a bit peculiar, but... Yeah, no, he's... We're fine. Unless he has a sprint burst himself. Okay, bolted. So... Oh. Now, 4th hit has happened. I need to hit him a 5th time. Bam. There you go. 5th hit. It's a little bit easy sometimes to lose count. But yeah, like, that's it. No matter what, that will insta down. Alright, unfortunately they did a gen there. Can I use Bitter Murmur, my perk, to see where they went? I think they're healing because I saw them stand still. Let's go. They have to mend still and stuff. That's pretty good. Oh, boy, that's not good actually. Could I use my power to down? I mean, sure, but why would I? Pretend to break? Maybe she loses... Yeah, we go for this kill instead. She doesn't make that, I'm pretty sure. That's pretty good of her, though. We'll go break that pallet later. Anytime that a group of survivors is together, and especially injured, one of them is likely to make a mistake, but you don't want to help them play right. You want to help them make the mistake. How do you do that? Is you... While you look with your peripheral vision at the survivor that is the most juicy and misplaced, you want to make sure that your character is looking at the survivor that you're going to ignore. Why? Because they look at you. They see you. And in their view, maybe they'll think that, oh yeah, no, the killer's chasing my friend. I'm fine. The survivors always want to believe that they're fine and that they're smart and they're doing the right thing. So their confirmation bias will just make them think, yeah, that's good. So we have 2 healthy survivors. We know who, because, I mean, by elimination, it's pretty easy to tell. On this one gen. That's awesome. Let's see if we can hit them. This is the... I think they're already leaving, but... One of them has sprint burst, so we're good. The Nia. I'll hit her here. Where's the other guy? Oh, came this way. With this, I don't know, I think it's gonna be really hard to avoid. He's crouching? You can tell that he's crouching? You can tell that he's crouching! I'm gonna cancel power. Because what's the point? Let's just break this. And maybe I go back to the other girls that are close to a gen that I know they want to finish. And now these guys had to man, waste a bit of time. They can't go for the rescue easily. Yada, yada, yada. Go this way. Pretend to be... Yeah. Good, good, good. This girl is holding her sprint. Are you... Dude, you've been... Dude, like... Okay, fine. Fair enough, that was a good play, I guess. This pallet's not so safe. If she keeps running, she's fine. If she stays here, I think she gets hit. Unlucky. No. I think she's dead now. I think. I don't make that. I do. Oh, lucky you. That gen, I don't think it can be helped, honestly. They're too far. I need to ignore them now. Go for this hook. That was off the record? Yeah, she has a sprint burst and she walked for like half a minute to just go somewhere. But she didn't touch the gen, actually. So she was fine. They're healing now. Let's go interrupt the heal. It's really useless to heal if Legion shows up right after. Because then, you know, you lose the heal and you need to do the deep one. Where were they? Oh, Jesus. I run into a problem there. That's fine. Let's hit her. Watch out because survivors will do this. They'll go into lockers because they think you're going to swing. If you're very, very fast and the connection is on your end, you can just open the locker if you see it coming like we did there. However, if they do it a bit early, like they can just, even if you spam the spacebar, sometimes the connection doesn't agree with you, doesn't help you. So sadly, that's not always something you can get away with, but I guess she wasn't super fast. So good for us, right? That's good. This girl, yeah, I'll go for her actually. If she doesn't give me a good, I'm gonna swing. When you do when you drop and then go into the opposite direction, that does help you a bit. I have a FAQ clip that shows you why, but this is fine. I'll pretend to do that and then, oh, nice. I think we got her. Oh, nice. Bloodlust coming in. She has nothing here. This pallet we got rid of, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that heart. No. Okay. I think she's dead. I think. Let's find out. In case I forgot to mention, you lose scratch marks and blood frenzy. Yeah, that's a good point. Using blood frenzy from really, really far is risky because they could start sprint bursting. Or maybe for your first hit, if you don't hear the heartbeat, it's gonna be hard to find them because you don't see the scratch marks. That's a good point. Blood also? I think blood as well. Right? Or did they change that? I believe you also don't see blood. So watch out. That's a really strange quirk of Legion from back in the day that they still haven't changed. She's not dead, but we're fine. Okay. We do have Noid, and it's a tough... Yeah, all the gens are upstairs, which is not ideal, but fine. Right, so this girl could be like the Meg and have a nasty perk that allows her to tank a hit, right? So one nasty thing I could do is just hit her right away. And now what? I mean, what is she gonna... Now she cannot have off the record or that hard or anything. That being said, she could just run me forever. So, alright, we got rid of the pallet here. No, this is the double T. Yeah, the T walls. I'm gonna try and mind game that works sometimes, so don't mind me. It works sometimes. I don't need to wait for that hard, because even if she pulled it off, it wouldn't work. Obviously, the other two survivors are smart. They know that this girl has limited time, so... yikes. They're just doing the gen fast. I have a hook there that looks closer, but it's behind a wall, so... No joke, chat? I might use power just to be there. I think they finished this in time, right? Do I use power just for mobility? That's a Legion? You shouldn't do that, but... I mean... Can, I guess. In a very desperate move. I'm gonna pretend that I'm lost. They don't know I have... Yeah, I look super lost, don't I? Oh, damn. Dude, what the hell is this girl, though? Right, I know where the Atom was. But we're fine. We know he was downstairs, so... I'll take a risk and go search for him elsewhere. It's our second hole. Let's go. Yeah. Legion will teach you a lot of fundamentals. It will test the survivors that you play against and allow you to bounce from one to another to the point where it might become obvious which ones are more skilled and aware and which other survivors are maybe really good and you don't necessarily want to chase. So, oh, she killed herself. That to me means, why would she kill herself? She saw him go into a locker or something and he's going for hatch, which makes sense. So we're going to adapt and start looking for him downstairs. He might beat us to hatch though. Oh, there's the hatch. Okay, I close it and now I go upstairs. And if he was super smart, then he wins. And if he's not, then he's screwed. I think I saw scratchies. Check one and then we check the other. Don't hear it, we're fine. Let's go the other way. If we had whispers, we could go to a exit gate until it turns on and that would be really good. Just to find him, but we don't have it, so. That's nice. The reason why we knew where everyone was Bitter Murmur. In the endgame, it shows you where everybody is, and with Noed, you saw... Hey, buddy! Hey, buddy, you're not meant to do that! He's my Noed. Cheeky bastard. What a player, dude. I guess he started running down immediately. Dude, this guy is honestly made of something else. That's so funny. I mean, who knows? It might work. We have another minute, so let's try to recall anything. Okay, biggest mistake that I see Legion players make that I don't think I outlined super precisely during this segment. When you hit one survivor, you have a 40 detection radius around you, right? It's like your terror radius gets a little bit bigger from the normal 32. It's 40 meters. That is a long distance. Especially if you don't have this brown add-on that gives you extra seconds. If you see that someone is really, really far, or say on top of a building or a hill where it's obvious, really, really obvious that you're never gonna hit them, do not chase them. All you have to do, no joke, is hit a survivor, bam, I hit them, detect a survivor, and then just cancel. Look, if I cancel, look at my power gauge. Wow, it's here. But what happens if I use all of my power or if I miss? I lose the whole thing and now I need to wait 20 seconds. With this brown ruler add-on, that wait is a bit less severe, so... I mean, if you're a beginner and you're making those mistakes, this add-on is perfect for you. Eventually, you'll want to take it off. So yeah, do not feel the need to always chain hits. Sometimes it's best to chain, see where one or two is, then restart over again. You won't get the insta-down. Do you have a key or something? You won't get the insta-down, but you'll get them injured, which is also important. Yep, that's about it. Grabbing from lockers in power? Yeah, we did show that. It's possible, but it's also a bit difficult depending on connections, so watch out. It's something that you need to look out for, so I'm very glad that the Nia showed us how that works. Well done. Well played all. GG's. That map was actually kind of good for us because they seem a bit lost. Notice that we had 4 sprint bursts. In an ideal situation, this would be awful for us. If a survivor is here and they all split up in different directions, you'll never catch them. Not more than one at a time anyway.
Hey,
so it's really lucky that we had a map that was...
Iceland, but I'm gonna get it shipped to a relative in Norway.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, Okami. You're very sweet. Thanks.
Thanks for everything and Merry Christmas.
You guys are too sweet. Merry Christmas to you. Hold up. Let's move on to the next one. All right. Next up is the Plague. And the Plague has a very appealing thing about her that is going to make you want to unlock her early on in your DBD career. She has easily the best perk in the game for all levels on Killer. Corrupt Intervention. You can pause the video and read what it does, but I'll summarize it. It basically blocks the further gens for 2 minutes, which is a massive efficiency killer and passive slowdown or passive stalling, whatever you want to call it. This perk is incredible and it works essentially on every killer. Essentially, it's a good idea to bring it on almost every killer. It's a staple of tournaments and it's great for beginners and you need to do almost nothing to get value out of it. It's an incredible perk and I cannot praise it enough. The other perks aren't bad. Infectious Fright makes it so that when you down someone, you see people around you. Not bad to have on a few killers that like to snowball and go from one down to another. And Dark Devotion is a cheeky perk that whenever the obsession gets injured, you get stealthy and they gain a fake terror radius. It's not bad. The terror radius has all the properties of a normal terror radius too, which is cool. That being said, the Plague is hard. She is described in the game description as hard, and I don't disagree. Thank you, South98. She is very, very difficult, and she has the kind of power similar to Doctor, where you can use it and use it wrong, and you'll never get anything done at all, and that's just terrible. Let me try to explain what to do. We're gonna bring all her perks because they're pretty good, And we'll have a bit of info, but honestly, it's up to you. Thank you, Tsurugi. You didn't have to. Sorry, 1 second. The Plague is one of the first killers that is noticeably much taller than the rest. And you will notice that when you play her, you have a very high POV. This allows her to use her projectile vomit, which is awesome. But it also makes it the opposite of Freddy or Legion. You will never be able to do any mind games with this killer. She's quite tall. And when she's got her power up, she leaves incense and trail. So she's not a particularly stealthy type, right? But other than that, other than her height, she's a normal killer. You have the normal speed, the normal terror radius, the normal lunge, and you can play this like a normal killer, like Trapper or Wraith, outside of their cloak, of course. And that's fine, by the way. Doing that is completely fine. Some people, they think they have to puke on absolutely everything, and they really don't have to. The main gimmick of Plague is that she has a green puke that she can puke on survivors to infect them, and puke on objects to infect them, and if they get touched, then that carries over to the survivors. Survivors that are fully infected begin to spread the disease to other survivors. So a fully infected survivor on the ground or on the hook that gets touched or healed or something, they spread the disease to other survivors, which then also begin to partially gain it over time. This is really, really good because it means that by the middle of the game, you could have everyone injured because the infection injures them and prevents them from being healed. Thank you, Hades. And this is a big deal. You're a killer that can make everyone injured, and the counter to this is using a few set of fountains to cleanse, but then you can drink from these fountains to make your puke go from green to red, and then the red injures. So she goes from a slow build-up pressure killer to a insane range attacker that can down multiple survivors with one puke stream. It's actually pretty strong. I'll try to teach you how to play her and what to avoid. Let's queue up for a game. Oh, I did neglect to mention, but if you're a beginner, add-ons to extend the duration of the puke on stuff are really, really good. Let me show them. They are the Limestone Seal, for example, and the Hematite Seal. Avoid the Prayer Tablet. It's a bit of a meme add-on. Add-ons to show you auras are fine. Avoid this one. It's also a bit of a meme one. And apples are also good. You have more fountains to immediately drink from. Some of the other ones are more complicated and can be really strong. But yeah, you can not go wrong with add-ons like this. Rubbing oil also makes you shoot a bit faster. Nothing wrong with that. Cooldown is good. I would say stay away from infection add-ons. There's 2 infection rate add-ons. With these add-ons, you will be tempted to try to fully infect the survivor, and that is really hard, and it's something you should do when you're a bit better. I will speak about some of the mistakes that people do when playing Plague. But the first one that I see is that they think that they have to fully infect the survivor by puking on them repeatedly. If a survivor is a bit stupid and they get themselves cornered, you can do that. But if they run you well, you're never going to be able to pull that off and you'll be wasting a lot of time. It's better to infect them a little bit and let the passive infection do its thing. I'll try to showcase that as we go. That's right. I also forgot to show you this text, which has some information that I know some of you might be interested in. But yeah, let's wait for the loading to be ready, and I'll speak about some of the things you need to do at the start. Right, so as we've explained, the Plague has the ability to infect things. So the first thing we'll want to do is to go to gens and places that survivors might want to do, especially near the middle of the map, and puke on them. It takes very little time, barely slows you down. You shouldn't go out of your way too much to do it. And it will prevent survivors from touching it. If they touch it, they also choose to infect themselves, which is good. That being said, do you need to puke on every single gen, especially the ones that you spawn next to? Probably not. They're not even going to get to that point. And the infection goes away after about 40 seconds, I think now by default. About 40 seconds. So, yeah. I do have the perk Corrupt Intervention, which blocks away gens. So that means there's only a few of them, and they're all lined up. What is this? Yeah, I'll puke on that because it's so close. And these two are so close together. I'm going to puke. You'll see on the top right that I get the points. And you don't need to aim at the gen. You can just do it. If you press M2, you do minimum puke. That's enough to hit something. If you hold it, you do more puke. But it slows you down a bit, so watch out. If you hold it completely, then you can walk with your puke being held like this. This is good. I mean, you move at 110. It's still pretty fast. Alright, you see how I hit her with a bunch of infection? I'm going to M1 her, chat. I'm going to hit her with a basic attack. I know 100% that it's going to be very difficult to fully infect her, and I shouldn't try. My Dark Devotion has triggered because I'm That was the obsession. I'm gonna take advantage of my lack of terror radius to catch someone else off guard. Infect this girl a little bit and then go for the other. Oh, both of them infected. Perfect. 3 people will be injured soon. In fact, I have a red fountain right here. Let's take it. Let's see if we can do a lot of damage. Watch out, because this, my puke now damages. But I need to be very careful, because if I get stunned by a pallet, only a pallet, then it goes away. So, yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one. Oh, that's really good. Wait, I'm fine. Hold it, hold it, hold it. And then release it. Infectious Fright makes people scream around me. It's a bit difficult to hit people when you're falling because your momentum is kind of messed up. I'll do someone. Alright, my power still goes for a little while, chat, but what do I do? Okay. I think I just hook here. Screw it. If that girl gets picked up, that's fine, whatever. You see how some of them are red and some of them are green and some of them are not colored? Not colored, not infected. Green, infected. Red, fully infected. Those people will spread the infection to others. That's my red. You see my duration? It's gone now. Psst, now I'm back to puking green. Every time I drink from one of the fountains, I will have 60 seconds of doing this much damage. She has a lot of similarities to Huntress. Is stronger and weaker in some ways. Stronger because she's 115. She moves at normal speed, so if I have to play a normal loop by just running you down, I can do that. And hell, we might do exactly that just now. Yeah, I'm just gonna run you down. I'm not as slow as Huntress. That being said, her projectile speed, the main weakness of Plague is that her projectile speed is kind of slow. With Huntress, if you hold up a hatchet a little bit and you let it go, it goes really fast. With this girl, no matter how much you hold the puke, it doesn't shoot any faster. Like, if you hold it, you release more, but you don't release it faster. Look at this. You see that projectile speed? It's not that fast. If a survivor runs you around a tall loop, like, say, Shack, yeah, it's a bit tough. It's a little bit tough. Should I drink from this? They're all injured, pretty much. I think I will. This is, it comes with a bit of experience, but I think I'm in a point where they're gonna have to make difficult decisions and the map is really open and I'll be able to punish them. So I'm risking it. If I don't find anyone because of my perks, well, that'll be my bad. I'll go for these two, I guess. Survivors cannot body block against this, by the way. Oh, that's Yunjin. When you shoot with this puke, it will go through them and hit anyone behind them. I'm gonna do a mind game here. Oh, well done. Okay, I have an idea. Nice, very good from her. Doesn't matter. No, I got her. One thing survivors will often do, by the way, is they will crouch, because most plagues aim a little bit too high. If they're in the open, aim at their feet, and they cannot crouch underneath it. And it will, you know, save you a bit of time. We have Dark Devotion. My terror radius is now onto her, and I don't have a real terror radius for the next few seconds. They're all injured except for one girl. So, hey, look at that. Nice, we hit Cloud Ming. We hit Fang Min. We hit her in the face, I think. That's cute. Thanks to our Dark Devotion perk. If I get these two girls hooked here, it's tough. No matter what, if the Nancy rescues, she will be infected because she's gonna touch someone fully infected. And if the other girl comes, well, she can't do much, can she? Yeah, she's injured. This is the other girl. So I pressure her a little bit and wait for Nancy to show up. One really nasty thing, if a survivor needs to unhook in front of you, you could literally wait until they do it and then do a full puke into them and they're in trouble. What are you gonna do? That hard? Yeah. The only reason she would come for this is that hard. So say Nancy's coming for the rescue. I'm gonna have to give him a second chance. Here might be a good opportunity to fully infect the Nancy. If I can. They're gonna die, Chad. I'm gonna go away. I'll go away. Maybe they have a chance to rescue. This game is over if I chase the Nancy now. Yeah, they have very little time, but I think they can manage it, I think. Let's pick up and we'll go away. Make this as easy as possible for them. Okay. There you go. She's infected, but not fully injured. Fully infected, so she wasn't injured. And now we do this. Now, we might lose the game because of this, but I think we'll have more time to show more stuff. Now, this is going to happen very often. This is going to happen very often. Where all the survivors are injured and they are running around like headless chicken. Yunjin, come on, no need to rub it in, please. Go away. And You don't have a real power because you've already used all of your fountains and they're not cleansing to give you more fountains, but that's okay. Use your stealth perks, use your info perks, your own game sense to find the weaker link and get them killed. And if you... There you go, now they started cleansing. Cleansing heals a survivor fully, but it gives you your power. So ideally, if you find a survivor that just cleansed, you want to infect them quickly again, like that, and get them infected. This is not the survivor, no, this is Meg. In that situation, I could have drunk from that, and it's another minute of a lot of power. She's dead on hook. Do I just hit her? Yeah, I think I have to. Alright, that's fine. But yeah, puke going through people is really, really important. Okay, she's gonna think I'm gonna BM her, I'm sorry. So say that there's a survivor getting Meg from behind. I can do this, and you see? He goes through them. So I could, if this Yunjin was on the other side, I could fully infect her. If a survivor stands still while they do an animation, you can fully infect them from 0 to 100%. Otherwise, I say puke on them a little bit and it should be over. This girl doesn't want to play the game, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll kill you. Alright, sorry. There you go. The way the plague is coded, when you shoot your puke, it's not an actual, like, string. It's like a lot of small projectiles. So you want to be accurate, okay? And do little. If you do this, like the garden spray, that has a lot of gaps in between and you can miss. I'm gonna try to show you. It's very luck based. So you don't want to do this unless they're kind of close and you want to guarantee the hit. Generally, you want to aim, okay? I'll show you how you can miss. Hold up. I mean, that was a bit obvious. Also, you slow yourself down a bit. That's obvious as well. See, that didn't hit her. Now she's getting live, speed boost. I mean, she kind of was in the middle there. Oh, I have to say, survivors have iframes, by the way. If you hit them with your power, they have a short moment where after one hit, there you go, I lost my power. Because she stunned me with it. So you need to be careful around pilots when you have the 60 seconds of power. What was I on about? Yeah, well, it's a lot of stuff. Yeah. You kind of want to build pressure and then pick up one fountain where it's gonna hurt a lot. Yeah, this is one of the few killers where if you hit them with your red puke like that, and then you hit them again quickly, you might not be able to hit them double with power. So keep that in mind, okay? You'll need to, you know, wait a second or hit them with a basic attack. Okay, so you notice that I aim forward, right? This girl is already injured. I don't need to fully infect her, but that's really good. That I did there got a lot of contagion built up. If it wasn't a window where she fell, it would have been even better. So there you go, fully infected. You only do that if you're sure you can catch a survivor mid-animation like this. See, that did nothing. That like 1%. You don't want to do that. And stay away from infection add-ons because you will play stupid and do a lot of stupid things, okay? There you go. Alright, is it fair that Nancy gets to escape when she let everyone down and barely did anything? Maybe not, but whatever. Anyway, are there any other important pieces of advice for Plague? Oh yeah, if a survivor is on the hook and you haven't infected them, you can puke on them on the hook. It's a good idea to do that if you haven't already. You cannot fully infect them on the hook, that would be unfair, but it does the minimum, so they come out partially infected. Survivors running or doing actions get infected faster. You can infect exit gates. You can infect pallets, lockers, items on the ground, the hatch for some reason. I guess they are infected next match. You can infect almost anything at all. So that's really, really good. I think we covered most of the important stuff with her. I would say do not be afraid to hit people with your attack. Do not be afraid to infect them a little and not go for that. And it's honestly an amazing killer to put on Apple add-ons and play against bots and just practice her puke against bots, because you know you'll get it down. And the puke during the green phase and the puke during the red phase, mechanically speaking, is exactly the same. It has the same charge, the same reach. There's maybe one add-on that changes one and not the other, but when you change the cooldown to recover faster, it affects both of them, for example. So when you get used to one, it carries over to the other one, which is really, really useful. Now let's see this person's profile and move on to the next killer. Before we move on, my chat reminded me of one important thing that I'm not sure is spelled out very well. If all the fountains available in the map, which is typically 5 or 6 or whatever, yeah, 6 normally, If they all become available and the survivors cleanse in all of them, something special happens. All of the fountains get reverted to normal, which is bad because you lose 6 of them, but then you get your power, whatever you are. That's what some people call over-cleansing. Don't let that happen. That's typically a bad thing unless you really know what you're doing. One thing worth considering. Yep, that's for sure. Moving on now for real. We reach the Ghostface. So the Ghostface is an amazing character. He brings some really interesting perks to the table. A nice perk to know where the gens are being done that is super simple to use, only held back a little bit by its cooldown. Nice info perk that helps you in chase. Again, cooldown's not the best. And a somewhat usable stealth perk that can honestly catch people off guard. It's not too bad. Decent character, ties a lot of other builds together. He's a bit similar to Wraith in terms of what perks work well on him. So you can play this killer with the same build as Wraith and do pretty damn well. He's not as speedy as him, but he manages to have an insta-down out of his stealth, which is awesome. Other than that, though, he's a normal terror radius killer, normal movement speed killer, normal lunge, so he plays exactly like a trapper and exactly like a Wraith out of cloak. That's why I think this killer, if it's interesting to you, could be one of the killers that you branch out when you've already learned a little bit of the basics. He will help you solidify those basics, if that makes sense. As I said, anti-healing, great on him. Insta-down, he already has it built in. That's alright. This to help know where the gens are, this could help us in chase. There might be other perks that you'll do better with, but, you know, if you're starting out, this build will get you far. He does have some amazing add-ons on the higher rarity, but honestly, these 2 add-ons that are brown are so good. They're close to his best, no joke. This one makes your cooldown even shorter, only 14 instead of 20 seconds. This one makes it so that you can stalk people about a second faster, and a bit less if you're laning because it's faster, but you know, 20% is not bad. It's really, really good. So let's walk into, I don't feel like there's that much to talk about. Yeah, let's walk into a game. I'll tell you a little bit what is your mindset going into a match and what you need to do at the start as soon as we queue in. But yeah, as we go into the game, I'm going to tell you already, the first thing you do every match with Ghostface is press your power button and immediately go into stealth. Something's gonna happen. Worst case scenario, they see you from afar. If they look at you, they will reveal you out of your stealth. You need to be unseen. So you'll see that, oh, actually, yeah, you'll see that I'll hug the edges of the map and try to go to like places where I don't think I'll be seen. Maybe even crouch a little bit so I'm hard to see. The worst case scenario is if they spot me. An acceptable scenario is what I'm about to do, which is get an early hit on someone. That's okay. That's completely fine. Especially with Sloppy, it's gonna make the early heals a bit difficult. An even better scenario, especially if you have perks to know where survivors are at the start, is to catch multiple survivors and stalk them. I'm not here. Ah, she did really good. She broke me out. Well done. If you stalk multiple survivors, you can either insta-down them or leave them partially stalked so that they can be insta-down later if you catch them. This kill a lot of progress. Let's make sure she doesn't get it back. I'll get this pallet out of her. I'll swing. Fuck it. That's fine. Hold up. Do I see the mech in that? No, I think she left. This killer works a bit like Myers, where if you stalk them, you can insta-down. But instead of having one insta-down for them, you instead, you have it for them. Each individual survivor has a bit of stalk. Now, you can stalk normally like this, like Myers, and it's incredibly slow. It takes 5 seconds. They will break you. I'm sorry, what? Oh, there was a hill! Oh, that was a horrible miscalculation on my part. But yeah, don't worry too much about that girl. She's not being very productive. She'll have to heal and then we'll get her later. What? Oh, shit, I didn't see the snowball. Well, yeah, you stay there. But yeah. Basically, my idea with that girl is to leave her 99 so that even if she heals, she can still be insta-downable later. I have lost a little bit of my idea of where the survivors are. That's okay. I listen. I think they might be healing here. Oh no, they're gonna finish the gen first. That's unlucky because they'll body block her. Oh damn. Alright, I'm gonna lean and get these two. That's 99. That guy's 99 to auto. Aura right now. That's really good. All right, this is a problem because everyone's 99 and no one's downable. Do I want to do this? No, I'll get my... I'm not going to get a hit. I'll get my power back soon. He had life. That's good. All right, let's leave. Don't worry. We built a lot of pressure. I promise you it will pay off a little bit later. Not yet, though. Not yet. I think Kate is fully aware that she's nearly stuck, so... if the Yoichi is a bit stupid and takes a hit for her, that could work. But yeah, you can stalk normally, but what you need to get really good at this killer, and the main difficulty of playing him... Unfortunate, I should have looked away. But it doesn't matter, she knew we had this. The main difficulty of this killer is leaning. You need to find obstacles that are not too thin, and then you can lean out of them. Most walls and obstacles or locker type things are good enough. All right. Did we divide the map in two? Not really, gen-wise. No, we're in trouble. We could wait right here, and anyone other than Meg would be in trouble coming. You don't want to stalk in the distance like that in case Ace comes up. I think I'm going to be called out. I think they know I'm in the middle. What are they going to do about it, though? I can camp this. This is a bit of a map thing. Strategy. We'll see. I think they know. There you go. They had to come, so. Unfortunate, though. He almost makes it. Could be risky. This could be a save, but that's fine, I think. If they're doing a save here, well, they're not rescuing their friend. This map is really narrow in the middle, so obviously it lends itself to this kind of strategy. And now they're still in a similar predicament. But they set up a boon, so they might be healing. That guy hit stage 2. He tried to escape. But we're not here to develop these tactics and show these tactics, honestly. So I'm just... If I can make it easier for them to rescue, that's fine. They heal together. Let's break this. Oh, no. Don't kill yourselves. No, 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 no. I'm sorry. You're so beautiful. No. Oh, damn. I'm sorry. Oh, it's funny how this turns around, right? We struggle for a while, then suddenly they struggled, and they don't feel like playing anymore. That being said, I'll try to give you a bias. Unlike Myers, by the way, yeah, being stunned also knocks you out of power. Watch out. Are you okay? Guess just wants to be a baby. Unlike Myers, stalking multiple survivors, it's a bit risky because they could both break you out of it. But if you manage to go around the corner, like say I crouch and I do this and I see multiple people, that is amazing. And as you could see, it can lead to some really hectic moments where you stalk people and nothing really happens until much, much later. That is the correct, full way of exploiting the strengths from Ghostface. Oh, look, I'm gonna use this. Now she's 99. I leave her. If I pop it now, I have a minute where she needs to catch. That was so smart from her, though. Wow. But it's with these add-ons, I only need 14 seconds, so... I mean, she needs to play very well now. Is she even looking behind her? Nice, I got her. I'm gonna body block this. She's dead. But she disarmed me with her good looks. Fair enough. Yeah, that's good. I tried to make it look like I was going around, but that was just a very basic mind game, right? What was I talking about? Yeah, the proper way of playing Ghostface is to do it like this, where you stalk people, you prevent them. Oh, they fucking threw a snowball at my face. And you build up pressure for later, right? For insta-downs. That being said, there's absolutely nothing wrong with playing him in a less strategic, more straightforward manner. In fact, for a beginner, it's probably going to be better. There's no point. This is Amalier's, that's why I see her aura. I'm gonna hide here. Maybe she doesn't see me. Oh, she sees me perfectly. Yeah, I think she sees me. There's still a mind game I can do. Hold on. Nah, not in this particular map, because they see me through the gap. Yeah, oops. Hold on. Where the hell did you go? Oh. So quiet. Do I have my power back? Not really. That's still a hit? No. Perfect. Hold on. What was I on about, chat? Let's not use power. Let's hold on to it so we can be broken out of it prematurely. That's perfect. You can't. You watch out. You blind it. I think I can mind game this. Hold up. Nice. Good job. There's a girl behind. But yeah, as a beginner, it might actually be more productive. Oh, sorry. To straight up use your stealth, get close to survivors, and then hit them once, and then either keep chasing them if they feel out of place, or catch them later and just do a bit of hit and run. That is completely fine and it works pretty well. Especially if it's an indoor map. Oh dear, yeah, especially if it's an indoor map. With Thrilling Tremors, whenever I pick up a survivor from the ground, I see which gens are red, which are the ones that were being touched up until a second ago. Oh, I just want to have a moment. Keep in mind that you can stalk through some really tiny gaps, okay? Can I find an example of that? Maybe around here? Like, yeah, you can stalk through gaps. But normally you want to lean, because look how fast that is. With leaning, it only takes 2.5 seconds. Without leaning, 5 seconds. They break you out of stealth in 1 second. Keep in mind that when they look at you enough, they will break you out of stealth. And sometimes, even if you get into cover, the effect is a bit delayed. So if you get stared at for a second and then you're like, ugh, you will still be broken out of stealth. And it can feel very frustrating, but it's nothing that you did wrong. It's just there's like a buffer delay to it, okay? Crouching. Why would you want to crouch? Crouching is okay if you have like a way to approach or maybe a loop where they generally don't see you. It can also be used to make it harder for them to see your whole body. For them to reveal you and break you out of stealth, they need to see like a third of your body or so. But if you hide behind something by crouching, it's a little bit harder. What else, chat? Oh yeah, whenever someone reveals... whenever someone reveals you... Go inside the snowman. What are you doing? Whenever someone reveals you, you hear a killer instinct. One common mistake to do with Ghostface is you hook a survivor, maybe in the middle of the map, and then you use your power, and then the survivor on the hook reveals you. Don't do that. Wait a little bit or get behind something, okay? If a survivor is being unhooked and you're a bit away, you can do this and get a bit of stalk on the survivor that is being unhooked for later and for the unhooker. There are some tricks so that, for example, if a survivor is being unhooked, you can start stalking early, and then by the time you stalk the survivor, you obviously cannot stalk them while they're on the hook. So by the time you insta down the survivor, the other guy will be like 90% or so. That's good. That's what we call 99ing. Yeah, people on the ground can also reveal you. Great observation from one of my chatters. Sometimes you'll be able to yoink people out of gens like this. That's quite funny. Sorry. What else, chat? Is there anything else we're missing? Maybe, but that's about it. That's about it. Cancel power yourself? Yeah, sure. If you think, oh, I need my power in about 20 seconds, but I don't want to be broken out of it, you can hit the open like that, miss an attack, and that also breaks you out of power. That is very counterintuitive. Why would you want to do that? Well, the reason why you might want to do that is that now I can have my power not in use, but 19, like ready to use, right? So now if they stare at me from afar, I don't care. I can just get close, get close, get close, get close, and then use my power when it matters, and bam. So that could be useful. Good to mention. Sometimes it's good to M1 if you know stealth is gonna break. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like, especially as a beginner, it's okay to just, you know, find people and bang, hit them and then catch them again. You guys wanna get some points? All right, let them have it. It's Christmas, I guess. Chat. Ghostface is honestly on the simple side of things. Don't forget that anytime you're chasing someone, even if they're injured, it's not a bad idea to just go around the corner and sneak, lean like that. You can even crouch during it and get them to 99. If you need to leave them, then that person they can't really heal, can they? Because they're gonna heal, but then they might get instant down later. So it puts them in a bit of a bind, which the Kate was in earlier. So that can be okay. Like, even if you think they're injured, yeah, but you can leave a survivor injured and then they heal and they're kind of useless. They can't really help. One of the best things that you can do is get everyone injured or everyone 99% on the stock. And then if you need to camp for like a few seconds, what are they going to do? Nothing. They're kind of screwed, right? Alright, I'm getting some. You guys are getting destroyed. Yeah. This is funny. Oh no. How long can we do this for? Time to kill them? Yeah, I'm sorry, one of you. Mini, mini, mo. Who the hell is Meg? Yeah, sorry, we need to end this. We want to the next killer. Alright, chat, while we wrap up these happy moments, any other thoughts? That's it. That's it. Let's do the last gen. It's gonna take so long, though. It's gonna take so long. You know what? You're right. Whatever. Let them do the last gen. Sure. I'll pause the recording and we'll skip to the end. Yeah, my friends just brought up some good points. If a person is marked, they cannot. They do not have the ability to break you out of stealth. So say this girl, I can ignore her, and you see, it wasn't her that broke me out of stealth. Survivors can break you out of stealth without direct line of sight. As long as their camera sees you, they can do it over obstacles like this chance. So watch out for that. What else did you guys mention? Oh yeah, if you hit a survivor, they lose the progress. So if they were like this kid, for example, she's a bit stuck, right? But if I hit her, it goes away. So yeah, they don't keep it. That would be super busted. Imagine, that would be so strong. But yeah, come on, my little gen slaves, good work. Damn good. All right, now we'll skip to the end. All right, another point, I'm gonna open the gate for them since they were so friendly. Another point that someone made, in endgame scenarios, especially when there's one guy left, if you don't find them, you can use your power, and the game might actually show, if they make the mistake of staring at you, they will reveal their position. So that can be a way to kind of find someone. Thank you. Oh, wait, she was injured? Oh, I have no aid, I forgot. Oops, my bad. Yeah, the terror radius, when you press M2, like this, it doesn't go away immediately. Much like any other killer in the game, even Wraith, even Pig, the terror radius recedes. Whoop, takes a couple seconds for it to go away, about 3 seconds or so. So yeah, do not use your power like 3 inches away from a gen and be like, oh, how did I know? Yeah, obviously. This killer is a little bit more unforgiving, and making mistakes can feel really bad, but it's still really fun and relatively beginner friendly. So please have a lot of fun playing him. GG's. Well played. Fun group. Yeah, let's move on to the next killer. Alright, next up is the Demogorgon, and do not let his appearance fool you. He's actually, even though he looks very different from almost every other killer, he's actually a fairly standard killer. You might want to pick him up for his perks. They're honestly pretty great for beginners, so I think the Demogorgon makes for an excellent secondary killer to pick up after you've played the other ones a little bit. Search is an amazing perk that works with almost every killer in the game that downs with their basic attack. Makes the gens around you start to regress and lose a bit of progress. Has no cooldown, super simple perk. Insanely good in indoor maps, okay-ish in outdoor maps, and very simple and easy to use. It's awesome. Mindbreaker is also really simple. It makes people blind, which makes them not be able to see important information from their perks, and Exhausted, which makes it more predictable for you to know how a chase is gonna go when you interrupt someone on a gen. Super good stuff. Crew limits isn't that big of a deal, but it's not bad to have. So, good killer to pick up. And as I mentioned, we have 4.6 normal speed, 32 meters normal terror radius, and the average height and the average, everything. So it is a relatively easy killer to transition to and from, and I do recommend it. That being said, what sets him apart? He has a shred that he can prepare. It works a bit like Huntress in that you need to charge it, but it's also different because you can cancel it at any moment, so it's very easy to like fake it. And then when you launch yourself forward with it, you move very fast. You need to charge it for about a second to do it fully, but you can do it a bit earlier as well. And this will injure survivors and break pallets and breakable walls, which is useful as well. He is fairly straightforward other than this though. He does have also some teleporting ability with his portals, and we'll talk about that as we get into the game, but that's all you need to know. Unfortunately, we don't really have any incredible perks here. I mean, Sloppy Butcher doesn't work with his power, Search doesn't work with his power, Bit of Rumor's okay, Info, no one skips that. It's just a good perk in general. If we really wanted to, we could put on Mindbreaker. I guess that would be okay. If you don't know what to do for add-ons, by the way, you can never go wrong with decreasing cooldown add-ons. The Black Heart and Barb's Glasses both make your shred recover faster from hitting survivors and hitting pallets or breakable walls. These are really good. If you're in doubt, you can never go wrong with these. Just maybe stay away from the ones that have downsides. There's only a couple of those. Let's ready up and get into the game. Right, so as we load into the match, a few things to comment. Demogorgon, on top of the simple power of shredding and hitting in front of him that I described, also has portals. These portals need to be placed on the map previously. They are put down similar to how Hack puts her traps, I guess. And you need to put one on your feet and then teleport to another one that you set prior to teleport from one to another. You can use them for map mobility, and that's fine. You can also use them for information gathering, because when a portal is first set, it is invisible and the survivors cannot see it or interact with it. But after you've used it to come from or into, then that portal glows yellow in color, and you will be able to detect people near it. Survivors at that point also see it. If you're in a multi-floor map, it's almost always a good idea to put portals, generally speaking, on top of hills and second floors. Why? Because if you teleport there, I mean, you'll be able to launch yourself from up top, which is nice. And also, it's easier to go from up to... This is a light we're doing. I don't see her. Well, I guess I'll just do that. Oh yeah. You do not need to play this killer in a super complex way. You can play him like a normal mouse one basic attack killer and use his power or fake using his power occasionally and only get better and better by using it more and more. This color did something interesting. I think she went on the short side because she thought it's more round, so it's gonna be harder for him to use his power. And that's, I mean, that's not a terrible idea, but it's also not super strong. I could have just launched her there, I think. Anyway, we'll be happy that we have a first easy chase. Normally, I recommend that whenever you spawn, put a portal somewhere. Just put them somewhere. Even if it's not serving any purpose right away. Just, it's always good to have one portal on one another map. This shit's not getting done. And when this one activates, it's next to the gen, so it will detect people. The detection only happens when you hold your power, though. I'm gonna put one right here since this gen seems to be done. I'll keep this, I guess. Should see people coming here or there, right? What's up, buddies? I'm sorry, I just couldn't find anyone else. Hope you don't mind this. Okay, I'll just hit Nancy. By hitting them with a basic attack, I guarantee that slot people should works too. These perks are not amazing on him. I'm gonna fake that and use my power here. Do not... You'd be surprised, but this power... Let's insta break that. This power has a bit of a side lateral hitbox. So it's actually not at all insane. I'll fake using it. Yeah. That's... Oh, yeah, search is a really good perk here. So you can... You'll get used to landing it, but you can actually hit people to your sides a little bit, like I almost did there. Does she have Saboteur? No. Honestly, chasing this cloud now seems like a super nice transition. But yeah. Do you need to use your teleports a lot? No, you don't. One thing you can do after a hook is put one on your feet and then teleport to the one that you think is being done. There you go. No one touched this. Now this and that portal, both... You see that heartbeat? Both are active. When a portal is active, if you hold your power, you will detect anyone in its vicinity. That's it. There's like a couple meter range. Let's hit Nia. You know, why did I not hit her right away? Because she wasn't looking behind her, chat. If she's not looking behind her, maybe she's relying on the red stain. And thus, I prefer to try to time it really precisely so that I hit her right as she panics and drops the pallet, and then I get a hit and a pallet, which is better than just a hit, right? I mean, there's a lot of pallets in this map, but you get it. So, what's the deal with the shred? How should you do it? Don't be afraid to shred a bunch. I told you that you don't need to do it a lot. But on the flip side, you can also shred very liberally and very abundantly and kind of see, okay, did it work this time? Okay, it didn't work this time. So when you do this and you hear that little sound, that means it's fully charged. But before that, you can also do it super quickly. This is my starting line, okay? Look. You see how I made it to the bottom of the stairs? What happens if I fully charge it? I go maybe a tiny bit further. Let me do the minimum real quick. There you go. So when you hear the sound about a second in, I think you have a full charge and you go a bit further. But sometimes you don't need that full distance and you might benefit from just doing a tiny one. So what's an example? Oh, hello. Here I want the full. That's the side. That's the hitbox, lateral hitbox that I told you about. Here, I don't need to do this here, and then I can do it fast, like, about the minimum. So to break a pallet, for example, you can do the minimum. Is it always a good idea to break a pallet with power? Yeah, pretty much, especially from a distance, 100%. If you get stunned by the pallet, say this pallet here gets dropped on me, you can just break it normally. It takes about the same time. But from a distance, yeah, it is typically quite worth it. Oh, hello. Sorry, I thought I would catch her. This map doesn't really allow us to show you this, but one very common thing that you can do with Demo is to launch yourself from hills on second floors, because he can actually kind of like propel himself. Sadly, some maps have invisible walls that will prevent that from happening. Is there any way in this map where I can do that? Not really, right? I mean, yeah, actually, there is a place. I need to waste a bit of time, but I'll come show you. Are any of my portals active? Now they've done them all. Yeah, you can do something like this. You see how far I got? I would have gotten even further if it wasn't for this wall. So you can use that, but keep in mind, some maps are weird and they have invisible walls. You learn those over time. Anyway, we could maybe check the gens a little bit. Put a portal on one that's really visible. I could teleport back. When you teleport into a portal, you become undetectable. And when you come out, you have about 5 seconds of stealth. You're not extremely stealthy. You're not a stealth killer. Keep in mind, because survivors hear a map-wide sound that makes them aware that... Where's the rescuer? That makes them aware that something's happened. Does she have balance, maybe? No, she doesn't. You can tell if someone has balance because they make the sound when they fall. They go, oh! So here we break this much faster than most other killers. She might have another one. It's really difficult for them to stun you. Like, you move very fast, but they can sometimes. I say risk it, you know. Just try to hit them. It's typically worth it. Oh, Bitter Murmur showed me so many people. When survivors are in a tight spot like this chain was, that is an ideal time to use your power. But keep in mind, you can always fake it. Sometimes faking it can make survivors think you're about to break a pallet. In fact, I might be able to do it here because this pallet is a bit unsafe. Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing. Oh, I'm breaking it, guys. I'm breaking it. You know, it's even if you get it wrong, like, it takes so little time. You might as well try, right? Like, even if she didn't fall for it, I would have wasted 1 second and potentially saved a lot more. Okay, I do my power. No one next to my portals. I could put another one, I guess, just to keep them close to the gens I care about. We know that one over there got done, right? But yeah, remember, white portals, they don't detect anyone. They're invisible. Yellow portals, they actually show people. So when survivors work on a portal, they also don't hear your terror radius. So if I do this and I hear a heartbeat and they're working on it to disarm it, which they can, you don't need to worry too much. They might not even know that you're coming. This call made a mistake. So there I made sure to fully charge my power so that I can go a bit further. And sadly, this map is a little bit unique, and I can't really show you some of the common ideas that you do in a chase, because this map doesn't have the common shack tiles. But the general gist of this killer, right, is that when you chase a survivor and they have something round, it gets a bit difficult, right? For example, here, if I'm chasing a survivor and they go behind that mannequin, well, what am I gonna do? I can't do really much, right? So I want to wait until we go to the part of the loop that is straight. This is the part of the loop that is straight. And here, when I get to this part, I got out of the pre-charge. That would be too early. When you hold your power like this, you're a bit slower. Oh. So you do it right around the corner and bang, release it. And eventually, with some missed attacks and some successful ones, you get a bit of a feedback on exactly what you want to do. I missed there. Hello. Oh, nice. I forgot this pallet was here. I don't need to break that one. It's not very strong. There's nothing in this room, but does she know? Pallet DC'd. Oh, she wasn't having a good time. She seemed a bit... Isn't this a dead end? No. She seemed a bit purposeless. Yoink. Come here, buddy. I could have M1 her. I could have basic attack. If you grab her like that, it saves you time, but then I don't trigger jolt. It doesn't matter. I think this game's over for them. Yeah, honestly, I'm starting to think this killer, it does have a lot of complexity in how you use the power and how they can dodge it and so on, but the basics are all here. Is there anything else that's super important? Chat, hit me up. Okay, now that we have a lot of pallets here, one thing that you might find tempting as this killer is to chase one survivor, and then they drop a pallet, and then you break it, and then they drop a pallet, and then you break it, and then they drop a pallet, and then you break it. Guess what? Some maps, and this is one of them, definitely, have too many pallets. Even if you have a killer that breaks them pretty well, it can be a mistake to chase one guy, get rid of 10 pallets, but also lose 3 gens. And now survivors don't even need pallets, frankly. They can just take some hits, use the speed boost from their perks, and then get adrenaline in the end game, and now you're screwed, even if there's no pallets. So I would recommend to not necessarily go into a super long, unproductive chase, even if you feel like you're getting pallet. It might be better to go out and catch someone else off guard. Something I like to do is hold S while doing a dash so that survivor dodges, you come closer, little miss animation. Oh yeah, okay, one thing that's worth mentioning is that, look, like this, right? Moving back. You have a little bit of movement during the animation. Like, look. You see how I move a little bit to the right there? You do have a very limited amount of movement by the time the shred is ending. So that's worth doing. What else? Yeah, it is a good idea as well for this killer to play against him. If you have a friend that owns this DLC, have them play against you and get used to the sound that you make, because survivors can hear you do this, and they can also hear the sound that you make when you teleport. So even though you're undetectable for a little bit, they might not know exactly where you come from. They might have a good idea. They also see each other if they're doing portals. And we might also be here for 20 minutes, chat, because these people are giving up, I think. Thank you, mate. That's very sweet. You talk about faking the shred? Yeah, it's quite important, chat, to remember that sometimes it's like, for example, here, right? Let's say a survivor is going around, and I know that they're going around, and I know that if I do the shred, it's not gonna work because they're just around the corner. It's sometimes a good idea to just fake it, you know, fake it like this, and then the survivor will be like, oh, he's trying to do the shred. I'm gonna go for another loop, and then they go for another loop, and then you go and you catch them. Similar to how you do that with Billy sometimes, you fake using your power. That being said, this killer, people know that he can fake his power, and it's really quick. And if you do this a little bit, you don't even slow yourself down. Like, it's really, really quick. So survivors typically at the higher level will expect it more and more, but it's something you can definitely do. What are some of the counters to Demo? All right, we'll talk about some of the ugly things about Demo. His hitbox hits a little bit on the sides, that's true, but it has an odd shape, and survivors crouching can make you miss. So for example, if I'm chasing a survivor in a really tight area, what would be a tight area? Yeah, even something like this, no joke. Like, say I'm chasing a survivor down a staircase and I hit like this, they can crouch sometimes and not get hit, which is quite frustrating. And the only counter is to be a bit patient and make the shred hit directly on the center of their body. That they cannot crouch under. But you know, if a survivor was this hook and I aimed to the blue barrel, I would miss them if they crouch. And if they didn't crouch, I would hit them. It's a bit strange how that works. It's not similar to the other killers, but yeah, it's a similar idea. What are some other counters? Find loops where you generally don't have the ability to use the power. Like if a loop is super round and I never have the ability to get the shred ready, I'm wasting my own time. People that have dead hard from David can also press E when they expect it, so you might hit them into a dead hard and then you give them a speed boost. That's never nice. Oh, looks like they make a mess up. Let's go find them if possible. Oh. Chat, I might pause the recording. These people look like they want to hide forever. It's not very fun. We'll think about if there's any other tips, but I'll see you at the end of this match. This is gonna take bloody forever. Right, so apologies for that. They hit for like 10 minutes until we found them in a locker. Must be a bit jarring to just see the game end. They died. They just wanted to waste as much time as possible. Overall, demo, pretty fun. There are some really great demo players and some really in-depth guides out there. You should also watch an add-on tier list or guide as well, since some of these add-ons of the hierarchy are not necessarily very good, and some of them are. It really isn't super intuitive, so I recommend you do a bit of further research, but hopefully you have some of the basics of how to play. Let's go on to the next one. Next up is Oni. Oni is also a basic killer. He's pretty bulky, but his height is not that different from Trapper. And he has all of the usual speed, terror radius, lunge. He's pretty normal, okay? Except he switches to demon mode and then becomes his own little killer. Are his perks any good? It's a mixed bag. I think Ancient Taxes is actually a bit of an underrated beginner perk. And I would snatch it if I saw it in the shrine if I were you, if I was a beginner. But these other perks are really niche. And honestly don't bring a lot to the table, especially for a beginner. I've also witnessed a lot of people play Oni that are new. And it's not super intuitive to me why, but it is a very difficult killer for new people. For that reason, I don't recommend you play him as soon as possible. Or if you do, at least be ready to play him in a very solid, little step-by-step way, okay? Do not try to make massive leaps. So, he's a bit similar to Plague or Myers in the sense that he powers up temporarily and becomes really scary and actually one of the strongest killers in the game for a short time. But in between those moments, he's just a normal killer that has to do the normal hits, normal mind games, and so on and so forth. I highly recommend that you bring passive slowdown perks. Active ones are fine too, such as Corrupt Intervention, Deadlock, No Way Out, because that way you can focus on doing your thing without necessarily caring for gens. But unfortunately, he doesn't come with any of those perks, and unfortunately, there's no such perks in the base game. So I would highly recommend you bring Tinkerer, or even Enduring to play around pallets, Agitation to get better hooks, Brutal Strength maybe. Use any of the perks. Ruin would be amazing as well if you have Hag. Any of the basic perks until you get good slowdowns. Right now, we're not going to use any of those. What are the add-ons to look out for? I'll tell you a couple that are really not too good, okay? Almost all of his browns are terrible, and I recommend you stay away from them, except for maybe the cracked Sasuke. This one makes him power up, like the animation is a bit faster. The Polished Maedate and the Shattered Wakizashi, these are very bad, even though they sound really strong. Stay away from these, they do almost nothing. Add-ons that are always good to have, duration add-ons. There are 3 and a few others that are also kind of duration. There are 3 add-ons that increase duration. This one, this one, this one. All of them are good. Even the yellow one is very good. So knowing that, we're going to put a duration add-on. An add-on to make the power start a little bit faster, which is, you know, it's cute. Doesn't do a lot. An add-on that you cannot go wrong with is add-ons to make the survivors drop more blood. There's 2 of them, a purple and a green. And they're both incredible. I highly recommend them. Especially when survivors have medkits and they'll be healed really quickly. But yeah, let's queue up into the game. And I'll tell you more as we load in. Alright, so before we load in, we're going to have to do a little bit of math, which I know sounds scary. As I mentioned, the Oni is a normal killer, and he only gets his power for a short duration of approximately 45 seconds whenever he gathers blood. There are 2 ways to gather blood. Number 1 is by hitting a survivor from healthy to injured. Very important. From injured to down, it doesn't work, I think. Does it? No, it doesn't work. Does it? I don't think so. But it's not going to work if you insta-down. That's for sure. So you need to hit healthy survivors, get them injured, and you get 40% of your blood meter this way. So the blood meter also passively, very slowly moves up, but it's so slow that you might as well ignore it. So if I hit this girl right now, which is unlikely because she's got Sprint Burst, actually, I hit her. That gives me 40% of my power. So what I could do now is simply pick up all the little blood pellets that she drops. She drops them intermittently. If she does actions such as vaulting a window, they drop more frequently. So I could do this, and that wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. And in fact, I think I'm going to do it. But you can also try to go and get another hit. Yeah, do you see my power? It's now nearly ready. I'm not even trying, honestly, to get her down. I just want my power. My power's now ready. If a survivor is injured by any means, they drop blood passively. Even if they have a perk to injure themselves, they will still drop blood passively. It's really, really slow to chase someone like that sometimes, but it can still be worth it. They only drop blood when you are not using power. Right now, I mean, she's healthy, so she's obviously not dropping it, but... that was good. Much like Demo and Billy and the other... chainsaw killers, this guy insta-downs. He can hit multiple survivors with his Cannibal stick. And he can break pallets and breakable walls. And sometimes you can use it to your advantage, okay? His insta-hit is a bit strange. His multiple hit. It's like he hits and then goes tap, 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 tap. So if multiple survivors are being clumsy or gathered together for some unspeakable reason, hey, you can actually get multiple hits. So Sprint Burst is a really good perk, and maybe Mindbreaker that we talked about earlier would be a really good idea. Do I see that it's 2 people over here? Yeah, it is. Damn, they're being really careful, and 2 gens are gonna pop. That's fine. My idea here is to honestly get a hit on people, and it's the hardest part of the match for Oni. The person on the hook obviously doesn't need blood. When you hook someone, there's like a little bit of blood next to it. Yeah, pretend to break it. Maybe it works. No, I can't really give him the shag window. He's gonna get it, isn't he? Yeah, he's trying, he's trying. We got him, we got him. Nice. So that's my whole power, thank goodness. A person that is recently off the hook, by the way, they have a period of grace where they don't drop blood for a little bit as well, so it's kind of risky. Should I use my power to down someone injured? Not a terrible idea, but it's obviously more convenient if you go for someone healthy to make the insta-down more worth it. Pretend to break it. Now we break it for real. I have the perk Geostalker just in the off chance that I need to leave people on the ground. Because with this killer, slugging, leaving people on the ground can be quite a good idea. That right there is a bit of an advanced quote-unquote mind game. I seen with Bitter Murmur where that guy goes. I only have 45 seconds of power, and it ends if I pick someone up. Where? I see them. Somewhere. There. Whereabouts? Gotcha. Okay. So I've wasted about half my power, which is not good. But it's okay. They'll have to go there. They'll have to make some mistake. We'll do something. But yeah, how does the power work? That is the hardest part about Oni, and the one that I most dearly recommend you spend time practicing with friends, with bots, in a private game. When you hold your power, he starts moving forward. She had deliverance. It's very similar to the way Billy works, except you can actually bump into things. So it's a lot more forgiving. And you don't automatically hit a survivor if they're in front of you. You actually need to press the attack button to launch the attack. I don't think this can work, guys. And it's a lot of blood, to be fair. Oh, nice spin. Yeah, this is destroying me. Oh, they're just gonna sit injured on gens. No. No, this is bad, guys. I'm gonna go here to cut him off. Even though you insta-down, I'd be remiss to not mention, you can also do a normal attack. This normal attack doesn't count. It still counts as a special attack, so it will not apply things like sloppy. But it doesn't insta-down. So if you're in power and you click your mouse, you do a little quick hit. And if you hold it a tiny bit longer than that, then you do a lunge, which is actually pretty long, but also very difficult to control. I could try to show you. The best way to use his power, though, is to hold the button to run, and then hit a survivor at the end of your dash. As I mentioned, not unlike Billy. Similar idea. This is really good for us. I'm so sorry, man, but like, we have a breed of gamers today, man. You can tell she was thinking about doing that earlier. I think I'm gonna hit Vittorio here if he's careless. Okay. Unfortunately, there's also a lot of bigger tricks that are a bit hard to explain, like the flick that I did just there. The way I do that one is I basically do like a triangle motion with my mouse. I go diagonally up and then diagonally down to one of the sides. And they get a Dren. And it doesn't matter, I'm faster than them. Oh my lord, what the hell did I bump into? I don't have power. Well, sorry chat, I think this game's going a bit fast for our liking. That girl is up as well. So I'll probably have to step into a private game real quick with some bots and show you some things that I'm simply not going to have enough time to show here. These people wanted to win really hard, and that's fair. We'll open the gate, let them leave. I'll see you in a private game in just a minute. Alright fellas, so we're in a private game now and we have a bit more time to explain a few things. I spawned 4 bots that are all injured, so they'll drop a bunch of blood and it's gonna be kind of funny. We'll also see their aura thanks to the iridescent add-on. But the only reason I'm doing this is just so we can have a lot of blood. So the first obvious thing that you can do, while you're in power, picking up a survivor will immediately end the power at whatever percentage you have left. What does that mean? It means that if you use half your power and you pick up, you only need to pick up half the power to get going. So being able to down someone really quickly is an amazing thing. I'll see if I can show you what that can look like. See, it takes me a while, Now I got my power, use my power, and I start losing it over the next 45 seconds or so, depending on duration add-ons. So where's the... Oh yeah, there's one thing I didn't mention. Or I did mention it, but I didn't show it. So every time you down a survivor, look at my power. I lose a little chunk of it. The really nice thing, and then it's gonna get paused, right? At a third or so. Every time that we're in power, and we down someone, we lose a bit of power. Sometimes it's a good idea to grab someone out of a locker or grab them normally, and that doesn't make you lose power for some reason. And sometimes you might want to hook as quickly as possible, like I just did. But you can also, this is very effective, if you see the opportunity, you can also leave a survivor on the ground and go for someone else and get multiple downs. I tried to do that in the previous match. It didn't work out so well because the survivors split up very effectively, and they had a few second chances there to help them out. But anyway, let's talk about everything we can do in power, okay? So we activate power. If we get stunned, we need to do it again. So first we have the uncharged demon strike. This has no range whatsoever. You only do this if a survivor is right in front of you and they're injured, okay? Now, if I hold it a bit longer, look what happens. You do a big lunge. That insta-downs, right? And also break stuff. So let's do a basic, like a normal demon strike. Nothing happens. Let's charge it a tiny bit. That's enough. So when you are right behind a survivor, you want to do this. Charge a bit, insta-down. What happens if you don't charge it enough? You don't insta-down. Let's not charge it enough. Didn't insta-down. Charge it a bit more, insta-down. If a survivor is right next to you, that's essentially how you want to deal. No, none of the perks that work with basic attacks will work on this power. Even though it looks like a normal attack, it is a special one still. So, all my perks, cool the grass, whatever, it's not gonna work. Okay. Let's get more blood. The obviously... I could swear he was here. The obviously scarier part about this power is his ability to run down before hitting. Alright? Let's demonstrate that. I use my power. All I need to do, I don't need to press forward or anything. I just need to press. Look, my hand is off. Demon dash. Look. And I start going fast. And I can stop it. I recommend that if you find a survivor in a really bad area and you don't think you can turn, because your turning is limited, you can stop, right? Like, for example, here, let's say they're behind this rock and I'm not confident. I can stop and then just chase them normally and then do the down. That's completely fine. You can, however, do some things. You can do side to side. If you do that side to side movement, AD, look at this. Look how slow I go. This can actually be pretty useful. I'm gonna go on cooldown. Oops, and I'm ready. This is actually pretty useful if you need to round a corner, or if you want to like wait out a dead hard, or if you want to kind of see what you're doing before you commit a bit fast. So you can artificially slow yourself down. Thank you, Monkey, for the biddies. And as I'm sure you've noticed, when you're in power, you can do like a 90-degree turn. And this is really, really useful around shack, around jungle gyms, around the normal structures that you chase around. But you can actually do more than that on PC. I'm not sure about controller on console, but you can do a bit more than that. And I'll try to show you quickly what I mean. This is a bit more advanced. And again, you will find dedicated guides for this kind of stuff that are really worth watching. And it's something that you only need to learn later on. You can go whole games without having to use this, but I'll teach you the basic idea. Oh, by the way, when you see a big bunch of orbs, do not absorb them all like I just did. Do it slowly. You can actually absorb more than you need. It would be a waste. The orbs that are in the map, there can be up to like 100 of them or so. They stay there, like, unless there's a lot more being spawned elsewhere. So you can always find them later. Right. So when I do my power, I hit attack and I can do 90 degrees. That's pretty good, right? So that could work, for example, here. Let's say I'm chasing someone, I attack and I move left, bang. I mean, try not to hit a wall, right? But then there's also the ability to do the flicks that I mentioned. Do I remember how to do them? Kind of like that. If you do a very nasty mouse flick, like that, you can do like a very sharp, almost 180-degree turn. Some people with some sensitivities apparently get more than that even. Nah, that's more like a 90-degree one. I think I'm overthinking it. Something like that. So there are some tricks that you can learn. And when you go against really good Onis, they become really, really hard. One thing that I kind of glossed over is your ability to bump into things. So many times what you want to do as an Oni, if I'm chasing around shack, is I want to start looking this way. I start my power, I hug, slowly turn, and then whoop, and maybe manage to hit someone before they beat me to a window. So feel free to use your power to hug things and slowly turn yourself. And sometimes you can also even fake this. You can get stuck on a rock where the survivor is behind, and then pretend you go right and then quickly swivel to the left and catch them off guard. There will be a lot of tricks that you'll do with that, but hopefully this segment has taught you the basics of how to do the very basics of getting your power started and when to use them and when not to use them. Having information perks is also amazing on this killer for the obvious reasons. If you know where people are, you will be in a very good spot to make decisions on whether you want to pick up a survivor, leave him on the ground, and so on. If I could recommend one DLC to purchase if you're going to play Oni, it would be Plague 100%. Plague has Corrupt Intervention, which is awesome, and Infectious Fright, which is just as good in terms of Oni usefulness. Corrupt is great. Since you have to get your power slowly, it will slow down the game quite a lot for you and allow you to get there before the gens begin to pop. And Infectious is awesome because it will tell you when there's someone next to you whenever you down someone. So this, let's say you get Hag as well, for example. This would be amazing. This would be an amazing build for a beginner already. You have some info on your whereabouts, some slowdown on the gens, hopefully. More slowdown on the gens. Some info on the survivors next to you. That's all you need to get started. Best of luck and good luck because this killer is a bit tough. Let's get to the next one. Next up is the Deathslinger. He's possibly the easiest range character to play as, and he shares some common things with normal average killers, so it's really easy to transition into this killer. He's a good character to play after you have a bit of experience. And he doesn't rely on his range attack as much as the other ones. With, for example, Huntress, if you don't use a range attack at all, you're going to be in a really bad spot. With this killer, you can wait until the last minute and only take shots when you are nearly guaranteed to hit them. His perks are also fairly good to unlock. Thanks so much for that, Sabi Owlbot. Gear Hit is a nice info perk that works well on Nurse, on Wraith, on any stealth or hit and run killer. Then Switch is a really nasty slowdown perk that stalls gens and it combos well with other perks like Pain Res. And Retribution is a trap hex perk that goes well on hex builds. It's okay to have, not too bad. As you'll notice, he has normal average stature compared to the other tall killers. Normal terror radius. He's a bit slower than normal, but because he can shoot in front of him, if a survivor is barely beating you to something, you don't feel the lack of speed too much. He's very playable. The gimmick with this killer is that his power shoots a survivor with a harpoon, impales them, and then drags them towards you. At this point, two things can happen. either you break the chain because there's too many obstacles and you don't get to hit, and that will always injure and apply deep wound, which is very important, similar to Legion. It makes the healing take a bit longer, and if you leave the survivor, they can't heal right away. Or you can literally get them close enough to you to hit them with a basic attack, and that will also apply deep wound. Because he technically hits everyone with a basic attack, unless you break the chain, perks that insta-down are good. Perks that apply effects are good. So we're going to be running some of those. As for add-ons, there are a few to stay away from. The reeling speed add-ons are not good. The movement speed add-ons while you hold your aim are not good. You only do that briefly. The add-ons to reduce your terror radius are gimmicky. Don't bother. Reload add-ons are always good. I'll bring a brown one this time. Miss shot add-ons, believe it or not, are also pretty good when you're still a beginner and you should be experimenting and shooting things even if you're not 100% sure. And add-ons that have effects that look strong are also pretty good. You can't go wrong with any of these. We have miss and that. And we're gonna run a very simple build. And let's wait until the match begins. Right, let's talk briefly about some of the weaknesses of this killer. Compared to other ranged killers, he actually is better at stealth. He doesn't have a lullaby like Huntress. He has a big terror radius, but he can lose it with certain perks, so that's pretty good. And he doesn't need to reload in lockers. In fact, I could shoot right now and just reload on the spot. It's just a little, you know, Call of Duty-like animation. You just reload your gun. That's cool. But he doesn't have any great mobility. The biggest enemy of this killer is a big map where survivors just take you everywhere, and that can feel pretty bad. The maximum distance at which this gun can be shot is 18 meters, but let's start pretty slow, okay? Let's not do anything harsh. Actually, I take that back. I'll try my luck. Now, if you keep shooting and missing, even with miss and cooldown reload add-ons, whatever, you're still gonna set yourself back, so you wanna find a balance. Right, so first things first, I respect this pallet. Now, here, I am okay with the chain breaking. Notice that if the chain runs into an obstacle, it breaks really fast. If there's nothing between you and the survivor, then it breaks much slower. But now if I do the same, it's not gonna work, guys. Look, I'm gonna do it just to show you. Actually, I won't. Yeah, if I break the chain, the first time it's fine because it damages and puts deep wound, but the second time it just does the same thing. It doesn't down to break the chain. So for the second hit, you will need to hit normally. Hitting normally has some advantages. It is about the same speed, but it applies perks like insta down and sloppy butcher, which we have. So that's good. And now we're looking to find somebody else. Now, the prime moment... Hi, Nightblade. Thanks so much. Oh, Nightblade is so sweet. The prime moment for you to shoot a survivor is when they are locked in an animation. You remember when that Jake was dropping a pallet? During that brief second, I can do whip. It only takes 0.4 seconds. During that brief moment, I could do a shot and he couldn't really dodge it. So anytime they're in a tight spot, vaulting a window, vaulting a pallet, you can get them. Pallets are your biggest enemy because you cannot hit through a pallet, but you can hit through a window, and maybe I'll be able to demonstrate that. I tried to lead my shot by aiming a little bit ahead of her, and it honestly looked really close, but it didn't work. I'm gonna show myself running this way. There's 3 people here. Wait a minute. This is Claudette running off. You know what? In this situation, it's better to do a basic attack because I don't have to reload. And now I'm even closer. You don't... If a survivor plays it kind of clumsily... Hello? And doesn't give you... Did she stealth to a locker? Well, that was pretty good. I'm gonna fake going this way. Oh, someone missed a skill check. Alright, I'm gonna do a basic attack unless she vaults. She aim. I'll do a basic attack. And now look, I can immediately shoot as long as she... Okay, we have a problem here, chat. I'm not gonna make that, sadly. That's okay. I break it. Now she's in deep wound. I could also just do a basic attack myself to break that. That. It's okay. She should be corralled. I don't think she can make it anywhere. Does she make that? Sadly, she does. Notice that I don't always reload. If I had reloaded, that would have slowed me down. In that situation, I actually wanted to... This is very simple. Just chase until they vault. Then you shoot them, and you go around, and you get the hit. Oof. You almost get the hit because the loop is a little bit bigger than it looked, actually. Oof. Keep in mind that when you chase normally, you're 110. You're 4.6 meters per second. You're not as fast as a normal killer. Well, yeah, that was my bad. Slight miscalculation there. When you shoot a survivor, there's like a first few instance. Oh, that's bad. There's the first few instance where I cannot look, where the chain doesn't begin to break, and you can actually use that to your advantage. But it's more of an advanced trick. We'll get there in a minute. We have Gearhead. Do I see anybody? Can I get him here? You see? You see how the chain didn't begin to break immediately? And I was fine? That's really useful for places like this. But it's really critical that I show you how to use his power around windows. So let's see if we can chase someone around Shack or something. Right, if we chase him off the Shen, it will turn wide with Deadman Switch. It might get blocked. But you got a nice heal. I didn't mention this. I think it's a bit obvious, but this killer can hit through very tiny gaps. Can I show you one example right now? I'm not so sure. That is a gap. That could have somehow been a hit. No joke. Yeah, if I get her there, that would have been a hit. Well, it's an example, but this skill seems pretty aware, so we might actually struggle to get this. There you go. So doing things like this is very common, and at the higher level, expected. So any chance you get to see a hole like that, 90 or 95% of them are pretty accurate and work as you would expect them. You see what I did there? It is a very common trick to do, to aim down your sides and not actually shoot. Hold up, no way. No, I'll just be waiting. He did dodge me there. It's a really common trick to aim down your sides and not actually shoot. I'm gonna try to drag him, but unfortunately... Oh! Unlucky, man. Okay, he spawned 3 girls. That's... Damn, dude. That's some strong Jake energy. Fair enough. He's dead on hook, so they want to protect him. But he's dead on hook, so I want to kill him. Guess what? How are we gonna do this shot? I'll hit pallet, no problem. And they can't do this anymore. I can also break that pallet. There's no reason not to. I should be fine here. Oh, damn. Yeah, this is bad. We might throw the game for chasing this guy. There you go. So, should you always reel back a survivor like I'm doing right now? Not necessarily. Reeling back a survivor or standing still or walking towards them actually results in the exact same time to hit them as each other. But, obviously, let's think about this guy, right? I shot him right here. He could have wedged himself in this corner and it would have been really difficult for me to grab him. So in that situation, I did want to pull him towards me, towards an area that was more in the open so that it was a bit harder. Does that make sense? So you want to use your common sense. Hi, love. You want to say hi? You want to use your common sense and try to drag them towards you if you're in the open. Or if they are in the open, then you walk towards them. So that the shot is a bit more clear. Oh, there are some windows here. I might be able to show you the most important thing about this. It's good fake. About this killer. When it comes to windows. If you shoot a survivor through a window, you can drag them towards it and get the hit regardless. But it might be a bit difficult to... Yeah, you drag them like this. Even if you're a bit far, you can do a lunge like that. Not against this girl, apparently. But yeah, you basically just do a normal attack. Even if you're a bit far, you can still do it, but I'm sorry. I think I demonstrated it poorly. Oh, Shack. Shack might be good. I don't think she'll take it, though. That might be a good example. There you go. Okay, so that would be a great example of how to catch someone around a structure maybe they don't expect. You drag them right until they're within, like, you know, touching your nose, and then you do a quick hit. You can even sometimes get away with a bit of a lunge, but maybe not from as far as I tried there. Anyway.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Oh, Merry Christmas, chat. Thank you so much. This is Santa's little helper. What else? What are some other things to do? You can shoot survivors. Bye-bye. Okay, that's wonderful. Yeah, sure. Thanks. You can shoot survivors out of...
Hello, human.
Hello. Uh-oh. You can shoot survivors out of platforms. And sometimes it can also be a good idea to drag them towards you if you want them to be in a particular spot that's convenient to trigger a perk or to get close to the gens or whatever. I'm gonna fake going this way and then... Another example, you wait until they're there. Much like Huntress, I hit them with my basic attack, even though I could have also broken the chain. I don't reload yet. Why don't I reload? I don't want to give her distance. I wait. And now that I'm sure that I can put myself between her and the hook, and I'm pretty sure that she's kind of screwed, now I can reload. Basement's here, so she dropped down a little. She's in trouble. I mean, this is a bit clumsy. It looks a bit clumsy, but, you know, take your time. You see, they get stuck sometimes in little corners. It's gonna be a bit of a cleanup, but we'll try to get them all. And that is the basics of playing Slinger. When should I shoot and when should I fake it? Honestly, look at the survivor. Are they looking behind them? Some survivors, you know, they'll try to do a... You know, they'll try to do mind games without even seeing you. Most survivors will be looking back, and you'll see in their character that they're leaning back and looking behind their shoulder. And you can tell they're gonna try to dodge. If you think that it's not a big deal, like, go for the shot, man. Go for it. I'm sorry, I don't know where Fang is. Did she come to this corner? For example, this might be an example where if you chase someone around the edges of Shack, you can literally snipe them through that gap and then reel them back to you, and hit them. Keep in mind that during the first few seconds, while you take the chain here, the chain doesn't even take damage, so you can get away with that. You down Fang in main? Oh, maybe, yeah. Sorry. You down her right here, right? Oh, might take a minute. Chat, is there any other piece of advice that's important for the skill that we might have forgotten? Or maybe some tip that... Oh. Oh, this sucks. Maybe some tip that I have neglected. Aiming at feet? Okay, this is important for every killer in that has a range attack. But basically, when survivors move forward, and especially when they're injured and they like hunch over, their actual hitbox is actually sitting a little bit behind them. That is true. So yeah, aiming at their legs and imagining a straight little capsule from their feet is more reliable than aiming at their head. Their head kind of like swivels really quickly and it's not super reliable, right? So, I mean, that's a good piece of advice, and that goes for Huntress, goes for everyone. Yeah, that's a good one. Can Huntress do the same? Huntress has a bigger hurt box, if that makes sense. Huntress can shoot through some gaps, but not at the same... Like, this guy can shoot through very small gaps. Not as small as this, maybe, but... Like, sometimes you can get through hits that are really, really tiny. Let me see if there's like a particularly ridiculous one. Like, for example, right here. That's an easy hit. Like this little gap right here. A gap like this. Actually, apparently not, because it's hit in the middle. I guess I really don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, no, he can definitely get through tinier holes than Huntress. Let's see what they had. Nope. Say, GG's. Sorry for the wait. Hopefully this shows you the basics of the skiller, but there's also a lot of guides, some of them listed in my FAQ, that go a bit more in detail if you want to look those up by some very talented players. Good luck, and let's get to the next one. Alright, next up is the Executioner, and unfortunately this killer also comes with a bit of a warning label. He is very similar to Oni, that we just discussed a few minutes ago, in the sense that he is a basic attack, basic M1 killer, normal terror radius, normal movement speed, a little bit taller even than Trapper, because his little pyramid protrudes from almost every loop. He's possibly the tallest killer in the game in that regard, or one of them. So he's easy to play. If you ignore his power completely, he's easy to play. He doesn't have very attractive perks, let's be honest. Deathbound is a niche info perk. Force Burn is a niche anti-healing perk. Trail Torment is okay, but they're not amazing, so you probably don't want to play this killer for his perks. And let me tell you, playing him for his power is risky. He is difficult to use. He forces, thank you so much, he forces a sort of tank controls that are really difficult and unwieldy to manage, and beginners often struggle with this killer. So for that reason, if you're gonna play him, be very patient. Be ready to do a lot of practice with bots to at least get a sense of his power, alright? He does not apply basic attack perks like Sloppy Butcher with his projectile trail attack that he leaves on the ground. And he doesn't obviously insta-down, we know it, but that's fine. I guess we don't have any more basic perks. We'll have a bit of info, bit of insta-down, bit of slowdown on the heals, and this perk that makes you stealthy when you kick a gen. For his add-ons, honestly, just range. Range add-ons make his power go further, there's no downside. You might as well run them every time. He also has certain add-ons that make the trails you leave on the ground stay a bit longer. These are also pretty good. You can't go wrong with them. Almost every other type of add-on, with some very limited exceptions, like maybe the power duration, I would stay away from. He has some of the worst add-ons in the game. His power is fairly complicated, but don't worry about it. It boils down to you leave trails on the ground. If survivors step on them, they are condemned. If they are condemned, you can then ignore hooks and use a special type of hook, which is unique and no other killer has. And also you have a range attack. Let's queue into a game and we'll talk about it some more. Oh, apologies for that, chat. Alright, so what do we do with this character? Anytime you pass a critical area, you can do a little bit of this and hold your M2 a little bit, enough to the point where you maybe cover doorways and tied loops. That way, that stays there for about 90 seconds with this add-on, only 75. And it denies that for survivors. Now, as you can see, this character has a power that can be prepared by holding the button. And in a really tight area like that, it's a no-brainer, right? You can just let it go and survivors will need a bit of a miracle. The first one was a bit riskier. Now, this person hasn't been affected by my trails that they need to step on. So they don't have the special tormented status effect. That's fine. Just leave him. I could kick that gen to become stealthy. That could actually be a good idea. Since we have trail torment, let's do that. It stays on for a while too. So yeah, as a beginner, play this killer like a normal killer. Get close to the survivors. Do not overuse your power too much. Take your time. It will be fine. Damn, where are they? Oh, damn, all these hills. I can't even go from that opening, can I? Dude, this sucks, man. Like, did I just go the wrong way? I went the wrong way. God damn it. This hill's always confused me. My bad. That's a skill issue, though. I think that was a sprint burst. Yeah, just use your normal speed. Use your normal speed to catch up to a survivor. And when they start doing questionable things in front of you, then you can do this. And if they're silly enough to vault a window or do something predictable in front of you, well, that's really simple. Then you press the attack button and you release the attack. That attack can hit multiple survivors as well. And it has a bit of a special property, okay? It doesn't go over the air. I'll show you what I mean exactly. And it doesn't go upwards. So, if I use my attack here, as you can see, it goes through. It doesn't go up. And if I try to be a cheeky bastard and I try to use it over the space, it doesn't work. However, the opposite is true, though. It does go downstairs. Look at that. So it can go down. Think of it like one of those springy toys that kids have that can roll down the stairs, but it cannot cover a gap in the air and it cannot go up. Yeah, think of it that way. So it can be really nasty to hit people coming out of basement or something like that. What am I going to do? I'm going to drag my power to the point where everything in the shack is covered. This girl does not want to be tormented, so she avoids it, probably wisely, so good for her. And with just that thing, now we've convinced her to leave the shack. And she's probably not even going to go inside because she wants to avoid this thing. That will give us a free hit, probably. Anyway, unfortunately, this killer is bugged right now. And his camera has a really strange movement. Ooh, maybe with range, that was an easy hit, but she did good. I'll put some trails next to this window, and then just cancel. Keep in mind, though, you do slow yourself down a little bit whenever you do that. There you go. That was not super risky. This Blight was down and everything. Yeah, when you drag your sword on the ground, his camera is like, it moves in a really erratic manner. How many trails can you have? Great question, chat. There's like a maximum amount, but it's super huge. What's gonna happen though is that after 75 seconds, they start to go away. So you just replace them as you go. You cannot put them next to hooks, you cannot put them next to gates, and you cannot put them too close to gens. Like, there are some limitations. You also cannot put them on the stairs to basement, although you can put them under the top if you want. I can hit through that, by the way. It will go through stuff. Unfortunately, it seems like we missed. Hold on, they're going for the rescue? Do I want to bother them or what? This isn't ideal. This Lisa, I really do not care about. You are a better target. Nothing wrong, by the way, with thinking that... Oh! Someone stepped on my trail. Perfect. We'll show you what that does later. Nothing wrong with just canceling power. Wow. Missed by an inch. Let's fake this. Go this way. Tried to use range, but that was a complete shot in the dark. Well done. This is very unproductive, by the way. I do not recommend you use your M2 miss, use M2 miss, use M2 miss, or anything like that. It's probably better to just... Oh, damn, dude, this girl's actually juicing us up. Alright, has she stepped on the trail? Not yet, not yet, not yet. Now! I wanted her to, so I can show you a bit sooner what I mean. But I guess we'll have to do it when we catch her. After the survivor steps on the trail, they become vulnerable when they're downed. I mean, they leave these little trails on the ground, which are useful to follow. They become vulnerable when they're on the ground to a alternative hooking method, which is the cages. The cages work pretty much like hooks. They appear somewhere in the map far away from you, on the opposite end of the map. And as you can see, she has the same health bar as if she wasn't a hook. She got rescued right away. Now, there's one caveat. None of the hook perks work for either side. So if you have a perk that triggers on hook, it doesn't work. And if they have a perk that triggers on hook, it also doesn't work. Which is really good, because it means that they cannot have Will Make It, and a bunch of other... Are you just letting me tunnel this girl off? Or am I stupid? Yeah, they're kind of allowing this. So yeah, this person can be tunneled very relentlessly, which is not very fun for them, always, but yeah, that's one of the powers of this killer. Do we do that right now? Honestly, if we wanted to win the game, yeah, I would. I'm not sure I will, though. Cancel. I'll give them a chance to come back. I mean, we're at 1 gen. Nah, I think you're not getting a chance. Sorry, unless you have adrenaline right now. The chase isn't ending. That means someone's nearby. Yeah, there she is. You can hit hits like that, but only with rain. Unfortunately, chat, I think this is unavoidable. No, we're fine. Let's put her on the hook. So since we hooked her once, caged her once, and hooked her once, she's dead. It's like 3 hooks. If you have a person that's dead on hook, instead of caging them, you straight up just kill them really quickly. It's like a mini Mori, because it's very, very fast and much faster than his regular normal Mori. What are some other tips other than to put trail in strategic locations like this and so on? Hold up. I'm gonna play this very dirty. Like, no, yeah, that person healing there is perfect. I can pretend I don't know where they are. If you don't remember, no, it is an incredible combo, by the way. So this girl can go straight into a cage. Now, cages are a bit special because unlike hooks, if you stay next to them for a long time, something bad will happen. They will teleport away. So they have like a built-in anti-camp system. But that's the only thing they have. And they have nothing else to help them when it comes to... when it comes to perks and stuff. Oh, this girl did my know it, which is pretty smart. And she might try to go for the cage, but I think that's really risky. I don't think she's running also anyway. Oh, there she is. Thank you, Snowman. Did she find Meg? She must be so close to Meg. Oh, she'll beat me to her. Can I hit them both? If I down Meg now, that could be amazing. Where is she? Oh. Okay, that's good enough. This is what happens when someone's dead on clock. Alright, now, unfortunately, even though they have a great head start on me, they do not have the exit open, so... I think they'll pick up, but then they'll be in a similar predicament. Well, there's the final judgment. That's basically your third cage, quote-unquote. I missed, my bad. But yeah, this is a killer that can honestly be incredibly infuriating to play when survivors are just in the zone and you're a bit tilted and you keep using your power and you keep missing. It's true that you can get hits almost anywhere, but it's really not easy. Oh, that makes my life a lot easier. Oh, you can hit them through that sometimes. I think that would have been really smart if I saw it coming a bit sooner. I think Lisa's gonna get away no matter what, sadly. You drop this pallet. I'm sorry, what? That's fine, no? I'll play by her. She steps on the trail multiple times. It doesn't do anything. It just keeps revealing her. It doesn't have any effect. Good effort from her. I could send her in a cage right now, but keep in mind, chat, if she goes to the furthest point available, there's a small chance that could be next to one of the exit gates. So I do not want, in this situation, to send her on a cage. In fact, I would want to hook her as far away from the gates as possible. I think I won't because I want to say hi to Lisa and see if we can get some more chases in. But yeah, let's go and say hi. What do you think she would be after... giving up that hill was maybe a bad idea. Yeah, you know. She's open though. She's got a 99. I think she can get this rescue. Yeah, well done. Well done. Now, if I can get them both to drop down, they're in for a very rude awakening. Because what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna body block the gates. She still dies. I could have maybe tried. Could I have gotten her as well? I'm not sure. I'm gonna pretend to do this. She's not stupid. Well done. You can use your power because it looks very similar to the caging animation to pretend that you're sending someone to the cage. Maybe the survivors do something stupid. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking there. Yeah, that match didn't go super bad for us, but I also feel like I didn't really get a lot of chances to talk about what are some of the times. Good effort from everyone. What are some of the times to use your power and not? The harshest part about this killer is that he's very good at tunneling and ignoring perks that would trigger off the hook. And you saw me do that a little bit. The smaller the map, the better. Typically, you almost always want a cage. There might be some situations where you're like, I don't want to send the survivor to his teammates. I'm just gonna hook him here and cage him next time. The torment doesn't really go away unless they get rescued from a cage or they rescue someone else. So you can always like leave it for later. I'll show you in a private game super quickly a couple of the things that you can do with this killer in terms of his power, super briefly. Right, we're playing with bots in a private match just to show you a few examples of things that you can do with this killer, right? Now notice that this here is a gap, right? And you notice that the power doesn't go all the way through, but it goes a little bit through, enough where if you're in a building or a platform and a survivor's taking a window, if you do this, they like the tiny little bit that protrudes will be enough to hit them. So keep that in mind. In case I wasn't super clear, this goes through walls as well, as you can see. Anytime a survivor is in a really tight area, you can also try to hit them and they'll have a really hard time hitting it. Another thing you can do, in this situation, a survivor could be like really cheeky and go in this corner, right? So one thing you could do is literally hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. At this point, if they go for the window, you'll see that their item disappears if they're holding an item, and you can do the hit. And if they don't, you let go and you have a second to like hit them. That's really good as well. Now, in the open, if I'm choosing a survivor in the open, should I try to use my power? I think it's really unproductive. Sometimes, though, you can kind of mind game survivors. If they're running to a pallet, one thing they're very commonly going to do, like the survivor is here, right? And they understand that if they take one more step forward, they are absolutely bottlenecked. They do not get to move. They're not going to dodge it. So, and they obviously cannot get a sprint burst and then run behind. So the only thing, and they can't even go to the left too because this car is here. So what is the natural thing for a survivor to do here many times? They run here, they try to listen to you, and then they do they dodge it out of the way, and then they run back in. So one thing you can do is literally get close to a survivor and then do a tiny little flick near the end and hit them on the side where they're going to dodge. That's really useful as well. Anytime, any time that a survivor is running you, let's say this building's really strong, right? Because you got these nasty windows. Anytime a survivor is running you somewhere nasty, you go on the place where they do this and you do this. You put 1 and maybe 2 and that's it. You know, or maybe just this. That's enough. That covers the entrance and the window that are next to each other. And now they can't run you here anymore. If they do, they are tormented. If they are tormented, you can maybe tunnel them very aggressively. Now, one thing not to do is you only need a little bit of torment here, right? That's it. That's all you need. That's unavoidable. A survivor can crouch and walk through it crouching, but in chase, they can't really do that to avoid it. Now, what you don't want to do is this. Is be like, oh, I'm going to set the whole power around it. This is pointless. This is absolutely... What do you need all this for? I mean, it does look pretty sick. It looks like this car is out of hell. But other than aesthetics, you don't need that. So don't bother. Yeah, that's pretty much all my basic do's and don'ts from Pyramid Head. Now they can never steal your car. True. Anyway, yeah, that's fun. Get a lot of practice with him, and if the survivors are particularly crafty and they seem like they dodge very well, bots dodge really well, by the way. Yeah, bots are demons with this character. There's no shame in just chasing them down, use your power less. You know, situation like this, for example, if they keep, let's say they keep looping, you can do, you know, this and then look to the side. That's a little flick, right? You can do things like that. And that's all cool, but if you keep missing those, at that point, it's not worth it anymore. So, be patient. And let's move on to the next killer. Following up is the Blight. The Blight is one of the strongest killers in the game. And much like Oni, much like Pyramid Head, he is a special cookie. Sure, if you look at the stats, he is average height. He has average zero radius, and he moves at the normal average killer speed. So you would think that he's a killer that you can play normally, and you totally can. But the main gimmick of this killer is that he throws himself and bounces off surfaces to catch up to survivors really quickly. And after the first bounce, he can then hit you at the end of his little rush. So he plays like a pinball. And you can do this a little bit. You can do this just for mobility. You can do it a little bit in chase. Or you can spend the entire match moving only with your power, especially with certain add-ons to recover faster. So the skill ceiling on this killer is absolutely off of the charts, and he has such mad mobility. His power helps so much in chase. He has so much utility built in that he generally is one of the most oppressive killers in the game. If played correctly, easily the most oppressive killer in the game. That might sound very attractive, but you're not going to get there super soon. He is a fun killer on top of being strong, so that's something that maybe is alluring to you. But I would say play him with caution. Do not make this your first killer. You're going to have a hard time. And worst part about Blight is that he's also, much like Spirit, he's very strong. So when you get used to playing Blight in the big maps, doing amazing, always being able to find someone, always keeping up with the gens, and then you switch to a slow killer, it's going to be a completely different game. So I don't want you to have that reality check. Play multiple killers, don't just be a one-trick pony. Now, his perks are actually fantastic. Dragon's Grip has a very long cooldown, but it does give you a chance to instant out someone when they touch a gen. Not bad to have. Blood Favor is probably his best perk in terms of like the actual effect. It blocks pallets around you when you hit someone. This prevents pallet saves. This prevents pallets being used in chase. It's super useful. And Undying is basically a Get Down Mr. President perk that protects other hexes. So if you put it with Blood Favor, you have 2 Blood Favors essentially. They need to get rid of 2. So Undying is as good as any other hex perk, and it can waste quite a bit of time. Because we'll be using mainly or special attack, we're not going to be using Sloppy Butcher or anything like that. We're going to bring Blood Favor, Undying to protect it, and then Thrill of the Hunt, I guess, to protect the other 2. Add-ons. This killer has a few beginner-friendly add-ons that sound like they might be useful. The Placebo Tablet makes you slower. Avoid this. This has a cooldown reduction. It's almost unnoticeable. Don't bother if you don't wanna. Compound 7 makes it so that when you bump into something, you automatically look to a nearby survivor. Sounds useful, it's useless, and it might actually mess with you. And this add-on highlights the place where you're gonna bump into, but it actually bothers. It's not even good. Maybe try it in a private game with bots if you want to, but these beginner add-ons are not good at all. Add-ons that you cannot go wrong with. Turning rate. Turning rate makes you be able to turn a little bit more. There's 2 of them. You can't go wrong with them. Extra speed. There's 2 of them as well. The Blighted Rat and the Blighted Bird. You can't go wrong with these add-ons. They're very strong. They're some of the strongest. And they're very intuitive. They don't really change the way you play them. You just are better at what you do. You don't need any insane reaction to accommodate for them. They're very, very nice. The add-on to show auras is also a very beginner-friendly add-on. So watch out with some of the more advanced ones, because they go from really complicated to use to a bit too easy to use and maybe a bit of a crutch when you take it off. That being said, let's queue to a game and talk a bit more about what we'll do with him. All right, so I know I said this already, but a little gentle reminder. This killer has the normal movement speed, the normal lunge, normal everything. Unlike Nurse, which also has a lot of mobility and chase power, if you play this killer normally without using his power at all, he's still okay. So if you don't know, if you're in doubt, wait it out. Let his power recharge and whatnot. That being said, there's no one of the best things about this killer is that he can meet survivors and catch them off guard. So we're gonna begin by aiming for something to bump into, this thing, and then aiming for something else to bump into, maybe this car, and then aiming for something else to bump into, maybe this little ugly bastard, maybe something else. This Jake. There you go. That was an attack. You see how the pallets are blocked thanks to our perk? That's kind of cute. My power on the bottom left, you see it's recovering slowly, right? So I don't need to use it right now. Oh, he got me good. I pretend to break it, maybe? Oh, that seems to work. I think that's a down. Alright, no need to complicate things. I'm afraid of flashlights, so I'll pick up first. That pallet's not so good anyway. Working on that gen over there. That's cool. Oh, those 2 hooks in the back are nasty. Let's just hook here. We know that gen's being done, so use mobility, chat. This killer has a power that honestly can be used for everything and anything. So it's really difficult to hit survivors that are a little bit below you, but hey, we still manage. I'm a bit surprised. I thought we would miss that. My power recuperates. The more tokens you use, the longer it takes. That's pretty common sense. And yeah, keep in mind that during my first rush, I cannot hit the survivor. Is that a common sense? Oh, what the hell? So what did I do there? Like, for example, I'll give you an example, right? Like, if I'm right behind this Nia, and I use my rush, I can't hit her. Oh, no. I bump into something. Like, your first rush doesn't do anything. Like, right here. Ah, that was bad. That didn't do anything. But this, now it's lethal. Uh-oh. And now I'm getting faster. Now maybe I get the hit there. You know what I mean? So you don't want to aim your first rush at a survivor. Because obviously, you know, other than give them a little kiss, which is really cute, you cannot hit them yet. So your first aim, your first rush needs to be aimed at something to land on. You know? For example, let's say a survivor is that, you know, it's over there. And I want to catch up to them. I can very quickly do a, you know, quick bump into something and then follow them. And if they go around a corner, maybe I can bump into something else and slowly follow them, be a little bit patient. If they chase me, if they're being chased around a structure like this, look at this. A lot of stuff around, like, how do you even manage this? Yikes, maybe you're not even too familiar with the maps yet. Don't bother, don't bother. If you're doing a chase in a really complex structure that has a lot of tight doorways, blah, 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 it's okay to just wait it out. Not use your power for a little bit until you see things clearly. That's completely fine as well. Okay, we see a gen in the distance. I'm afraid they're gonna run around this thing, so... Oh, hey, they're not here. You know what, chat? That's fine. Oh, that was really bad. Oh, doesn't mind. Oh, that was really good. What did she do? She used a little bit of an obstacle. That was really smart from her. But then I don't see this guy. I'm gonna do what I told you, Chad. In the situation, he's in a really narrow area, so what is he gonna do? Nothing. Let's chase this girl. Wait, why is she so fast? This is a bit complex, believe it or not. That was really good from her. This girl's not stupid. She used the snow powder to her advantage. Now, what we did there is a bit complex, okay? But it's really easy to explain. Some places, as you could tell by that house, are very difficult to bump into. They have like, I don't know, slippery surfaces? I guess we could call it slippery surfaces. Oh. Nice. Well done. Nancy's I actually wanted to bump into the gen. I'm surprised I did that. Well done. Yeah, Nancy's actually giving us a masterclass on how to counter this killer a bit. So I guess it's okay to chase her. Oh, wow. She even got me there. If I had a long cooldown, by the way, I wouldn't hesitate at all to break the pallet while I get my cooldown back. But since I don't, I'm going to show you, I guess, some of the things not to do. That girl was really smart. I think she thought I was a little bit faster than I really was. But no, this girl was great. She played that excellent. And I hope we get some more chases like this. If we get some easier ones, that's fine too. Some places, especially cars, have glidey and tree stumps. They have glidey collision, right? So you can start your power and go... Look at that. You can kind of glide along them really easily. And if you look down, it's even easier. Like, I'll look down and look at that. Wow! I hugged the whole thing around it. That's why this thing is called a hug tech. The more slippery the surface, the better and the easier it is to do it. But these are advanced things. You don't necessarily want to do that. I see a pole. I'm going to use it. Bonk. I go this way and... Oh, damn, we came close. You can hit people over fences sometimes. That's an all-killer thing. Okay, we can use this car as well. Okay, that was pretty nasty. I'm sorry, dude. It is a bit difficult to pull off, but it's nothing crazy. You can practice it. Is it like Wesker? No, it's much easier than Wesker. Wesker has, like, you need to watch a 20-minute video with some Wikipedia citations to understand that. This is super simple, as you could see there. Some tree stumps on, like, swamp maps, they have similar properties as well. And it's pretty consistent once you learn them. It will take you time to identify which parts of the map. Here's what I do. Which part of the map you can do this on. Okay, chat, I'm gonna show you something else, okay? You see that pallet? Imagine it's a survivor. Attack! That's fine. That's okay if you do it to a pallet, but never do that to a survivor, okay? With a normal killer, if a survivor is a little bit in front of you, it's not unusual. In fact, it's a good idea to save time to do a swing, right? You want to do a swing to hit them at the end. With this killer, doing that is a bad idea because it opens you up to being spun and being dodged. So if a survivor is that snowman, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be like, and hit them with the tip. That, I mean, it can work if they don't dodge, but it can also backfire. Instead, what you want to do is get really close to them until your nose is stuck between their butt cheeks, and then you hit them. Because when you do that, they cannot dodge it. Your hitbox hits a little bit to the sides. I'll show you what I mean. Like that. It will hit them even sooner. You know, you get really, really close and then you hit them. And that's much, much better. Blight, maybe? No? I can break it. Whatever. What's she gonna do? Oh, no. She's giving me a free attack. No need to use power here. Just do it. And she's in trouble. What am I gonna bump into? That fence, maybe. There you go. Let's say I thought she had dead hard. There you go. You can hit over fences, I told you. If I think she has dead hard, or if she has like some type of protection, like oh, a second where I can hit her, I can just go past her and then bounce back and then hit her. You know what I mean? There's no shame in doing that. Uh-oh. There's some shame in missing this hook. But yeah. Honestly, what are some of the mistakes that you can do with Blight other than trying to use your power and end up hitting absolutely every little thing under the sun? I'll try to talk to you about some of them. We might go into a private game so I have a bit more peace to show you. Oh, that was really good from her. Damn. I told you using power in indoors is difficult. I'm struggling there. Did she go up? Nah, I think she's gone. What was I talking about? Yeah, the mistakes that you can make. Miscalculating the distance for your first bump. Let's say I want to bump into this tree. Well, I make it. And that's fine, I guess. Oh, that was close, though. Got you, Mank. But what you're gonna find sometimes is that you don't realize how far something is. Oh. Please take a hit. Yeah, that would be awesome if you do take a hit. I'm not even sure she's out. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll show you what I'm talking about in just a hot second. Anyway, where's our fans? Oh, do you think they've seen the no-hit? Nah, they think it's something else, right? Ow! Come on, Nancy, show yourself. Where you at? I saw you here somewhere. Where's the Nancy? Oh no, Nancy, don't protect her. Oh no, Nancy, don't protect her. God damn it! No! The Altoid was too strong. Now they know about the no-hit. They must be terrified. Sorry, Nancy. Oops. Alright. Let's say goodbye to him. There you go. I mean, I could show you while Nancy's crawling away. Yeah. Now, I'll go into a private game, because there are some common structures that are not found in Haddonfield that I think are good to learn, and I can teach you some very basic stuff. Yeah, let's go into a private game super quickly. Merry Christmas. Nance. Goodbye. Good job saving your teammates. Bye-bye. Ah. Here we go. I really can't turn faster with Blight or Oni. Can you explain how to use Q and E? That is not the issue, chat, honestly. Might be just the timing. GG's. Sweet people. Alright, moving on. I'll show you a couple things. Right, so again, we're playing with bots, just so I get to show you a couple things. One trick that you can do with holes that applies to a lot of maps, by the way, is to run at them. As you fall down, you're gonna hit the edge of the hole, which allows you to turn and maybe go somewhere. So you can do this. There you go. And now you can follow it up. And you have a second to maybe catch someone that came down here. Yay. There's no reason not to try to swing at the end, by the way. There's no reason not to. And now that I was looking at holes, that makes me think... Oh, there's a few other things we need to talk about. Alright, obviously, always a good idea to break a breakable wall. Maybe not this one in particular, but like if they're any good. I'm gonna tell you about Shack, because Shack is in like half the maps, and there's some very easy ways to play her, to play it. I mean, the first thing you could do is literally this. Bang! Nothing they can do. You will outspeed them 100% of the time, right? However, sometimes you don't have a tree that's conveniently placed next to the shack. You can still do some things, okay? I'll tell you about some of the ones you can do. So the most common one is that you chase a survivor around here, right? And they go into the shack, and you can already begin a rush here and hit the edge. You'll have a little moment when you need to adjust, but it's pretty easy. So let's say I'm chasing a survivor, I can go like this. I adjust a little bit, and maybe I can hit him at the window or at the pallet. I'll show you again. You can even do it from ahead of time by hug teching, which is looking down. I can do this. Look. Oh, I got sent back a little bit far. Actually, that wasn't so good. But yeah, with different shacks, it plays that slightly different. But look how fast you could end up doing it. You could do this. Look down. And bam. Maybe with the gems a bit harder, but you get the hit on the window. A little warning, hitting survivors that are below you is a bit hard. Hitting survivors that are crouching is also a little bit hard. There are some tricks that survivors can do. There are some other advanced tricks that the better Blights do, but are we forgetting something, chat? I feel like I'm forgetting one very crucial piece of information. What is it, chat? I might pause the recording until I remember. What's the one thing we have neglected to talk about? I thought about it when we were here a second ago. Oh yeah, you cannot bump into survivors. That's true. That's why earlier I commended that Nancy for making a really good play. Yeah, I remember at least some of the things. So if you go at that survivor, and let's say that you run into this barrel, and a survivor stands right here, and it's my third rush, I'm going to be moved aside. Now, one of the worst things that you can do as a Blight is miscalculate the distance that you can reach. Let's say I want to bump into that car, and I go, Oh shit! I didn't reach the thing. This is kind of bad. This is kind of bad. Like, 'cause you want to bump into things to use the most of your mobility. So if you are a bit too far and you end up doing it from too far, you're gonna like run out of. Oh, never mind. I still reached this one. Holy shit! This killer is actually insane. I guess I'll go even further to show you what that looks like. If you miscalculate, this is like by a little bit, right? No, I still make it. And my second rush is faster because I have a certain add-on. Wow. Damn, dude. This map is really good for this, I guess. I'll show you. I'll show you. Don't worry. I'm sure I can go far enough. That should be it. Okay. But another mistake that is even easier to do is to go really short, okay? You don't want to do this. If you do this, like, oh, bump into 1. Okay, bump into 2. Okay, bump into 3. Okay, bump into 4. Okay, bump into 5. And, oh, okay. Look at this. I use all my rushes. And I haven't even made it past the halfway point. So you need to be a bit strategical, and you need to try to get as much distance out of each. So this could be my first one, right? And then my second one could be on this trash can. And then my third one literally is gonna cover, like literally, I make it to the end of the map. Look at that. So I don't even need half my rushes to make it to the end of the map if I use them effectively. So that's really, really important as well. I still think I forgot something, but that's the basics of how to play Blight. I recommend that you use his power sparingly, you know? You see a survivor, start thinking about where can I bump into? Okay, here. Bang. And you get really close to hit them like that, okay? Don't swing from afar. And that's it. Chat, am I forgetting anything? Am I forgetting something super important? Come on, think. We explain Shag, we explain some common tiles. This is one of those cars where you can absolutely, on your first rush, even if you don't look down, look at this. Look at that. Look how slippery it is. And if I look down, bang. But yeah, there are some tricks as well that are a bit more advanced, where at the end of your attack, you can do like a little swing. And you can get that, but that is some DPI trick that I'm not super familiar with, that I don't think you need to learn super quick, so don't worry too much about that. How to play around the pallet? It's okay if you get stunned, honestly. It's okay if you get stunned. If a survivor stunned me here and they run away, I would ignore this pallet and then do this and then just bam, hit them. And then later when I come back, I can break it. You don't need to... Oh, if a pallet is not super important, you generally don't need to break it. So that's insane. Yeah, you have a few seconds to use your power when you bump into something. Sometimes, by the way, it's a better idea if you realize like, oh, actually, I kind of want to wait. You're like, oh, yeah, you can just let your power go, and that's fine as well. So, yeah, have a lot of fun with Blight. He is strong, but quite demanding compared to other killers. Time for the next one. Alright, coming up is the twins. The twins are basically 2 killers in one. First, there's Charlotte. Charlotte is an average killer, normal speed, normal terror radius when she's moving, normal height, normal lunge, normal everything. So when you are moving Charlotte, you literally are like a trapperless trapper. It is very easy to play them if you are familiar with the normal killers, because they play the same. But then you control the little guy, Victor, and he moves very, very fast. He moves as fast as Wraith cloaked, so that gives you an idea of how fast he is. And he also has a pouncing attack that is very similar to the Demogorgon, where you charge it, and you let go, and you hit survivors. The idea is that you can be in 2 places at once a little bit. When you're controlling Victor, Charlotte becomes asleep. And then she's like in a dormant state, and you control Victor until you hit a survivor that's healthy, or until you switch back, or until you get kicked. What's wrong, guys? What's wrong? Am I stupid? Oh, the overlay is missing? Ah, thank you, guys. Yeah, thank you. That's really useful. This is from my tier list that's upcoming, so it's not super important. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I just didn't understand what you were telling me about. Thank you for all the subbies, Hannah and Bleb and Siemens. Thank you, guys. Anyway, yeah, thank you so much for that. Back to my turtle sword. Yeah, Victor is a little machine. The thing about this killer that you need to understand is that it requires a lot of strategical thinking. It has some of the longest cooldowns to any killer. It feels really clunky to play them. And in a few months, they are stated to be reworked. So it's possible the twins that you play now are different from the twins we have in a year from now. For that reason, I don't recommend beginners try the twins too much. If you try them and you like them, go for it, but don't get too attached. Their perks are eh. Hoarder is a perk that makes you find people that have touch items or chests. Not super useful. Oppression is okay. Makes gens go back that you're not even touching. It's like hitting multiple gens at once, but it doesn't apply other perks and it has a long cooldown. Coup de Grace though is an amazing perk, and this one's probably the one that's really worth grabbing. It makes your lunges really long every time a gen gets done, and you can do it up to 10 times. Very, very good perk, so we'll be using it. We'll put some perks. Unfortunately, Instadam perks, Sloppy Butcher, Effect type perks, and Coup de Grace, they do not work with Victor. But it's okay, we'll also be controlling Charlotte a bit, and the add-ons do help with Victor. If you don't know what to run on this killer, the Toy Sword to have a slightly faster attack on Victor is incredibly good and very cheap. The Tiny Fingernail to send out Victor faster, or the Bloody Black Hood to come back to Charlotte sooner are also fine. And speed add-ons, there's 2 of them. You can never go wrong with them, so that's good. This add-on also makes your cooldown when you miss with Victor a bit better, so it's also good for beginners, so we could honestly run this as well. The other add-ons are either okay-ish, some of them, or straight up useless, so be very careful and probably watch an add-on tier list. So our idea with Charlotte and Victor, ideally, is to injure a lot of people with Charlotte and then pick them off one by one with Victor. If you use Victor to get the first injury, the survivor holds on to Victor, and it might take up to 30 seconds before you can have him back. So that leaves you without a power for a long time. Sometimes this is acceptable, but yeah, ideally we'll try to get damage with Charlotte. If not, we'll just rely on Victor. And you need to be very careful because this killer is very unforgiving. If Victor misses an attack, survivors can come and kick him in the face, and obviously you have to send him back again, and it wastes a bit of your time. Don't worry, it's a bit complex and we need to make a lot of decisions in the moment, but we'll talk about all of them as soon as the match begins. Alright, so here's the thing about Charlotte and Victor, alright? If you've ever played chess, one of the corollaries, one of the tenets, one of the rules, not a hard rule, but like a useful thing to know, is to control the center, right? Because your pieces are more useful near the center. This is going to be a bit similar, all right? If I'm going to send Victor, I want to be close to the area where Victor will get the hit or the down, right? The last thing I want to do... Is that a hit? No. The last thing I want to do is be in a corner of the map, then send Victor, then have Victor chase the other guy into a corner of the map again. That's a drop. They are smart. And then I have to go all the way from one corner to another. Oh, wow. Brave. Blight, man. Well. In a situation like this, it would have been super lovely. I'll do this because we have oppression. It would have been super lovely to get a hit, but no luck. This goes down here. Do I go for her? Yeah, because she's closer to me. So I could go for the person on the gen. There you go. Victor, very critically, does not see scratch marks. Although he sees blood, and he sees that very well. It's like highlighted for him. So keep that in mind, okay? I'm going to assume that this girl is going to hang on to Victor. When they get attacked by Victor and they're healthy, you see in the HUD there's like some arms next to them. That means they're holding on to him. And there's nothing you can do. You need to wait out the 30 seconds sometimes. So I'm just going to be aware of that. And in about 30 seconds, I'll get a option to recall Victor. It should be here now. Recall Victor. There it is. And that heartbeat means that there's somebody else. They have a boon, dude, which is so strong against me. I want to make sure that we get rid of this boon and we get rid of this girl if possible. We unfortunately hit some small barrier. Alright, chat. I'm gonna leave Victor here, sadly. This boon is gonna kill my pressure, so I wanted to go back. I'll see if I can go back to Rebecca and pick her up. It might be that we've given them a bit too much time. They're buff and they're healing. Yeah, we've given them too much time. This is bad. Alright, it's very important that we don't let this girl watch out with the styptic. Oh my god, she's fully healed already. This is a bit sad, chat, but that's alright. We have Coup de Grace, which we gain when a gen gets done. And I imagine this guy's can be healed in a heartbeat as well. Might come here and... Yeah, this is a tough map for those. Might come here. Kicking gens like this is honestly not a great idea, but since we have oppression, we might as well. That girl's hanging on to Victor for another 7.5 seconds. You can tell how long it takes by looking at the power. 3, 2, 1. Now we get it back. So we're gonna recall it. And I want to break that boon because it's honestly super bad for me that they can heal quickly. But that girl right now is doing nothing. Until I get my hit, I'm not gonna recall Victor yet. Let her do nothing and be useless. Now that I need it, I will recall it, and he regenerates in just a few seconds. I will, because they have like a constant ability that I cannot really do much about. To heal each other fast. My idea to split pressure and get them injured could really backfire. If on top of that they have a particular boon to pick themselves up from the ground, that would be really bad. So I need to understand that my ability to, because of this particular match, one of the best things that you can do as twins is injure, everybody injure, and then you pick them off one by one. I cannot do that. I don't think I can afford it, sadly. So instead, I'm going to rely more on picking people off one by one. And I think that'll be fine. I'm gonna wait for, hold up. I'm gonna wait for aggression to come back. Alright, there we go. I'll take a trade here. This skill could have deliverance, by the way, so watch out. Down her. We'll just get a nasty hit on him. Make it a bit harder. Now that guy, even with a boon, should not be able to heal fast because he has to deep wound first. So we're gonna try to pick him off with Victor. Alternatively, we pick off Ace as well. So a problem that you have when you split yourself up is that survivors that are too far can be picked up from the ground or recover by themselves with some perks before you get there, and that's not good. She had deliverance, we call that. So I could have maybe gotten that, sadly. Yeah, I need to go, sadly. This is really bad. I'm gonna centralize my Charlotte a little bit because I want to be close to the action and close to the gens. And I'm now gonna send Victor, and he's gonna go on a little mission, see if we spot them. He's really fast, so you can use him as a scout. Or skate. I hear him. Where? Chad, do I just keep this? Dude, what are the chances that you go against Deliverance boon people, dude? What are the chances, man? We haven't seen a boon in so long. Oh man. But I guess it will happen now. That's fine. I'm not too mad or anything. I'm just letting you know. This is not gonna be super common. What might be common though, that is not super uncommon, is to have 4 people with medkits that can heal themselves fairly quickly. And obviously that's a bit difficult. I'm gonna recall Victor because he doesn't seem to be getting rid of it. And I want to be able to use it. Oh, very good from him. And now he's on his second hook, and we're gonna have to play this in a really dirty way, but I mean, what are my choices here? I'll try to hook closer to the middle, just so it's a little bit easier to control everything going on. And maybe get rid of that boon, but I don't know what to tell you. Do you usually have Shattered Hope? No, because the totems in this map are really predictable. I would break it and then they would set another up. So it's not really good, no. Even with that perk. But let's not mention it. Let's try to... I heard steps. Someone's here. There they are. This is really difficult. There you go. So with Victor, by the way, I don't know if we've done that yet, but if you miss, they will kick you. And if you hit a survivor that has endurance, it's the same as missing. They will kick you. So do not hit people that are about to use Dead Hard. Do not hit people right off the hook. It will be a waste of time. And obviously, these people understand that they need to waste my time a little bit. So the Ace is holding on to Victor so that I don't get to use it. That's so unfortunate. That's alright though. We do have go. This guy's kind of... He might have decisive. Yeah, if he did a slow ball there, I guess he has it. That's fine. Let's recall Victor, break this real quick. They could have a Dredge, but I'm trusting they take a bit longer. They have decisive, we eat it up, and we send Victor. They don't have decisive. This guy's probably dead. And we'll see. This has been a bit of an unusual game, but we'll see if I can create some situation where we learn something here. So these are my gens. Let's hit it now to also hit the other one. And it is an okay idea now to accept that it's gonna take me a while to get this match under control. Do they know about that gen? It's at 0. Let's just get people injured very slowly. I'll switch back because they seem to be greedy. I'll get rid of this pallet happily. Oh, thank you very much for the raid. Big myself, thank you so much. I don't recall if we're acquainted. If not, super happy to meet you guys. And yeah, we're gonna have to be a bit everywhere. So we'll be switching back and forth until they make a mistake and someone gets injured in a bad spot. Yeah, they really have nothing else. They have this gen and nothing else. Let's go back to Victor. One nice thing about Victor, by the way, is that he can use elevation to propel himself forward. He's currently bugged in a really nasty way, and he cannot vault over windows on pallets. So if a survivor vaults a window in front of you, you used to be able to hit them with Victor, but now you cannot anymore. But one thing that you can do is just jump from a hill to make it really far into the distance. You can even snipe people, which is kind of fun. But yeah, these people are obviously smart. They know what they're doing. They just found that gen, presumably. You know, that's okay. We'll play it very slow. If we get one down, things can get ugly. We'll let this gen regress. 30 seconds are up. Is that the two of them? It is. One thing I could have done. Before you recall Victor, if you look around the map, if it's been 30 seconds and you can already recall him, you can see where the survivor that is injured is. So I should have looked to know where she was. Okay, very important, chat. Victor is really bad with elevation. If you try to hit someone on stairs, you will die. He will, you know. It's really hard to explain it, but basically just think of him like a really useless little brat, okay? Okay, so there's a pair of survivors there. That's a bad thing. I'll tell you why. Because if I down Rebecca, then the ace will kick me. But if I down this girl, no one's here to kick me. So I'm downing the person that is isolated, that is on their own. And now I'm sending this guy to these two. And if I'm lucky, they don't finish it with a Dren. Am I lucky? Yeah, I'm lucky. Very good. You am a little bit behind them for the same reasons as Huntress. Hitboxes are always a bit misleading. He has life, good for him. But when he has Victor... Oh, that was a really good dodge. I'm trying to walk back so he can't kick me. Nice! Walking back worked. And now he cannot do certain actions. So we're just gonna play this really, really dirty. So we have to, unfortunately. He got rid of Victor, which makes sense. I'm gonna put myself here so I can kind of cut him off from anywhere. And I don't see the scratch marks with Victor, but I see the blood, so I can follow the blood. And I can hear him as well, nicely. This will not work, chat. You cannot hit over pallets now, so that's an unfortunate part of Victor. I'm gonna tell you something. This is unfortunate, but it also doesn't matter, because guess what? I'm right here. In fact, I'm gonna show you something. Yeah, you can bridge some gaps like that. I'm very sorry. I think this game was a little bit hard. As I told you, you can like make distance and so on, blah blah blah. Yeah, sorry, it's gonna take a little while. We'll do some cleanup, and we'll try to think of some things to fill in the blank space. I'm very sorry. That's gonna waste more of my time, but it's not a big deal. Chat, you've been watching. Maybe you are not a super seasoned Twins players yourself. What are some of the questions that you have? Maybe you can answer. Maybe we can answer them. When Victor is on the ground by himself, he has a timer. He will die in 90 seconds, I think. You see it in my power. That's not a big deal. You can always switch back and then switch on if you want to keep him. That resets it. And he has a shrieking radius. It's like a little area where survivors can hear him go. And if they enter that area, you will hear a heartbeat and you'll know that they're nearby. When a survivor holds on to Victor and then they walk around the map, a similar thing happens, and he also has a shrieking radius that detects people. I'll try to find Rebecca. Let's try to rule this place out first. Tell about lockers? Right. So, if a survivor goes into a locker, Victor cannot damage him. I mean, you can damage during the animation. But if they go into a locker, you'll need to open the locker. And if they are inside, Victor holds them for 10 seconds or so. Here's the problem, okay? If I was this far from Victor, in 10 seconds, that guy is out. He will kill Victor by coming out of it. Victor cannot close a hatch or anything like that. That's why I told you at the start that it's very important that you try to keep Charlotte near the middle. Because if you're near the middle and then you hold someone in a locker, then you can come here with Charlotte and pull them out. Right? What was Rebecca? So, always important to try to keep them close together as much as you can. Last thing you want is for Victor and Charlotte to be so far. By the time you down someone, it takes forever to get there. If multiple people are injured, one really nasty thing that you can do is kind of what we did here. You go for the person that is injured and alone, and then you go for the person that is injured and alone, and then you try to isolate them and pick them off one by one, and that's where the twins are really, really, really strong. And actually one of the stronger killers in the game, if you can believe it. But it is a bit difficult, because controlling Victor after a successful attack, switching back to Charlotte takes so much time, you waste so much time. It is a bit of a clunky killer. Can Victor body block any survivor actions? Not really. You cannot place Victor too close to an exit gate. There's like some things preventing you from doing that. You cannot use him too close to a hook unless you put him on a hook and then hook someone else there. And if a survivor is being body blocked by Victor, I mean, they can just kick him. If you're not controlling him and he's AFK, set up, they can kick him just the same. Yeah, this was really dangerous because with this, they can pick themselves up super fast. Yeah, that boon was hard, man. Or it was a lot of pressure, at least. But GG's to this, guys. And yeah, the twins have a lot of interesting counterplay as well, but that'll be for another video. Good luck. All right, following that up, we have the Trickster. If you have a quick look at his stats, he might deceive you, he might trick you into thinking that he's a normal M1 killer. And to some degree, it is true. He has the normal terror radius, the normal height, he's a bit shorter than Trapper, and moves at 115 or 4.6 meters per second. But this killer has some quirks that make him not super suited to play him just with your basic attacks and hit with your normal attacks. The main issue with that is that he has, on top of his terror radius, he has a lullaby. It's very subtle, and it even stays there when you're undetectable. It doesn't, you cannot hear it from really, really up close, but it's like a ring. It starts from a bit of a distance and goes up to like, I think 40 meters. So that lullaby will play almost no matter what, and it will hinder you a little bit, but that's okay. The main deal with this character is that he throws knives. He has 44 of them by default and throws them really, really fast. If you get 8 knives on someone, you injure them. On top of that, though, he does have a lot of... Like, that sounds really simple. It's very similar to Huntress, except you throw faster and you have to hit more instead of just one. You also reload at lockers, which will make some maps a bit tricky because you need to be aware of where the lockers are and sometimes not go into chases if you know that you should reload first. Unlike Huntress, you can chase without having... Thanks so much for that sub, Anonymous. Without having to reload, because you are a little bit faster. You're not 110, but you still should use the power quite a bit if you want to get value out of this character. His perks are actually pretty damn phenomenal, so he is a really good character to eye when you've already played a few characters. Starstruck is great on a few killers. Every time you pick up, your terror radius becomes an insta-down applying zone, and this can lead to quick follow-up downs. Particularly good on Spirit, particularly good on Deathslinger, and a few other killers that can pick up and quickly close the gap to other characters. Doesn't work with special attacks, so it will not work, for example, on Huntress. Doesn't work so well on killers with small terror radiuses. Crowd control is a pretty underrated perk. Anytime a survivor fast bolts a window, it's blocked for them and for every other survivor. It's like a passive bamboozle from the clown. I do think bamboozle is a bit simpler and straightforward, but this perk is good to have. If I didn't have bamboozle, I would run this on several killers. Where I'm worried a little bit about windows being too strong. No Way Out, I think, is one of the best perks in the game. It blocks the exit gates a long time, and if you hook multiple survivors, a very long time. Goes well with endgame builds, easy to use on almost every killer. You cannot go wrong having this on almost any build. I'm a big fan of it, if it's not obvious. Now, what are the other quirks of his power? We'll talk about them as we go, but after hitting 8 knives, you get Main Event. Main Event is like a short burst of really, really fast knives. They don't consume ammo, and they can do a lot of damage. However, you have a limited time to do them. You throw them uninterrupted. It's like going Super Saiyan a little bit. It has its limitations. There is also a very obscure system called the combo system that makes it so that if you hit consecutive knives, your Main Event will last longer. Don't even worry about it. It has a very minus effect. If you want to make Main Event last longer, there's add-ons for that. you cannot go wrong with the following add-ons, by the way. Add-ons to increase your blade capacity are great, particularly the green one. This one right here. We'll be using the brown one. And at least right now, I suspect this will change in the future, but at least right now, this add-on to increase your throw rate is also really simple. It might trick you a little bit into throwing too many knives when you shouldn't, into spamming when you shouldn't. But as long as you don't fall for that trap, that's okay. Add-ons to make your holding speed movement a little bit better are also nice, especially the Hardcade shoes. This punishes you less if you're trying to like throw one knife here, one knife there. This could also lull you into a playstyle of just holding all the time, which slows you down. You shouldn't do that. Yes, it slows you down less, but it still slows you down. You shouldn't be holding all the time. Throw the knives you need to and stop. You're not a Huntress that needs to hold the hatchet because the hatchet goes further if you hold it. With the Skiller, you don't hold anything, you just throw. So yeah, you can use them and I think they're great, but be careful. The add-ons that extend main event are really useful, with the best one possibly being the waiting for you watch. This makes it really easy to really guarantee that you get downs or injuries as long as you keep hitting knives with main event. But we'll be avoiding that for now. His perks, not ideal for him. You want to go for builds that have passive slowdown. Since you have to down people, reload, and do all that stuff, you're not going to be able to kick gens and be around the map all the time. You don't have a great mobility. So Corrupt Intervention, Deadlock, all those perks work well. But, I mean, we have this, all right? A bit of info for the endgame, a bit of slowdown for the endgame, a bit of anti-loop, and a bit of insta-down, which, I mean, is pretty impactful, even if he's not great at that. So, let's get this build together and jump into a game. I'll tell you more about what you need to look out for at the start of a match. One thing to mention, by the way, if you play on PC and you have a crosshair, that is really useful. The developers have nothing against them. They recently confirmed that. Thank you, Kira. So having a crosshair can make your aiming, especially a bit mid-range, a little bit nicer. This is a really great map because there are a lot of loops that are short and you can see over and sometimes throw knives over. And those are the places where we want to chase, okay? We do not necessarily want to go shack or main building or... This guy just sprint burst the heck away from me. For example, this building right here. This is almost like shack. I might not necessarily want to chase there. That's not to say that every time you see a survivor go into a challenging place, you should like beeline it away into nothing. But yeah, I might have to chase this guy just because I see no one else. We're chasing him outside. This is okay. Okay, we have main event, which lasts for 30 seconds, and I could use it to save ammo and get this down, but no, main event only really works in the open when survivors are trying, you know, to beat you to something. I don't think it will work here very well. Here it might work. Oh, damn. I misunderstood the way this... that wasn't very good. I think I misunderstood the shape of this thing. That's okay, though. Window gets blocked. Keep in mind that survivors need 8 knives to go down, but unfortunately, after 15 seconds, the knives that you've inflicted begin to go down. So, say I hit him with 8 knives, but it takes me a little bit in between, the progress will be lost. We did allow this gen to get down, sadly. Right, so with Starstruck, by the way, what you never want to camp the hook, because anyone that was next to you has been scared out, and they will play it really careful for the next 30 seconds. Until the insta-down effect goes away. So you be very careful with that. I think you're hiding here somewhere. No, I'm wrong. Damn, whoever was here might have come for this rescue, sadly. But yeah, it's very important as a Trickster. You're very good at defending areas, but you're not going to get away with camping, and you're not going to get away with holding a 3-gen or anything like that. You don't have any tools to really help you with that. You need to be very effective in your chases. I'm very sorry, dude. Like, what the hell am I watching? How the hell are you guys getting away with this? In this situation, I think I want to go for an M1, probably. I'll wait until she's at the pallet. Maybe she drops it. She did. And ideally, we want to chase her into another part of the map where my knives are a lot more effective. If I see her in the open for a while, I'll throw some knives for sure. Like here, for example. That's really good. When you hear that little screeching sound, by the way, that's your cue that the survivor is about to go down. You can also look at the HUD, and you'll see that knives slowly complete. to the point where when it's full, one more knife will do the damage. A common counterplay for this killer. Oh. Okay. Hold up. This guy had Spin Burst, right? I'm gonna try to come from the other way. We have 30 seconds of insta-down on this guy. I could try. Yeah, this is really good. He's gonna die here. And we can put him in basement. This killer, like most other ranged killers that can shoot this quickly at least, he's very good at defending basement. But I'm sure that's pretty obvious. It's similar to Huntress. It's really, like, if you get main event on people coming out and you have multiple survivors, you will get through health really quickly. That was probably a will make it very fast heal in Zarina. Do I need to reload here? Always assess the situation? Nah, I'm full on knives. I'm completely fine. We didn't use any. If everyone's injured, maybe you don't need to output, and I haven't seen her. Nah, it's too difficult. Should I have gone for an M1 there? Possibly? But here's what I wanted to do. I wanted to knock down this girl. I didn't want this girl to take a hit and run. I wanted this girl to take a hit and then take another and die. She was in such a bad spot that I actually felt really, really confident going for the knife damage instead. And I saw a bird fly off here. Since I have an abundance of knife, I kind of want to injure them. But I know they have to come for this guy in basement, and the ace has to be here in a second. If it's not, well, they're kind of throwing. So I'm defending this basement very ravenously. This is a bit of a, you know, really unfortunate gameplay for them. But hey, what's up, buddy? I'll start main event right at the right spot. I was hoping he would like go down the stairs and I would catch him there, but this works too. We're at a really good spot to reload now. And unfortunately, he tried to save the team last second, but it probably did more damage than good. This time, I'm not going to put him in basement, because I think what I'm interested in doing is just hooking him outside. I mean, maybe we could and just repeat the same thing, but I'm going to hook him outside. Make Starstruck affect the girls if they're nearby. So this girl was probably my terror radius. Do I throw knives from this distance? You probably don't need to, honestly. You will waste more than you'll hit. We have these 3 gens around here. Yeah, I think this was an okay idea. Oh, he had Deliverance. Yeah, that was a really good idea that we didn't... okay. There we spammed a little bit too hard. This window didn't get blocked because they've outed on my totem, I think. Hello. Get a few knives in. Alright. You can sometimes do just a little mind game to get them in front of you. Nice. To the point where they give you one more knife if that's all you need. Wow, they're actually doing fairly well here. Okay, I'm gonna risk this. Like that. Like that was a perfect example. I hear the screech. I know she needs one more knife. If she sees me go around the corner, all kinds of thoughts are racing through her mind. She thinks maybe that I have the extending add-ons to make main event longer. So she wants to get to safety, and then we get that one last knife in. You'll need to do a lot of fake outs like that, even when you're very slow. By the way, when you're in main event, you do not have the ability to do anything else. You cannot, unless you decide to interrupt it voluntarily, which you can do. So survivors might do things like hop in a locker, which is really stupid, but actually works pretty well. Oh, I'm not tracking very well this much. But yeah, huge question every time is gonna be, okay, I'm in range of this survivor. Should I go for the M1 or should I throw knives? It will come with experience. I think that if the survivor is injured, almost every time, it's better to go for the M1. Because what's the point, right? The main advantage of knives is similar to Huntress in how he is capable of damaging once and then damaging again really, really quickly. These two guys 100% are going to be sitting on this gen, so I'm just going to straight line it if possible. Oh, they're not, actually. Oh, let's reload them. Everyone's been hooked once except for Zarina. And we have no way out, which makes us not too worried that if we take a little bit of time to hook Zarina and they finish the last gen, normally I'd be like, damn, they all get the gate quickly. But with no way out, we do have at least a minute, or the game's gonna be a bit longer, right? So, I'm sorry, is this Zarina? Let's listen. Yeah, that's her. In a situation like this, just M1, you know? You're gonna get the down anyway. I mean, to be fair, every situation is unique. Who knows? Maybe this girl... Maybe your main event is one knife away and you want to throw a knife just so that you can use main event on the other guy that's next to her. But for the most part, to down, if you need to do a basic attack, do a basic attack. To injure, if you get it for free and you think they're going to beat you to someone anyway, just M1. You save ammo and you'll need to reload less and that'll be a good thing for you. Oh, there's the Bitter Murmur. Where's the other girl? Okay. But here in a situation like this, for example, he's in such a bad spot, right? Sorry, I think this is good. He's in such a bad spot that I think using knives makes sense. Because look at that, I get my main event and I down him. And if I M1 him, I would have gone through a long cooldown. Yada yada yada. You know how that works. Now, are we forgetting any fundamentals? Any important lessons to be learned? Well, Michaela was here. I mean, if she... Oh, she's here. Hello. Sorry about that. Did she have a syringe or something she wanted to use? Yeah. Alright, let's walk through it quickly. Shack. Especially without bamboozle or crowd control. Main structures, generally speaking, super good jungle gyms, especially if they're connected to each other or to Shag or whatever. Those are your mortal enemies. Survivors in those places, especially if they have some kind of auto read on you, they will hug things really, really tight. You'll get 2 knives in, then you'll go around the corner, you'll get 2 knives in, then you'll go around the corner, then you'll get 2 knives in, and by that point all the gens are done. Those are the chases you want to avoid. And if it really, really bothers you, bringing Bamboozle to block those windows and try to push them away can be an idea. Yeah, she has a syringe. Whenever you hook people, one of the reasons why agitation is so popular on this killer is because you can hook people in basement, and you saw how that can go. And in really open areas where the new buff no recoil feels really rough. People going for the unhook, you can do knife, 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 knife. Then if you damage them during the unhook, it will interrupt them, and then you can go main event. And you could even, in some instances with some add-ons, use main event to power through multiple health states. So say, for example, Felix gets unhooked. I could use main event and hit him, then he gets deep wound, then I get more, then I go off, maybe I finish him off with one more knife, down. That is a really rough and harsh way of playing, but it's one of the main strengths of Trickster. And I think that's about it. Lowering your sensitivity, if you're on PC, to one that is manageable to you is a good idea. And yeah, if you're a little bit in doubt, I think watching Trickster players and watching guides from Trickster players will also help you understand when they go for knives and when they don't, which I think is probably the hardest bit. Hopefully this gets you started though. Time for the next one. Alright, of course, I did forget one thing before we move on. One of them... That's a really easy mistake. The knives, yeah, they do drop down, but unlike Huntress hatchets, they don't need to be charged or anything. If you want to be really accurate, you can throw knife, 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 tap, 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 or you can hold the button to throw them fast. When this killer came out, I didn't even realize you could hold the button. And one really important thing is that you do not need to interrupt your throwing to use main event. If you're holding knives and you're throwing them, in this stance, you can press left control and you'll go into main event and start throwing them really quickly. You don't need to stop and then press left control. That's an important thing that might take you a little while to figure out. Now for real though, this time for real, next killer. Alright, next up is the Nemesis from Resident Evil. This is one of my favorite characters. I really, really love him. Thank you so very much, Monkey Man, for the subby. He is a normal terror radius and normal attribute killer. So this character, at least at first glance, is not a terrible pick, thank you Lucky Coach, for someone that is transitioning from, say, playing Trapper or playing Wraith. If you play the normal characters before or after Nemesis, he's gonna feel very, very similar to them. That being said, he does have a power that is quite complex. Some of it is zombies, which roam around the map and are completely outside of your control, and the other part is the tentacle. And this is a killer that is, I think, quite complex for beginners because it induces a lot of mistakes that come from making the wrong decisions. I'm gonna try to help you not make those wrong decisions. But yeah, he's also extremely tall. Very, very tall. On the same level pretty much as Pyramid Head. So also not a killer that you're going to do some crazy mind games with. You are very, very visible from a distance. And his footsteps are also extremely audible. Even though stealth perks aren't bad on him, because if you close the gap, that's always good. So, what's the deal with Nemesis? On top of being a normal killer with the normal attributes and having 2 zombies that roam around the map and give you a bit of info if you look at them, he has a tentacle that powers up as you go. You start in tier 1. In tier 1, the tentacle has no utility. It doesn't break pallets and it doesn't break breakable walls. This is really, really, really bad. You need to get to tier 2 really, really quickly. It's not as urgent as Myers that needs to get to tier 2 as soon as humanly possible because he's kind of useless, but not too far behind. You need to get to tier 2. When you get to tier 2, you unlock the ability to break pallets and to break breakable walls fast, which is a nice plus. But the pallets is a really important thing because at that point, survivors have to play very, very... For the rest of the match, this is when you get to tier 2, it's permanent. For the rest of the match, survivors have to play around pallets really, really carefully, and then your power begins to be quite strong. Outside of breaking pallets, why is the tentacle so difficult to use? Because the first time you hit a survivor, you don't injure them. They get a speed boost, as if you had injured them, pretty much, but you do not injure them. That is a bad thing. That means that you need to hit survivors typically 3 times with your tentacle, which is a lot more than most other characters that hit you directly. So for that reason, you need to get to tier 2 as soon as possible. How do you do that? By getting points, infection, mutation rate points. Every time you hit a survivor with your tentacle, you get 3 points. If they were already infected, you only get 1. And if you hit one of your own zombies, you also get 1. That means that if you hit a survivor and infect them, you get 3. And if you hit another survivor and infect them, you get 3. And that's already 6. That means that you're already in tier 2, right? That's good. So hitting 2 survivors at the start is a great idea. Alternatively, you could also do other things like hit a survivor once, that's 3. And then hit a zombie, and then hit another zombie, and then hit that same survivor. And that's also 6. So you need to start doing math in your head and try and improvise as the match begins to get those 6 points as soon as humanly possible. If you do not get those 6 points and you focus too much on punching, yeah, you might get an early hit, which is good, but you might also run into this problem where survivors are just dropping pallets, dropping pallets, dropping pallets. You break them normally, then you catch up, then you hit them, but they're not injured because you're a tentacle, and then you down them, and then you hook them, and then 4 gens are done. That is not bad. Time is not on your side. If you've been listening to what I've been saying, hopefully you understand why this is so important. When you get to tier 3, which is nowhere near as important, but it's still nice, 2 things happen. Your tentacle goes from 5 meters to 6 meters, and you get that extra inch, which is good. And also, your speed when you hold the tentacle out is a little bit higher. It actually goes to 100% movement speed of survivor. That means that if you use your tentacle and fake it out, or use it and hold it, and so on, you don't lose as much distance, and it can help a tiny bit. It's not bad. But yeah, Dolorica, thank you so much. So yeah, tier 3 is nice to reach, and you'll do it around the half point of the game normally, but tier 2 you need to do as quickly as possible. So, since we've explained that it's very, very important to find 2 survivors, ideally, thank you, Kylil, and also delay the game until you're in tier 2, the best perks for Nemi would be something like, I don't know, Corrupt Intervention, obvious reason, right? It delays the gen. Discordance. It also shows you where 2 people are, so you can go and bother them and maybe hit them both with tentacle. Anything that makes notifications like Discordance typically also alerts zombies. Not everything, but a lot of things do. And anything that makes survivors scream. But we don't have access to all of that, so yeah, we're gonna go with something more basic. Do not be fooled though, his perks are actually amazing. Lethal Pursuer is one of the simplest, most straightforward and helpful perks in the game. It's really, really, really good. It makes every auto-reading perk or add-on a little bit stronger, shows you where everyone is at the start, which is super, super nice. Hysteria is not a great perk. And then Eruption is also pretty amazing, especially at the higher level. So it's nice and in hit and run killers. So these 2 perks are really nice to have. So you might want to play Nemi once you've played a few killers and you're more used to the normal flow of the game, and these perks become really, really useful. We'll be using Lethal to see everyone at the start. Eruption, which will be your only form of progression gens. We'll see if it's enough. At the end of the game, we'll see everyone with Bitter Murmur. It will last 12 seconds, thanks to Lethal's passive at the end of the game, and we'll have Noed to help us out. Instadam perks on Nemi, and save the best for last on Nemi. There's some time and a place, but I don't super mega recommend them. Because if you get too in your head about hitting with your punch, you're gonna forget about your best tool, which is your tentacle. Your zombies are not reliable. Now, for add-ons, avoid add-ons like this one. Avoid this one, this is terrible. Add-ons to increase the speed of zombies are almost always okay. Add-ons to delay the survivors are almost always okay. Add-ons to increase the range at which the zombies detect survivors, they're hard to gauge, but I think they're almost always okay as well. Do not go for this add-on. It's also deceivingly bad. It's really, really small, the effect they get. It sounds really good. Don't do it. But almost everything else is usable. And if you want to, add-ons that increase the infection that you get from hidden survivors are also, you can't go wrong with these. But yeah, that's about it. We are looking at the start to get to tier 2 as soon as possible. And I'll walk you through how to use Seize Tentacle, which I'm going to tell you right now is a little bit complex. But yeah, I'll do my best to walk you through it. All right, I can already tell you, sometimes Nemesis games are really slow and sometimes they are very fast. And it's very possible that a lot of things are going to happen and we're going to lose track of everything that's going on. So I'll try to walk you through what we're going to do. My plan at the start is to look at my zombies. They don't spawn at the very beginning. They take like a few seconds to spawn. But I'm constantly going to be looking at my zombies because you can see their auras permanently, okay? And if you don't have Lethal Pursuer, say... I thought I saw a survivor on the ground. Say if you don't have Lethal Pursuer, it's going to be really difficult to find survivors. This is amazing. Thank you, Noodle. I'm so sorry. Where did they go? They have some bursts or something? But yeah, looking at zombies will reveal the location of where survivors are. That's very good. I saw Meg right there. I'm gonna go for Meg, chat, because guess what? If she gives me tier 2, I'm set. I'm just gonna hit her this time. As long as I stay on top of her, I'll hit her with my power at some point. That has given me 3 points from hitting Junjin, who was not infected, into infected. 3 out of 6, right? I'll do a little mind game here, whatever. She's running into a wall. There you go. That's another 3, so now I'm at 6. And it doesn't matter what I do in the rest of this chase. This is already a great start, chat, because I'm tier 2 and I can break stuff. And here what I can do, like, it's really hard to explain just how good this ability is, because you break pallets really quickly and you also control where you are very easily. And on top of that, you have this incredible ability to down people, right? So let's say that I was at 5 points. Let's say I was at 5 points out of 6. I don't know how that could happen right now, but what could I do? I could go and kill my zombie. If you kill your zombie with your tentacle, look at my infection. You gain it. But watch out, because if you punch them, you don't gain it. So don't punch them if you can help it. You don't gain 1 point if you punch them. That's not nice. You need to use your tools, I guess. Anyway, damn, job by them. Yeah, my priority right now is not to get to tier 3 or anything. My priority right now is to wait for the unhook notification, to go for as many efficient chases as I can and use my perks to slow down the game even further if I have to. Look at how impressive that is, man. You can literally walk through breakable walls. It's really, really nice. Now be careful, because windows like this that have a nasty angle are probably your worst enemy. Wait, that girl was fast. But yeah, now it's probably a good time to talk. She's gonna fake that. I'm gonna body block it, and now it's a hit. It's important to see it coming. Is she okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I got to show you a really ugly part of the skiller. If you get stunned at the end of your tentacle animation, it doesn't actually hit. It doesn't matter though. This girl basically gave us a free hit, and in there it was. It's not like that's gonna happen often, so. But yeah, I'm gonna explain now. Oh, that almost works. There was a little gap here. I'm gonna explain now how the tentacle hitbox works. When you look at the tentacle, it's really not super obvious and it's not intuitive, but I want you to think of it like a bunch of Kit Kats. You know, like a stacked vertical set of Kit Kats. Like little tubes, okay? Cylinders. Very, very thin cylinders. You can go through some gaps even. Hello. And when you release the attack, let's see, you're that hard. The Kit Kats play like a piano, okay? They go They go from top to bottom. That means that if you are chasing 2 survivors and say 2 of them are in front of you and one of them is crouching, you will actually hit the one behind them. The tentacle Kit Kats, delicious as they are, can only hit one thing. So they will go from top to bottom, right? And they will hit one thing and one thing only. It cannot hit multiple survivors. It cannot hit a pallet and a survivor, right? If you do it at a window, you'll probably hit them. But if they crouch, maybe you won't. And if the mech kills herself, we'll have more time to explain everything. Now, I'll show you a little bit how that is actually really useful. I'm going to try to get this girl to drop a pallet if possible. Also, very important, if you have a zombie next to you, you can use them as a helping tool for... off the record. As a looping tool. Because you can kind of wait until they block one way and then go the other for survivors. Alright, so... she didn't drop that, sadly. Do I make that? No, I don't make that. And keep in mind, I'm in tier 2, so I don't have the extra 6-meter range. I only have 5 now. That probably was a hit if I did it early. Anyway, I'm gonna hit this gen. If I down someone shortly, it will lose more progress. That's Eruption. Really useful perk. I'm gonna try to do a mind game. Keep in mind, I'm very loud, so they don't work as well as with other characters, but that's fine. Anyway, now, let me ask you a question. Why did I aim from the left instead of from the right? If a survivor crouches behind this pallet, and I do an attack here, the Kit Kats go top to bottom, right? So they will hit the pallet first, and the pallet will break. But if I do it from the other side, the pallet on that side is tilted down, right? So if it goes up to down, it will hit the survivor's head first. Does that make sense? You will also notice that your camera gets locked into place. You do not get to aim up or down. They're always horizontally in front of you. So that means that if I'm seeing survivors go here and I do this, that's going to miss. It's never going to hit them unless they are literally peeking their head in front of me. So be aware of that. That's number 1. Number 2. Where was this girl? Anyway. Sometimes you can use that to your advantage as well, by the way. There might be times, not a lot of times, but there might be times when a survivor does a pallet in front of you and you don't actually want to hit the survivor. Let's say that you have an insta-down, right? And what you want to do is just get rid of the pallet so that you can whack them. Sometimes you can aim to the side to just break the pallet instead of hitting them. Don't always go for the hit if they're not infected. Nice. Good job. Thank you, Arcadio. Really nice and supportive viewer. Much love. Thank you. Here's what I meant. This zombie is gonna help me, Chad. I'm gonna... Oh, she's forced to go away. You see what happens, right? That's good. Ooh, I don't have tier 3 range. That was a mistake. But yeah, good for her. She shouldn't make that, I think. Oh, never mind. I got stuck. So she did. Well done. Zombie there was helpful, but not too helpful. You see what I did there? Obviously, in this situation, I wanted to hit her. But let's say that she was healthy and I had Noi, and I wanted to just get to her as quickly as possible. I can aim to the side and break the pallet and purposefully miss her, which is something that you might want to do. Anyway, in this situation, if I hit her with my tentacle, I do get 1 more point. So maybe now I'm at like 10, so I would be at 11. But I don't care. I don't care. So M1 is completely fine. Hello. Anyway, what else is important to talk about? Oh, shit. Santa being naughty. Yeah, keep looking at the zombies throughout the match. As you'll see, they'll raise their arms. Nice job. Oh, look at that. She's pushed out of the loop because this zombie's gonna choke her options, basically. I can wait here if I'm really patient. Nah, let's just hit her. Ooh, that was a really narrow miss. No biggie. Nice job. Ooh, almost. Look at these zombies, man. They're actually looking pretty good. Sometimes, unfortunately, the zombies are not as reliable. Nice that heart. And they're not super good. And you might see them in completely irrelevant parts of the map. Or worse, they could be stuck in some corner. If you see them stuck in some corner, you can go and kill them so they respawn elsewhere. Anytime they get killed, they respawn after a while. Another trick that is really useful in Nemi might help you sometimes. If a survivor is about to break away from you, one thing you can do is drop them next to a zombie like this. And they get no time to dodge it. That is a really nasty trick, and you might be like, oh, so why do you do that? That's disrespectful. I'm sorry. It can help you if you run out of hooks, or if they sabo, or if you need to, you know, release a character that is very obviously about to break free from your grasp. It's a bit of a super situational, but when it does come up, it will save your life. Now, what else? As I explained to you earlier, and as you could see, with Nemesis, you are incredibly good at walking through breakable walls, so don't forget to break them. And one thing we didn't talk about is the drag. Look at this. If I hit like this, I miss, right? I explained that the Kit Kat goes from top to bottom, but look. Oh, what happened? Did she trip? No. When you go with the attack, you can step to the side or step to the other side. You cannot go back or forward. That's not really the same thing. To widen the gap. So the Kit Kat, if I was the hitbox, the Kit Kat will go up, there. So your attack will become diagonal instead. Instead of doing it like a vertical, yeah, just imagine that it's a gun in Call of Duty, but it has negative recoil. It goes down, right? So instead of spraying down, I spray diagonally. And you will notice that I do that almost every single time. And it makes hits that are easy, even easier. And it makes tentacles that are hard to dodge, impossible to dodge. Obviously here it's not gonna help me out very much. So now that I'm in tier 3, by the way, if I hold my tentacle and I cancel it, I don't lose as much distance. That zombie, nice, gonna hit for us. Sometimes the zombies can body block and you might want to just get rid of them. Because I have extra distance, that is a hit that I can do. That is exactly pretty much the distance that you can cover with tier 3 Nemesis zombie, Nemesis tentacle. Without tier 3, that probably would have been a miss. Probably. If I had to watch it again, I could tell you, but yeah. So, anyway. So, in a really narrow space like this, like the one he's traveling right now. Obviously, if he's locked, like right here, he's locked in animation, right? That it doesn't matter what I do. I don't need to move. I don't need to do anything. He is locked in animation, similar to Huntress. You're gonna look at his item, and if you see the medkit or the toolbox disappear, that means he's out of the press space. So that's like, okay, I really should go for that. I see Michaela there. I'm gonna pretend I didn't. But if you're chasing a Subaru in a narrow space and you do this, where you drag it, that essentially covers the entire thing. The entire thing. So they really can't dodge it. Now, one thing you might want to do, like I did with the first chase that we got into, or the second chase, is pretend that you're going to do it and wait it out. Because survivors they're not stupid. They've gone against a lot of Nemesis, and they know that if they walk through a narrow path, it's impossible to get away with it. Look at that, disgusting. That's, again, range helping us out. So what they'll do often is they'll pretend that they go through a pallet, and then they'll fake out last second. Remember how they faked it out and went to the side? So at that point, you can use your body to body block it. Nice. I could have hit her there, but you know what? I want to keep my eye on her. Maybe the last gen's about to get done. I want to get Noid on her. So I purposely miss. There, she didn't fake that well. I purposely missed just to break the pallet and not hit her instead. But yeah, what else was I talking about? You can hit it on corners as well, such like this. Bang. And that, you know, that can be unexpected as well. One of the easiest mistakes to make with Nemesis is to telegraph your tentacle a bit too much. You know, you get to the survivor, and the moment you get in range, you're like, why is she faster than me? Why, what's up? And then you're like, dang, I didn't hit it. It's like, yeah, of course you didn't hit it. And even against good Nemesis that only telegraph a little, survivors still manage to sometimes do some really insane sick dodges that really make me go, huh. Damn, that could have been good, but she was a bit too fast. So you need to be a bit unpredictable. And sometimes, especially in tier 3, it's okay to just do this and fake it, and then just go for the basic attack, you know, if you have to. Or just delay it and go for it. Anyway, this Michaela thinks she's a god and it's so cute. I hope she's having a good time. Anyway, what was I on about? Yeah, so let's say they walk through a pallet or something. You need to keep your wits about. Okay, that zombie chasing a survivor. Now, careful, because the zombies will chase a survivor, and sometimes when the survivor leaves the area, they give up like that, or they keep chasing for a little bit. If you see a survivor with their arms up, it doesn't 100% mean that there's a survivor right in front of them right now. Because sometimes they just chase the thing a little bit. However, one thing that the zombies almost never do is constantly change directions back to back, right? So if you see a zombie that is spinning constantly and being back and forth constantly, then that does mean that there's a survivor around them spitting them, right? And also, this hasn't happened in this match, but zombies can be killed by pallets and head-on and other stunts. And they can be blinded by flashlights. And if they're blinded, they'll be like, ugh, and you'll see their aura as well, that they look stunned. That basically tells you, hey, someone blighted them a few seconds ago. Someone's here, maybe. Doesn't mean you need to go, but it's always good to know where survivors are. Sometimes you'll down a guy, you'll down another guy. There's only one guy left. And then you remember that you saw a zombie chasing him a second ago. And now you got all the information pieced together. And you know what's the best thing to do at any given time. Bros in the private matches? No, these are just survivors that struggle a little bit. We're just giving them a Christmas gift. They were fun. Anyway, what was I? That's pretty much it, chat. That's pretty much it. Are we forgetting anything super important? There's a lot of tricks that you can do with the tentacle. But yeah, one complication of the tentacle going up to down is that if you're in short loops, you need to be very precise with it. For example, let's say I'm in a short loop like this. Will I hit a survivor here? Yes, if they're standing, not if they're crouching. Will I hit a survivor that's on that tree if I do this? No, because by the time I drag my camera, my Kit Kats are at like feet level. So my Kit Kats are hitting here. You will only, if you're chasing around short loops, you will only hit a survivor like this if it's on the initial few frames of the hit. That makes sense, right? I don't think you cover vaccines. Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. I guess it's not a part that you need to worry about too much, but yeah, no, I completely forgot. So when you play as Nemesis, the survivors will spawn, GG, thanks, Brave. Anytime, hot stuff. I love this. The survivors will have 4 cases spawn in the map. They are always visible. You cannot make them invisible with perks like Third CL or Blindness or anything. And when they go to there and they open it, they get a vaccine that they can use on themselves or other people. There are 4 vaccines default. There can be 3 with 1 add-on. This means that they can go from blue to non-blue. And that means 1 more tentacle is necessary before you down them. That's it. And anytime they use a vaccine on themselves or other people, you hear a little heartbeat, as it's basically the case with other characters. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Do you need to worry about it too much? No, it's really not super a big deal. However, if your game highly depends on you finding one guy, and then that one guy in the HUD goes from infected to non-blue, and then you hear the heartbeat, yeah, you might as well just go, I'm gonna go chase this guy. That's a concern that they have to be careful about. There's no perk such as Distortion or Calm Spirit or Of the Record that will actually shield them from that effect. So they have to be careful. That being said, be careful because there are teams that are so efficient, they might never actually bother touching the crates. And that pretty much covers the basics for Nemesis. Is there anything else we missed? That's pretty much it. I generally think we covered it pretty well. And this match was actually a pretty great example, and we even got to use the trick to drop the survivors on the zombies. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Next one. Let's go. All right, next up is the Cenobite. And this killer comes with a mixed warning. On the one hand, his perks are incredible. Deadlock is one of the least brain cell requiring perks in the game that does the most for you. You put it on, gens are slower. What do you need to do? Nothing. What do you need to care? Nothing. You just have it on. It's great. Plaything, especially against beginners, is a crippling perk that can make survivors that would otherwise have a brain cell lose it completely. And Gift of Pain is not as straightforward as Sloppy Butcher, but it can do more than it sometimes. It's an okay perk to have. Not bad. All of his perks, very good. You might want to unlock them at some point. Especially if you play killers that are too busy to do stuff around gens, like Hag, like Trapper. Deadlock is just a godsend. It is a really, really good perk. Almost too good. So his perks are very, very attractive. However, this killer is difficult. Do not be fooled by the fact that he has normal speed, normal terror radius, normal height, and a normal lunge. He's basically a normal killer, right? So you would think that, oh, if I play Trapper well, if I play Wraith well, I should be able to play this killer well. Yeah, you will, but he is very, very hard. He is incredibly hard to master. When people ask me what is the hardest killer in this game, one of my top picks is always Cenobite, because it's not like any one part of his kit is too hard, and I don't want to like prevent you from having a good time, but there is a lot that goes into this killer. A lot of decision making and a lot of little bits of knowledge. Look at his power. It's a long Bible. Anyway, let's talk about it briefly. Basically, your main ability that you have is the ability to summon chains. When you summon a chain, You will open a portal, you will shoot a chain. If it misses, too bad, go on cooldown. If it hits a survivor, that chain will stay and lock the survivor down and make them a bit slower, and 2 additional chains will spawn randomly around some angles. And ideally, they will also hit the survivor at the same time. This means that every time you hit a chain, that chain at that exact same angle exists, and 2 others attempt to appear and hit him. Normally, if it's in the open, these chains are really good at slowing them down, and if you hit survivors from a medium short distance, you catch up very, very quickly. The problem happens around indoor maps and structures where the chains can collide with things or even your own body, and they break fast. And if you have chains that keep breaking, and sometimes even you miss, then this killer kind of shoots himself in the foot. It would be very similar as if you played Slinger or Huntress and kept missing all of your shots. You are just bad. You're just not doing great. It is a very difficult killer to be consistent with. The chain also has the property of interrupting things, which is really useful for one thing in particular. And you could even put your chain from a distance just to see something and even cancel it. So you could even use his portal placement as an information gathering tool, which is sometimes useful. On top of all of this, what makes this killer quite challenging, thank you so much, Booty, for your 18 months, is the fact that survivors have to solve the box at intervals in the background. That means that one of them is going to have to waste some time, and if you interrupt them with the box, or if you find it on the ground yourself, then the game gets a lot harder, and you can start a cycle of slow down, distraction, side objective, oh my god, we can't do gens, oh my god, we cannot heal, and things get really difficult, and that's what makes this killer really good and really scary when you master that. But it does... we need to get there. First, let's just focus on what we can do. Deadlock is an amazing perk, we're going to put it on. Plaything's not too bad, especially mean with Sloppy Butcher or Gift of Pain, so that healing is hard, and they don't know if they're safe while they heal. And no, it just works well, so we're going to have a basic build, but it's honestly one of the best builds we'll see today. As for add-ons to delay the time that it takes to solve the box is never a bad thing. There are 2 of them, the Gore and Larry. Now, unfortunately, I cannot say the same for many other add-ons. Add-ons to increase the time at which the hunt begins, there's the candle and the pillar, are also, they don't have a great impact, but they're okay as well. Now, some add-ons to avoid. Do not use the Engineer Fang. It's a very game-changing add-on that's gonna spoil the game for you. Do not use the Meme add-on. It makes the chains really, really bad. If you want an add-on that makes his power a bit more consistent and the chains harder to avoid, the Impaling Wire is top-notch and great beginner material. And yeah, the add-ons that increase the distance from the chains are either bad or quite advanced. I don't think you should start with them. So we'll have 2 very simple add-ons and I'm gonna walk you through how exactly the chain begins. So as I explained, your main power is to shoot out a chain that can stop survivors and kind of slow them down. But the secondary power is the box. The box spawns somewhere in the map, somewhat randomly. In, I think, 90 seconds, if the survivors do not go and fix it, it will start to act up. And it will do what's called the chain hunt. The chain hunt is like an event where all of the survivors in the map, if no one's holding the box, are affected by random chains that mess with them. These random chains are really, really annoying. You can unhook, you can open gates, so it's not very good in the end game. And if there's only 1 survivor left, they don't even do anything. But in most of the situations, these chain hunts interrupt heals, interrupt gens. They mess with survivors a lot. Survivors need to get rid of it. So they need to go and find the box and pick it up and solve it. Now, the question is, what happens when a survivor is doing the box? 3 things can happen, okay? Number 1, the survivor successfully does the box. This resets the box respawns elsewhere in a little while, and then another 90-second timer. This is an ideal. Another one is that you teleport. You have a prompt to teleport. You can teleport and then you appear next to the survivor that's using the box. This is essentially the same as if they solve the box. This automatically solves the box, so it's not good for you. However, sometimes you might actually be like, you know what? I kind of want to be there. You know what? The survivor that's solving the box, I hate that guy. I want to be there. I want to chase him or her. Well, in that case, do teleport. But it's basically the same as if they solved it. You don't want to spam the teleport every time. You need to think. The best scenario by far is if you interrupt them. If you interrupt them, especially with a chain, if they're too far, it's impossible. Then you can down them. And if you down them with the box, it will be the same as if you found the box on the ground. And then the box doesn't get solved, and it still, it resets somewhere else, and the chain hunt begins immediately again, or almost immediately. So that means that they again have to try to solve it. So that means that you can create a cycle. You can create a cycle of find the box, pick it up. They have to find the box. They find the box. I interrupt them doing the box. I down the guy doing the box. Maybe I hook him real quick. Now someone else picks it up. And now I go for the guy doing the box. And now I interrupt him. And now I interrupt him again. And then everyone in the background is just like pulling their head because they cannot do any gens. Now, as I mentioned earlier very briefly, the box spawns somewhere randomly. But it's not true. The box picks a spot. It has the same spawn logic as players. So it can spawn in the same places as players can. Right, it's not going to spawn on a corner of the map, like, or in the basement. It's going to spawn, or in the exits. It's going to spawn somewhere where players can spawn, which is normal places. It's going to pick a spot that is far away from the killer and far away from all the survivors. So if a map is square and the killer is in one corner and the survivors are in the other, and there's like one corner that is the furthest from everyone, that's where the box will spawn. In this map, right? Let's see. I'm on one side, and I don't know where the survivors are, but let's say that they're all on the opposite side. That means that there's a really good chance that the box is in the middle. Yeah, I see survivors on the left. That means the box is very likely on the right. I'm actually going to go and see if I can find it in the open, because there's a really good chance I will. And it also does little sparks. You can hear it. I'm going to look for it here. If I don't find it, maybe I'll find... I found it! If I don't find it, I might find the survivor that's looking for it. So this is the same as if I caught someone. You also get a snapshot of where everybody is. And I'm going to go on the right. And now I know where everybody is and where I am. So the box will probably spawn where I spawned earlier. So now I can manipulate that further and keep that in mind. Now, do you need to find the box every time like this? No. It's much, much harder than I just made it look. But if you manage to, awesome, right? What will probably end up happening is that you just go for a chase and some bozo finds the box and solves it before you can do anything. And, I mean, that's alright. Oh, he actually run. Yeah, I told you that it would be there. Can I interrupt it? Nah, I really cannot. But you know what? I'm so far from everyone, I'm just gonna chase. I'm just gonna teleport.
I came.
Yeah, this is a bit unfortunate because I spawn away and she gets the building. But that's alright. We got a decent chain there. Nice. Now, you don't want to use chains from super, super far, because honestly, they're just not worth it. But this allowed me to get this hit, and that's a decent start, you know? Anyway, we're going to go for the shortest possible chase. Because they managed to solve the box, because I teleported, that means that the timer is going to be another 90 seconds. It starts now. I'm going to get a free hit on her now. She has a medkit, so I want her to chase her. And then I'm going to go back to him because he's next to the one gen that I know they're doing. Almost any other gen they haven't really done. This guy's in a bad spot. I'm going to try to be accurate with my chain. You'll notice that it's almost the same thing as the nurse. And yeah, that's true. Like, using the chain is the same thing as the nurse. It's like the same teleporting. Oh, nice try. It's like the same muscle memory. So, yeah. I'm gonna pretend that I don't know what she's doing, chat, and I'm gonna surprise her with a little trick. First, I'm gonna check. Oh, that got cancelled. The spawn logic is also very close to nurse. This is good. This is fine. This guy is Blight thing. He doesn't hear my terror radius. That's really nice. Now I've been very lucky. What the hell are you doing, son? That girl is doing the box really far away. I don't get a chance to teleport. If I teleported here, that would be terrible because, I mean, it would solve the box and I would lose this girl. I don't care. I accept that they are going to solve the box and they're not going to be bothered for a little while, but that is fine. That's okay. It's not a big deal. It still is valuable, especially if this guy gets down now and he's dead on hook at 4 gens. That's really good. All right. Oh, some people on controller, like this Talita, I think, have the same button to remove chains as they do for vaulting, so that's a bit unfortunate. I'm gonna fake that. Yeah, she's in trouble. Whenever they are affected by chains, they can only slow vault. It's similar as if they had been hit by a clown bottle, so that's really unfortunate for them. Now, this map is a bit unique and it's quite open and yada yada yada, so it's a little bit difficult to generalize it to other stuff. But where do you go? Oh, you just run into... Wait, no. The hell? I think they split up. I have no idea. Yeah, Ada's here at least. But keep in mind, right? We know two things that are important. Number one, when I hit a survivor with my chain, the chain that I use exists. Like, you see? Look, you see that first chain? That one right there? That is the one I use. Which means that if I chase a survivor from the same direction... Nice, that was a great misdirection from her. If I chase a survivor from the same direction, I will break my own chain. So the general thing to do in loops, believe it or not, is to chain them from one side. Oh, I messed that up. You want to chain them from one side and then chase from the other. Now, if a survivor is this good at juicing you up, and they have off the record, which this skill does, I think we're in trouble. Okay, this doesn't apply. This skill doesn't go down because of the record. It's a little, if you don't know, it's a little perk. Here, I am willfully stepping. Oh, shit. Okay. I am willfully stepping away from my chain and stepping on the side of it so that I don't necessarily... I'm gonna catch her off guard with this, I think. So I don't necessarily break it. That can be okay. You don't need to go super out of my way, but it's helpful. No, that hard because she's deep one. So we just down her. Anyway, what was I on about? Yeah, generally speaking, in most normal loops, you want to hit them from the right and then come from the left. Hit them from the left, come from the right, and use a very similar logic as the clown, okay? Where you stay on the pallet, you hit them like this, I hit them from the right, the chains are mostly on the right, so I come from the left, and then they have to walk into the chains, which makes breaking them even harder. They can also break them manually, but it takes a little bit longer. What else are we talking about, chat? There's a lot of little subtleties that go into using the chain. As you could see, like, it was hard to see, but when I hit survivors, that would slow her down a lot. She will still make the vault. I go here, and look at that. She broke the chains with her environment, right? Like, she went from like, she was indoors, pretty much. And my chains broke immediately when she went through the window. But then, she hit the floor, she got slowed down, and all of the respawning chains hit her. One thing you need to understand is that when you hit a survivor with the chain, and they break it manually, it takes longer, but it's permanent. If they break it with the environment, then it's very immediate. I'm gonna teleport to that Renato, maybe. Where is he? Oh. Can I interrupt him with a chain? Chat, I think I'm going to fail, but I'm gonna show you what I mean. I'm going to fail, okay? I'm too late. But you see what I did there? Hitting him with a chain? If I had been closer, I would have attempted to do that so that I could interrupt him, catch him with the box, and then everyone's in trouble. Unfortunately, I was too late, and I didn't have the best add-ons. But yeah, here I'm gonna do another thing where I put it in front of him. Oh, but he was quite smart. Why is it important to put it in front of him? I'm trying to do the same thing as before. Oh, I'm sorry. That was honestly the worst thing I could have done ever. He messed that up, though. I think he goes down. You have about a 5-second cooldown here. This girl has a fat adrenaline. She's dead on cook and she's taking hits for him. I don't know why. Now I hit him. She's trying to help, but... Oh, does she have further people buckle up? Please, no. Anyway. Oh, wait, it's a different Ada. Oh, there's two Adas. Oh, man. Yeah. Maybe she's not dead on hook at all. Oops. I didn't even realize there were two Adas. One thing that you can do if you spawn the chain right on top of the survivor is to immediately hit them like that, which is quite useful. But yeah. Difficult, guys. In indoors, like, your chains are gonna just be duds half the time. That was me miscalculating, sadly. Alright, chat, I'm gonna take advantage of the fact that I have Blighting and this guy doesn't hear my arterial radius to maybe make them think I need to let her go. That girl, if she's taking this many risks, it means she's not dead on hook. And we don't want to chase her. We want to try to kill this guy. He has a fat dead heart. Let's try it. Yeah. Okay. Oh, he might have decisive, sadly. That's fire. We've just been a bit distracted. He doesn't? No, he's dead. Sorry, buddy. So yeah, they solved the box, and that's fine. Keep in mind, as I mentioned, the box does not interrupt you from rescuing on the hook, and it does not interrupt you from rescuing on from doing gates. So this is not a really good endgame tool. It doesn't have a lot of pressure in the endgame. I also mentioned it briefly, but I'll say it again. If there's only one survivor left, everyone else is either dead or on the hook or on the ground. If there's only one able-bodied survivor, like right now, the chain hunt will work, but it won't do anything. It won't spawn chains, it won't bother her. Just so it's not super cruel. And yeah, this is a killer that is very complex. Please play him, he's really fun and his perks are great, but you will need to constantly use your brain and try to keep the box cycle. The box cycle of like, oh, the box gets interrupted. In the meantime, I'm getting injuries. They're running out of their medkits. I'm tunneling a guy out. Yada, 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 yada. Hopefully that makes sense. Also, funny voice lines. Yeah, that's also part of his charm and his appeal. Now, yeah, if a survivor is chasing you around a structure or a fence, and then you manage to do a very quick turn and then put the portal in front of them, even though it's in front of them, it's also very short to you. So it's such a good and fast way to get hits. But there, obviously, the Jake... What's it, Jake? No, the Renato was really smart, and he was trying to, like, be unpredictable. If you see survivors like that, sometimes it's okay to just wait a little bit. But I have to say that even with all my experience playing this killer, I still find it hard to hit the survivors with unpredictable movement. So he's a hard killer. They can't leave the exit gates. Oh, yeah, that's a very minor thing. But this killer has an ability that also is shared by the twins and a few other characters, like Wesker, where if he hits you with a chain and you're injured and he downs you next to the gate, there's a few seconds where you cannot escape. So do not clown around the exit gates against this killer. And if someone does it against you, try to hit them with a chain, then down them. And if you're lucky enough, you might have a brief period of grace where you can grab them and they cannot crawl out. Really useful. Can you explain his incapacitator effect? How it prevents normal interactions? Yeah, chat. You are prevented from doing stuff, but also you can open gates and unhook. Everything else is basically a no-go. And thank you, Altair, for the raid. I think that more or less covers everything. Yeah, aiming for the feet, like any other ranged killer, is a good idea, because the head, if a survivor is tilted forward, is a bit misleading, and their hitbox is typically a bit more behind them. That's what you want to aim for, not their actual character model. And that about covers it, man. If you want to watch more advanced Cenobite guides, I'm pretty sure we at least have one in the FAQ. So good luck with that. Big hugs, next killer. Hello, we're back, and this time it's the turn of the artist. Much like our previous killer, she has amazing perks that in the midterm you definitely want to unlock. Grim Embrace has a really strong effect, but it's super hard to use, and it's a Mr. Nice Guy perk. Not the biggest asset. Pentimento is a surprisingly oppressive perk on some Hex builds. It's good to have it, but the real reason people unlock the artist is for Scorch Hook Pain Resonance, which arguably is the strongest killer perk in the game. Every time you hook a survivor, a gen goes poof and loses 25%. If no one is on it, it continues to regress, which is a big deal. This perk can basically give you an extra gen worth of delay by the end of the game. And that, combined with other strong perks of the same type, is so oppressive, and it's so ubiquitous at higher ranks, or not higher ranks, but higher MMRs. You're going to see this perk a lot, and it's for a very good reason. That being said, is this a killer that you should play as a beginner? Absolutely not. This killer is insanely difficult to play. She is very complex to play, and you have, even compared to Pinhead, which we just discussed, you have very little feedback as to what you're doing wrong. With Pinhead, if they sold the box, maybe you could have done better. If you miss your chain, maybe you could have done better. With other range attack killers, if you miss your shots, maybe you could have done better. With this character, you could be doing a lot of things right and still failing and not ultimately be aware of what you're doing wrong. And for that reason, I do not recommend you pick her as one of your first characters. And if you do play her, watch tons of guides, watch how people play her. Or at least be ready to have a steep learning curve. That being said, she does have the advantage compared to other ranged killers of being a normal, average, standard killer. Normal terror radius, normal movement speed, pretty tall, but not taller than most other killers. So you can ultimately play her in a simple way. You can play her the same way as you play Trapper or Wraith. You just go down the loop and whack people with your inky arm. So that's a way to play this killer. You want to play her for archives, or you're still learning, Don't overthink it. Just play her normally. Use her birds sparingly. That's completely fine. But if you want to get good use of this killer and you want to get strong with her, and mind you, she's very strong, very high up in the tier list, you want to use her power. Her power allows her to summon a spectral bird and then, on a command, shoot the bird out. And the bird has an infinite range. It goes in a straight line until the end of the map. The birds are a bit special. For the first few meters, they follow gravity and trajectory a little bit. So if you put them on a hill, and the hill is in front of them, they'll go up a little bit. And if they're going downstairs, they'll go downstairs a little bit. But after a while, they start to go straight. And if there's not a smooth path up or down, they'll just fly over straight. They're birds, after all. You can hit survivors from really, really far. But ideally, you want to make sure that you only do that if you know where they are and if you're aiming for something. For the most part, you're going to be using the birds from up close. The birds, if they hit a survivor directly, are basically the same as a Huntress hatchet. They can literally damage survivors, but this is a bit difficult. What more often than not happens is that you hit them through something or from too far away, and then they get swarmed. When they get swarmed, it's similar to being infected with Nemesis. That's like the thing that will make it so that if you hit them again with a bird, they will take damage for sure. Even if it's from afar, even if it's through a wall. So this killer can damage you through walls, across the map, and as such, she's very difficult to avoid if played correctly. Now, the other quirk is that this killer has a dynamic cooldown depending on how many birds you place. You normally start with 3 birds, and you can place 1 bird, 1 bird, 1 bird. If you place 3 birds, that's 3 times as many chances to hit someone, but you also go on a very long cooldown. And that means that you're not going to be able to do a follow-up bird to damage them. So as a general rule, we're going to use 1 bird, maybe 2 if we're extremely sure of what we're doing. Typically 1 bird to swarm the survivor, and then later we'll use 2 or 3 to finish off the job. But we do not start with 3 birds on 1 survivor as a way to swarm them, because then your cooldown is too long and the birds basically can be repelled in that time. That's the basic gist of it, okay? Let's queue into a game and talk about some of the do's and don'ts and when we break these rules. Because even though I told you about some guidelines, there will be times where you will break them, and I'll try to explain when that is. As for the build we'll be using, we don't have a lot, and we don't have any other hexes if we're just unlocking the characters, so Pentimeto's not worth it. We'll use Painless and Grim Embrace just in case we hook everybody. Bitter Murmur, which is a little bit of info, I would replace this in a heartbeat with Barbecue or Lethal or some other auto-reading perk. And know it, I mean, it's a nice perk, and you can bother people on totems. If you don't know what add-ons to run, the add-ons to reduce the cooldown are really, really good. There's only 1. And the add-ons to increase the time they take to remove bursts are also really good, and these are very affordable. Avoid the charcoal stick like the plague, because this add-on actually makes your power worse, and I'm not going to get into the details. And there's also an add-on that shows you the auto survivors around you, which is great training wheels. You could run that if you want as well. The add-ons to inflict status effects like Mangold are also nice, obviously. But yeah, that's it. Let's hop into the game. Right, so I did mention at the start that you typically don't want to use all of your birds in your first chase, and that's true, but keep in mind that birds are also recon weapons. If your bird hits a survivor, well, you're gonna know, and if it misses a survivor by a little bit, you will hear a heartbeat. Oh dear. So I can use 3 birds at the start just to find someone. Oh, look at that, we hit someone on a gen. Now, because I use so many birds, I'm not going to be able to use my next bird to hit him. Look, my cooldown is so long. But, hey, I'm out of the in-chase, which is awesome, without any perks. So, there's 2 ways to get injuries, right? Direct hits and swarms. I listened to the footsteps and I did a direct hit. I'm not going to lie, that's really difficult. I can put 1 here and she'll probably have to run elsewhere. Right, so this is what you would call a direct bird hit. And thank you, Ada, for allowing me to demonstrate that. This is a pain dress. It's color white, and this will make someone scream. Yeah, some gen took damage. Now, there's a very easy way to know if a bird will damage. You see this cylinder that appears in front of it? It's like, what, 8 meters? If a survivor is hit by the bird there, that bit is damaging. If they get hit any further, it won't damage. It will only swarm them, which is like half a damage. Also, if it hits them through an obstacle at any length, that also swarms. So, for example, this bale, I don't know, I'll do this. He wants to avoid it. It's so cute. That was just swarming. Now I'm not gonna hit him, okay? I should 100% hit him, but you see? Another. Well, I mean, that worked out super well. Holy moly. It's difficult. It's difficult. I promise you it's a lot harder than this. I'm making it look easy, and some of you might think, oh, let's try this killer. It's so easy, so fun. It's hard. It's really, really hard. Normally, if you're in front of a survivor, just hit them. But hey, sometimes you can do big brain stuff. As I mentioned, for the first little bit of a bird's life, it will actually follow the geography of the map. And this means that, yes, you could do this and hit 2 people coming up from basement or other areas. That's really mean, by the way. Don't do that, but yeah. Can I hit that? No. But yeah, that's important. So basically, every time you're in a loop, you need to think really, really hard. Do I have an option to do a direct hit damage? What is a loop where you could do a direct hit damage? For example, this loop right here, right? You could put a bird aiming at the pallet. That's a bit predictable. Or better yet, put it like this from the side. And now you chase. And guess what? They can't do it. If they go through the pallet, they get hit. If they go around, they get hit. What Subaru will try to do is go like, ooh, and the survivors are not stupid. They will try to fake you out into it. In fact, you could see the Ada do that in our very first chase. But ultimately, if you're patient, you will get these hits, okay? So in a loop like that, it's completely fine to go for direct hits. Here, it doesn't matter what she does. Either she goes through the window and I shoot the bird, or she doesn't and then I get the M1. Hey, Chad, practical test. Direct hit. There you go. There she couldn't really do much. The only thing survivors can do realistically is hope that you miss, or what most commonly happens, run away from the loop. The reason why this killer is so ultimately difficult and even unsatisfying to play for some people is that survivors will constantly use the chances and the openings that you give them to leave the loop and go to the next one. And in a map like this, it can be very brutal. I'm gonna put a thing there. She'll try to dodge it, but the hitbox is really thick. Now, survivors take 8 seconds to get rid of the birds. Damn, that girl didn't even... Oh, she didn't look. Not yet. Now. Nice. Oh, that hit her on the edge too. Nasty. But yeah, you will see that survivors do this. Birds. Ew. Right? And that's how you know they're getting rid of them. If they don't get rid of them, which they always should... Oh, this is a loop. That has a locker, so people spam the spacebar and they make a mistake. If they don't get rid of the birds, you will see the outline of the birds constantly, so you will have wall hacks on them. But when they start to remove the birds, the wall hack part goes away. So you have to guess where they are, unless you have some auto reading perk or add-on that then makes it a lot easier. But anyway, what was I on about? Yeah, anytime basically. You like the general idea of playing around better loops. We already explained, right? That in a bad loop like that one, I mean, your birds are super deadly. But in a good loop like the shack, ooh, that's a bit different. So my idea with this loop is to X-ray it. I'm gonna X-ray one of the openings and the pallet. And now this guy's he's screwed. Look at this. He's gonna give me. He's so scared of the bird. He's gonna give me a hit. You know what? Whatever. I'll let the bird die out. If you don't use the bird in a few seconds, it just dies out. So that guy was so afraid of my power of taking half damage that he gave me full 1 health damage. I'm gonna snipe that guy with the auto read. And here I see his auto for a bit. It's gonna go away. I'm gonna now do the 3-bird strat. Unfortunately, I think I messed it up significantly. But you saw how I used 1 bird. And if I had been a bit more accurate or lucky, that would have hit him, right? So that's when you use 1 bird. This guy's gonna take... He's gonna go to the next loop. That's really smart. Except we X-ray him with that. I remember where that bird is looking. And I use it to my advantage when he walks into it. If I didn't, fine. Just keep running, right? It's okay. He's gonna get rid of this bird, probably. Oh, he avoids that loop. I'm not gonna use the second one. Let my previous bird die out. So I have my cooldown. If you shoot more than 1 bird at once... Ooh, that was close. We have a problem because we can't do another one in time before he recovers. But yeah, this guy's doing really well. He's chaining everything together. At this point, I even have bloodlust. I'm gonna do one thing that's really nasty, which is to hit him over the pallet with a straight hit. He's gonna have to drop this. Oh, that guy's so smart. Well done, dude. I'm really cheering for you, man. That will probably hit him. They hit a bit down. I'm gonna give it one shot, chat. One more shot. 2 birds. And if he goes down, perfect. He does, perfect. Otherwise, we go for someone else. He's my 4th hook, I think, so we get Grim Embrace out of him, and the last gen gets blocked for a whip. So, again, in that situation, why didn't I use 3 birds? Because I knew the path he was taking, Chad. If I use 3 birds, yes, I have a better chance to hit him, but it's also the case that it takes longer, so I might miss them. In that situation, if I'm sure, I just use 2 to make it as fast as possible. Here, I'm gonna aim to the sides, and he'll probably step into one of them. Nah, he was good. I could have used 3 there. Maybe my bad. Anyway, yeah. So, as I was trying to explain earlier, I'm gonna put this one here. He gives me the hit. Let's take it. No biggie. I'm gonna let that bird die out so that I have the full bird collection. And I'm gonna put this one here. And now he's struggling. Oh, that was a great dead card though. I didn't see it coming. I could have been more patient. But that's okay. We'll catch him soon. Don't worry. He didn't make that much distance. Do you have a pallet here? I think it's screwed. Nice. You see, he could have tried to fake it there. I tried to keep sight. I don't have any add-on or perk that let me see him, so I tried to like see when he's in front of the bird for a straight hit. Direct hit. Nice, that was Pendos. I don't really know which end they're doing, so I'm gonna do this thing where I shoot at all of them just to get recon. Oh, well, that's kind of worst case scenario, isn't it? Survivors can also hop into a locker to immediately remove birds. That's okay. That's fine. They still waste time. You still should do it, you know? Now, one really nasty trick that you can do with birds is to space 2 of them out really, really far, like I'm about to do. And then nothing will happen because Kate ate one of them. Yeah, if you... This gen's at 0. They're not here. If you send 2 birds really close to one another... I have no idea what she is. Oh, wow, we missed. Okay, this girl's making a mistake. I can just M1 her, I think. Yeah, just M1 her. Basic attack. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm losing track of what I'm saying. Yeah, what the hell was I even talking about? Anyway, Survivor takes 8 seconds to remove birds, right? However, during this time, they cannot do anything else. They have to continuously do the thing. So if you force a survivor, or if a survivor unwillingly does the thing where they vault a window or a pallet or something like that, bit longer, nice damage, then that resets the whole timer. So even though I shot 2 birds, I am confident that I have time to still kill her with another bird because here's his dead card again. Because she's been reset, right? So the idea is if I hit her with 1 bird, I can do a follow-up bird. If I hit her with 2 birds, I don't have enough time. But if I hit her with 2 birds and she vaults, then I do have time. Another common trick, X-ray gens. This will hit 2 gens at once. So that increases the chances that you'll find someone, which is always good. Another thing that you can do. Injury, that's good. Yeah, I'm back on track. Okay, so what happens if you send 2 birds too close to one another? Will that do a double hit? No, the answer is no. Wait for that bird. The hell is she doing? Alright. Survivors have a period of time where they cannot be hit too quickly by 2 birds. So if you send bird, and a survivor's on a gen, the first hit will happen, swarm, but then the second one will go through them. That being said, if you separate them long enough, if you take a bunch of steps like I'm doing right now... I need to let that bird die, Chad. If you take a lot of steps like I'm doing right now, then the first one hits, then there's a cooldown period, and then the second one hits too. So, yeah, that guy's really far from the last gate. We know where he was thanks to Bitter Murmur, so we're kind of chilling. So one thing you could do, and this is more of an advanced thing that you can see in some tutorials, is aim at a gen, or even an unhook, or an execute, for that matter, and then put a bird, cancel, wait it out, 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 and now. And that, if he was there, would be hit, and that would have been damaging. But he got away soon, so good for him, right? We also have Noise, so I'm sorry, buddy. So this guy did something really good. He got rid of the birds and then vaulted the pallet. If he had vaulted the pallet without getting rid of the birds, guess what he would have done? He would have delayed it, right? Now I'm going to tell you about one of the common mistakes that artist players make. The biggest sin that you'll see artists make is not be creative and be too predictable at loops. And you've seen me do that sometimes, and it's okay to do it sometimes, but I'll explain when you shouldn't. One thing you never want to do, right, is at every loop, you do the same thing. So you walk to a loop, there's a pallet, and you put the thing here, and then you try to loop, and then the survivor goes away. And you're like, oh, well, I put another one. And then the survivor runs away. Okay, I put another one. Okay, now I hit him, but look at my cooldown. I use all my birds. You need to let your birds die out in situations like that. And in a loop like this, why don't you put one on the side? That way, you cover this loop, but also that one. Because guess what? If I put this here, and he wants to loop me around this one, guess what happens? When he comes to this bit, bang, bird to the face. So you need to do birds that do more than one thing. That's super, super important. And there's honestly no shortcut to this. This killer is so difficult. She is so difficult. And there's so many little tricks that survivors can use to get rid of birds or take hits for each other. It's super, super hard, man. Super hard. So take your time. Watch a lot of tutorials. Watch some birdie players if you can. Yeah, have a lot of fun. Keep in mind, like, this is a super common perk. Windows of opportunity, right? So it's an incredibly common thing that survivors, even if they're not incredible loopers, will go from one loop to another very, very seamlessly. You need to be ready for that, okay? And yeah, I think you'll have a lot of fun with artists, though. Anyway. Next one. All right, following up. It's not the artist again, I promise. It's the Onryo, aka Sadako. This killer is getting a change in the next few weeks / months at some point. So some of the things that I say now at the time of recording this video might be different. As it stands right now, she is a really strong killer that is fairly good to unlock and fairly easy to play and quite difficult to play against. She has a smaller terror radius, which is always a good thing. She is much shorter than your average killer. She does have a bit of a lullaby that you can hear in the background, like some little, you know, like music string sounds that are really unnerving if she is in stealth mode. But other than that, she's pretty hard to spot and she moves at the normal speed. So this should be an amazingly easy killer to pick up when you've played Wraith, because she's kind of similar, and Trapper and all the other basic killers, which is awesome. Her power is, it's quite strong. Are her perks worth unlocking? Calibrine is on the weaker side, but it's alright. Floods of Rage is a nice info perk, not a super high priority, but it's not bad at all. And Merciless Storm is an amazing perk on skill check builds. And as a beginner, this perk will do almost more than any other perk in the game. It's honestly incredible. It buys you 20 seconds on each gen if survivors struggle with skill checks, which on the beginner level is half the survivors or more. So this killer is easy to pick up. Her power looks really complicated here, but I'll try to break it down, okay? She has two modes. She has the normal, manifested mode, basically normal killer stuff. And then she has the demanifested mode. It's almost one-to-one, very similar to Wraith. When you're cloaked or demanifested, you're invisible from afar. And you don't have a terror radius. When you're manifested, it's like uncloaking. You have the normal terror radius and normal stuff. Now, that being said, this killer has a special thing. When you get really close, you begin to be visible, but your body flickers. It goes from visible to invisible, similar to the spirit passive, but very critically, you see when that happens. Your limbs in the screen will go see-through, and then you'll know that the survivor for that brief moment doesn't see you. So you can use that as a bit of... It's something that confuses survivors without you thinking it through very much. So basically, you can play this killer like Wraith. Go to a generator, uncloak, quote-unquote, and then hit people and catch them off guard. Maybe catch them off guard healing. Would be a really, like, one very simple build that you could do immediately. Would be to bring Sloppy Butcher or some other anti-healing form, and then have a Nurse's Calling. That would be amazing, because you would catch a lot of people healing, and because you have no terror radius, you will be able to get really close before they realize something is wrong. So that would be an amazing perk to unlock. She also uses Surge and every other M1 perk fine. Insta-down she uses fine, so lots of flexible builds. But on top of all of this, the main downside of being cloaked is that you're not like Wraith, where he speeds up. She doesn't move any faster when she's cloaked. However, you got the ability to teleport. There are a bunch of TBs. There's 7 of them, one next to each gen, typically. And you can teleport through these TBs, and this is great map mobility, and it has a passive, and this is what makes it really strong. Every time you teleport, every survivor in the map, if they're not holding a tape, will gain a stack, almost a stack of condemn. They'll gain 0.75 condemn. This means that if you teleport again, 1.5. Again, 2.25. Again, 3 points. When they reach 7, they begin to glow red, and you can instantly moy them, regardless of how many hooks they've had. That means that if you teleport around the map, survivors have to do something about it. They have to pick up tapes from the TBs and put them on other TBs. And if you hit a survivor that's holding a tape, you also give them condemn. So this killer can be really, really overwhelming, but we're going to try to play her in a simple way that is easy to build up on, okay? Later on, right now, we're going to focus on the here and now, but as you play her more and more, you'll start to focus on the macro level, on how I can teleport here and there, and how can I mess with all survivors so that one of them eventually falls, and then everything falls apart. As for add-ons, she has a variety of them, and they are weird. The add-ons to know when someone picks up a TB tape is super busted. The add-on to make the TB tapes be harder to deliver is super busted. But you can't go wrong with add-ons to just increase your invisibility. You know, these are fine. So I'm just gonna go with the simple ones, all right? Some of the add-ons are a bit... Like this one, for example, to come out faster after projecting through a TB. That's good as well. You can't go wrong with that. But we'll go with the very simple ones that don't do a whole lot. Let's get started. Right. Before we head into the match, one thing worth commenting, thank you so much, Astork, for the 29 months, is that at the very beginning of the game, the TVs start off, I think, for 45 seconds or so. So during the first phase of the game, the first half minute or so, neither me can teleport, nor the survivors can start to use the tapes. Now, why do survivors have to interact with tapes? I mean, in an ideal world where the killer is AFK, they don't have to do anything. We start cloaked, by the way, so we're just gonna approach. But at some point, if I teleport enough... yeah, you cannot hit while you're cloaked, similar to Wraith. At one point, if I teleport enough, they'll start to build that condemn, and they need to deliver tapes to lower it. But delivering tapes is risky. Nasty, nasty hit. Delivering tapes is risky because every time... Look at the HUD right now. Now we know that those survivors have some condemn. We don't know how much, unless they are at 7. It doesn't really tell you, but we know they have some. They got hit by 1 teleport, so that's 0.75 out of 7. They're like 10% there. Now, do you notice that the Yui has a special staticky background? This is the Yui. That means that she picked up a tape. And I think you can see it on her hands. You see how she's holding a tape? This is really good for me. If I hit her with my power now, she's in trouble, Chad. She needs to drop this. She needed to drop that, I think. Now she lost the tape and she gained 2 stacks of condemn, which is what happens when you get hit by a tape. We also teleported once and hit her with that, right? And now we teleported again. So now she has 1.5 from 2 teleports and 2 from a hit. So now she's at 3.5. 3.5 out of 7 is 50%. So this girl is halfway to being dead already. How crazy is that? Even though she hasn't been hooked, she is halfway there to being killed. I'm gonna do a basic mind game here. Keep in mind that this killer makes very little noise sometimes, and yeah, this works. Now, hitting her here doesn't add any condemn because she doesn't have any tape anymore. And hooking her doesn't do anything, but don't worry. Oh. This girl wasn't holding a tape, so it didn't do anything. Let's put her on our Scorch Hook. This Scorch Hook is called Floods of Rage. When they unhook, I'll see the auras of everyone. It's helpful. It's not a super high priority, but it's kind of nice. Meg also has a tape. Again, you can tell thanks to the HUD, because there's like static behind her. If we see Meg, she's a big priority for someone to hit if we can. I'm gonna hit this. They haven't unhooked yet, but they will soon, and I'll see the autos of everybody. I'm gonna teleport here to put pressure on the 2 people. Keep in mind, people on the ground, people on the hook, people that are in one way or another disabled. There's the aura. They do not gain condemn, so I cannot like teleport and then the people on the hook die. That's not how it works. Yuri is probably now close to like 5 or something. So Yuri needs to be really, really careful. As long as I am stalling the game and getting hits, I don't mind teleporting back and forth a little bit. But you don't, like, especially if you can tell that they keep delivering tapes. Oh, you see? No, she picked it up. Oh, she's in trouble. Okay, so if, you see how there's a TB right there? If she was about to do that TB, one thing I could do is teleport to it. Okay, chat, I'm gonna do a bit of an advanced mind game here. This is, you don't need to worry too much about this. It really didn't work, man. Well played by her. When you become manifested, after the manifesting, you have like a period where you're not visible. And I am using it very poorly, I'm afraid. This girl's really smart. Oh, nice. Okay, so she had a perk to not go down, which is really good. But she also lost the tape. And now this teleport will hit her. Which means that she's fully infected already. And now if she goes down, I can mori her. And there's nothing they can do. Look at this girl. Swimming inside this Nia. When you're the manifested, you literally have no collision. She picked up a tape. If she beats me to another tape, I'll teleport to it to prevent her from being able to use it. If you teleport to a 3B, they can't do anything about it. Oh, she did well there. Her team is protecting her, which is really, really good. I'm losing her. Where is she? Where'd she go, chat? I lost. How could I lose her? This is not her? It is her. Ah, I got the grab, but it got cancelled. I heard the animation. Oh, I might throw this game, chat. Oh, man. I'm just gonna injure them. Yeah, they won't be able to take hits if they're injured anyway. I'm gonna do a mind game here, see if she comes back. Yeah, she did. So the moment this girl hits the floor... Oh, I'm so sorry, I got spun? I'm so sorry, I think I might have looked away. Well, how the hell did that even happen? I'm just gonna hit here. Oh, this girl's absolutely destroying me right now. There you go. Oh, wait. Her condemn went down. She did manage to put a tape in. When did that happen, chat? I missed that. She lost condemn? Yeah, I don't really understand when that happened. I completely missed it. I genuinely do not know. But well, just take my word for it. If we had been a bit less boosted, and we downed her when she was red, she would be moriable on the ground. And that mori is not like the normal mori that takes a few seconds. It's like a mini mori. It only takes like a fraction of the time. It's like 2 seconds. It's really quick and really brutal. Yeah, she put it here. She put it here. That's my bad. If I had seen this TB and if it was on, one thing I could have done is teleport to it to come out of it and prevent her from using it, which is what I was trying to say. Sadly, chat, I threw so much and they protected her so well that this learning moment was a major blow and everyone else probably healed. But don't worry, we didn't throw the game entirely and we still have an endgame perk, so... Yeah, she's dead on hook. And this girl, I also think is dead on hook. And Nia... No, wait, that can't be. Yeah, I think she is. No, it's Laurie that's dead on hook. Let's teleport here. Nice, they interrupted the heal. Good of them. Are there any other quirks that are worth mentioning? Let's teleport here. No one has a tape, so they all get hit by it. So one crazy thing about this killer is that sometimes the player that you're paying least attention to is the one that has the most condemn. So it can be really brutal. I think this is UA. Yeah, I think this is her. I'm gonna sneak up if I can. Dude, I swear to God, I'm terrible, man. I'll keep teleporting. Your teleports affect everyone globally, but I mean, if you can teleport somewhere where you're close to the action, needless to say, that is a lot better. She didn't vault back? She had life, maybe? I think she's being protected by someone now. I mean, this girl is also... on her... this might be adrenaline. Maybe she's confident that she can outlive us. That's fair. I think that girl is safe. I'll put her on this hook. And get going. Damn, Spice from the Shadows going crazy, man. Jesus. Alright, let's have a look at the gens and see if we can find them. We know one of them is close to this one, for sure. On our right here. Oh, Yui's condemned again. Question, chat. Do I want to go for Yui or for this girl? This girl's on her second. Yui's dead. On hook and also by condemn. I'll try to teleport to any DB that I see. if she's beating me to it. I cannot throw the game again, though. I need to be smart about this. I'm gonna mind game her and go elsewhere. Maybe she doesn't see me for a while and falls for my trap. There's one problem with this girl, and it's the fact that she has decisive, but she's going down on purpose just to be able to use it. And now I have no one else again. But that's fine. This girl was clumsy in chase. Hopefully we down her. Oh, but she has a really strong window here. We do our best. I can't believe that girl earlier could have been done so quickly. But yeah, honestly, what these people are doing is very difficult. And speaks volumes about how well they played, so... Normally, I'm trying to focus on my own gameplay and what's important, but... I wanted to manifest just in case I had to go through her, but... Let's see, you're that hard. No. Now I have to worry about her flashlight, sadly. If she has a good perk here, there's nothing I can do. Nah, she doesn't have it. We're fine. Let's look next to this gen. If they finish it in my face and they have a gen, maybe no, it helps. That's so stupid, man. That's so stupid. That's so dumb. Oh my god. Fair enough. We knew what they were doing. Yeah. How many adrens? Let's go back and kill the person that's on hook first. Do you even have safety? I don't think you reached that. No, with the no-hit speed. Anyway, I'm sorry. This game has devolved from, like, normal gameplay into very shady stuff. If the last survivor spotted, they're in trouble, so they want to lay low, probably. Oh, they're on my no-hit. That was... they might have unbreakables. Maybe I'm getting baited. They have unbreakables. I'm getting baited. Okay. Not only do they have unbreakables, they know they have unbreakables, so... Sloppy Butcher makes picking people on the ground harder. I don't know what they tried. Let's kill this girl. She's dead. The other girl's dead as well. And this girl just got down, so we have more time for her. Teleport next to the Larry, if possible. That wasn't possible. Let's teleport here. Just anywhere, just to be a bit less predictable. Wait, what? Wait, you also had a breakable? Don't fall for the dead hard. Yeah, this girl opened the gate. The hell? Well, kill her and they might not be out yet. No flashlight. Look at a wall. And one of these two girls, maybe we can catch. Dude, what a match, man. What a match. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. I saw birds on the right. Yeah, someone's here. One person should not be able to get out. Their best play is to have the person that is not being chased go out. And the other one give me... No, it's speed. Hope, maybe. I think it's hope. No, it's not. Or else I probably wouldn't have made that. Yeah, if she dropped that pallet, she was out. GG's though. Yeah, their best chance was to have make escape, for example, and this girl gets hatch, but difficult. There's no hatch offering. Always pay attention to that. Yeah, I'm sorry. This game actually got so difficult that I had to talk a lot about the game and less about the killer, but hopefully you still learned something. Lucky unhook. Oh, manifest, manifest, manifest. Body block. If I cannot... Do not let her get to pallet. Do not let her get to pallet. Has it been 10 seconds? That heart. You haven't shown me that heart. I could have grabbed her because that was a medium. Okay, very important there. Most of the times, it's the survivors that need to body block you, like they did earlier. But sometimes you need to body block them. Can she have decisive? No, because it's the end of the game. Can she escape on her second hook? No, because anti-camping doesn't work in the end game. And otherwise, you can unhook yourself. Yeah. This match? Yeah, really tough, man. What the hell? Anyway, now if I sit here, either mech exchanges, which you want, or she dies, which she probably will. And yeah. Important thing. This is a super obscure one. If you see a TB with footage, it means there's a survivor nearby. If the TB is on, but it's only static, it means that there's no survivors nearby. That is a super obscure thing that almost never comes into play. If the TB is off, that means they've used it, or it's on cooldown, or you've used it. If you use it, it goes on a short cooldown. If they use it, it goes on a longer cooldown. Yada, yada, yada. I mean... We're not giving her a chance, are we? Guess we'll scout her out. Yeah, that's fine. That might be alive. That's fair. There's nothing we can do with her being healthy. And I didn't want to risk it, so this is more than earned. They definitely deserve at least one escape. Well played, man. Am I getting a teabag? No! Damn, not even teabags. Anyway. If they didn't change it, it's 16 meters. Oh, thank you for that. I didn't know the exact distance. Wow, look at where the hatch would have been. Damn, in a different alternative world, maybe this girl would have gotten it when she escaped from the hook. How Subaru's counter Subaru's nearby? Yeah, I think so. Because that mech was really far. Damn, dude. Damn, these... Listen, man, I'm telling you, a lot of the other killers that we've covered in this video would have genuinely struggled. Like, the reason why that girl didn't know it is because she knew that the other guys didn't need the help because they were picking themselves up. So that tells me that, number one, they're in a swift, they're in a party, which makes things always a little bit harder. Number two, I mean, from the P100s, you can tell these people are noobs. Number three, they have a strong item. And just the fact that you have a lot of decisives and unbreakables. Like, if I slugged that Laurie after I downed her, she would have had unbreakable. She would have gotten adrenaline eventually. Like, these are hard games. These are really hard games for the average killer. But Sadako is so much stronger than the average. And that's with a build that honestly does, like, very little. And with add-ons that are barely a factor. Look at that Yui. Despite my add-ons to make the invisibility harder, she did so well. And another great example of why Off the Record was so good. Because even though she had been hooked, like, a minute ago, this girl tanked a hit in the middle of nowhere just by the power of Off the Record. So good for her and good for them. Hopefully this teaches you that with characters this good, you can do a lot against even people that are quite experienced and have the scales tipped to them sometimes in terms of perks and so on. And blah, 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 blah. That's all there is to know about Sadako, I hope. Moving on. Oh, yeah. My friends here in the chat, remember one important thing. When you are the manifested, you don't have collision. You lose bloodlust and lose the chase, so watch out. If you're chasing a Subaru around the window, they could vault it infinitely. It doesn't count as a chase. You cannot be stunned by a pallet. It's not a huge deal, but yeah, you're immune to pallet stuns. Sometimes if you end up on the same side of them as them, it can be even good for you. And yeah, at that point, keep in mind they hear a bit of a musical sting. It's a really good idea for you to play against a Sadako in a private game with a friend, so that you know what it sounds like from the survivors. If you understand what they see and what they hear, you'll be more effective in how you approach the chases on each survivor. Moving on. All right, friends. Next up is the Dredge. Now, the Dredge looks very alien and very foreign and very different from almost every other killer. But actually, he's pretty normal. He's not much taller than anyone else. Normal height, pretty much. Normal terror radius and a normal speed. That would make you think that this is a good killer to transition into, maybe as one of your first purchases. But as someone that really likes this character, I would advise you against it. I think this killer has two problems. Number one, his perks are pretty meh. Dissolution is alright, but there's better chase perks. Darkness Revealed is alright, but there's much better info perks that are more consistent, even though it's cute. And Septic Touch, I'm not even going to tell you about it. It sucks. It's a terrible perk. So you don't want him for his perks. But what is his gameplay? His gameplay, he's not a killer that is impossibly difficult to play or super mega highly complex like the Artist or Pinhead that we covered recently, but he's just very demanding. He's very punishing. You need to really know what you're doing, and this gameplay can swing very hard. Some maps with a lot of lockers are really easy because you teleport between lockers. Some maps feel really hard and you don't really know why sometimes. So it can be very inconsistent and difficult. I'll try to make it so that if you want to try him, he's pretty fun. It's as fun as consistent as possible. One thing that this killer doesn't really explain that you would have no idea about until you've played against him several times is that he has a unique property to him, okay? On top, thank you, Detective Skate. On top of having a 32-meter terror radius, this killer has an extremely loud noise that emanates from his exact position. And it is a directional noise. You start hearing it from about 20 meters very clearly, and when you're close, you hear it very, very well. With other killers, if you're behind a wall and you go left or right, the survivor has to guess. And many times, they'll even run into you when they guess wrong. But with this killer, that will literally never happen. If you're on the left, they'll hear whoosh, 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 whoosh coming from the left. If you go from the right or you stand still, they'll hear whoosh, 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 whoosh from the right. This killer is very difficult. You will never learn any mind games because you cannot do them. And all of the mind games that you've learned from other killers, especially the ones that are short and quiet, like for example, Legion, they don't work on this killer. For that reason, he's very demanding. His power requires map knowledge, map awareness, and also quick lightning reflexes sometimes. His main ability is to hold his power and teleport to any locker in the map. The further the locker is, it takes a little bit longer, but it's a pretty fast teleport. You then come out of that locker and can sometimes spook a survivor nearby. If a survivor happens to be inside that locker or touching that locker, you will also immediately grab them, which is pretty fun. Survivors can delay you by locking a locker, which is an action that they can only do against this killer. That delays you a little bit, makes coming out of that specific locker a little bit slower. He also has a passive ability that is super cruel against beginners. Your best friend, if you start out as a new player of Dredge, is to use his Nightfall. Nightfall is a passive thing that builds up, similar to Pinhead, and when it's fully completed, the whole map goes dark and survivors see very little, and they're often very lost and they have no idea what's going on. Against beginners, it's really, really cruel, and you can do things to speed it up. Anyway, that's the basics. All you need to know is that the more people injured, the faster Nightfall builds. So having anything like Sloppy Butcher or anything like that that makes healing take longer is generally a very good thing. He also teleports and hits with his basic attack, so insta-down perks are appropriate. And his own perks are not super good, but we're gonna try them out to see how they work, okay? If you don't know what to go for, the add-on that highlights which lockers have been locked is really, really good. It gives you an idea of where survivors have been and tells you what to expect. Super underrated. The add-on to make Nightfall faster for each injured person is extremely useful. Very, very big effect for a yellow. And also, you can't go wrong with it. And the add-on to break lockers faster is also super nice. Can't go wrong with it. At the higher rarity, the add-on to recover your power faster is always good. And the add-on to teleport a little bit faster by default is also nice. So these are 4 or 5 add-ons that you could put on always and, you know, never really be hindered by them. Stay away from the iridescents, which have really weird effects that are not that good. Stay away from the one that gives you an extra token. You don't really know how to use it. And anything that doesn't sound too powerful is probably not too powerful. Let's load into a game, and I'll walk you through my thought processes, I guess. Anyway, much like Sadako, which we just talked about, the Dredge begins with his power on cooldown, so you can't immediately teleport somewhere. This also happens to be one of his best maps, so this is awesome, man. One thing I could do, since this map is full of lockers, is literally open the first locker I get to. Maybe there was one better. And then see people around the map with darkness revealed. Would you look at that? Let's go there. Is the gen color yellow? The answer is no. That means that this locker is not closed. If it's yellow, then it takes a little bit longer. I know there's like 5 people here, so there's no way they all left. They all left! Damn. Okay, oh, my bad. Hold up, I think they're here. Nice. So yeah, you teleport to lockers where you think people are and you try to hit them. This girl has light or something. I don't know what that was. She went left. Let's try to cut her off. Remember, she hears me, so maybe she'll react and be smart. No, she wasn't smart. Anyway. But yeah, as I mentioned, outside of teleporting, this killer is pretty normal. Normal speed, normal launch, everything. However, the real spice of this killer, other than the Nightfall, is his remnant. When you are holding your power, you leave behind a little shadow. That is called your remnant. That shadow is like a snapshot of where you were when you started using your power. And you can, at any moment, unless a survivor runs into it, you can, at any moment, teleport back to it. I'll show you what it looks like, okay? You see those lockers that look red? That means they've locked them. Okay, so I leave my remnant looking at the gen, right? And then I teleport to it looking at any direction, and look, I'm looking at the same spot where I was, at the gen. Okay, wicked good. Why did I do that? No reason, just to show you. Anyway. Why is that useful? You can use it in loops a lot. Also, if we look at the HUD, you see that there's like a white outline that it's about 2/3 of the way. Look what happens when I go into a locker. It climbs up a little bit faster, right? Yeah, anytime you're in a locker, anytime you're using power, anytime you use your remnant, anytime you hit people, anytime you hook people, and also passively, if there's injured people, the Nightfall grows in power. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. We hooked him here, so I'm gonna come out of here. Hey guys, what's up? Sloppy Butcher interrupts, that they lose all the progress. Look at the Nightfall. Oh, I'm trying not to tunnel. Listen, man. Listen. Okay. So Nightfall has happened. Everything goes black and white. The survivors don't see a lot. This guy thinks this is gonna help him, but I'm telling you, probably not going to. Hello, what's up, dude? One incredibly useful thing about Nightfall is that your power becomes 3 times faster to use. He's gonna DC. I'm telling you, we're killing someone hook. And also, you go much faster. You become basically the fastest killer in the game. Look at this. Meow. Now, they lock this locker, so I have to, like, scratch it to come out. I'm gonna use my remnant now, okay? To show you how to use it. I'm gonna put it here, then I'm gonna press it this way, then I'm gonna teleport, and bam, easy hit. So you use it as a hack trap that's been triggered. You know how I told you with hack to be patient and wait until they were next to the thing? I'm gonna do the same thing here, guys. Make her drop it. I'm gonna put this here. If she fast vaults it... Oh, wait, I don't have a turret radius. Okay, the animation didn't play out because that's a visual bug, but what happened is she vaulted the pallet, right? She saw that my remnant was here and she panicked. She thought, oh, he's gonna teleport. And then she vaulted back. She thought that maybe that would help her, but I didn't teleport because I figured she would do that, so she got hit. Anyway. Yeah, unfortunately, the solution works in terror radius, so it doesn't work in Nightfall because you have no terror radius. In Nightfall, a lot of things happen, okay? You don't have a red stain, you're undetectable completely, and yeah, you still make that noise though. That little whooshing sound, you still make it. So you're not gonna grab anyone out of a gen, but you can definitely run into people. Oh, spooky. Oh, this guy's dead if we catch him. But yeah, normally if you see a Subaru run to a locker, you can teleport to them. And sometimes from afar, it can be good to close the gap. Oh, here he's kind of screwed. I could have waited there a bit, right? Yeah, especially... Oh, he had life. No, I couldn't have then. So he vaulted that pallet, and because of my perk, the pallet breaks. That's not a Dredge ability, that's the Dissolution perk. I'm sorry, Ash, but, you know, I'm sorry, but you played that so bad at the start, man. I'm sorry. I hope this isn't rough on you. Anyway. After a hook, what you most likely want to do is teleport to the gen that you think has most progress. Here, I'm so close, I don't really mind. But yeah, you don't need to come out of the... Let's listen. That gen has no progress. Let's go to another one. I have up to 3 teleports. Oh! Okay, I heard one outside in the courtyard. Let's check this one visually. Oh, this one's even more advanced. We go here instead. But now I'm going to keep in mind everything I've seen. This is really hard. It's really difficult. But we remember, out in the courtyard, gen 25%. Out in the library, gen that was like 50%. And here on the opposite side of the map, gen that's like half as well or whatever. There's a locker down there, so I'm gonna teleport. We broke this, so he might be in front of me. Close enough. Knowing the map is really important, because if you already know where the lockers are by default, you don't have to guess. Here, you know, knowing that this map always has the lockers there, that's one of the reasons why Midwich is so good for him, right? In other maps, unfortunately, sometimes lockers are, sometimes lockers are not there. And you have to use your power and kind of see where they are. Now, what are these white bars next to these lockers? This is a camping protection, chat. If I want to teleport to a survivor next to the hook, the nearby lockers are prohibited. Also, if I use my remnant, look at my camera. You see that big drop? Oh, I forgot about that. That is an anti-camping measure. If you teleport to your remnant close to a hook person, that's no good. Now, remnant during nightfall also has... yeah, any teleport, including remnant, has a special ability, which is the killer instinct. During nightfall, if you teleport next to a survivor or use remnant next to a survivor, you see their killer instinct. Now, that doesn't sound super useful, but it's actually incredibly broken in a map like this. I'll tell you why. If I have Nightfall, one thing I can do is teleport across the map, and if at any point I am next to a locker that has a survivor within 16 meters, I will detect them. So survivors have to be super mindful. Like, I could teleport, bam, 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 and quickly find them. So that's really good. Can you mention how you can manually enter a locker? Okay, that is honestly something you don't even need to know, but yeah. Instead of entering a locker from a distance, you can also press left control on a locker to just go inside of it yourself. And then from there, teleport to another one, like this. Or this. Why would you do that? Honestly, I have no idea, but there might be a situation where it's useful. Now, when you teleport to a locker, you're not completely silent, okay? The locker does like a little jiggle. Like, if you're a survivor and you're here working in a gen, the locker initially, thank you, Luis, does a little, you know? So the survivor might put one and one together. Well, not this one, but another mightier survivor might put one and one together and realize that you're coming. Now, I might hear you think, oh, but what if I stay in the locker? What if I teleport to the locker and just kind of wait like a spider trap, like a door trap spider? Can I do that? And the answer is no. Look at what happens if you stay in a locker for a while. Hold up, I can't use these. I'm gonna stay here a few seconds. You're gonna hear a sound effect about now. Oh, takes a bit longer. When you hear this uncomfortable sound effect, that means that the locker is emanating this weird aura that survivors can see, and that's basically a way for them to know that, hey, the killer is just sitting here like a dork. Hello. Now, this map is a bit unique. It has lockers everywhere. It allows you to do a lot of stuff, so I'm sure this killer has looked really powerful, but he's a lot harder in other maps. Any place like this, where you can force a 50-50, it's obviously really good, because then you can just do this, and this is insanely powerful, right? But most maps are not this difficult for the survivors. They have a lot more options, and they might do something similar to what survivors do against the artists, right? Where they will, like, say for example, I find a loop, right? I'll give you an example, okay? Let's say that I find a loop like this, there's a pallet, and I start to use my power. What is the survivor going to do realistically? While I hold my power, I'm literally slower than the survivor. And even when you teleport, you don't have a lot of momentum. So the survivor here will be like, okay, ciao bella, and just go to the next loop. Maybe here, right? So what you want to do is choke survivors. Not literally. You want to choke their options. You want to zone them. If I put my Revenant here and then I start going this way, well, guess what? They can't go anywhere. They're cornered. You want to corner them as much as you can with your ability, okay? And sometimes that involves placing your Remnant at the pallet. Sometimes it involves placing it next to it. And it takes a little bit of skill and knowledge to know what to do. I think it's really difficult, but I want to teach you a few more things about the Remnant, okay? So we're going to play very briefly in a private game in a map that's a bit more common. Oh, I'm so sorry. In a map that's a bit more common, to show you some of the do stones and common things that you can do that will probably speed up the rate at which you get started with this killer. All right, we're in a private game playing with one of my good friends who's gonna help us demonstrate a lot of things. The first thing I want to show you is what it looks like when a survivor goes into a locker and locks it. Sorry, I'm gonna come out of a locker the way you do normally. Look at this. It takes a second, right? But what happens if it's locked? We're in shack, so Krill can come. Survivors in the first stages of the match will try to do this and do it often throughout the match as well. It's an animation that takes like a second. Right? Once a locker is locked, there can never be a survivor in it. Okay? So if you see this orange thing, never be like, oh, I think Dwight is here. They can never be. In fact, I can't even open it. If you teleport to a locked locker, it will look yellow during the teleport. And look, you'll see the little latch. Look what happens. 1, 2, 3 whole seconds. That's pretty brutal. So yeah, if I know that one locker is locked and the other one is not, you want to avoid it. Now, here's a funny part though. Many times in most maps, lockers are together. Follow us, Krill? And they spawn multiple of them next to each other. I think we're gonna see an example. Actually, not there. Wait, are there double lockers in Macmillan? No, I think they were removed. Yeah, sorry. Look, right here. Now, something really funny happens, okay? If a survivor locks only one of these lockers, this is a cluster, they count as one. Look at this. In terms of teleporting, for me, the game only gives me one option. I can't choose left or right. It's a cluster. There is one problem with this. If I teleport and both lockers are locked, I'll come out of either. But if I teleport and only one of them is locked, I will go to the locked one. Damn, that's not as nice, right? So survivors should do this. They should do it one at a time. Why? Because then we can do this, right? We can do, I teleport, I break it, takes me a long time. I can't break the other one because it's not on. Then I go chase someone else. And now Krill does his thing. And then later on, I come back. And I'm like, damn. Damn. Now I can't avoid it. I'm going to come out of this one again. Right? So ideally, survivors, if they're smart, they'll lock clusters one at a time so that they can force you 1, 2, and maybe even 3 times if there's 3 in one lock cluster. If you're right next to a locker, by the way, you can also just whack it. And that breaks it. This is not sped up by Unrelenting, so there's no way to make that faster. It's always the same time. Now, let's find another cluster. I did say that if there's multiple lockers, we could go basement if you feel like it. Oh, Shrill showed us something really good. Survivors running into the remnant can make it disappear. So watch out, and you need to be a bit careful about that. Let's go basement, right? I did mention that if a locker is locked, you have the priority of going towards it. Right here is good. But what happens if a survivor is inside it? Can you lock this one and go into the other one? If there's a survivor in a locker, the person in the locker takes priority. So here, I'll actually go right. And this is what it looks like when you grab a survivor inside a locker. Pretty cool, right? So that's basically all you need to know about how to play around lockers. Yeah. One thing I didn't mention that I think is fairly obvious, I'm gonna let him wiggle out and heal, is that you can actually look around you fairly well, and you don't need to come out of every locker. You also hear on your... You saw me do that during the game, right? Like, say this is a 1v1, right? And I'm looking for the hatch. I could be like, oh, I'm looking for the hatch. I'm looking for the hatch. Oh, that was on my right. Let's go back or teleport to another locker nearby. And then you can find things like the hatch or people healing or gens being done. That's really important. Use your ears, okay? As I mentioned, when you're in a locker, you can actually look fairly well around you before you make your mind up. But when you come out, your camera will always be facing outwards, okay? During Nightfall, as I mentioned, everything is faster. You can teleport to people and find them like this. See, he's near a locker, so I detect him with my power. That's a passive ability. And yeah, now let's talk about how to use your power in chase, okay? Around loops like this, it can be very simple. This one is in the middle of the map, so sadly, this is quite hard because I cannot zone this survivor. If I put my remnant here, this would be a good idea. Maybe he drops the pallet now, right? And I go this way, and now I teleport to it, right? Oh, perfect, that's a hit. But if he was smart, realistically, he would immediately go to an opposite direction because he's in the middle of the map. Now, Shack is impossible. Shack is nearly impossible to play. Hi, love, what's up? Foot's coming? I'll help you out, don't worry. We'll get back to this in a minute. Just a second. Sorry for the small interruption. So, Shack. Could I play Shack? I mean, theoretically, yeah, it seems like you could, right? We get to the side with the pallet, we put our power, and then we chase around, right? And we chase around. Let's say I'm chasing him. And if he's stupid enough to go to the pallet, then I'm gonna maybe catch him here and hit him. But this will almost never happen. The main problem is that I move at like 92% speed, slower than a survivor. So realistically, if I were to do this, Krill, go for it. He can just beat me to the window. He can just beat me to the window. No, going on the outside, forgive me. Yeah. He can just, I mean, he could get me like that as well. He could, like, I'm so slow. He's literally making distance on me and he could beat me to anything, right? So he could take the window here, for example. So in bigger structures, your slow speed makes it really, really difficult. And if there's anything at all next to the structure, they'll just migrate to the next one and then you're useless. However, there are two things that you can still do sometimes. First of all is faking using your power. I've caught so many survivors. I chase them into Shack. They go through the window. They look behind them and they see me put my hand out and they think I'm going to come out of this locker. So they vault back and then I hit them. Bang. So faking your power is very useful. Much like with other killers, you can chase someone to a loop, pretend to do this, and in their mind they think, okay, he's very slow. I can keep running and make it to the window. But in reality, you can't. You cancel it, then you go back to your normal higher speed and then you hit them. There's also times when even a big structure like this one right here, this is a trash pile gym, is isolated. Look at this structure. This structure is literally on the edge of the map. Nothing to the right, nothing to the front, nothing to the left. And if you look forward or whatever, this is where I'm pushing from. So this survivor right here is really, really corralled. With a bit of experience, you will find places where you can put the remnant so that you can get hits even in this place. Now, let's chase Krill into the window, right? Go for it. A bad placement for the remnant would be right here. If I put the remnant right here, look at what can happen. Krill, in 1 second, fastball the window. Oh, what happened? He vaulted it. Maybe he even got life and he broke my remnant. And I didn't even see him because I was right here. This is a mistake. You don't want to do this. This is a 50-50 that you're likely to lose. So a much better idea in the situation, let's go, Krill, about the window, would be to put my remnant here. Let's imagine the window's not blocked. And then I push from the left. And now two things can happen. Number one, he vaults the window. And if he vaults the window, easy hit. And if he doesn't vault the window, it's going to be a bit more complicated, but it will also be a pretty good hit. Let's show it again. Just pretend that you vaulted the window or something. Yeah, just go around. Yeah, let's say he doesn't vault the window, right? We place the remnant here. We press from the left. And oh, he's pressured to go my way, so I hit him. Now, one thing survivors will do constantly is fake going into your remnant and then running back into you. So in a smaller loop, yeah. Like, Krill, can you wait until I see you around the corner and then run back into me? Yeah, let me see you around the corner. They'll run like this, and then you'll teleport, and then they'll run back, and you'll be like, ah, damn. So you need to be very precise, and if you can, get visual confirmation so that you teleport at the best possible time, okay? This is a pallet gem. In the off chance that you chase around here, this can be powerful as well. I mean, here it's as simple as if he doesn't drop the pallet, I can put it here and then chase his way. And when he comes around and I see him go around the corner, boop, and hit. And if he drops the pallet, similar thing. So you can play around them as well, but only if it's isolated. If there's a lot of stuff around it, then none of this will work. Jungle gyms. Let's see. This map has a bit of everything. What is this? This is a unique gym. So here, honestly, there's a pallet, there's a window, right? Depends on where the survivor is. But you could put them over here, for example. Let's say they've taken this window. Let's say there's nothing else. You put it here, and if they take the window, I'm not too far. If they go on the outside, you know, I wait. Nah, bam, hit. You try to do that, and almost every loop has one answer. Let me find a TL wall, which is also pretty common. This is a double wall. That you're not gonna have trouble with that. I think this is a TL. No, this is a 4-link wall. This one's even easier. This is the TL. So what can you do in a TL? Assuming that, again, it's on its own, you could put your remnant right here and then go this way, for example. And right now, if they take the window, you teleport and hit them right here, bang. If they keep going, you teleport and hit them dead on. But remember, these are big structures, so it gets harder and harder. And survivors will do the thing where they fake it out. All right. We'll play this one normally so you get an idea of how to run this. Krill, play this to the best of your abilities without leaving the loop. You play it to the best of your abilities, okay? Here, he's screwed. Like, he's already taking a hit. The only thing he can hope for in that situation is that I teleport wrong, that I misuse it, or that I take too long and then he runs into it. Oh, took too long. The thing disappeared. One very difficult thing about this killer is that when you teleport, survivors can go through you. So, Krill, running to the remnant, okay? I'll teleport as late as I can. Ah! Where did he go? This will happen to you constantly, and it's one of the hardest things about Dredge. If you teleport too late, the survivor will literally be inside you, and they'll be going through you, and you'll look forward, and you'll be lost as heck. So, be careful with that, okay? That is pretty much almost all you need to know to get started on Dredge. Check out some of the guides out there. Some of them are linked in my FAQ. And have fun. This skill is fun, but it's also very difficult. Next up. Alright, we're back. Now it's time for Wesker. It's gonna be a much shorter segment. Wesker is awesome. He is strong. He has a high skill ceiling, which means that if you get really good with him, you can do crazy stuff. But he's not inaccessible. His power is pretty straightforward and easy to explain and easy to understand and not difficult to experiment with. So in that regard, I am very happy to announce that I do recommend you play him as one of your first few killers if you want to experiment. He is the normal movement speed, normal height. He does have a bigger than normal terror radius, which is kind of cool. This is basically because he has the ability to dash forward, so it's not a huge deal, though some builds can take advantage of this. His perks are serviceable. None of them are terrible, but none of them are better than anything else. He doesn't really excel because of his perks. So you don't need to unlock him as a priority for his perks alone. In fact, I'm going to make a build with some of his basic perks and some of the common ones. But if I could, I would begin to slap perks from other killers on this guy as soon as possible. With Tinkerer, or even Enduring to help you in chases, from Billy, you already have 2 really good perks on him. Tinker is really useful on a killer that has a big terror radius, and he's rather quiet other than his terror radius. So you can actually get grabs from gens. I've done that so many times. And getting slowdown is also really good on him. Either passive, like Corrupt Intervention, or active, like Pop Goes the Weasel. So you could have Pop Goes the Weasel and Bamboozle from Clown, or Corrupt Intervention and Infectious Fright from Plague, and bam, you have a banger build. We don't have any of that, let's say, so I just have his own perks and some basic perks. In the endgame, Terminus will prevent people from healing. Noid will let me insta-down, and throughout the match we have Awaken Awareness and Bitter Murmur to give us some info. Nothing too crazy. His add-ons don't have a super nasty, insane effect like other killers. He plays pretty well with and without add-ons. If you're learning, you cannot go wrong with the one to make your speed a bit higher while you hold your power. And you cannot go wrong with the faster cooldown. These are very mild add-ons, but they help. Careful with the add-ons that change his bounds. This one is bad, this one's good, but you need to learn the base kit. And careful with the add-ons that extend his other properties. I think it's better to get used to the base kit before you experiment with these. Some of the other add-ons, like this ones, are just not very good, so you can avoid them. If you want to go for add-ons that are pretty good, and don't require a lot of skill, other than this video conference device puts a lot of pressure, and Iridescent Urobile is good as well. Makes them start infected, wastes a bit of their time. So, yeah, that's it. We can honestly explain things as we go. We don't need to do a big paragraph before we go, so I'm going to queue up. And all I'm going to tell you is that this killer has a bigger terror radius, so we need to use his power for mobility and for chase. You can use his power to do 2 quick dashes, right? Overall, it's not an insane mobility like Blight, but it is pretty good. The first dash is shorter, and the second dash is actually longer. So he's basically the opposite of a nurse, okay? With nurse, she has 1 big blink and 1 shorter blink. This guy is actually the opposite. The first one is a bit shorter. The second one is actually significantly longer. So you typically want to use both of them for mobility when you're doing that. If you use only one for mobility, that might not work out too well. But it also has a lot of implications for chase, and we'll see that in just a minute. Alright, unfortunately, we are playing in literally the worst map for Wesker ever. So it makes me just want to restart. Like... Oh, wait. Okay, I think these yellow lines used to be bugged, and they didn't work. Well, maybe they fixed it? I don't know, maybe it's not so bad. Anyway, so we're playing Wesker, right? Even though he does have a big terror radius, he is a normal killer, so don't hesitate to just play him normally and use your power when it feels appropriate, okay? If you need to catch up to a long distance, yeah, you could use it. And other than that, you can also use it in chase, but it's gonna be a bit complicated. Here, I'm gonna break this. I'm not gonna overthink it. His dash allows him to vault pallets and windows, which is really, really unique. And it also slams survivors. I'm sorry, what?
Is that all you have?
2 things can happen when you grab a survivor. Either you slam them against a wall, which is what happened. And if there's no wall, the killer will try to throw them into the distance. But this is a really difficult map, so... Because this is indoor, I'm almost always going to be slamming them into something. Is there a difference? Yeah, a little bit. But it's the same... It's almost the same thing. Unless we start to talk about more complex things. So, both are the same thing. However, if you throw the survivor into the empty air and they don't hit anything, they don't take damage. If they hit an obstacle or another survivor, then it works. And if you hit 2 survivors like that, it's like playing golf. You damage both of them, which is pretty cool. Now, careful, because throwing survivors from a gap doesn't work, sadly. That wasn't a grab because the survivor was vaulting. He was mid-animation. But it doesn't. But don't worry, if you can't grab them because they're doing something, it still does like a little slap. I forgot that was another possibility. Right. I could vault that with my power, but we only want to do that in some situations. Here, I honestly will just use power, drag us up a little bit. Ah, nice try, right? So yeah. Much like Nurse, you have like a small window. Mess that up. You have a small window to use your first, your second blink, or your second bound or dash. So I use it once, right? Then I can reposition and then use it again. And this time I hit a pallet. So my character vaults it and then ends afterwards. You can do the same for windows, which I'll try to demonstrate in a second. Let's find a window, for example. You see that window over there? Let's say there was a survivor right here that just vaulted the window. I could follow them like this. Or not. What the hell? I'm sorry. That's really unusual. I'll do it like this. Okay, I'm so sorry. I told you this map is terrible. But normally, if the game isn't being a little prick, you'll do that. And it's a very fast animation. Which means that while they do a slow animation or a fast animation and they are slowed down upon fall, you are not. That is actually Wesker, especially when there's elevation. Wesker is one of the few killers that can actually use elevation to his advantage when it comes to windows. I could have taken David and slammed him against his teammate, which could have been cool, but we're not gonna do that. We're gonna play nice. You can do that though, off the hook, if you wait for the animation to end. I don't know why, but I had a feeling something funny would happen. Yeah, we'll try something funny here. We're charging. We're waiting for my thing to charge. Here, I might do this. Oh, he outsmarted the heck out of me, actually. What? Oh, he came all the way out. That's cool. Let's fake him here. Let's just hit him. Again, this would be a situation where if I use my power, I'm making things more complicated than they need to be. But yeah, we'll definitely go on another map later against bots and show you some of the common tricks that you do with the skiller. That right there is my perk Awakened Awareness. It lets you see people around you while you're carrying. So I'm gonna use that to just know where to go next, I guess. We'll chase this bozo. We should have broken this pallet. I don't think we did. That's fine. Nice. There you go. We had to do that one quick, or else he beats us to the corner, right? I really should break that pallet, but I'm just irrational right now. Let's try to cut him off. Hello, girl. I don't care about you. Keep like that pretty well. And I think he's in trouble here. Oh wow, that was generous, but oops, unlucky that. All right, here we go. Sorry, I feel like I'm losing my trail of thought and I'm not really talking. So why are some of the survivors not colored? Why are some of them white and why are some of them orange? If they don't have anything around them, it means they're not infected. If they have white around them, it means that they are partially infected. And if it's orange, it means they are fully infected. If that's the case, there's like different degrees of effects. So non-infected survivors, nothing happens. You can't say that. Chad, please don't misunderstand me. If they have the white Ouroboros infection thing, which by the way, when you're on a hook, it's always frozen at like 50%. You cannot be fully infected on a hook. Nothing happens when they're partially infected. Actually, one thing happens, which is a bit cool. The more infected survivors, the faster your recovery is on your power. That's cool. But the real problem with infection is that if you leave it unchecked, it passively builds up, similar to plague. And when it becomes full infection, the survivors are slowed down by 8%. 8% is an insane amount of slowdown. So that means that anytime you're in chase with them or they need to run from point A to point A, you are going to outspeed them very dramatically. It's really, really noticeable. For that reason, they need to also find cases, they look very similar to Nemesis, where they find first aid sprays. And when they use the first aid sprays to remove the infection, again, you see it in the HUD and you hear a heartbeat where it goes away. So this is actually an insanely good thing for Wesker, because say I need to find this Renato who's dead on hook. That was cool as heck. I can look around and wait for him to use his infection removal, and then listen to the heartbeat and see where it's coming from. Follow the killer instinct. Oh, we'll play nice, right? Yeah, we'll play nice. We'll go for this kill. I don't think she was expecting us to. Nice. You know what? We could be really smart and go hook here, and he'll be right next to us, maybe. He probably has no idea what's going on right now. That's so funny. So, yeah, he was trying to clean his infection, but now he's dead. So yeah, Unfortunately, there's a lot of really deeper tricks, and I've already used at least one there that are a little bit harder to explain, and honestly, I don't think I can make them a lot of justice, but yeah, if you're using mobility and you don't mind being on cooldown for a second, use your power like this to get around the map. There's nothing wrong with that. You get it back pretty soon. Between chases and in the middle of a chase, you want to be a bit careful, because one really unfortunate thing that happens to me all the time, oh my god, is, well, that happens to me all the time too, is using your power wrong. Look at my charges. I almost have two, right? I almost have two. I'm gonna use my power now. And then I'm like, oh, I used one. Oh, where's my other one? What the hell? If you use your power when it's 99%, guess what? You don't have to. You need to wait until the second one fully comes back. So now I could use two. Oh, that was kind of unexpected. Here, honestly, I'm better off just waiting it out. Much like Nurse, sometimes the right play is to just wait out the cooldown and then hit them normally or use your power again. Here, I am probably overusing it. He messed up. I could cancel, honestly. I could have canceled and just hit him normally. But if you infect them, obviously, the infection is something they have to worry long term, so it's not bad. He's gonna use that thing. There you go. Now, ideally, you want to try to aim in such a way that when you grab the survivor, you throw them against a wall. Because if you throw them into nothing, it's really easy indoor maps. Here, no matter where I am, I'm going to hit them, right? But there's actually a trick that you can do to help you direct where you throw them. People call it the Euro bend, because you kind of bend the direction. It's really difficult for me to showcase it in such a small map, but I'll try, okay? Also, you might be thinking, shouldn't I use power and then use it again? The answer is no. If you use power on a vault, you don't get to use your second one. That always ends the power with however tokens you had. Okay, I'm gonna try to showcase this, okay, chat? Look. Okay, did you see how I threw her slightly to the right? It was pretty subtle, so I'm sorry if I can't demonstrate it better. But even though, I'll try to show you. Even though I was behind her and she was in front, if I had attacked her in a normal way, I would have slammed her against the door, right? But you can actually change the direction at which you hit them to bend it. So if I use my bound and then I look to the right like this, I will actually throw her bang against that direction. Another reason why the full infection is so absolutely deadly and they want to shave it off, as someone in the chat pointed out, thank you so much, I neglected to mention it, is that if they're fully infected, they become insta-downable if you slam them. Not if you hit them with a basic attack, not if you throw them against a rock, but if you slam them against the wall, that is an insta-down, even if they're healthy, on fully infected survivors. So, yeah, good point. Thank you so much for bringing that up. What else, chat? What else are we forgetting? So, yeah, that Eurobend thing, it's a bit advanced, but it helps a lot. Because, look, I can do this. Oh, well. You get it. You get it. There's also a lot of other tricks. Some of them are relatively easy, and I did one of them earlier. I'll try to show you. And the other ones are so hard that, honestly, I struggle to pull them off even once myself. So, sorry about that. But you'll have to learn from better Weskers than me and invest a little bit more time than I did. So, one of the tricks that Wesker mains have learned is that the position at which you end in your dash is predetermined the moment that you do the dash. And sometimes, if your landing spot is wide, you can go through things where normally you wouldn't be able to, right? Like, for example, if I try to use my power too close to this thing, look, I get stuck. That's not good. But earlier, look at this. Would you guys say that I can fit through that? The answer actually is probably yes. Check it out. You see how I slide past that? And earlier, I did basically the same trick, and I put myself here, and then I walked a bit, and I hit the Renato, remember? That is called the skinny Wesker, or the skinny bird. Basically, if the game detects that there's enough space where you're landing, it actually is quite lenient on what things you touch to get there. It's a bit hard to explain. Can I make it even more ridiculous? Yeah, look at that. Yeah. So that's kind of cool, and once you kind of identify that, you can actually get surprising results and surprising outcomes. There's also a few other things that you can take advantage of with this quote-unquote tech, and one of them is called hug tagging. Can I do that, chat? This is difficult. I'll try, okay? I missed it. It's so... Dude, it depends on the FPS and a bunch of factors, and I'm so bad. I tried to replicate on a video. It took me like 20 attempts to even do it once. It's terrible. But basically, the game thinks that I have enough space to make it this far, right? Because this is where the wall is. But then, if I trick the game into accepting my dash... Because you can't dash if you're too close to something, right? But if I trick the game into starting the dash, and I'm right here, the game will actually try to take me far, and I'll be... And I'll do like a little hug. And that's why it's called the hug tag. I'm gonna try it, though. I'm gonna try it. And I messed it up. Is this a beginner tip worth mentioning? No, absolutely not. But I think it's good to tell people that if they play this killer and one day they become super cracked, there will be all of these cool, crazy things that they can do. If you play Myers, it doesn't matter if you have 10,000 hours on Myers, you're not going to be doing a skateboard trick and doing any cool stuff. But with Wesker, you could become a bit of a menace, you know? And I think that's worth mentioning, at least. Can you show how his rebound tech works? Yeah, that is a much simpler one. When you hit an obstacle, you actually bound a little bit off of it to the point where if you're in a place like this, you can actually take advantage of the bounciness to do like a little boop and then position yourself in a way that gives you a follow-up. So say I'm chasing a survivor on this pallet. When I hold my power, I'm very slow, right? So if I chase around like this, I might not actually catch them. But what I can do is this. Bam! You see how quick that is? You actually do a little 180. Hello, buddy. Uh-oh. He had a run. Similar idea, but this is a bit too big, so obviously it won't work. Does he have hope or something, maybe? Yeah. We don't want to hit him with no, that would be too funny. Oh, that's not a bouncy place, it turns out. Oh no. But yeah, that could have worked, actually. Oh no. I did a bit of a bend there. How do I know which walls are bouncy? Almost all of them work, chat. Almost all of them work. I don't know. Like, it's not like a property. It's more... It's hard to explain. But if there's an obstacle like that, it can actually be even easier. Here, I actually arguably got stuck. Okay, here, I evolved the pallet to try to zone him out. I do have no speed, so I'll probably catch him. Oh, there's the hatch. You can go get it, buddy. Also, if you grab an injured survivor by the exit gate and you slam them, or an insta-downable survivor at the exit gate, as long as you slam them, the exit gates get blocked for a few seconds. So similar to Twins and Pinhead, you can trap a survivor with you, and then have enough time to maybe grab them again. So that's something to look out for in the exit gates. And Slinger, no, Slinger doesn't have any property. It's just that Slinger can physically pull you out, so that's obviously pretty good. Sorry, dude, I was hoping you would get this. Are you okay? Do you not hear it? Yeah, you're good. You can have it. I feel like I neglected to mention a lot of things, chat. But I'll probably play with some bots and show you some other stuff, okay? Because this map was a bit difficult. Yeah, just very briefly. Good luck, GG's. In a private game? Yeah, we'll just play with bots, because I feel like there were quite a few things I didn't have time to teach you or tell you about. Alright, so we're in a more normal map that resembles more of the average that you're going to go against quite a bit. So here we can talk about some of the things that you can do. First of all, to vault the window, you don't need to go towards it in a perpendicular angle. You can actually do it from some crazy angles. So say I need to catch up to a survivor that just took that window, I can do it from this. That's pretty good. Many obstacles and jungle gyms and common tiles like Shack also have the same... they have pretty straight lines. So you can often do things such as, you know, do your first dash here, and then move a little bit and catch someone going for a pallet or a window vault. Now, one thing that's really important, really important to know, it's very easy to get baited into windows. You will actually be suctioned into them accidentally. So say you want to bump into a wall and then immediately do a follow-up, but you accidentally bump into this window, you're screwed. If you try to hit a survivor that's here, many times they will try to fake it. And even if you try to like do a follow-up, let's say I want to bump into the window and then hit someone else, look. Oh, maybe I get stuck into the window. You know what I mean? So that's something you need to be careful. And earlier I mentioned something that I didn't really have a chance to show you, but I think now I do have a chance to show you that. And that is what happens when you vault from high altitude. When a survivor takes this window, for example, they're going to have a fast animation, because survivors are faster than you when they vault, and then they're going to slow themselves down on the ground. But you as a killer, with Wesker, you can do this. And look at this, it's so fast, and you recover while you go down, and they barely make any distance. So any chance to do that is incredibly good. What else, chat? What else have we neglected to talk about? I think that more or less covers it all. Yeah. We said... can I do a... I mean, bots are... Oh my god, yeah, bots are actually quite smart. It's still difficult to mind them, so... I'm not sure I can do this, but... yeah, no, it's just gonna run me around this. Keep in mind that your first thing is shorter, okay? You can actually use this to your advantage. If you get really, really used to how long this thing goes, what you can do is things like this, for example. Like, if I want to go around that corner, right? I know that this is more or less the distance I cover, so I can begin to do my power here and then do this, and then there you go, bam, I'm almost right there and I can follow it up, right? With the second one, you don't have that luxury. The second one is very long, so you can actually overshoot a little bit. Say I'm chasing a survivor and I want to hit them here. It's really risky to use my second blink, because say that, for example, I miss and I don't hit them. Oh, shit. Look how far I end up. And during that whole time, the survivor's running away. So your second blink needs to be used very accurately. Because if you do a fuck up, and it sends you flying in the opposite direction in a corner of the map where nothing is and nothing will ever be, that's bad. So you need to be a bit careful. Yeah, that's about it. I think that covers Wesker. No, the hug tech is not a game-changing thing. It's just more of a gimmick. That against a good Wesker, they'll catch you off guard with it. As I said, it works in a pretty peculiar way. Maybe I can pull it off for the YouTube audience. Or not, because I suck. It's so difficult, and it depends on your FPS. I generally don't think I can pull it off for you guys. I'm so sorry. But yeah, the gist of it is that basically, instead of throwing yourself forward, you just like glide around something. And in some maps, there are places where it can lead to some surprising hits. And honestly, you see the Wesker mains, they'll make it look super easy, but I think it's super hard, so... I'll try to show you one more time. So, you need to do it when it disappears, so... Something like that. Oh, it's so difficult. I don't think I can. Yeah, he does have one add-on to break breakable walls. I don't think it's a super important one. So it might look really strong. It's not that big of a deal. You can just bump into things and you break them. But yeah, I think that about covers Wesker. I think he's just far less complex than some of the other characters and a lot more straightforward and enjoyable, so have fun with him. And we move on to the next killer. Okay, friends, unfortunately, even though we would like to play the Knight right now, as of the time of the recording, the Knight is in the hospital, okay? There was a bug with him that has made him kill switch, also one of his perks. He has a nasty bug. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit some older gameplay and I'll give you my best tips in the editing room. Alright? Hope that it's still almost as good as playing it live. Alright, next up is the Skull Merchant. This killer is actually unbelievably difficult to really break down. She has a lot of things to her power. And if I had to explain absolutely everything, we would be here for the rest of the year. Luckily, it's a lot easier to play as her than it is to play against her or than it is to understand everything that's going on. So don't worry, she's not a terribly difficult killer to pick up. She's arguably fairly easy to master as well, which is cool. Her perks, unfortunately, are all pretty meh. This is a perk to change the obsession and become slightly faster in chase. But there are better options, like Friends Till the End or Nemesis. This is a perk to slow down healing, but the effects are absolutely tiny. Yeah, just use anything else. Thwack is an okay info perk. When you break a pallet after a hook, you find people. But again, there's just better options, so people do not run this perk very much. You can stack leverage with other anti-healing add-ons or perks, and that's okay. So we're gonna do that for our basic build. And we also put on Noid and Thwag just to find people maybe near the end game, alright? So you don't really want to play her for the perks. But if you already have some good perks unlocked, this killer's pretty good. And she's pretty easy to play as well. She has the normal movement speed, even though she gains speed at different points of the game passively. She has the normal terror radius, even though she becomes stealthy at times. And she's also not particularly tall or loud or anything, so that's pretty good. Her power, as you can see, is really complex. I'm going to try to dumb it down in the simplest way I can. Basically, you set up traps around the map. You set up drones. The drones have a rotating beam that detects people in them. If whenever you set a drone, for the next few seconds, you also become undetectable. So you are a hybrid stealth killer that becomes stealthy for brief periods of time when you set up a trap. And also an area control setup killer that sets drones. Those drones spin around until they find a survivor running or walking into them. If they get detected, you see them on the radar, and they get a yellow thing on their HUD. They get detected again, nothing happens. They get detected a third time, they take damage. If they were already damaged, they now get deep wound, so it's like a half damage. And any other detection after that, from the 4th, 5th, 6th, any further detection, gives them a slowdown that is pretty severe. Also, whenever you detect someone, they give you a speed boost as well. And as you'll see, she carries a little pocket thing. Adriana, can you take it out of your pocket and show it to us? Girl, can you show us the PDA? Well, she brings it out of her butt or somewhere, and then she starts looking at it. And you can see survivors and track it. It's like a little GPS tracker. So yeah, there's actually a lot that goes into how everything works, but we're going to try to really dumb it down. We have a very basic build. As for add-ons, you can never, ever, ever go wrong with the ultrasonic speaker. This add-on makes the beams have a shorter cooldown, which means that if survivors run into them, they will be affected by them sooner. They won't have as much immunity. So if they make a mistake, you'll punish them a lot harder. And this add-on extends the time from which you're undetectable by a little bit, which gives you a couple extra seconds of stealth every time you place a drone. You also cannot go wrong with extra slowdown or any of that. Stay away from add-ons that change the drones too much, like this one. This is more advanced. But almost everything else that sounds good is pretty good. Let's ready up, and I'll tell you what you need to look out for with this killer. Alright, so one thing to keep in mind is that... Ooh, this map is tough for them. Is that you want to use a similar mindset when putting traps with this killer or drones as with Hag. You want to put them in places where they'll bother survivors. Additionally, since you get 8 seconds of undetectable, you also want to place them at times when survivors, when you're about to go into an area that you think or you know that survivors are in, right? So if I put a drone in here, for example, now I'm undetectable, and no joke, this girl is gonna make a mistake and run back into me or something. She's gonna get hit by this. Oh, did she? There you go, she's been tagged. That's a mistake, I think. She outwardly was injured, so she's only getting deep wound. And now she's gonna get slowed down, maybe. You see that heartbeat? When you hear the heartbeat, that means the survivor has been hit 3 times. Oh, sorry, 4 times. And that means that they're slower. So that's the time when you should really be aggressive on the loop and probably get the hit or the down or whatever. I mean, it has to be a down, right, at that point? Because they couldn't be healthy while slowed down. No. They have to be injured, so yeah, it should be the down. Anyway, let's put one here for this loop. And also to be undetectable and a bit more unpredictable. Keep in mind that the undetectable doesn't happen immediately. It takes a little while, so it's not... Like, this girl should have heard me coming. This shouldn't be the biggest deal. Oh my god. She also should have not done this, but hey. Not an ideal world, right? That's fine. The undetectable shrinks in a couple seconds. So yeah, you cannot put a drone right next to a building and then go into the building and expect not to be noticed. That being said, not having a terror radius and not having a red stain is a good thing. Like, if the survivors, like some survivors are a bit naive and they will expect to see a red stain and you might catch them off guard. Now, survivors can mess with the traps, and if they do, you'll see that they have some fume next to them. It's like smoking, and that's fine, by the way. Oh, that girl's killing herself. That's completely fine. You can just put another one down. You can also recall them. If a trap doesn't seem like it's in a good spot, you can aim at it and press left control, and then press right click, and you recall it. So you get it back. Imagine if Trapper could recall his traps from a distance, huh? That would be cool. Anyway, this killer has a lot of complexity, and at least if you play her right now, you're gonna find that a lot of people quit because they are overwhelmed. They don't know how to play against her. Right? By the way, you can also do this. This survivor's cute. I'm gonna vault it now. Okay, so a few things. If you have a drone and you hook next to it, or even a little bit far away from it, the drone will disappear. The game does not allow you to have drones just to hook people, which is honestly completely fair. So that drone up there is gonna go away. Well, spank me and call me Charlie. Yeah, I guess the drone had to be a bit closer. Never mind then. No, but that is true. I guess basement's a bit special. But that is generally true. Even basement, you typically cannot have them too close to it. I guess that one's just special. Also, the Leon was very graceful, and he showed us some of the counterplay that survivors can have. If a survivor stands still and doesn't move, even if they're doing a gen, if they don't move, or if they crouch and move, they are undetectable to the race. So that Leon standing still or crouching was showing us how you can dodge the race. But yeah, look at this girl. Why did she not get tagged by the thing? Probably because there was no line of sight. Now there is, like, the laser needs to see you. So what happened here, chat, is that this girl was very lucky and she didn't get hit by the race. If you anticipate that that is going to happen, you can actually do this, whoop, and then change the direction. If you make the direction of the drone be the opposite of that of the survivor is taken in the loop, that means that it's even harder to avoid them. They can't run alongside because it's running into them. Does that make sense? I'll show you. This is not something you need to do very much, but I'll show you. I'll demonstrate it again just in case, since this game is going kind of well for us. Now, when you first set a drone, the lasers are kind of invisible. Sorry about that. So it's harder for them to notice. That's why sometimes they run into them accidentally. Also, if you walk under the drone, it gets disabled for a bit, just so it's not in your way. So watch out, don't do that. So say that I am chasing in this direction, right? And then I want survivors to be inconvenienced, that I could do this so it goes in the other direction and it's a little bit easier for them to get caught. You know, depends on where the drone is in, depends on where the survivor's running. But it's pretty common sense which direction is going to hit them hardest. Here, for example, this is the ideal one, because here, look, I'm going to get hit no matter what. If I'm going this direction, I'm going to get hit no matter what. But maybe... am I showing that so well? Do I need to explain that super well? I think you guys understand that, right? Sometimes you might want to change the direction of the drone so it's a little bit easier. I'll put a really open one here. Maybe I can show it. Oh, never mind. They left. So here... yeah, this is fine. By the way, the drone can scan through very small gaps. Believe it or not, the drones can actually see you through gaps like that. So you can get quite creative. And survivors need to be constantly alert, because they could be hit by a drone that they don't see coming. Ada? Yeah, no, she was confused because I did something so unusual. This will probably be a drone that will disappear. Let's see if that's the case. See? It breaks, and I went from having 2 drones available to having 3. So it's refunded. It's the same as recalling it. So what is the general idea that you do, that you follow as a skull merchant? You do not go and bother trapping things in the edge of the map, okay? You don't go to the edge and put a drone here and then wonder why it does nothing. This is not a good idea. You'd normally put drones on the middle of the map, around corners, in high traffic areas where survivors will often go to so that they are either inconvenienced or better yet, caught off guard and hit by the drone multiple times. Then you may keep a drone or two as a spare, and then you can use them in chase as you see fit. Notice that survivors are detected if they get spotted by the drone. If you see a square, that's a survivor. If it's a triangle looking up, that means the survivor is above you. Leon, can you go upstairs? I'll go upstairs myself. You see how it says triangle looking down? That means he's below me. So if you see something like this, and if they were below me right now, where would they be? Basement, because that's the only thing below me in front of me, right? So you can use that for information. If you hear a beep of any kind, that means someone's on your radar. So check your radar. Checking your radar doesn't slow you down at all. And recalling drones doesn't slow you down unless you get stuck, you know. So if you do something like this, that's completely fine. You don't waste time. I mean, if you check your radar and then you walk into a wall, then yeah, obviously. But you can do that. So basically you do that and you go in chases, and survivors will get injured. If you're in a normal loop, you just place a drone. You don't waste any time setting up drones. So they have to leave. Eventually they get hit. You get speed boost every time they get detected. They get damaged. The stealth gives you free hits. You do all of these things. And honestly, I'm gonna be completely honest, even if you're not using your brain a lot, you're probably going to overwhelm survivors. And they're probably gonna be finding it hard. Look at this match. I did absolutely nothing. And one of them was already giving up. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Anything else we should not miss, Chad? Why would you 99 a gate? Oh, it wasn't 99. I just want to scare him. Alright, Chad, there's one perk I didn't show you. Can I get him to drop a pallet, maybe? Yeah, the perk thwack works this way. Every time you hook someone, if you break a wall or a pallet, you see people around you. So here, I mean, I could put a drone maybe right here. And imagine I didn't have know it, right? Oh, he just left. Of course. Yeah, that would kind of force him to leave, so that's the idea. Oh, you just left? Oh, damn, so rude. Anyway. Yeah. That's about it. Oh, he got injured. Where is he? He's on the gate trying to open it desperately. Haha. Oh, no, he doesn't make it, chat. I feel so bad for him. I'm gonna give him a chance. He should be able to beat me to the gate. Damn, dude, if you were a straight line, I think you had it, bro. I want him to get it, dude. Get it. Yes. Yes, you got this, Leon. Oh, you, man. Oh, look, I'm stuck. Oh, I need to come from behind. Oh, thank you. That's my lunch now. Okay. You can't put drones too close to each other, but yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, there's quite a bit of depth. And when you become more experienced, you'll know what are the better places to put the drones. And you'll be able to take advantage of the fact that they can sometimes hit a little bit above them or a little bit below them. Or, as I said, put them in places where they hit survivors through gaps that they don't expect. There's quite... I'm sorry, game. I didn't do good, apparently. There's quite a lot of things that you can do with this killer. But she's really easy to pick up. And honestly, you don't need to think it's super hard for to get decent results. So, hopefully you give it a shot. And if you like her, good. I hope the survivors also like her someday. I think we'll leave it at that. Alright, moving on is the Singularity. The Singularity is, again, one of those killers whose perks are honestly pretty bad. We have a perk to exhaust survivors that does, honestly, it has a big effect, but it does very little overall, and you have no control over it. It's pretty bad. A perk that has a cool effect, but it's also so difficult to trigger that even when you're trying to play around it, it's difficult. And then this perk is fairly simple. When you down a survivor, anyone nearby is slowed down. So it allows you to do these snowballing moments where you down multiple survivors. That's not too bad, but it's a pretty ugly perk that only feeds off unhealthy gameplay. And it's hard to use as well. So I don't recommend any of these perks. You should not play this killer for his perks. Should you play him for fun? That's a big question. He has the normal status of the average killer. Normal height, pretty much. Normal speed, normal terror radius, normal launch. Everything is normal. But his power is massively complex. And much like Doctor, it's the kind of power that if you use it too little, well, you're weak. And if you use it too much, you're not doing anything. You need to find the right time, the right places to use it. So I would highly, highly recommend that you play this killer with friends, against bots, in low-stake games, learn him slowly. And if it seems like it's something you would enjoy, then invest yourself. But he's hard, so be very patient, alright? Now, his power is called Quantum Instantiation, which is awesome. And it's basically multiple powers at once. He can put biopods, which act as cameras, and these cameras can infect survivors. An infected survivor is called Slipstream. I'm gonna call it infected because it's just simpler to understand it. And a Slipstream survivor, an infected survivor, has this little orb levitating behind them. It's really easy to see when that happens, and you can see in the HUD as well that they are pink. When a survivor is infected, many good things happen. Number one, they can infect other survivors. It's similar to Plague, but it works by proximity. If they are close to another survivor for a few seconds, they spread, which is cool. So it forces them to maybe think carefully about that. And the more infected survivors, your power lasts longer as well. The main draw of infected survivors is that then you can aim at them with your gun, the same one that you use to place the turrets, the cameras, the biopods. And if you shoot at them directly with your gun, you teleport right at their back. And you become overclocked, which makes you break pallets faster, kick gens faster, vault windows faster. You're basically immune to pallets. And if a pallet is dropped before you get there, you can shred it really, really quickly. You don't get a speed boost unless you have a certain purple add-on, which is really good. But you're very difficult to avoid, and they need to think very carefully. So this power is awesome. Now, what's the main problem? You need to be extremely quick on your feet, accurate on, quick on your thinking, accurate with your gun to place the portals and shoot the survivors, and also incredibly aware of both the map, which, sometimes is difficult for beginners, and everything that's going on. And if this wasn't enough, your cameras and the infection can be destroyed temporarily by the survivors by using an item that spawns around the map. It's called the EMP, basically. So, you need to manage survivors removing your power. It's super complicated. It's very, very, very complicated. However, and there's no shortcut to knowing the maps. You have to play the game, maybe watch my map tier list to learn them faster, but there's no shortcut to learning that quickly. You will take some time. And without knowing the maps, it would be like playing chess without knowing how big the chess square is. It would be so difficult, right? So for that reason, I don't want to keep telling you not to play this killer. Play this killer, but it's gonna be hard, okay? Now, let's get into a match, and I'm going to try to simplify this to the best of my abilities, all right? Yeah, I'm gonna try to play him in the simplest way I can. Now, for add-ons, you can never go wrong with the one to get extra biopods. You can never go wrong, pretty much, with the one to get extra duration on your overclock, which is the immunity that you get. And if you don't mind going a bit extra, the add-on to be faster when teleporting, I think is overall probably one of his best add-ons. So you can always run that. Yeah. Just don't bother with the infection add-ons, like this one. They're typically not very worth it. Almost everything else has a time and a place. Let's jump into it again, and we'll talk about it. This killer doesn't damage with power. He damages by getting close and hitting you. So insta-down perks are good. Sloppy Butcher is good. And we'll use a bit of info on that and see if we can get any value from it. Alright, so as we get ready to queue into the game, keep in mind that this killer is a heavy surveillance killer. You don't need to dedicate 99% of your time to set a surveillance perimeter or anything. This is not Five Nights at Freddy. But it is a good idea, as you traverse the map, to put cameras like in places that cover a lot of stuff. They won't be useful immediately, but they'll be useful at some point. At some point, you'll be like, oh, where's someone? Okay. You know what I mean? So put cameras in places that cover like half the map, at least the middle, right? Oh, sorry, I saw something white and I thought that was the snowman. So the general idea when you see a survivor is to put a camera in a place that has good visibility on them, and as soon as they are tagged by the camera, now they are infected, right? So when they're infected, you can teleport to them and hit them. Now, this is really interesting, okay? But I can keep doing this. Like, teleporting doesn't make the infection go away. So I can do it as many times as needed, unless she finds a particular item to cleanse it. This is fine. She made a bad mistake there. Anyway, you see how this thing is not very useful here. I only needed it for now, so I'm gonna shoot it again. And I can undo it. Why would I want to do that? I don't want to have too many orbs in the map that are useless. I only want the ones that are useful. That way they don't stop disappearing. It's a bit like Hag, but if you have too many, they start resetting, right? So we got it down. That's pretty good. Can I check my camera, see if I see someone? I do. Let's go. Awesome. That person is holding an EMP. It's easy to see because it's bright and pink. So she removed her infection. Look at the HUD. Is she pink? No, she's not. Bastard. Also, you see how there's smoke coming out? And if I try to... Yeah, this is disabled. So what I'm gonna do, if I see a disabled camera, is quickly replace it. And that... It's like changing it with a new one. Now, this guy, unfortunately, also has a EMP. So that sucks for us. That's fine. Will he walk into me? No. Oh, that was bad. There you go. Let me get a hit on this guy at least. Oh, where's he going? Maybe I can teleport to him before he can disable it. You see how he got rid of it with this thing? Doesn't matter, I'm out of here, so whatever, dude. Is he a live person? Maybe. You saw the medkit disappear, so I know that he committed. There you go, good stuff. Be careful, because using cameras when you're very close to the survivor will slow you down. And if you use a camera to see someone that's being unhooked, it's super, super slow. I'll show you what that looks like, okay? It's horrible. Don't do it. Like, if I go into a camera now... Oh, is there someone? No. Look at my speed, okay? Look. You know, Ethan Klein.mp3. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. You don't want to do that. It will slow you down horribly. You take a few steps out, and then it should be fine. Look at this one. I'm going to put one high up, so I can see really nicely. And look at this gen. If you look at a camera, it will be pointed at the last place that it was aiming at. So it's a good idea that I look at the gen. You don't want to end the camera looking like this, because then if you go back to the camera, you're like, okay, bro, there's no one here. Of course. Oh, there you go. See? I lost my opportunity because I'm stupid. And here, look, I'm going to show you. Well, it doesn't work because I don't have an angle. But if I did, it would be really slow, and it's not really feasible. So, yeah, don't do that. Do you need to put cameras after every gen? You don't have to, but I mean, as the gens become less and less, it's not a bad idea. And the general idea is to keep as many people infected as you can, make them waste time, yada yada. Right? Damn, I suck. Unfortunately, you need to see them for a second, and damn, I bloody suck, huh? What the hell was that? She was gonna fake that, obviously. Anyway. I see that guy, so I'm gonna put a camera there. There he is. Remember, when I teleport, I always go to like a meter behind where they were. The best way to describe how the teleporting works, every time a survivor is infected, it's like they're carrying a chain ball. You guys know prisoners? You know how they carry a chain? Okay, because I'm in overclock power up, I can break that super fast. He doesn't have any pallets, so here, I'm so close here, I don't need to teleport, so I'll just hit it normally. No problem. When you hook them, their infection will go away as well, sadly, so you need to reapply it.
All things will succumb to my design.
Anyway, what was that? Yeah, imagine that they carry a chain ball, right? So if I'm carrying a chain ball, it's behind me, and then if I stop moving, it's still behind me. But then if I walk back, now I'm on top of it. And then if I keep walking, now it's chasing me again. So if a survivor does the mistake of going forward, carrying the chain ball, and then walking back, and then you teleport, the chain ball is right on top of them. So what will happen? You will teleport right on top of the survivor. That's why survivors need to be very careful and make sure they don't walk back on their feet, because it can actually backfire horribly. Oh, that would have been sweet, but I was a bit late there. Where's our lady? Oh, I didn't even go very far. Cool. Anyway, yeah. So, I'm sorry, there's a lot to explain about this killer, and I'm really not playing this game super well. But hopefully you get the idea, right? You try to defend an area, use your cameras to control gens, which I'm failing to do really badly right now. Putting cameras in slightly elevated places is typically a good idea. I'm gonna try to defend these 3 gens. How about that? I don't know if we're gonna lose them. But we'll try to take this a bit more seriously now, since I've told you some of the basics. And the general idea of every chase is, if a gen is very important, you can use multiple angles. The general idea of every chase is put a biobot, infect the survivor, and then assess whether you should chase normally or teleport. Here, I cannot do anything. Oh, hold up. That's not good. Yeah, I know. They're close, but... normally, if they're very far, don't think about it, just teleport. Unfortunately, here, they use the EMP, so they destroy my camera. This is the really complicated part of this killer. Like, you can't just work out what's most efficient. Like, in paper, you actually need to be smart and think about what's happening in the moment and react. Hey, Crumbs, what's up? Yeah, Crumbs, a renowned Wesker abuser. No respect for him. And no love for him in this chat. What's up, buddy? Thank you for rating us. But yeah, we're talking and doing some basic do's and don'ts with Singularity. You can still look through a camera. Here I learned that there's 2 people healing. Can I do something about it? Honestly, nah. Given my lack of mobility, probably not. You also see a timer to know how close your camera is to coming back, but that one needs another 15 seconds or so, so we forget about it. As I said, we're gonna focus on this chance, I guess. Wait, am I stupid? Yeah, I am. They destroyed that one and did that one under my nose. Well, I'm not sure how that happened, but... Apologies, dude. Whew, look at this killer, man. Whew, I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry. I think I could have played a competent round, but I don't think I can play a competent round and also focus. Okay, that guy in front of me, look at him. You see how slow he is? It's not like his shift key broke. That is my perk, Force Penance. It's probably... Look at that. It's like he's constipated. That's not funny. That is the effect of this perk that slows you down when someone goes down next to you. It's a pretty mean perk. So, yeah, that was a good... I thought we might go the whole game without seeing it, but that's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, learn from my mistakes, chat, but at the same time, even playing this badly, they're gonna give me 2 kills if they're not careful, so... Anyway. Alright. What else is there to talk about, chat? As a general rule, corners are good places to put... this is a really unusual corner, but corners are good places to put a drone. Why? Because you can look both ways, right? So a drone here is perfect. I can look to my left and I can look to the right. So this is ideal. I'm also gonna go Shack and show you like a decent setup that someone taught me that I think works pretty well for Shack. So in Shack, you're gonna do something like this, okay? One in this corner on the inside, and if you have time, one on this tree or this corner. I'll do this tree because it's honestly even better. Here, anywhere they go, you either see this and see the 2 important parts of Shack, window and pallet, or you're inside and then you go here and... So this is super good. Say that I infect them and then they play around the exit. I do like this, and when they are in front of me, bam, I teleport outside or something like that. You know what I mean? That's really cool. Running the perk Bamboozle can also be pretty useful. Because if you bolt a pallet, a window, and then they're forced to play around pallets, that's when survivors make a lot of mistakes, right? If this pallet is dropped, and I teleport to a survivor that went through it, I will spawn on top of the pallet and automatically break it. If they're smart, they will drop the pallet early, and then the best thing I'll be able to do is just break it super fast with my power. If they're very smart, what they'll do is they'll walk sideways and then come back, and remember the chain ball. If they've already walked a little bit past the pallet, the chain ball is not underneath the pallet. So if I teleport, I won't break it. Normally, I feel like I could go into a private game and show you a few more quirks and mistakes, because this match did go a little bit fast, but GG's to this, folks. Also, if it's not obvious with Noid, we could have defended that guy on the hook, but we're here to learn. Would you say he's over complex? No, he's beautifully designed, but he's a bit difficult. He's very easy to make mistakes with. I didn't talk about some of the common mistakes that you're gonna make as a beginner, so I'm gonna go into a private game with some non-paid, non-unionized bots, and I'll tell you some of the things that you need to look out for, okay? Let's do that. All right, so we're playing with some bots. One thing to learn, chat. Look at this. This would be an amazing pod. This would cover so much of the map, right? And I could even look at all sides of the gen. Now, let's cover some of the mistakes that people do. The worst mistake you could do is put a drone that has no visibility whatsoever. So, for example, a drone like this. Like, what the hell are you gonna say with this drone? Like, you tell me, unless you are looking for some Slenderman mystical figure, you're not gonna find anything here. So you need to think of every drone as something that optimizes, right? The amount of space that you see. Also, an unfortunate part of a drone is that it cannot see through the wall that you put it next to. So say I put it in here, it cannot see through the shack, right? So if they go in the shack, I don't see them. But if I put it on the doorway, now it can see a bit into the shack, so that's better. And if I put it on a pole like this, dude, that's almost 360 degrees, right? As long as you see a survivor most of their body, you will be able to hit them. Once you hit them, by the way, the camera goes on a short cooldown. And at that point, it's typically better to just shoot them with your gun, and then you teleport to them manually. But you can also teleport to people with cameras as well. One really cool thing that you can do is hit a survivor with a camera, and then they panic, and they run in the open, and then you switch to another camera and hit them. How do you switch to cameras? Aim at them and press left control. You can also press the right click to go to your previous camera. I never do this. So if you want to alternate between two, you could do it like this. That's pretty cool. Now, what is the most other common mistake that people do in chase? Teleport to people on windows. Remember, survivors carry an imaginary chain ball on their back. So if they're on a window and they're vaulting the window and they vault the window completely, where is the chain ball? On the other side of the window. Can you spawn on top of a pallet? Yes, you break it if it's down. Can you spawn on top of a window? No, your ass is too fat. You do not fit. So if you teleport to a survivor vaulting a window, what's most likely going to happen is you teleport behind them and then you appear here and then they keep running, and that's horrible. So you never teleport to a survivor vaulting a window. Now, if they made the mistake of running ahead, then yeah, then you can aim at them and bam, teleport out there. And that's awesome. That's amazing. Okay? Do that. Okay? All right. That's pretty much it. Is there anything else we've covered? Find survivor, hit them with the camera, and then assess whether you need to teleport or hit them. If they're this close, teleport. Dude, these bots are insane. Oh my god. Yeah, play against bots, you'll be better. There you go. We do that, right? She's pretty far, so... Oh, okay. It's a bot. It's just gonna act weird. Here, let's teleport, and let's hit them. Right. So, let's talk about pallets, all right? What can happen? Let's say that I'm chasing a survivor that is infected, and they're close to this pallet, and I'm about to teleport to them. Now, some survivors are smarter than others. I'm going to tell you from dumbest to smartest what they're going to try to do. The dumbest survivor will wait right here. They'll think, oh, I go to pallet. I'm safe a pallet. Red, blue, pallet. I'm fine. And then, obviously, their chain ball is here. And then you teleport, they drop the pallet, and you're immune. The pallet automatically explodes, and they're slowed down by dropping the pallet. So you teleport, the pallet explodes, you get slowed down a little, and then you go bonk, and you down them. Not gonna lie, even really smart survivors still fall for this from time to time. The smarter survivors will probably keep running and hope for the best. Or if they notice that you're really far, they will drop the pallet early and keep running. You know, let's say I teleport and then they drop the pallet early, and if I don't get stunned, then I need to break it. It's a fast break, but it's still much better than an insta break, right? So yeah, be careful with that. And yeah, like the smartest survivors, here's the smartest thing I've seen a survivor do. They go to a pallet, they pretend to be stupid, they drop it, I'm here, the pallet breaks, I hit them, and at that exact moment they use that HUD. Ah, they got me there. So you need to be patient even with that, and you need to use your brain as well, okay? So yeah, careful with that. And other than that, get out there, put a lot of cameras, learn from your mistakes. And if you watch other Singularity players, even if it's not a Singularity main, you'll learn something, okay? Treat everything as a learning opportunity. And edges of the map are really good to do quick ones like this. See, I cannot use another one, but that's fine. These bots are insane. They actually broke my thing. I can't believe this. Alright, I'm quitting the game. See ya, goodbye, next killer. Alright, next up is the Xenomorph. The Xenomorph is a really exciting character. His perks are not necessarily the most attractive for beginners. Please don't scream. He has Alien Instinct, which is a bit of an info perk that a few killers might like. I don't personally love it. I think it's good on Plague and maybe Legion. You know, maybe you like it on Nurse, but Friends Till the End, a perk from Chucky, is maybe a bit better. Rapid Brutality is a bit of a hidden gem. It makes it so that when you do a normal attack, you have a faster speed for a while. Not very good on most killers because they don't do basic attacks like Nurse or Huntress. And most of the killers, they don't like this perk because losing Bloodlust, which is one of the conditions, is not a great thing. But there's a few killers that don't gain Bloodlust when they use their power. And they can work pretty well with this perk. Clown, Doctor, Cenobite, a few killers can use this perk. It's not too bad. So, maybe something to keep in mind. Now, Ultimate Weapon, though, oh, this perk is disgusting. This perk is really, really good. It's one of the most reliable information perks in the game. I think it's particularly good on the strong killers to find people, especially find someone that you want to kill quickly. It's a very mean weapon that basically makes survivors scream, and there's very little counterplay. So this one's pretty nasty, but you don't need it as a beginner. So yeah, don't unlock it just because I told you it's strong. Now, the thing about this killer is that he's actually, I say he, but you know, it's actually much simpler than most of the other killers we've seen. Right? So it's really straightforward. It's very easy to understand this killer. There's not that much detail and variables. Thank you so much, Mr. Potato. But he is, or it is, wickedly difficult to play accurately. Okay? This killer works a bit like Huntress, where you throw something, but you don't throw a hatchet, you throw your tail. And the hitbox has a few complexities, but it's not super difficult to get into. But playing it to a high accuracy to the point where you really, really outperform survivors can be difficult. And the counterplay for this killer is a bit more in your face and fiery than other killers. So it might feel sometimes, if you struggle with this killer, that everything is against you. And maybe that's something that many beginners don't like. But if you're a bit brave, give it a shot. He's no pronouns today, chat. I'm bad. It is a really fairly fun killer. Now, for the builds, this killer for the most part hits with his tail. So perks like Know It and Sloppy Butcher aren't ideal. They don't trigger when you hit people with your tail. But that's fine. We don't have anything better, so we bring it. Alien Instinct is nice info. Ultimate Weapon is nice info. Add-ons. Luckily, you don't need great add-ons for this killer. It works pretty well, regardless of add-ons. I think the one to see turrets is never bad. The one to automatically break turrets when you get broken is never bad. The one to get your power faster out of crawler mode is never bad. And I also like the ones to give you extra resistance to turrets. Mostly the emergency helmet, or even better, Lambert's star map, which might be one of his best add-ons. You cannot go wrong with this. Also, the add-on to give mangled, never a bad thing. You can always put that. The other add-ons, they're okay, they're alright. They might even have some strong effect here and there, but they're a bit more complex. So you don't need to get started with those. That's it. Let's talk about it as we queue into the game. So one thing I forgot to mention, my bad. Outside of using his power, this killer is normal everything. Normal terror radius, normal height. Oh, he's a bit big, but you know. So yeah. You see my power? You see how it's recovering super slowly? That's not a good thing. We're gonna make it faster. At the start of the game, find a station and then go to another one. Or better yet, you can go around the map until you hear footsteps above you. Basically, if you go around... You see those orange things? That's a footstep. Oh, look at that. I found a survivor. Also, when you go in tunnels, your power charges up really quickly. How do you know that you have your power? Your tail is on the screen. I will stay on power unless I pick up a survivor. or they break me out with turrets. Hello. That was a bad idea, chat. Yeah, that's a bit difficult. Anyway, when you're in power, you have a smaller terror radius of only 24 meters. But other than that, you are also completely normal. You walk on all fours. So survivors don't see you as well, but that's not a huge factor. The main thing that changes though, is that there's a little nasty bug, is that you have a tail attack available. The tail attack is almost unreactable too. It happens very quickly. It's like a little spear, okay? Have you seen, I don't know, 300? Yeah, think of it like a spear attack, okay? It actually protrudes a few meters in front of you, and it can go over most obstacles. It has a much bigger reach than a normal attack. It cannot be charged, it cannot be held. You tap it, and it happens. And like with every other killer that has to aim, don't aim at the survivor's head. Nice, well done, Jill. Sorry, it's a bit difficult to explain what's going on. You should not aim at their head. You should aim at their butt and their legs, slightly behind them, because that's normally where the hitbox is located, and it's a little bit easier to hit them that way. But there's no reason. Oh, so I wasn't paying attention, and this turret blew me out of my power. In this situation, if I can get it down, I'm gonna try to do it. Maybe fake this or something. But if the survivors are good, now I'm a normal killer with no power, so this might be difficult. Luckily, you know, this wasn't too good of a loop, so it was fine. If you basically, when you get burnt out of power, ask yourself the question: can I end the chase now? Or if I start a chase, can I get a hit for free? If the answer to either of those questions is no, then you probably need to get going somewhere else. Get into a tunnel, go around until you hear footsteps, or come out when you next to a gen that you want. I see the turrets here. A bit late. I'm gonna break this turret. Where's this stupid turret? It's too far. We're fine. And then go for someone else or the same person once you have your tail attack ready. Even if you don't use the tail attack, just the fact that you have it already will convince people to play differently, you know? I'm not gonna bother here. I'll just do an attack. There you go. He's gonna pre-drop that probably. No? Surprise him. I might be able to hit him here. Again, in that situation, I am a little bit behind him because that's typically easier. Okay? This is just a common thing among all killers. The hitbox is always a bit behind the survivor. Any killer that has a projectile or has to aim. Whenever you pick up a survivor, yeah, you lose your power for a second, but then he's back. So it's not a big deal. I think he's taking me into a place. That guy tried to dodge, and it was pretty smart. But yeah, if you're on a bad pallet that's not very strong, you can keep playing around it, because he can't do anything. This is the worst part about this killer for survivors. Never mind, he's insane. They really cannot do anything if you're close enough. That should have been a hit. I just misaimed it, sadly. Now, let's talk about the most important thing. How do you hit things with your tail? This Leo was actually running that really tight, so it made it a bit more challenging. But the idea, okay, is that your tail... Oh, nice. Well done. Damn, really impressive. Your tail, think of it like a spear that you're holding over your head, okay? Can you guys imagine that you're a warrior and you have a spear and you have it above your head and you're holding it with both your hands like this? Yeah. So the angle is not, it doesn't come from the center of your camera. It's not like a tongue that you extend from your eyeballs. It comes slightly from above you. And the crazy part is that much like a real tail, you can actually make it go down slightly, you know? Like if you are above, if you're in front of a little fence and you're holding a spear from your hands up, you can actually hit a little bit even behind it, right? So it's a similar thing. With this character, please try not to hit an obstacle, because if you hit an obstacle right away, the attack is cancelled, okay? So if I try to do this, I go through the window, right? But if I hit this, then the attack is cancelled because I hit the side. So you need to be a bit accurate and time it with a bit of delay, but like time it accurately. and you want to aim slightly above, okay? So if I want to hit a survivor that is hiding behind this pallet, I actually aim a little bit higher than usual. Oh, that hit the pallet. That's not good. So I fucked it up. I mean, is there a way to do it without... I mean, there's no survivor to hit, so... There. Something like that would actually do a bit of a hook motion, if you will, and would eventually hit the survivor. So that's kind of what you want to aim for. And believe it or not, you can hit the head of the survivor. Even in pretty tall loops. I mean, this map is a bit special, so maybe not, but... Okay. You get the idea there, right? The Leon didn't do anything super special, so that was maybe a little bit easy to demonstrate, but yeah. We haven't talked about turrets at all. But yeah, turrets basically will break you out of your power. If you don't have your power, it will delay. I don't have my power now, so it will delay me, see? Now, the way to deal with turrets, first of all, expect them. And if you can, you don't approach them in the open like this, because then they're gonna break you. Oh, no. Instead, you use cover, and you break them. You can break them with your tail, and that can be appropriate sometimes. But if you break them with your tail, it will count as a missed attack. And it has a very long cooldown. It's not ideal. If you can, especially with this green add-on that makes the turrets have less range. Let's do a mind game there. That was good. I could have just M1. If you... What was I talking about? If you can, hit them with a basic attack, because that has a much shorter cooldown. Hi, girl. Okay? That's a general rule. It's one of the biggest mistakes I made when I started playing this killer. I hit them with my tail, and I slow myself down, and so I went to the next one, and then to the next one, and then I was like, what am I doing with my life? That girl didn't have a lot of space to dodge there. I think they're baiting me for adrenaline. I think I'm gonna hit her on the corner. That was nasty. I hit the button like a little bit before I go around the corner. Hi guys, what's up? Okay, this loop is impossible. But just take my word for it. You can sometimes aim a little bit higher than you think, and you will like the hitbox will descend slightly and you will hit their box. One way I like to think about it is that this killer is other than a spear held above your head, this killer is a little bit like a... Yeah, I guess it's the same analogy. Like, you can hit slightly behind something, you know? You can, like, the thing falls down a little bit. It's almost like you threw a rock attached to a rope. You see? I didn't hit her immediately. You saw that, right? I used my attack way above her head when she was crouching. She didn't get hit immediately, and after a few frames, right? Kind of like a whip. Yeah, that's a great way. Because a whip, obviously, is not very solid, so it falls a bit, right? Only a bit. Doesn't fall the whole way, but otherwise, I don't know how they would get away, but yeah. So yeah, think of it that way, okay? Anyway, I get my power now. Oh, nice. I didn't see that girl. Oh, nasty. Okay, so watch out with that turret. I should have been able to hit that. This guy's playing with fire. I'm gonna force him to vault something, and when he's vaulting something, he's useless. Here, I'm gonna respect it, stay a bit of a distance, and I'm gonna use M1. But I'm a bit... I want to demonstrate the tail, so I'm doing that. Alright. Do I see David now? I see David. That's my perk at the bottom. Every time I hook someone, I see the furthest injured person. If there's only one injured person, nice job. Then you see only that person. Alright, if I go for this girl, this guy has to go for the rescue. I can show myself very clearly, so they think I'm going for her, and then just go back and he'll mess up. Oh, remember how I told you that their hitbox is behind them? Well, I really believe that, because I hit a bit too far behind him. My bad. When they unhook, that's honestly... I'm very surprised I didn't hit, honestly. That's normally the way you hit them. Yeah, I'm a little bit further behind, but I guess I did it too much. Come here, buddy. Anyway, yeah, we haven't really used ultimate weapon yet, but now that there's only a few survivors, you can see how good it is. Do you have the blind add-on? What the hell are you doing, man? Yeah, so this perk, ultimate weapon, you can do this. Open a locker. And now for the next 30 seconds, if I walk and she's in my terror radius, she's gonna scream. And I can just do circles around this. Oh, there she is. Like this. That's so mean. It's so disgusting. You see what I mean? Aiming behind them? That was a good example. Anyway, what are some of the main challenges? What are some of the biggest mistakes? The biggest mistakes that you can make with this killer. Only go, like you could swing either way. If you only use your M1, this killer is gonna be very mid. If you only use your tail, you're gonna miss a lot of easy hits because the tail is honestly pretty hard to hit in the open. So you need to have a balance of, I'm in the open, just hit them with a basic attack. Or the survivor is in a really tight spot. What would be a tight spot? I don't know. Say they walk through here. You can even drag your tail a little bit. You see that little thing I do there? That little diagonal thing? If you move to the side a little bit, you will hit. You will hit them a bit more. But anyway, we're gonna say GG's. This match, I feel like it went on so quickly. And I just needed another blind. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I know, that sucks. Apologies. Ungrateful? Yeah, sorry. I should have known. It's my bad, really. Obviously, I should know everyone's archives and what they need to do. And keep track. I'll whip myself. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself. Let's go into a private game, forget about this. And I'll show you a couple tricks. Right, so we're playing with bots. I'm just gonna go over some mistakes. Mistake number 1. Ignoring the stations. If you immediately go like this, it will take you a long time to get your power. You need your power, and you want the small terror radius. And you also want the opportunity to catch someone off guard, so... immediately get into the tunnels, look for people. If it's a long time and you don't hear anyone, try to come out next to one of the stations that you think is far. Hey, I see a turret thanks to my brown add-on, so there's someone there. Let's talk about turrets, okay? Survivors take turrets from these places, okay? You can actually look at the number and it will tell you how many turrets there are in the map. There's one turret used. I think that's what it means. Or is it one left? It's one used, right? So that's kind of a cool thing, right? Now, turrets, believe it or not, have a cool thing where they actually... No, there's one left. Okay, there's one left. There's like 4 at a time or something. Or 5 at a time. So, turrets have this thing where they also work as a radar. And it's like a beeping radar, okay? It starts at, I think, 40 meters or something. Pretty far. And as you get closer, it goes beep, 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 as you get closer. Even if you're in a tunnel. So survivors that are next to a turret can kind of figure out that you're coming. This means that even if you have stealth perks, which aren't too bad or anything, they will know that you're coming. Remember, we want to break turrets, ideally, with a basic attack. If we do it with our tail, that's fine, but it's much slower. I'll show you what that looks like. Also, it's much easier to miss it with your tail. And if you miss it, it's probably over. There you go. It's not too hard to hit them though. Now, you might notice that one of the things that I have on screen is highlight control station. What does that mean? If you press left If you press left control on a particular station, there's typically one next to each gen. That one becomes yellow. Why is that an important thing? It's really not. You can ignore this part, but this helps you to know where you want to go. Because when you're underground, they all kind of look the same, right? So say I want to go to that gen there because I know they're there. I mark it as yellow, right? Then I can go in any station I want. And even if I close my eyes and I do a little spin and I'm like, oh, where am I? Oh shit, where am I? This is actually a little GPS tracker that will tell me where to go to the one that I marked. And now I am exactly what I want to do. That's pretty useful. Oh, look at that. There's a survivor here. Notice that... Ooh, look at my burn, 99%. Notice that... Oh, dude, bots are actually insane at this. It's really good to practice against bots, honestly. What was I talking about? I'm so sorry. Yeah, notice that when you come out of a control station, there's like a 1 second grace period or so where the turrets do not fire at you. So if the survivors make a mistake, let's say that I come out of here and I notice that there's a turret right here. You know what I can do? Just get behind this thing and just ignore it and deal with it later. Or ignore it completely. You know, if you see a bad turret, leave it. Screw them. You know what I mean? But yeah, one thing I wanted to tell you about, chat, is that on many tall obstacles like this one, you can hit survivors by aiming higher than you think. Believe it or not, that little thing drops down a bit and that will hit a survivor if they don't crouch. And yeah. That's basically the perfect way to break that as fast as possible. And let's get some chases, see if we learn anything else. Oh, there's a they have to pick it up and take it out. Obviously, bots are a bit silly. They go to the edge of the map. Yeah, you can sometimes even hit a survivor behind another, which is crazy, but I think that's pretty difficult. Yeah, but honestly, playing against bots with this killer, I think it's great practice. So you go and do that a little bit, okay? Oh, another big mistake that a lot of Xenos make. Chasing in a main building that has an insane window. Alright? So, you see this main building. I brought myself to this map for this reason. This window here is insane. If I break this wall, okay, it's not that big of a deal. But this killer is really bad at maps like this. Survivor takes the window. Okay, I'm too late. Alright, I vaulted. They're going around. Alright, they're a bit too far, so I can't hit them. Then they take the window again. And what am I gonna do? How am I gonna mind game this? It's impossible. I highly recommend, if you don't have a perk to play around this, break a breakable wall to make it better. Or honestly, better yet, leave. Just leave. If possible, chase people outside of these areas, because that's one of the few places where if a survivor has a bit of distance on you, your tail is still useless. So, yeah. Are there any other mistakes you guys see Xeno players make? Nasty. That's the main one. And as I briefly mentioned at the end of the other game, dragging your tail is quite important. I'm gonna tell you how to do it right and how to do it wrong. How to do it wrong: start dragging from outside and hit an obstacle. You see, even though I go into the open, I hit the pallet first. If you hear that noise and see that effect, it means you missed. So that's not gonna hit someone at the pallet. However, if you're chasing someone in a relatively tight spot and you do something like this, that covers the entire bloody thing. Like, if you do this, I'd be very surprised if it's even possible to avoid it in a narrow space like this. So doing a little bit of a drag, like say I chase a survivor into that little bottleneck, I could do this. And I'm gonna hit them. And at that point, the only thing they can do is just step out of the way or do some massive mind game, you know? So be careful with that. And yeah, this skill is pretty straightforward. You're gonna like them a lot. And yeah, time to go for the final one now. Yeah, in case it wasn't clear, you don't move the tail by aiming with your mouse. You move it by stepping left or right with your sidestepping buttons. That's important. Now, for the next killer. All right, next up and last for now is Chucky, the good guy. Unfortunately, I really wish I could tell you he's a good killer. Thank you, Link Selena. But he's not a good killer. He's a great killer. He's awesome. He's fun. He's relatively easy to pick up. He's got some massive tricks up his sleeve if you want to play him at a higher level. And honestly, my main downside with him is he's so good and so consistent that it can honestly feel kind of boring from the survivors. It's honestly awesome. So, should he be your first character to play? Maybe not. He's the only killer that you play in third person. That's gonna ruin you. I'm sure it's gonna be very difficult to play the other killers after, if that's the only killer you play. So play him after you play the basics. Play him as your third or fourth character if you want. It'll be a good time. His perks. Nothing to super write home about. We have a fun little perk that speeds you up when you're next to gens that are completed. Not great, I think. But, you know, it's a messy perk. Messes with survivors sometimes. Another perk that messes with survivor is a hex that can blind them, which is hilarious. Not a great perk in my opinion, but it's funny. Friends till the end though. Oh, this perk is good. Good tracking. Catch a survivor off guard. Long out of beat. Very deadly on a lot of killers. And the insta-down can be nasty. Very reliable perk as well. This one is really good. His best perk by far. Now, this killer is anything if not unique. He has a 4.4 meter per second, so he's a bit slower. But he makes up for it because he's tiny, and survivors don't see him very well. Normal terror radius, and to say that he's short would be an understatement. He is very, very short. So survivors really only see you as a very tiny stature. And if you're behind a loop, you're basically invisible. They do see some footsteps through walls, so they more or less know where you are. You're not completely invisible behind a dumpster, but pretty much. And they can react to footsteps as quickly as they can react to seeing you. So yeah, he can do some really nasty mind games that are almost exclusive to him. So that's awesome. And now we talk about his power. His power is disgusting. When he activates it, he gets 20 seconds or so of being stealthy. When you're in power, the survivors hear fake footsteps around the map, so they know that you're in power, but they don't know where you are exactly. And during those seconds, you can use one dash, one long dash. And this dash can be used for mobility or to hit a survivor. The crazy part is that you can also use it to go under a pallet, or go under a pallet and then use it. And if you use the dash and go into a window or a pallet, you vault it and the dash resets. It's kind of similar to Lesion, where if you hit a person, you get your whole power back. Same thing. You vault a pallet with your power in a dash, you get another dash for free. So that's pretty cool. This killer doesn't hit with hits with special attacks, but he also hits pretty often with normal attacks. So Sloppy Butcher is okay. He has an add-on that has a similar effect. Insta-down perks are not ideal, but I mean, this is the best we got. Friends at the end is pretty good. And Whispers can be okay, because we're going to go around the map. And instead of using our power to catch people off guard, we're going to use it when we already know where they are, so that we don't waste it. The main downside of this killer is that when you use your power, successfully or unsuccessfully, you go on a 20-ish second cooldown. We want to make sure that that cooldown happens as little as possible. So we don't want to waste our power between chases too much. Sometimes maybe. For add-ons, what can you do? There are 2 auto-reading add-ons. You can't go wrong with them. There are 2, there's one add-on to increase your reach. You can't go wrong with that. And there's one add-on to remove your to make your cooldown faster if you hit, and one to make your cooldown faster if you miss. Both of them are great as well. So those are very accessible add-ons you can't go wrong with. The one to see the auto better, the one to have auto reading on the pallets, that's fine too, and they're cheap, so go for it. This one's fine as well. Go nuts. Let's play. And let's go. He's a much simpler killer. He doesn't have any insane numbers and things to go behind. It's honestly, almost everything that happens is there and now. So let's get into a match and showcase it a bit. Alright, ooh, we're almost late. So, first things first, should you use your power like Ghostface right at the start? I mean, you can. You can use it as quickly as, you can use it as quickly as the cooldown allows you, which is pretty short. Should you? Not necessarily. Whispers is off, Whispers is on. Someone's probably down there. Let's go. You want to use your power, I think, ideally, where you know where someone is. Okay, here, do I want to use my power to hit this girl? I will lose it. So, oh. It's better to hit her. She thinks I'm friendly. I'm not friendly, I'm just teaching people. Alright, I leave her. I'm friendly. I lied. I'm going into my power. Now, her and everybody else in the map is going to hear little fake footsteps, so they know I'm somewhere, but they don't know exactly where I am. So everyone's going to be on high alert, alright? I'm going to use my power here, just mobility. And I'm going to body block this staircase. Okay, they can't go up. Alright, so this is a basic hit. Why is everyone friendly? What, you think I'm... Run! That's right. So ideally, if you can, hit them with a normal attack, and look at that, I have my power, right? When you go into power, you can go under a pallet, and it's really fast, and then you can do this dash. And this dash is really just disgusting. I have an add-on to recover my power a bit sooner after every hit, so look at that. I got it back in about 10 seconds. This is so difficult to avoid. And unlike most other killers, I am very happy to tell you, it is relatively very easy to do, and there's not too much to it. Seriously. Okay, so that's my perk. This kill is insta-downable for the next few seconds. I'm going to try to go basic attack, see if I can hit her with a basic attack, because that would be nasty. She was really smart. Well done. Well done, Junjin. Now, I overextended. I'm going to use my power before I lose it. Oh, Oh, she's here. That's good. If I'm very patient, this will be a hit. Do I want to do that? Nah, let's just break it. It's not worth it. Much like with Spirit, you can use the downtime of your power to do things like kicking a pallet, breaking a wall, kicking a gen, getting your face bashed in, you know. That's cool. But you do want to get better at managing your cooldowns. If you notice that you're using your power a lot and it's not resulting in hits, and you're staring at your charge bar the entire match, you're doing something wrong. Alright, let's pretend we didn't see this girl. You can also vault windows a bit faster than normal. Oh, damn, dude. I don't know if that girl was insane. I think it was my mistake. Let's break this. That shouldn't have been a pretty easy hit. So, this killer works very similarly to Oni, if you've ever played him. You hold the M2, and automatically, without having to press forward or anything... I'm sorry, I'm not friendly. Wait, there's someone there? That's just a pig, lady. Alright, well, don't let me see your face again. I don't know. I guess people think I'm funny. Yeah, you press M2, the power attack, and you automatically go forward. Right? And I'll fake it. I think she's dead. And it's a great gap remover. Oh, that was pretty ambitious of me. But you see, right? One thing you can do a little bit, similar to Oni, is run into walls and like glide around them. Maybe I can demonstrate it here. Hold up. So in a very small loop, this is a bit of a medium one. You could honestly like start using your power and be like, oh, left, right, and then come on the left or come on the right. Here, I think it's gonna be difficult, but... You see? That's exactly what I meant. There, she thought I was chasing after her, but I actually hugged the thing and ended up going on the opposite side. Now, I don't know why I missed that. I'm gonna be completely honest. I think I'm just bad, but yeah. You get the idea, right? Oh, they messed up. Alright, nice job. I mean, I could probably outspeed them. Ooh, damn. Sorry, I wanted to catch the white girl. But yeah, I'll take the purple one too, whatever. Yeah. This map is a bit unusual. It's not the normal jungle gym shag and stuff, so... I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not showcasing this the best. Keep in mind, if they drop a pallet on you, you can go underneath it immediately. I might have made my mistake. I'm gonna go the other way. She doesn't know where I am. She doesn't see the footsteps. Oh, but she just took the better path. Honestly, dude, I'm just getting outplayed left and right. Either they're too smart or they're too cute and I can't kill them. Anyway. This is fine. In some of the larger maps, you might want to get to a gen really quickly, maybe to kick it with a certain perk. So it's not even a terrible idea, in some instances, to use your power and then just dash across the map for mobility, because you do gain quite a bit of distance. I haven't really showed it to you, but you also get a second dash. Like this. Look, I'm gonna get a second dash. What? Now I messed that up a little. Maybe I could have hit her. But you see what I mean, right? Getting 2 dashes for 1 is pretty good. I think she had light, so... Yeah. Oh, what's Michaela doing there? But yeah, don't forget to use your third-person perspective to hide behind things. Because survivors oftentimes don't have as much info as you do, and they'll make a mistake. You know? This map is a bit weird, but in most maps... Oh, hi, I forgot. Doesn't like it. Oh, shit. Alright. Let's kill my sprint burst if she's walking. Oh, no, she's just charming. Okay, bye. I guess we tunnel the Junjins then. This is so silly. Anyway. Right, what would be the best time to use my power? I hang on to it until she's forced to drop the pallet. And then she's screwed no matter what. Use power, go underneath it. Now charge the dash. Honestly, if she understood my weaknesses, instead of going forward, she would have gone left. Because if she went left, I might have struggled to actually track her. Really, man? Alright. First they use their charms, and then they use this shit. And now you use a snowball! You're dead to me. Come back here, you red-haired demon. That was the worst mind game I've ever done in my life. Anyway. But yeah, you might have noticed that you go into first person when you grab people and you carry them to the hook. Nothing super remarkable about that. He just plays like a normal killer in those circumstances. Same stuff. Alright, here we go. And don't be deceived by his small stature. He has the same lunge as any other killer. And you can play him like a Hag or a Huntress or anyone else. And because he's so small, honestly, he feels more like a normal killer than a slow one. So that's pretty good. I don't use my power here. I wait until it's the right moment. That's probably the most important thing about this character. Just waiting. I don't want to use it here because I cannot turn back, but I can use it here. Now she's screwed. That hard. Now, in that situation, chat, believe it or not, I thought that she was going to use that hard. So I thought it was better to wait it out. It never came, so sorry, that's my bad. Maybe I'm a bit paranoid. But yeah. Keep in mind that whether... If you use your power, right? I'm in power now. If I do I can fake it, but if I do a successful dash, or if I miss an attack, like this, I lose my power. Oh. Huh? It looks like I hit her, right? Need to be a bit closer. There we go.
Let's get you up.
Now, you've noticed that Chucky can do a 90-degree turn, right? So, for example, say someone's in this little gap. If I come from here, I can use my power. And then I let go. The attack happens either at the very end of my reach or when I let go. So, instead of waiting, I let go here, and then I direct about a 90-degree turn. There's actually a little trick that you could use to turn more than 90 degrees. Let me remember how that's done. Right, so to do this trick, I'll find a place where it's suitable. Yeah, this would be good. I'm gonna try to hit someone here. And obviously that's more than 90 degrees, right? So to do this trick, I'm gonna look to the direction that I need to turn. Then when I start my power, I'll move to the right in my camera, and then I'll be able to hit a little bit more. Let's try it. Okay. Not exactly a 180, but that's pretty good, right? And that's one of the many tricks you can master about this killer. Actually, no, there's not that many. That's probably the main one. There's also another one that's a bit of an exploit that lets him cancel his power when he bolts at a... But that one's weird, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be patched out, so... Yeah. Anyway, can I use what I just said practically? Oh, there you go. I didn't really mention this, but your hit is honestly so difficult to avoid. It's so wide, and you have so much control about when you release it. You can hit people over... The cute ones always run adrenaline. You can hit people over windows and pallets and all kinds of things. So don't feel bad, okay?
Don't worry.
Try it a lot. If you're hitting stuff, you'll do better soon. Come here. I'm gonna use this to catch up. Ah, whatever, dude. That's good enough, I guess. I guess I wasn't gonna insta-down her, but this is fine too. What the hell? Yeah, if you know someone has adrenaline, you can drop them. And they get the adrenaline, but they don't get it fast enough. You can just... Oh, this is a perfect situation, by the way. You see, like this kind of thing, it is so heavily tilted in your favor. Like, they have so little info. You can react on a whim last second, and it's so unavoidable. I'm not telling you to make you feel guilty, just so that you understand just how strong you are, okay? Oh, I had no hit. Yeah, I was gonna insta-down her anyway. Oops, I forgot. Anyway, now I don't have no hit anymore. Don't forget, in a big pinch, you can use your power from ability. So if you think they're opening that gate, just do this. And just hit the open, you know? And don't hit a wall, I guess. And maybe you make it in time, who knows? Or don't, because they're all rats and they're all hiding. Whispers is on, so we know someone's near. I'm just gonna check the corners around here. Oh, there they are. Whereabouts? Ah, they're here. They're here. Whispers is on still. They're being cheeky little ratas. Are they? Shit, maybe they're at the gate. Oh, 2 seconds, set. Ah, found you. Yeah, this killer doesn't have any problem with elevation, by the way. You cannot jump or anything, but if you drop down, unlike some other killers, you don't get interrupted. Wesker, for example, if you try to throw a survivor from a second floor, it often doesn't work. They just get stopped. So this killer doesn't have such a concern. So nasty, man. So nasty. Chat, did I forget? I've been talking to myself for a long time. Did I forget anything super important? Because I have a feeling I forgot something important. Can you hit me there? Yeah, you can even charge it while you fall. Like, look, I'll charge it while I fall. With Oni, for example, if you're, or Demo, if you're charging your shred, or you'd lose it like that when you fall, so that sucks. But not with this killer. Do you do the vault underneath the pallet without the M2 hold? There's two ways to go under a pallet, Chad. Before you start your dash, and after you're dashing. Okay? Before you start your dash, it's called the scamper, and it's actually really, really good. Because, like, imagine she just dropped it. I use power, right? And I'm like, yoink! And I get out of the hit her, right? With a basic attack if I want to. The other type, this is the same for Windows, by the way. The other type is when you charge at it. And then it basically gives you another dash. This one's okay, but the problem is that you don't have a lot of control, because the dash begins with me looking at this direction. So say the girl goes around here and drops. What the hell am I gonna do? You can't do anything about it then. So yeah, you want to dash into a pallet or a window for mobility, and if the survivor runs in a straight line. Otherwise, you want to scamper under the pallet right as you activate your power, maybe. Say GG's. Fun match. Cute people. You smelled nice. Anyway, it was very romantic at the toilet. My favorite place for a date. These guys are great sports. I love it, man. The games today have been awesome, man. They really brought my mood up. Shamblis, thank you for the 26 months. And everybody else watching, thanks so much for inhaling all of these tips. I hope they've been helpful. I hope they reignited your curiosity for some of these killers. And just don't forget, most of these killers, they have a lot of people that have made guides for each, for the most part. Don't forget to look that up if you want to do further research. But that's all from me. Thank you for watching, and big hugs, and good night.